The woman never imagined that her 5 beast husbands, who had dug through the ice barehanded in the extreme cold to find food for her, actually harbored murderous intentions toward her. The reason was simple: the woman was utterly filthy, not bathing for years. Not only did she fail to fulfill her duties as a female, stabilizing the spiritual energy for her males, but she also took the prey her husbands painstakingly hunted and gave it away to other men outside. At the slightest displeasure, she would insult and beat her 5 beast husbands, leaving them weak, with low spiritual power and trapped in the lowest social class, barely scraping by at the bottom of the clan hierarchy. This had filled her husbands with deep-seated hatred for her. Last night, during a violent snowstorm, she even stripped them of their fur clothing and forced them to hunt for her, driving out even the snake husband Shi Yu, who feared the cold the most. Now, having crossed over into this world and absorbed the memories of the original host, Nan Nan irritably scratched her head, only to find black grime under her nails. Watching Nan Nan suddenly lose her temper, Feng Yan seemed accustomed to it, rolling his eyes slightly and tightening his grip on the rabbit fur in his hand. Nan Nan snapped back to reality and realized the man before her was staring intently at her. Feng Yan sat cross-legged on the ground, his hair dripping with melted snow, shivering from the cold. In the harsh winter with scarce food and terrible weather, he had spent hours in the snowstorm to catch that rabbit, only for her to devour it all by herself. If not for that cursed thing, the wicked female would have been killed long ago. Nan Nan blinked in surprise. Holy crap, I can actually hear his thoughts. Just then, a prompt sounded in her ear: Spiritual Spring Mind Reading System successfully bound. I am your Spiritual Spring Sprite, Ling Bao. Please accept your new identity. Host: Beast Species, Spirit Cat. Class: 2. Ability: Wood Element, Beginner Level. You are now gifted a 10 square meter spiritual spring planting space and a random vegetable seed gift pack. Hearing the system's voice, Nan Nan felt a fleeting moment of joy, but that wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that he wanted to kill her. Don't worry, he won't dare. Nan Nan was about to say something when a massive white 9-tailed fox leaped into the cave, carrying a half-meter long fish in its mouth. The moment the fox saw Nan Nan, it bared its teeth at her menacingly before tossing the fish onto the ground with a flick of its head. Feeling the hostility, Nan Nan gulped, her hair standing on end. The white fox abruptly turned and shifted back into human form. Staring at the new man before her, Nan Nan couldn't help but freeze. His narrow fox-like eyes and waist-length silver-white hair, untouched by worldly grime, made him look like he had stepped out of a painting. This was one of Nan Nan's husbands, the 9-tailed fox, Bai. Damn, did the original host really get to enjoy such a feast? Bai took in Nan Nan's greedy expression, his face twisting with uncontrollable disgust. Don't look at me like that, Bai said coldly, picking up the fish from the ground and hurling it at Nan Nan. Nan Nan fumbled to catch the fish, holding the large catch in her arms as recipes flashed through her mind. Should she braise it, steam it, or grill it? She was starving, practically on the verge of death. But as a modern human, she couldn't bring herself to gnaw on raw fish. Lost in thought, Nan Nan lowered her head, pondering. Bai was a fire attribute beastman with foxfire, but where could she find firewood in such a heavy snowstorm? Then it hit her: she herself had wood attribute abilities. Nan Nan raised her hand, tentatively gathering spiritual energy in her palm, and soon conjured a branch as thick as a thumb. However, Feng Yan and Bai, who witnessed this, couldn't stay calm. They abruptly stood up in unison, exclaiming, "You actually have supernatural abilities? How is that possible?" "I've always had them, I just never used them before," Nan Nan replied casually, feigning composure. Without pausing her movements, she quickly produced a bundle of branches. She dragged over a fish, summoned her cat claws, and with sharp nails, sliced off several pieces of fish meat, skewering them onto the branches. Everything was ready, all that was missing was a fire. Nan Nan glanced up at Bai, then extended a grubby little hand to beckon him. "Hey, can you lend me a tiny flame? Just toss it onto this pile of twigs, a little bit is enough." Bai instantly wiped the shock off his face and glared at him, unmoving. Nan Nan pouted. Stingy. Switching tactics, he used his ability to conjure a sharp-tipped stick and began earnestly attempting to start a fire by friction. No matter how long he tried, his palms rubbed raw, not a single spark appeared. "I'm exhausted," Nan Nan muttered, plopping down on the ground. Feng Yan watched for a while, his gaze as if observing a lunatic. What on earth was this troublesome female up to? The next second, a wisp of pale purple flame fell onto the pile of branches and ignited. The warm fire roasted her body, and Nan Nan felt warmth for the first time in a long while. "Thank you, Bai." Nan Nan turned her head and grinned at Bai. The smile sent shivers down Bai's spine. To him, it looked even uglier than a cry. Nan Nan carefully turned the fish over the fire, the scorching flames licking at the flesh, releasing waves of tantalizing aroma. Sitting nearby, Feng Yan and Bai couldn't help but swallow their saliva in unison. "Sis, your skills are amazing," Nan Nan praised, but when she turned her head, she saw the two men staring intently at the fish in her hands. Tilting her head, she asked, "Why don't you come and have some too?" "Us?" Feng Yan pointed at himself, his face full of skepticism. "Yeah," Nan Nan nodded earnestly, picking up 2 large skewers of fish and handing them directly to the 2 men. Bai Yi and Feng Yan exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed as their eyes wandered over Nan Nan. What's wrong with her? Bai Yi muttered. In the past, she'd rather throw the food away than give us a single bite. Today, she is actually offering it to us? Hearing this, Nan Nan pouted. This original host is really something. Wasting food is shameful, okay? You guys went out hunting, it must ve been exhausting. Have some fish to replenish your energy. She smiled faintly, looking utterly sincere. She actually thinks we're tired? Bai Yi scoffed. Feng Yan hesitated for a moment but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of food. He tentatively reached out and took the fish from Nan Nan, though he only cautiously tore off a small piece to taste. The tender, sweet flavor of the fish exploded in his mouth instantly, and Feng Yan was slightly startled. Meat cooked over fire can taste this good? Bai Yi, you should try some too. Nan Nan kindly held the fish out to him. I want to eat it. Who wants your food? Bai Yi turned his head away haughtily, his foxtail coiling around himself, exuding an air of aloofness. Suit yourself. Nan Nan pouted and plopped down by the fire. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Bai Yi's Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed repeatedly. Her eyes gleamed mischievously, and she handed another skewer to Feng Yan, gesturing for him to pass it to Bai Yi. Feng Yan took the fish and nudged Bai Yi with his elbow. Bai Yi glanced sideways, confirming that Nan Nan wasn't looking, then quickly stuffed the fish into his mouth, chewing stealthily. Delicious. He had spent half the day chiseling a hole in the frozen river and guarding the ice just to catch this one fish. He was absolutely starving. Nan Nan smirked lightly. Such a stubborn, tsundere fox. Soon, the aroma of the fish also attracted uninvited guests. Wild foxes, how dare you hoard food? Hand it over right now. A half-ton obese female orc barged into the cave, followed by 2 menacing male orcs. Here comes her tormentor again. Bai Yi's amethyst pupils faintly glowed as her gaze subtly shifted toward Nan Nan. Her tormentor? Nan Nan sized up the female orc and discreetly hid the grilled fish behind her back. Quickly matching the name, she recalled this was Rua, a fat orange cat, while the 2 male orcs were her mates, named Aling and Ar, a pair of twin raccoon cats. Wild fox, I said you guarded the frozen river all day. How could you not catch any fish? You clearly sneaked some back without delivering them to me. Whereas the fish? Rua glared at Bai Yi, but her nose keenly traced the scent to its source. Stretching her neck, she locked eyes on the fish behind Nan Nan and immediately pointed at Nan Nan's nose, screeching, You wretched cat. Now you dare hide in the cave and feast alone? Give me that fish now. Feng Yan watched coldly in silence, seemingly already aware of what would unfold next. This vile female will probably kneel and lick that fat cat's feet soon, immediately hand over the fish, and then get slapped a few times by her. Licking feet and taking slaps, damn, was she really this pathetic before? Researching her memory, Ruan simply wanted to strangle herself. This Ruhua is in the 3rd stage. In the entire spirit cat tribe is considered high class, although there is no supernormal ability, but partnering just 2 years gave birth to a male cub, which in the cub birth rate and survival rate is extremely low. Beast world is simply a big treasure, so many male cat beasts are unconditional pursuit of her, which also led to Ruhua began to be very complacent in the tribe. Rampage. The original owner of the soft fear of hard, but also on the words of Ruhua obedience, not only do not help their own males, but also often the males hard to hit the prey offered to Ruhua, simply this Ruhua's ultimate lick dog. However, the her of today is not the same as yesterday. Hey! Bitch cat! Are you deaf? Rohana stared at Ruan with a condescending look. Bitch cat? You called me that? Ruan raised her eyebrows in great displeasure. If I don't call you, who do I call? I'm giving you face if I'm willing to call you. Hurry up and teach this wild fox a hard lesson with Topaz. Give me my fish again, or you won't have any good consequences in the future. Ruhua threatened viciously. In the face of this woman's spiteful and tricky demeanor, Ruan could not tolerate a bit of it. Your fish? Is your name engraved on this fish? Or did you pee and mark it? You're a wild fox and a cheap cat with a foul mouth, and you want to bully my male? Why should I listen to you? Ruan said, directly straddling Bai Yi's body. That little one was simply like a chicken cub protecting an old hen. When these words came out, Bai Yi was directly confused face, and Yin, who was waiting to watch the show, also seemed to have seen a ghost. She even directly contradicted Ruhua? Usually even if Ruhua glares at her eyes she will kneel down and lick her. Today how? Ruan's inner OS, the old Ruan is dead, now I'm Nil Cobalt Lu Ruan. Don't add drama, okay? Ling Bao can't stand to watch. Ruhua was scolded by Ruan for a moment, and the next second, her eyebrows were raised to the sky. You're crazy. You're crazy, you. How dare you talk to me like that? What's wrong with talking like that? Come in and yell at me. Who are you talking to? You're ugly and you think you're beautiful. Get out of my house now. It was already annoying enough that she had just traveled across the world and stumbled upon the Heavens Collapse script, but this mother cat even jumped out to disturb her. You're a lowly cat who took in beastmen as males. If it wasn't for the matriarch keeping you because you're a female, do you think you'd be able to survive until now? Ruawa's eyes went askew in anger and she almost fainted. Her tiny brain couldn't figure out why this Ruan suddenly changed like a cat. Hearing the words Beastman, Bai's expression obviously fell for a moment, secretly clenching his fists. The beast world is strictly divided into classes. Generally, the females are the first to master the clan. Males who do not partner with their own clan within a specified period of time after reaching adulthood are basically driven out of the clan to become beastmen, and beastmen are generally disliked by the females. The original owner, Ruan, was only 2 ranks, or a white cat of inferior fur color, and because of her bad reputation, she was not well received in the clan, so she pretended to be kind and dedicated to taking in single beastmen and coaxing them to make a mark with her. All 5 of her beast husbands were abducted this way. I'm happy to. I've eaten a bite of her if I've survived this long? Rather, you are a fat woman who steals people's food. Those 2 males of yours are not honorable spirit cats. Why don't you let you have enough to eat? Are you unwilling, or don't you have the strength? Ruan was not willing to show her weakness, and directly mocked in a conspiratorial manner. Spirit cat's hunting ability was originally inferior in the beast world community, only able to catch birds and fish to eat. In contrast, Ruan's several males were much more powerful, almost never coming back empty-handed. Every time there is food, Rua will come to grab it, and has been raised into the current appearance. Although Rua does not understand what fat woman means, but also guess that it is not a good word, it is angry teeth and claws. Swinging his arm round to Ruan's face pumped over. You still dare to yell with me? This big slap on the face shall not kill her incisors. Ruan saw the situation is not good, a dodge to the side. Rua put all the strength but pounced on the empty and unsteady center of gravity as to the sky planted on the ground. I-oh. Rua screamed in pain, and her fat body shook. Still want to make a move? You deserve to die. Slightly. Ruan Eily made a face at the defeated Rua. Aha! Bitchy cat. Rua was really annoyed. Before she could get up, she violently reached out and clutched Ruan's ankle with frightening force, directly yanking Ruan down and dragging her over. Let her go. Bai's heart tightened, although he really didn't want to help this evil female, but Rua was ruthless. In case Ruan really did anything wrong, they would be finished. You two stop that wild fox and that bird for me. I don't believe it, I can't cure you, little cat. Rua clutched Ruan's ankle in a death grip. Hearing her own female snapping, Alang charged straight up towards Bai. A cat and a fox twisted together in the process, and Hikari wanted to move forward, also being pestered by a hot. Holy! Ruan exclaimed, but was pressed down by Rua's large body. This almost squeezed Ruan's overnight meal out. Rua didn't give Ruan a chance to catch her breath and ruthlessly choked Ruan's neck. Bitch cat, I'll choke you to death. Ah! Dangerous choking sensation surged in, to be strangled to death. Chapter 4, So Small. Ruan got scared and tried to shrink back to a snow-white kitten and then stretched out her claws and frantically painted on Rua's big pie face. My face. Rohana ate the pain-thick claws, hooked Ruan's legs to throw it out, and then cover the face, screamed in shock. You think I'm a sick cat if my old lady doesn't give out? Ruan's nails were incredibly sharp, and blood was already flowing from Rua's face. In the next second, a stinging pain came from her leg, and Ruan turned around to find 3 bloody scratches on her thighs, and she sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. But just in an instant, the wounds miraculously slowly healed? This is... Spirit Spring has the ability to heal. The degree of healing will increase with the host's class spirit power. Oh. Frog fun, this hangs well. Ruan had no more worries and directly jumped onto Rua's back with a flying leap, instantly transformed back into human form, and punched Rua's brain with several punches. I'll let you be arrogant. Let you be arrogant. You still want to strangle me? I'll let you know how powerful you are. Don't hit. Rua was holding her head in pain, snot and tears, helplessly clumsy, unable to get up or reach. Ruan could only howl. On the other side of the whitey is also not inferior, Phantom 9 Tails, 5 dead wrapped around Lang so that he cannot move. For Crazy Whip Lang's mouth, Lang was beaten while screaming. Rua. Seeing his own female defeated, he hurriedly pushed Hikari away and rushed up towards Ruan's sharp cat ears heard the wind rushing behind her, and she turned around and turned back into her cat form and jumped out. Heat didn't break and smashed into his female with a thud, bouncing off Kisame's fat body. 2 wasted beasts. Rohana glared at Alang and Ahe and squirmed on the ground. Then when Ruan wasn't paying attention, she pulled Ruan's cat's tail and threw her against the wall as if she was angry. It's over, she's been undermined. Ruan subconsciously closed her eyes, thinking she would turn into a cat cake and slapped on the wall, but she was caught by a warm embrace. What? Ruan removed the cat's paw that was covering her eyes, and what came into her eyes was a face that charmed everyone. It was Bai. Thank you. Ruan blinked Kazran big eyes, cat paw obediently hugged Bai's arm, cat ears sticking to the scalp in a docile manner. Bai was stunned, feeling Ruan's smooth, soft fur against his hand, warm and hot, and the pink paw pads seemed as tantalizing as tender peach blossoms. He still saw Ruan's prototype for the first time, and it turned out to be such a small one. Ruan was a little cowering from Bai's eyes, and he couldn't help but clamp his tail between his 2 hind legs. Looking at this arrogant fox's pure and lustful handsome face from such a close distance, she really had the urge to roll over and crush him underneath and ravage him. Hey! You two think I don't exist? Believe it or not, I'll tell the clan leader to make you. Bang! Before Rua's word we could be uttered, she was slapped by Baiyi's tail and flew out and smashed heavily on the ground, directly falling to the point where her eyes rolled over and she fell unconscious. Seeing this, Ruan's pupils spread round. Baiyi was a 5th-ranked beastman, and although his spiritual power was insufficient now, it was still more than enough to clean up a 3rd-ranked ordinary orange cat. Noisy! Baiyi's thin lips slightly opened, while unceremoniously letting go of Ruan's hand and dropping him on the ground. He didn't know what was going on, seeing Ruan fly out his body subconsciously moved. The moment he landed on the ground, Ruan rolled over and turned back into his human form, squatting on the ground like a black-skinned toad. The corners of Baiyi's and Yan's mouths simultaneously tugged downwards. They always felt that her turning back into a cat form was also much smoother than this black and dirty look right now. Ruhua ah, flower ah. Wake up! Lang ah had held Ruhua for a while, but she saw that Ruhua was starting to foam at the mouth. Hurry up and drag it away, it's all pouring foam, don't die in my cave. Bad luck. Ruan gloated beside her and fanned her nose with her hand. You dare to hurt Ruhua, you all wait for me. Lang glared at Ruan and the others, and after a few attempts with Ahat failed to pick up Ruhua, they could only drag her out by pulling an arm each. Looking at the wretched state of those 3 people, Ruan only felt great joy. It was exhilarating. Don't be too happy, Ruhua is a 3rd-ranked female, just pray that the matriarch won't come looking for trouble. Baiyi's words were like a pot of cold water poured on Ruan's head. Ruan puts back her teeth, crosses her arms and turns her head. They started it, we're in self-defense, okay. Come on, you have to rebel against each other. Ling Bao staggered. Meh, they don't care who started it. Hikari shrugged it off and sat down wanly, but in her heart there was an indescribable pleasure. In the past, Ruan had helped outsiders bully them, without their own females to protect them. No matter how angry or stifled they were, they couldn't fight back, they could only break their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. This time Ruan suddenly stood on their side, really let Hikari surprise to the extreme. Moreover, she even did not hit him with a thorn today. Following you will be bad luck anyways. Baiyi's mouth was unforgiving as he slanted a glance at Ruan and turned around to go out of the cave. Ruan stood in place, seeing Baiyi walking against the sunlight, that head of flowing white hair instantly brought up by the wind, the light outlining his perfect figure, as if he were a prince in a medieval painting. Really damn handsome. Cough cough cough. A sharp cough pulled Ruan's attention back. Only to see Hikari leaning against the cave wall with a somewhat greenish face. The whole person is powerless to the extreme, and his left shoulder is clearly a wound with fleshy skin and flesh turned out. It is the one that was bitten by heat just now, and at this moment it is still seeping blood continuously. Hikari, you're hurt. Ruan hurriedly squatted in front of Hikari. Hikari raised her eyes and stared at Ruan, and a heartbeat came out. She's going to say I'm a spent beast next. That's right, I'm the only one of the 5 males who's at the 4th rank, and I'm also the only one whose spirit power is about to run out, and I can't even beat Hataru, so it's only right for her to look down on me, and I don't have any more use for me other than for her to whip and vent on in her spare time. Ruan was secretly staggered. This birdman looks stoic. I didn't realize that inwardly he is so sensitive and inferior. People are Windrock, not Birdman, thank you. Oops, all the same. Beast world environment is simple, there is nothing that can be bandaged to stop the bleeding. He is in this situation, have to go find a veterinarian to give him treatment, in case of infection and inflammation will be finished. But the beast world's doctor seemed to be called a witch doctor. Spirit treasure, can my spirit spring be used to heal someone else's wounds? It can be, except that it needs to consume your own spiritual energy and mental energy, and if you consume too much mental energy you will fall into a coma. Forget it then, she's too weak now, it's better not to use it indiscriminately. Logically speaking, Hikari is at least 4th ranked, and has wind attribute powers. How come she's still being rubbed by a normal 4th ranked orc like Age? Males need to regularly mate with females in order to maintain the stability of their spiritual energy. Long time without the reign of females, males will become weaker and weaker, the spiritual energy collapsed, not to mention fighting, in the end will even be paralyzed and incapacitated. Mating? Chapter 5 read through half the sky. Ruan fried these 2 words in her mouth once, and her face instantly reddened to the base of her neck. Doesn't that mean what she thinks it means? You have 5 husbands. Spirit Treasure's words directly knocked Ruan's head. Ruan's face was getting hotter and hotter, and she was directly thinking about what she wanted to do. Instantly, a faint scent wrapped in the stench of sweat from Ruan's body spread between the 2 of them. Hikari's eyes shifted. This was the smell that only emanated from this evil female every time she went into heat. Hikari's face turned blue as she violently shrank back a great deal. You want to mate, find someone else. I'll surely die of exhaustion if I'm forced into heat by her again. Ruan's face was hot enough to boil a kettle of water. If it wasn't for the fact that her face was now black, it would be red through half the sky. No. I didn't mean that. Wait, I'll go out and find a witch doctor for you. Ruan hurriedly covered her face and got up, flying out of the cave. Hikari didn't answer, just pulled over a tattered animal skin and lay on the ground with her back turned, looking for a witch doctor? Where is a witch doctor so good to invite, and how could she be so kind? Out of the cave, a cool breeze blew over, which calmed Ruan down quite a bit. Ling Bao, according to what you said, mating is vital and necessary for males, then why did Hikari seem to be particularly repulsed just now? Ruan was puzzled. Mating is a win-win thing. Males can stabilize their spiritual energy, strengthen their body and reproduce offspring, while females can obtain the spiritual energy emanating from males to enrich themselves through mating. But every time you beat and torment people in the name of mating, you never actually give it to them, you look at them all abused into dry corpses. Don't you have a little bit in your heart? The original owner is an asamore? I didn't torture you. It's not your fault that you gave me a messy reincarnation. It's really the original master's world that's broken, and the unlucky guy came through to mend it. Ruan muttered spitefully, but suddenly had a flash of insight. Right, Ling Bao, do I have a vegetable gift pack of seeds that I haven't opened? Ruan almost forgot that she still had her golden finger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cabbage seeds and 50 sweet potato seeds. Planting in the spirit spring space can shorten the harvest time by 10 times. 10 times? Wouldn't that mean that you could eat it in your mouth within a few days of planting it? Well, this function is good, you're finally somewhat useful. Cold winters and hot-baked sweet potatoes are the most suitable. With only 10 square meters of space, the cabbage seeds will be kept for now, and all the groundnuts will be planted. This spiritual treasure is useful alright. It can be planted, restored, and... Ruan listened to the spiritual treasure forcing its way, and when she looked up, she almost collided with someone. Only to see in front of him was a hunched old woman. That old woman was wearing animal skin clothes made of leopard skin, her face was wrinkled but her hair was gathered meticulously and she looked kind. Ruan, where are you going? The old woman said softly. Ruan slowed down a bit. This old woman was the spirit cat tribe in charge of making animal skin clothes, because she had a son named Cici, so everyone called her Cici Nyang. The original owner had a foul temper and often clashed with the tribe, only this Cici Nyang didn't see eye to eye with her, and had always been very kind to her. Cici Nyang, what is your business? Ruan smiled politely. Zixiniang looked around for a while, seeing that no one was there. She reached out and stuffed a grayish-white animal skin dress into Ruan's arms. The patriarch asked me to make some winter animal skin dresses for the females in the tribe, but the animal skins sent by the patriarchs are no longer available. This rabbit skin is one piece of rabbit skin. I have saved up one piece by one piece. They are all clean. In the cold weather, you're still wearing this animal skin with exposed arms and legs. You're freezing, right? Ruan has been in the tribe for a long time. Ruan and the tribe has not been treated well. The tribe issued something also never have her share. Cici Nyang kind-hearted. Every time to make animal skin clothes will secretly give Ruan reserved a piece. Ruan unfolded the clothes. The rabbit skin was sewn into a long jacket style, but also with a braided grass rope as a belt. Feel very soft, better than her body on all sides of the leakage of the big vest. It is hastily put the clothes on. So warm. Thank you, Cici Nyang. Ruan's nose was sore. Her heart moved. Thank you for nothing. We are all females. We should help each other. Cici Nyang waved her hand, her eyes curved. Beast World version, girls help girls, she really cried to death. By the way, do you know where the witch doctor is? Ruan asked in passing. The witch doctor? That's not easy to find, but a witch doctor was invited to the Ruawa cave just now. Are you hurt? Zixiniang looked Ruan up and down with concerned eyes. Hearing Ruan secretly slurred. It seems that she was dropped by Bai Yi and the witch doctor was invited. No, it's that one of the males in my house is injured. I want to find a witch doctor to look at him. Ruan shook her head. But Zixiniang, who heard this, was not calm. Your family has a male? In the past, Ruan never called those few wasted beasts, and never asked if they were dead or alive. How did she even say such words about her family today? And the words aren't so impulsive anymore. Listening to Cici Nyang's heartfelt words, Ruan was a bit embarrassed. The matter of Ruan mistreating her males was really known throughout the tribe. I used to be too evil to them, now I figured it out and want to live a good life with them, so... Ruan bit her lip and whispered. Good figured it out is good do not care what others say, you live a good life than anything else, although they are all beast people, but on the good to you. Cici Nyang breathed a sigh of relief as if she was also happy from the bottom of her heart. The tribesmen were very prejudiced against beastmen, and the ones who didn't mind like Zixiniang were really a minority. Aha! Nguyen squirmed a bit and nodded. Which doctor visit? Need something to exchange. See, once at least all need 5 hairs, Zixiniang said and held out a hand. 5? Winter prey is scarce. Hares are one of the main food sources for the entire spirit cat tribe, but hares are agile and even more protective in winter, making it difficult to catch a few. And in this beast world where medical conditions are extremely backward, witch doctors are very scarce and have a high status. Inviting witch doctors to see the doctor has to pay the corresponding price, so there are many beastmen who can't afford witch doctors and die of illness. In case of serious injuries, it's even more of a catastrophe for ordinary beastmen. Now that it's winter, there are even fewer witch doctors, Rua and the others, but gave that witch doctor half a deer leg before he would come. Zixiniang held Ruan's hand and patted it. If she remembered correctly, Rua's family's deer leg was also a gift from the original owner's wagging tail. Grandma, this heartless original owner had netted someone else a dowry. Forget it, she'd better take her own chances and see if she could catch anything. I know Xin Yang, thank you. Ruan made up her mind, asked Zixiniang for a bone knife, turned around and walked towards the outside of the tribe. Chapter 6. How much longer do you want to hold it? The original owner had never been out hunting before, so Ruan had no experience. She could only crouch on the ground and look at the snow footprints coming and going. The direction was basically to the west of the tribe. Follow the footprints, maybe she could run into prey. Not just for the sake of hiring a witch doctor for Hikari, since she had come to the beast world, she had to have the ability to survive on her own. Relying on her beast husbands who didn't treat her well wouldn't go far, she had to try it on her own as well. Ruan transformed back into a kitten and raised her nose to sniff the air, catching hints of her prey. Not knowing how far out. Cluck cluck cluck. A sound of stomping snow came from ahead. Cat's hearing and eyesight were several times that of humans. Ruan saw at a glance half a deer antler peeking out from the bushes in front of him. Ruan crept down and slowly approached using the lightness of her paw pads, only to see a large wild deer standing in the bushes, bored and gnawing on the bark of a tree. Due to Ruan's petite size, the large wild deer hadn't noticed her approach. Holy, what a fat deer, I have no one else's luck. Host, you want to hit this deer? It's hard to come by in this winter. If I could take it, it would be enough to eat for half a month. Ruan stuck out her tongue and licked her pink nose, seemingly already smelling the aroma of roasted deer meat. In winter, the beast world's prey is not in season, so it's especially scarce, and a wild deer of this size will make all the carnivorous communities go crazy for it. This is an adult male deer with a violent temper. It requires multiple beastmen to surround and kill it. You're not as big as someone's head, so I guess it's hard to get it. Spirit Treasure reminded. Although the wild deer ate grass, the hard antlers and hooves were not for show. How will I know if I don't try? Ruan said, her eyes repeatedly glancing around the wild deer, her little brain working fast, and soon noticed a huge dead tree behind the wild deer, which was so coiled and gnarled that it shrouded the entire shrubbery below. Ruan had an idea in her mind. While the deer was eating vigorously, Ruan cat sneakily touched the back of the dead tree, claws hooked on the trunk of the tree, 3 or 2 times scurried to the tree, along the branches of the tree close to the wild deer directly above. The deer looked left and right, but did not look at the top of its head. Ruan aligned the position, the long thin cattail behind the swing around, 2 hind feet ready to stomp as if stomping. A flying pounce towards the back of the wild deer jumped up, opened his mouth and gnawed on the back of the neck of the wild deer. The sweet and fishy taste of blood instantly spread in his mouth. Phew! The sudden attack scared the wild deer into running. The sharp pain coming from its neck made the wild deer frantically shake its head and stomp its legs, trying to throw Ruan off its body. Ruan hurriedly stretched out her sharp nails and hooked the deer's back to fix herself firmly, her canine teeth exposed and bit on the side of the deer's neck. Ruan was just a small cat, her canines were not long enough, so she couldn't bite into the deer's aorta. Although the cat form can be conveniently close to the prey, but her body is too small, hunting a large prey such as wild deer simply cannot bite to death. It was that she directly transformed into her human form, rode on the back of that wild deer, and drew out the bone knife at her waist and plunged it into the wild deer's neck. Phew! The wild deer was in pain, and leapt up and threw Ruan directly to the ground in an incredible position. Ruan rolled a few times on the ground before rolling over and climbing up. Only to see that the deer's neck was bleeding profusely, but it was still holding on strongly and not collapsing. It's not even dead. Ruan licked the residual deer blood on her lips and felt warm. Deer blood is really a great tonic, she must take this deer. Phew! The wild deer seemed to return to life, one of its hooves shaved on the ground as if to help, and then it raised its sharp antlers towards Ruan and crashed over. Ruan's pupils suddenly shrunk, his whole body's spiritual energy instantly condensed in the palm of his hand, manifesting an arm-length hard wooden thorn, dodging to avoid the impact at the same time that the wooden thorn was ruthlessly inserted into the chest and abdomen of the wild deer. Phew! Being stabbed in the heart, the wild deer stomped on all 4 legs and directly collapsed on the snowy ground without moving. Ruan sat paralyzed on the ground with a little bit of energy, raised her hand and patted that wild deer's fat body. Skillful, you're done. I go host, you are fierce enough. That's bound to. I'll never know how much potential you have until I try. It's just that it seems like I'm running out of spiritual energy. Ruan raised her palms, but she could no longer condense anything. She had been building branches and killing wild deer today, and it felt like her body had been emptied. The host's class is too low, its spiritual power is already low. The host can transmit its consciousness into the spiritual spring space, and cultivate its spiritual power in the spiritual spring space, getting twice the result with half the effort. You can still help with cultivation? Of course. Before Ruan was happy, a rustling sound seemed to ring out behind her. Ruan looked back suddenly, but saw that the surroundings were terribly quiet, and in the next second, several pairs of glowing green eyes suddenly lit up from the surrounding shrubs. As the shrub saved up, Ruan could see that it was a few salivating wolf beasts. The smell of blood. There's even a female. The wolf in the lead spat out human words, staring at Ruan with greedy eyes. Host, be careful. These wolf beasts are all of the third rank, and they're not coming from a good place. Spirit Treasure's voice trembled. Mad Fark. Bad luck this time. We're so lucky that we can pick up wild females, catch them back and offer them to the king. The king will surely reward us, a wolf beast said, already creeping and leaning over. Little female, you are ours. The wolf beast arched its body and ran towards Ruan like an arrow off a string. Ruan's heart thumped in her heart, and she tried to run on the soles of her feet, but it was already too late. Seeing the wolf's claws getting closer and closer to his back, Ruan despaired. Bang! Ow! Just in the nick of time, Ruan's waist tightened, and was actually wrapped around a thick, green-colored snake's tail and violently pulled over. Wah! Ruan cried out in fear, but was caught by a large cold hand around the back of his neck, and his entire body was lifted in mid-air as if he were a chicken cub. Ruan subconsciously stomped his legs, and turned his eyes to see that the wolf beast that had rushed over just now was lying on the ground, and at this moment was already spilling blood from its mouth and nose, and convulsing all over. Suddenly, the force on the neck of Alus, Ruan stumbled a few times, almost planted, small hands messy touch panicked to hold something, but saw in front of me is a row of white abs. Ruan was dumbfounded for a few seconds, and followed the abs up. It was a handsome man with a snake's tail. The man's face was cold, with frost still hanging on his long eyelashes. His eyebrows were deep, his lips were somewhat grayish-white and pale like water, his turquoise snake eyes were slightly erect, and his long hair, which was the same color as his eyes, fell at his waist. His breath was dangerous and charming. How much longer do you want to hold? Chapter 7, Really Not Letting People Worry. The man spoke coldly, the dislike in his eyes almost overflowing. This was no other than the snake husband who had been kicked out by Ruan earlier. Shi Yu. Sorry. Ruan hurriedly let go of her hand and kicked the snow on the ground with some embarrassment. It turned out to be her male, causing her to be startled. Ignoring her, Shi Yu swung her body towards the struggling wolf on the ground, then lifted her tail and wrapped it around the wolf's neck, only to hear a click sound. The wolf instantly softened and completely died. Ruan shivered, and in her mind, she had already imagined her own gruesome death as she was strangled by Shi Yu's tongue. Shi Yu as a Mori boa was an extremely powerful existence amongst the beast world's snake species, with a strong single combat ability, the only beast species that did not have a fixed tribe and did not exist as a pack, possessing a strangulation ability that was so powerful that it made all the beastmen cringe in fear. It's a fifth-order snake beast. Run! The few remaining wild wolves trembled in fear as their hind legs shook and ran away in a stream of smoke. Seeing that the few wild wolves were nowhere to be seen, Shi Yu's face turned white and his figure shook a few times, seeming to falter as if the wind was blowing the leaves. Snakes are already weak in winter. After being driven out by Ruan, Shi Yu froze, but sensing Ruan was in danger, he rushed over at the first opportunity, and just now he was only holding on strongly. In a few more seconds he would have had to reveal himself. Are you okay? Ruan subconsciously raised his hand to help Shi Yu, but he shook it off at once. Stop pretending, don't you like to see me like this? Shi Yu raised his eyes, those eyes were dangerous and cold. Specifically picking windy and snowy weather to drive me out, and still pretending here. Ruan was choked by this and could only resentfully take a few steps back. Shi Yu silently scanned the carcass of the wild deer on the ground. You killed it? Ruan trembled and nodded, carefully surveying Shi Yu and nervously clasping his hands. This evil female who would only lie on a stone bed and wait with her mouth open for food could actually hunt? And caught such a large wild deer? In the beast world, females with males did not need to go out and hunt, they only needed to be fed by the males, so much so that a large portion of the females had lost their ability to hunt, and couldn't even catch a rabbit, let alone such a large adult buck. Shi Yu's heartfelt voice drifted into her ears. Ruan skimmed her mouth. Sure enough, none of her several beast husbands had a favorable impression of her. Shi Yu hid the surprise in her heart as she wrapped her snake tail around one of the wild deer's legs and walked towards the tribe, still standing there and wanting to stay and feed the wolves. A second-order female even dared to run out to hunt by herself. You don't want to live by yourself, don't bring us along. As long as the topography wasn't lifted, Ruan died. Shi Yu they would also slowly perish. In order to live, they could only protect Ruan. Oh. Ruan trotted a few steps and hurriedly followed behind Shi Yu. She was also really afraid that the wolf would catch up again. Shi Yu slid her snake tail and wandered very quickly, her waist and belly swinging regularly from side to side. Ruan actually felt that movement was a little sexy. Afterglow noticed that Ruan had been staring at her ass. Shi Yu was speechless to the extreme, intentionally speeding up her movements to get away from this evil female. She won't, trying to pull my scales again. Ruan then noticed that Shi Yu's snake's tail was of different sizes, with scales missing in many places, and the skin was white. He was sweating. This original owner is also too damn inhuman. To be able to lay hands on such a handsome snake? She wasn't a human being in the first place, she was a cat. Noticing that Shi Yu was intentionally speeding up, Ruan followed with more and more difficulty, and in the end, she could only trot to catch up, but a question popped up in her head. Silk Spirit Treasure. Shi Yu, a 5th rank beast, how come he can't transform into a human leg? Ruan squeezed her eyebrows. 5th order beasts were the ceiling of beastmen, and they couldn't reach the 5th order without supernatural abilities, but Ruan had looked through her memories and realized that she had never seen Shi Yu use his supernatural abilities. This is a flaw of snake-like beastmen, only after mating can they transform into human legs. This big snake is still a Chuman. 6. This original owner can really endure. In the past, Ruan simply looked down on beastmen originating from beastmen, so she wasn't willing to mate with them, only treating them as free meal tickets. But since the original owner doesn't want them, then she's not polite. Ruan made a wooing sound and sat directly on her butt. Shi Yu stopped moving and turned around to see Ruan covering her ankle and grunting. What's wrong again? Shi Yu frowned impatiently. I think I twisted my foot, can you come and help me? Ruan blinks her big innocent eyes at Shi Yu. Looking at Ruan's pretentious rubbing appearance, Shi Yu did not say a word, and even filled with evil cold, that appearance is simply colder than this cold winter. So disgusting. Was it that she didn't open it in the right way? Ruan is a bit self-doubting. Let's just say, do you want to see if your current image is suitable for pampering? Ling Bao was kind enough to put a full body shot of her in Ruan's head. Holy African. Not how is she dirty like this? Doesn't this original owner even bathe? Cough. Ruan was a bit embarrassed, her current appearance was too much for even a dog to see, it really didn't seem to be suitable for pampering, so she turned around and transformed into a spirit cat, pretending to limp on that dead deer. Shi Yu rolled her eyes and continued to drag the deer and Ruan who was sitting on it forward. When they reached the vicinity of the tribe, Shi Yu suddenly stopped, threw Ruan and the deer on the ground with a flick of her tail, and turned around to walk in the opposite direction. Hey, aren't you going back? Ruan subconsciously voiced out. Shi Yu didn't turn around and went into the forest on his own, but in his heart, he was annoyed. She drove herself out to hunt and asked him if he was going back, and just now when he sensed that she was in danger, he didn't even have time to take the few rabbits that he had just captured. He was really not a person to be taken care of. Seeing that the other party did not want to take care of himself, Ruan nuzzle laboriously dragged the wild deer forward. This deer dead heavy, if not sometimes you help, she is not sure when she can come back. Ruan raised her head and looked far away to see the silhouettes of people walking around inside the tribe, and muttered a little. Such a fat and beautiful deer, if she brought it back so openly, it might attract another beastman like Rua to disgust her. She had to think of a way to sneak it in and hide it in the cave. Host, the spirit spring space can store anything other than living things and does not affect planting. Ruan's eyes instantly glowed. System brother is above. Please accept the kitten's obeisance. Ruan stuffed a whole deer into the spirit spring space and went back to the cave. Only to see that the fire on the ground had already burned out. The cave was back to its usual cold. Hikari was still lying on the ground with his back covered with a tattered animal skin, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, and the loss of blood from his shoulder had made him a little drowsy. Dang. Chapter 8, her male? Ruan frowned and took the wild deer out of space and placed it on the ground, then climbed onto the stone bed and found a clean animal skin quilt to cover Hikari. Wait, I'll find you a witch doctor right now. Ruan lowered his voice, raised his small hand and placed it on Hikari's back and patted it. That action was extremely gentle. Hikari's body stiffened, her eyes hidden under her arm opened a slit, but she didn't move. Bai was hidden in the mouth of the cave, taking in Ruan's actions just now, his eyes deeper than ever. Where did she take out a whole deer from? And that supernormal ability she had earlier, it seems to be wood. System. From the time he came back from hunting, and then Rua came to make trouble, Bai noticed that Ruan was a bit off. That kind of off was not at all her usual moodiness, but directly changed like a person. What happened? Seeing Ruan get up, Bai quickly hid to continue to secretly observe. Ruan just out of the cave, will see a sight of raw old man hobbling to meet the face, the old man hanging a bulging animal skin bag, the hand also carrying half a frozen hard deer legs. Red light. Quickly, host, that's the witch doctor. Ruan's eyes lit up, 3 steps up and crossed in front of the witch doctor. Hello, witch doctor. The old witch doctor raised his eyes and looked at the dark female in front of him and subconsciously stepped back, somewhat confused. Mom, what is this thing? If it's not a black spirit cat, it's not that dark. Ruan, I'm really convinced. Ahem, that, my male is injured, can you please go and give it a look? Ruan rubbed her nose to hide her embarrassment. Seeing that business has come, the old witch doctor puts his hands behind his back. Well, I don't give beasts a look for nothing. The old witch doctor glanced up and down at Ruan with contempt. This female is so skinny and weak, she must be malnourished because of her low fertility and no male to provide for her. She's no match for that orange cat female just now, so I don't think she can bring out anything good. Dog-eyed old thing. Ruan forced down her temper and raised a finger. I'll give you a whole fresh deer leg. Upon hearing this, that old witch doctor's eyes widened at once. Seriously. The way to store food in winter in the beast world is to bury it in the snow, and dig it out when it's time to eat, and since they don't know how to thaw it out, they can only gnaw on it raw, which doesn't hurt their teeth and doesn't have much meat flavor, and fresh prey is something you can't get enough of. The old witch doctor immediately felt his hands hard. Zombie meat does not smell. Cough, I am not one of those who see the death of the witch doctor. Seeing you're so much hard on the part of I'll go with you, say you're male. What's the situation? Ruan temples twitch a little, teeth biting cackling, good one change like face. Leading the witch doctor into the cave, Ruan realized however that Hikari was already sitting up, and the moment she saw the witch doctor, Hikari's face was filled with dismay. She actually hunted and killed an adult wild deer, and actually hired a witch doctor for me? Ruan smiled evilly, be touched, my birdman husband. When that old witch doctor saw the still hot wild deer corpse on the ground, his two green bean eyes were glowing, and he hurriedly squatted next to Hikari with all the solicitude to give him a careful examination of his wounds. Although the wound is a bit deep, but it's nothing serious, just apply some herbal medicine. That old witch doctor reached out in his own animal skin bag and rummaged around, found a few wilting plants, and took out 2 smooth stones, laboriously crushed the herbs, and directly pasted them on Yan's wounds, and then clapped his hands. Okay. Ruan opened her mouth and looked skeptical. This will do? Yes, this is a good herb to stop bleeding. The old witch doctor had his hands behind his back and looked convinced. The herbs died out in the winter, but these herbs were only preserved until now because he held them in his arms day and night to warm them up. And even if the herbs are useless, there's still this beastman's own spiritual power to restore it. A cunning old man. The more Ruan looked at him, the more unreliable he became. Host, don't worry, this witch doctor's herbs are wilted but can still be used, and they do have the effect of stopping the bleeding. Listening to Spirit Treasure's words, Ruan also did not talk to this old thing in general, that is, her hand rose up and cut down a deer leg and handed it to him. She thought the witch doctor of the beast world had some ability, but it turned out that he only knew herbs. 2 herbs to stop bleeding can be exchanged for a whole deer leg. It is simply profiteering. Alas, if only she also knew herbs. The old witch doctor ran away happily with the deer leg in his arms, the corners of his mouth grinning from ear to ear. Ruan secretly rolled her eyes. There was always a feeling that she was being pitted by a crooked businessman. Hikari looked at Ruan, looking at her dusty appearance, heart tightened and tightened. Someone to say. Ruan sighed, turned around and bumped into Yan's gaze. Yan was sensitive and hurriedly lowered his head, but his hands involuntarily grabbed the animal skin quilt on his body. Noticing Hikari's small action, Ruan tilted her head and softly said, if you're injured, rest well, don't go out hunting, I'll go find some branches and come back to build a fire to roast venison. This deer is enough for us to eat for a long time. Well, Hikari bit her lip and nodded, her long eyelashes covering her pupils. That look was somewhat docile. Ruan looked down and surveyed herself. The deer blood that stained her body had dried on her skin, adding to the fishy odor. It was unbearable. She'd better go and take a bath first. Seeing Ruan about to leave, Hikari's clenched teeth finally loosened. Female master. Thank you. Thank you. For the first time by his female care, Hikari suddenly feel a little overwhelmed, but thank you 2 words do not know how, just cannot speak to go. He clearly found Ruan today is very different. The corner of Ruan's lips imperceptibly hooked up a smile, turned his head and said, small matter, you are my male, do not need to thank me. Hikari's pupils suddenly trembled, the bottom of her eyes slightly red. Her male? She never said that before. Ruan took in Hikari's expression heartily, but pretended not to know and quickly walked out of the cave, leaving him with a dashing back, letting him reminisce to go. Ling Bao, did you see Hikari's expression, feeling moved to tears? Ruan showed her teeth and smiled in all directions. Look at how beautiful you are, maybe people are crying from the pain of their wounds. What do you emotionless system know? Ruan glanced away. However, this beast husband of yours is also too easily satisfied. Isn't that bad? The first step of the strategy is to earn goodwill. When goodwill comes up, can't you change your opinion of me? The next step of changing your opinion is liking. It's just around the corner, right? Ruan raised an eyebrow in triumph, instantly feeling that this day has something to look forward to again. Stand still. Chapter 9. Will you like me? Suddenly, a crisp and nice male voice floated from behind. Ruan shivered and turned his head sharply, only to see Bai Yi leaning against the tree trunk, arms around his chest, his snow-white, fluffy fox ears perked up spiritually, and his seductive face devoid of any expression. He really was the best-looking man Ruan had ever seen, simply making people go esha. That wild deer, did you kill it? Bai Yi asked, straight to the point. A wild deer of that size, not to mention whether a second-order weakling female like Ruan has enough hunting skills, whether she has the guts to mess with it is still a matter of opinion, but she not only messed with it, but also got it killed and brought it back, and invited a witch doctor to Hikari. This was not something that the old Ruan could do. He asked Hikari, since Ruan choked half dead by the rabbit bone woke up seems to have changed his temperament, in any case, he had to test it properly before. I killed it, why? Ruan looked at Bai Yi with a slightly wary gaze. This fox had 180 hard eyes under his good-looking exterior. Locking eyes with Ruan for a moment, Bai Yi paused for a moment, his eyes ghostly. She's not right, very, very wrong. Ruan secretly pouted, in case it's right and you're not happy. Who are you? Ruan's heart stuttered as soon as Bai Yi's 3 words came out. You're not Ruan. There's no way she'd go out hunting or share her prey, and there's no way she'd clash with Rua for us, and I saw you take that wild deer out of thin air. Bai Yi said as he stepped towards Ruan. Ruan's little heart boomed and couldn't help but back away, but Bai Yi grabbed his wrist. Say, who are you? The force on Bai Yi's hand tightened more and more, and his eyes had a little more urgency. He was puzzled, but more than that, he was looking forward to that answer in his heart. Ruan man went numb. Grandma. The vest was discovered before it was even covered? Host, he suspects you. Foxes are very smart. Spirit Treasure's voice got serious. So what? He can't wait for me to become different from before, right? Can't it be that he's a masochist who likes to be tortured by the original host? Ruan was a dead pig, took a deep breath and directly met Bai Yi's gaze. I'm Ruan, but not the female master you remember. Your female master was too evil, has been taken away by the heavens. Anyway, I know I was over the top in the past, but after choking on a rabbit bone I've sobered up a lot. Whether you believe it or not, I'll never be like that again. Bai Yi's body swayed, his fox tail frozen in midair. Can a rabbit bone choke a person into another person? Ruan inwardly deducted one crazily. Yes. Can. Stupidized by his own thoughts, Bai Yi curled his lips in a smirk. So, is she redescended to them from heaven? Hearing this, Ruan's heart sank, somewhat unfavorable. In the past, Bai Yi, because of his outstanding looks, the original owner is the most appreciated, so he bundled him up and down on his body to him verbal insults, and every time you go down to the ground to Bai Yi lying on her feet as a foot cushion, it can be said to be the dignity of its crushed into dregs. Bai Yi's character is proud, so you can imagine how painful it was. The force on his wrist loosened, Bai Yi raised his hand, his slender fingertips hooked Ruan's chin upwards, his voice full of compulsion. So, will you like me? Bai Yi said, his face intentionally moved closer towards Ruan, his movements carrying a strong sense of temptation. A charming scent came over, and Ruan's legs went soft. As a beastman, Bai Yi feared a life of upheaval, but going from one abyss into another made him worse than death. But now it seemed to make him see the light again. But if she really wasn't her anymore, there was a chance that he wouldn't be needed anymore, and in case he was abandoned by a female, only death awaited him. Who could not like it when it was this good looking? Do you expect me to like you? Ruan pressed down on her swirling heart, her pink golden eyes narrowing slightly as she directly asked back rhetorically. Bai Yi obviously didn't expect Ruan to say this. The tail of his eyes drooped and the fox ears on top of his head pressed against his scalp for a moment. So cute, wanting to jerk his ears. I can like you as long as you want. Ruan raised her eyebrows, taking advantage of Bai Yi's daze. She raised her hand and quickly rubbed Bai Yi's ear, turning around and running after mooching. This fox didn't know what the hell she was up to again, so she'd better withdraw first. Bai Yi's hand stopped in midair, the tip of the ear pink, behind the fox's tail swung around with some excitement. Interesting, he would like to see, she is really changed, or pretend. Ling Bao, will the topography expire? Leaving Bai Yi's line of sight, Ruan asked somewhat uneasily. It won't, unless you take the initiative to lift it. Spirit Treasure gave an affirmative answer. That's good. Ruan breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Bai Yi has guessed that she is not the original owner, I'm afraid that she will soon tell her other beast husbands, in case they no longer fear her and want to take out the anger they used to suffer on the original owner on her. She'll be cool, with the topo and they at least have something to worry about. And the winter environment is so harsh, she is second-order spirit cat can only make branches, it is difficult to live. Go out to catch a hunt was also almost taken by the wolves. There are a few of her beast husbandmen that can also make a living. You really use people in the end. So what, if people don't do it for themselves, heaven and earth will kill them. But then again, if I can re-rate a few of them all down for good, he. She's a mundane person, what the hell is innocence and honesty? It's not like it's a meal in this barbaric land, who cares? Ruan, who inherited the memory, clearly knows that the beast world is in crisis. The first order of the beastman can even be easily hunted and eaten. The female hunting survival ability is inherently weaker, so the more males the female has, the greater the chances of survival. 5 males, and all of them high class. The ones who didn't want them were out of their minds. Wait for her to endure the hardest time before she tries to cultivate and upgrade to high rank. By then they still don't listen, she will kick them out. Ruan followed the outside of the tribe around to the back. The spirit cat tribe was perched on a mountainside in the beast world forest, and at the top of the mountain was an extinct volcano. The veins passed through and met water, which just happened to form a huge hot spring pool at the back of the tribe, and many of the beastmen in the tribe bathed here, and it was only the original owner, that lazy cat, who didn't clean up after herself. Hoo-oo. That hot spring bubbled with snow-white hot air, out of place with the cold winter while at the same time seeming to make people step into a wonderland. Ruan looked around to make sure no one was there and reached out to fiddle with the water. The temperature was just right, so she took off her animal skin clothes and folded them on the bank, slowly sat down in the water and started washing and scrubbing. The clear hot spring water instantly blackened. Ruan's mouth twitched. How much old dirt had she accumulated on this body? Ha! What's this? Chapter 10 Unclean Eyes. Ruan's sharp eyes spotted some bright green plants growing by the hot springs. Thanks to the temperature of the hot springs, the land around the hot springs wasn't covered in ice and snow, instead it was moist and fertile, and some of the vegetation survived. Lingbao Encyclopedia time. This is soapwort. Leaves have foam when crushed. Cleaning plant. What a lack of something. Ruan was just about to pull some soapwort leaves, but underneath those leaves, he found another plant that looked a bit familiar. How does this seem like the herb that old witch doctor used for Hikari to stop the bleeding? Ruan cupped her chin and tightened her brows. That's right, this is fresh crane grass. It has the effect of stopping bleeding and reducing swelling. The beast world has a special climate, and all the herbs have strong medicinal effects. The host can dig it out with the roots and transplant it in the spiritual spring space, or you can directly save it. The time in the spiritual spring space storage space is static. What you put in there won't deteriorate. Ruan clutched a few immortal crane herbs in her hands, a smile creeping onto her face. Spirit treasure. It seems like I've found a way to get rich. Spirit treasure recognizes herbs. That means she does. 2 immortal crane grasses and 1 wild deer leg. There are more than a dozen of them here. She's not getting rich. Well, the wishful thinking is finally on me. Spirit treasure had seen through everything. He. Ruan slightly closed her eyes and used her consciousness to send a portion of soapgrass and immortal crane grass into the spirit spring space. A white light flashed by. Her ears were surprisingly quiet. Opening her eyes again, a fertile field was the first to appear in front of her eyes. A milky white boundary flowed and tumbled around her, and there was a clear spring right in the middle of the field. That was the spirit spring, and it was the source of Ruan's healing ability. And under the irrigation of the spirit spring, the groundnut seeds that she had planted earlier had already sprung up with green buds. Immortal crane grass and soapwort were magically suspended in the air, wrapped in a single colorful bubble. Wow! Ruan sighed. That is, she felt that the spiritual energy around her body was flowing to the rhythm of the spiritual spring. With the spiritual spring's support, the host's spiritual energy can be greatly mellowed, and advancement is just around the corner. Orcs rely on the cultivation of spiritual energy to advance in rank. Every time they advance in rank, a rank mark will appear on their right arm. The higher the rank, not only will the fertility of females and males be greatly increased, their appearance will also be more exquisite and good-looking. But the female's spiritual cultivation is much more difficult than the male's, so the 4th order female can be in charge of the herd. The entire beast world's 4th order females are only a few, and the 5th order females have never appeared. A long way to go. Ruan breathed a sigh of relief. While placing her consciousness in the spiritual spring space to cultivate, she took some soap leaves and scrubbed her body vigorously. Who would have thought that underneath that layer of black mud was a skin color that was whiter than snow? Wow! A sound of water exploded violently, frightening Ruan hastily pulled out of consciousness, half submerged in the water, leaving only a head. Looking towards the sound, the fairy fluttering hot air seemed like a hazy veil. A black shadow was slowly standing up towards Ruan. What man? The opposite side also discovered Ruan and immediately heckled, then moved over quickly towards this side. A man's voice. It couldn't be a pervert. With a jolt, Ruan jumped onto the shore in a hurry, and before he could run out a few steps, he hit his head on a wall of flesh and was bounced back. Ah! Wet soles of his feet stepped on smooth stones. Ruan stumbled forward and fell forward, grabbing his hands in midair, and in the next second he went straight to his knees. Ruan sucked in a mouthful of cold air as her knee hit the ground, just wanting to reach out and rub it, but realizing that there was an extra animal skin in her hand. Ruan sucked in cold air, and just when she wanted to reach out to rub her hands, she realized that there was an animal skin in her hand. The air was quiet for a few seconds. Ruan looked up in confusion and was suddenly struck by lightning. She was kneeling in front of a naked man, and the animal skin that covered the other party's important parts was in her arms, and the angle of the two of them made it possible for her to raise her eyes slightly and see something. Ruan's head rumbled. Suddenly her pupils were dilated and her lips trembled. Her eyes were unclean. I want to die. Don't host. Think about it, this life will soon be over. Let me die. The man's face was full of black lines, his fists clenched to the point of creaking, his reddish golden eyes flashed with a grim light, but the moment he saw the person in front of him, his eyebrows sank. It was actually her? Layson, have you washed up yet? If you don't go back, that evil female is going to. Again. Only to see a red-haired teenager arm behind the back of the head, some lethargic since not far from pacing over, but also in the see clearly the scene in front of him when the jaw almost fell to the ground. What did he see? Ryzen was a strange female-skinned beast. Where did that disgusting female beast come from? How dare you offend us males with females? Shame on you. The red-haired teenager came back to his senses instantly, enraged, and directly transformed into a huge majestic red tiger and pounced towards Ruan. Mamma mia! Seeing that bloody mouth full of canine teeth biting over, Ruan was scared half to death and threw away the animal skin in his arms and scurried away. Just in the nick of time, that big tiger was directly grabbed by the nearby Layson and pulled back by the back of the neck. Stop, Ling Chu, it's the female lord. Ha! As if a deflated ball, Ling Chu instantly changed back to his human form and sat paralyzed on the ground, his unbelievable gaze falling on the white and delicate person in front of him. Ruan's slender arms struggled to hold her body to shrink to the ground, but the Lanyu in front of her was too superior. Her pink halo was half exposed, her wet hair was draped over her shoulders, her clean and delicate face was full of panic, and the just right flushing at the corners of her eyes lined her with pity. That weak and seductive appearance let him how and that black ugly evil female cannot be linked together. Ling Chu's face instantly reddened. The two round tiger ears twitched uncontrollably on top of his head. It was only at this point that Ruan then recognized that these two were the same two males that she had yet to return home to. The red-haired teenager who had just rushed over was named Ling Chu, from the Inferno Tiger clan, and had just reached adulthood, possessing extreme fire attributes psychic abilities. The handsome man who just missed the Chang is Ruan's first beast husband in this world, Lei Sin, a golden lion with extreme metallic psychic abilities. This time there's no need to die host, it's a family member. Ling Ba sighed fiercely in relief. Lei Sin was the first to close his gaze, stepped forward and picked up the animal skin on the ground to re-wrap it around his waist, also purposely tightened the fixed grass rope, and grabbed Ruan's rabbit animal skin on the ground next to him and draped it over her, and immediately got up and looked over his head and said in a deep voice, "Put on your animal clothes." Ruan slapped her butt and climbed up, hurriedly wrapping her body in the animal skin, her hands twisting the corners of the garment with some urgency. Ryzen couldn't help but eyeball Ruan with his afterglow, the knot in his throat rolling up and down unintentionally. Hundreds of Sundays have not seen her bathing, almost forgot, she is a white cat. Chapter 11, I'll definitely make you look good. The main tone of a spirit cat's skin tone followed the color of its fur, like Rua was orange cat that had yellow skin. Lei Sin was the first to follow Ruan, so he had seen Ruan's prototype. A Sunday is a day that is hundreds of days without a bath, this prototype owner sloppy death forget it. Ruan's mouth and soul ascended to heaven. Already choked to death, no harm done, but host, you cleaned up really. TSK quality spirit treasure TSK Luckily, it's not bad to refurbish it. Ruan raised her eyes to observe Lei Sin in front of her, wet blonde medium-length hair draped over her shoulders, deep eyes, well-muscled body, and although the expression she was looking at wasn't all that kind, it was a bit less hostile. And Ling Chu's appearance teenage sense is very strong, a head of Sea King red short hair, fine skin and tender flesh, body is very lean and healthy, between the eyebrows and eyes childish, if placed in the modern era, proper scum looks. This Lei Sin seems to be much gentler than the others. That Ling Chu just looks slightly so bad a little bit heartfelt. Ruan slandered, sneaking a glance at Ling Chu on the ground, who was still staring at her with a death glare. Lei Sin is the oldest of Ruan's 5 beast husbands, his character is relatively calm, if it were Ling Chu's grumpy temper that was scratched off the beast's skin, it is estimated that he would have already punched Ruan and swung him away. Emotions so stable, want to talk. Go, this my man. But the beast world of males also quite abide by the male morality, that Ling Chu see me pickpocket Lei Sin beast skin, the first time to scold me shameless if I am my early with the beautiful female and the original owner divorced. In the beast world does not exist divorce, only widowed, males will be absolutely loyal to a female died basically all males will choose to martyrdom, never live, but your beast husband exception. Actually, you don't have to say thank you for that last sentence. Ruan wants to cry. When Lei Sin saw Ling Chu on the ground still staring at Ruan in a daze, he raised his hand and slapped him on the head, go. If he continued to watch, I'm afraid that this evil female would be looking for trouble again. Ling Chu rolled up with a jolt, but subconsciously rubbed his eyes, if not for the fact that it was still dark, he really thought he was dreaming. Seeing the two turn around, Ruan's emergency to follow behind them, but Lei Sin and Ling Chu did not rush into the cave, but in the hot springs not far from the snow dragged out a large yak too. The yak's neck was broken and bloody, a common necklock kill for lions and tigers. Ling Chu's bloody mouth flashed in his mind, and Ruan couldn't help but shiver. I thought that when I hunted a wild deer I couldn't even bite through the neck of a wild deer, they are all felines, how come the gap is so big? Because people are big cats. Okay. But after catching such a big head of prey, she had to give these two a good pat on the back. But the words of attentiveness had not yet been spoken. Ling Chu in front of her turned around, and with one hand, she pinched the back of Ruan's neck and said fiercely, I'm telling you evil female, if you dare to give this yak to that fat cat again, I'll definitely make you look good. They had traveled a long way before they came across a herd of yaks, and it took them a lot of effort to catch a single old cow, and their responsibility as animal husbandmen made them not eat it themselves, but choose to bring it back and offer it to Ruan. If they were given away by Ruan again they would really go crazy. Ha! No, how could I possibly give that fat cat the prey you guys worked so hard to catch, she even got whacked by Bai and I when she came to grab the food today. Ruan waved her hands to explain. Ha! You whacked her? Do you think I'm stupid? It's more like she whacked you. Ling Chu let go of Ruan's hand and pushed her back, and in the process, she put her hands around her chest. Usually licking Rua, that fat cat licked like anything. What kind of big-tailed cat are you still pretending to be here? You. If you don't believe me, go back and ask Bai, really. Ruan rubbed the back of her neck. This tiger's hands were not light and heavy, and her temper really stinks. I won't believe you. Alright Ling Chu, don't anger the female lord again. Lei Sin murmured, but his gaze wandered up and down Wan Ruan's body for a while, his heart a little jittery. Offended by Ling Chu, she surprisingly didn't use a topiary this time? The female's topography was more like a torture device. When the male disobeyed, the female could trigger the topography effect, making the male's life worse than death. Passive submission. Ling Chu was young and impetuous, and because of his temperament, he was always unwilling to submit to Ruan Ruan's lewd authority, so he was the male that Ruan Ruan punished the most with his topography. But no matter how much Ruan Ruan demonstrated, he just wouldn't give in, with an iron head. Hoof. Ling Chu rolled his eyes fiercely at Ruan Ruan, walked broadly to the side of that yak, and together with Lei Sin dragged the hind legs of that bull towards the cave. Inside the cave. That's the thing, I feel as if the female lord has changed. Hikari looked at the wound on her shoulder that had already scabbed over, and repeated everything that had happened today with Shi Yu, who had just come back, also focusing on the fact that Ruan Ruan had gotten her a witch doctor. Shi Yu coiled the snake's tail into a ball nestled against the wall, his turquoise pupils looked at the wild deer on the ground and gazed at it slightly, so she went hunting in order to get you a witch doctor. Oh, what a surprise, maybe it's just pretending. Bai Yi silent, just hooked slightly red lips meaningful smile. Bai Yi, you have the most ideas, why don't you say something, have you found anything? Hikari looked aside to Bai Yi, moving next to him as if somewhat anxious for proof. Perhaps it's her sudden change of nature. Bai Yi half closed his eyes, answered ambiguously, but his fox ears twitched as if somewhat excited. The attitude towards them could be faked and the hunt could be crooked, but something like using fire to burn meat and pulling out a wild deer out of thin air could not be faked. But before Hikari could speak again, she saw Lei Sin and Ling Chu laboriously dragging the yak into the cave. Ooh. Such a big yak, you two are really something. Hikari straightened her back and then froze in place in shock at the delicate woman who had followed in their footsteps. Only to see that the woman's body size is slender, skin color white than snow, a pair of beautiful eyes, black waist-length hair is still wet, slightly trimming the animal skin jacket lined with that pair of beautiful legs and long and straight. Sure you tail tot, the more you look at that woman the more familiar, but how can not think of who, but still the first time to get up and said, Lei Sin Ling Chu, you again dissatisfied with that evil female should not be directly brought a strange female back it. What strange female, you guys don't recognize it after washing it clean? Bai Yi didn't know when he had already come to Ruan Ruan's side, narrowing his fox eyes, the tip of his nose came close to Ruan Ruan's neck and gently sniffed. The previous sweaty odor on Ruan Ruan's body had disappeared, and in its place was a sweet scent that belonged uniquely to females, tantalizing to the extreme. Bai Yi's warm nostrils swept over his neck and shoulders, very deliberately. Ruan Ruan instantly reddened, this fox was simply. What? Question mark. Chapter 12, Who Said It Wasn't? Hikari was so shocked that she stood up at once, so much so that the wound on her shoulder was torn and hurt for a moment. While Shi Yu on the side was calm on the surface, her heart had already turned upside down. She actually looks like this. After following Ruan Ruan for so long, he was still filled with the thought that this evil female was just a black-breed spirit cat. Being stared at by several pairs of eyes for a long time, Ruan Ruan rubbed her nose uncomfortably, then put her hands behind her back and took out a few immortal crane grasses from the spirit spring space and said, Cough, that Hikari, let me change some medicine for you. Hikari coldly looked back and saw Ruan Ruan clutching two fresh and incomparable grass plants gazing in place and urging her spiritual energy in the palm of her hand. Soon, a burst of greenish-green spiritual light wrapped around the immortal crane grass tumbling and mingling in the air, surprisingly just kneading the immortal crane grass into a paste. Possessing the wood attribute, Ruan Ruan could manipulate any plants she touched in her hands to make them into what she wanted. You actually have wood attribute powers? Lei Sin finally couldn't stand it anymore and took a bold step forward. He had followed Ruan Ruan for so long, rightly believing that she was just an ordinary second-ranked cat beast that could not be any more ordinary, but she was actually harboring what attributes psychic abilities? To know, he had lived in the continent for so many years, he hadn't seen a few females with psychic abilities. Next to him, Ling Chu also finally put away his couldn't-care-less expression and frowned. Ruan Ruan intentionally didn't take Lei Sin's words, but just pulled over Hikari's arm, using her fingernails to carefully remove the dried herbs from his wound, and reapplied a mixture of good herbal paste on it. Hikari nodded, her gaze traveling back and forth over Ruan Ruan's washed-out, delicate face, feeling the gentle movements of Ruan Ruan's hands, and for a moment her heart beat wildly out of control. Knock knock knock. She's actually medicating me herself. Ruan Ruan's cat ears stood up all of a sudden, subconsciously looking up at Hikari. The moment his eyes met, Hikari hastily looked away, but the knot in his throat that couldn't stop rolling betrayed him. Bai Yi stood to the side, his sorrowful gaze staring at the two, that one simple glance at each other in his eyes but some implied love-like. Why is she so concerned about that guy Yen, again to give him a witch doctor, again personally on the medicine, hard not already on him? Ruan Ruan's afterglow glanced at Bai Yi. Why did she feel that this fox's words were a bit sour? Oh yo. The fox is actually jealous of the pinch. Shi Yu's snake tail intentionally kept swinging on the ground, he had begun to doubt Ruan Ruan's true identity. After only one day, this female has suddenly developed what system powers, is able to hunt and knows herbs? Her attitude towards people is also very different from before, who would believe it? The beastmen somewhat unspokenly surrounded Ruan. In just one day's time there was such a big change, but anyone with a little bit of brain knew that their female master. No, yes, strong. Feeling the movements of several people, Ruan's little heart was about to beat out of her chest. I'm afraid that without an explanation, these guys would have to tie her up and hang her from a tree for torture. There was no way to hide it. Thinking of this, Ruan took a deep breath and seemed to have made up her mind to turn around and stand in the middle of several beastmen. After a few moments of silence, she said, I'm going to say one thing, whether you believe it or not. I am no longer your original female master. You are not little cute. I'm sure I've already discovered something, so there's no need for me to continue hiding it from you. Anyway, Bai already knew that she wasn't the original owner. I believe that in a few days these males would all know about it. It would be better for her to just blow herself up and forget about it. It would be troublesome as hell to hide it from them. If they accept it, they accept it. If they don't accept it, she can't do anything about it. Anyway, there is a topography to control them. They don't dare to mess around. The first step is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you are getting into. Who says otherwise? When these words came out, everyone present except Bai all clenched their fists full of shock. You mean you are not that evil female anymore? TSK, this looks no different except cleaner? Ling Chu cupped his chin and observed around Ruan as if sizing her up. Yes and no, simply put, it's Ruan's skin, different from her soul. Ruan carried her hands behind her back and explained in a somewhat old-fashioned manner. They won't necessarily understand even if they say it. Ruan perked her ears, desperately trying to probe the men's minds, but heard nothing. The air in the cave was frighteningly quiet. Ruan swallowed, carefully watching the expression of a few people. But. A snort of laughter directly broke the calm. Ling Chu turned around and leaned against the stone wall, smiling with two tiger teeth leaking out. You evil female, think you can fool me by making up a story? Don't think that I don't know. You're up to something to torture us again. Don't believe her. Ruan was speechless. Wasn't it this unlucky child who lacked a brain? Ryzen didn't say anything, but just immediately turned around and started packing up that yak as if he hadn't heard anything just now. As the beast husband who had accompanied Ruan for so long, he was also skeptical about Ruan's words. After all, Ruan's words were a bit beyond his understanding. On the other side, Shi Yu sat back on the ground, his expression returned to coldness just based on Ruan's words. There was no credibility with him. In case this evil female didn't change her nature, the ones who suffered would only be them. Ruan saw that the words just now became a cow. People are numb. All have been tortured by you or afraid, surely will not easily believe you, still have to day to see the people's hearts. Ling Bao rare comfort. Hey, just believe it or not let them go. Ruan helplessly spread his hands and turned around to go out of the cave. Bai didn't pay attention to the others, but followed Ruan unhurriedly. It was just as well that they didn't believe in it. It would give him the chance to be the first to contact the new female lord. As long as he took up inside the new female lord first, he would be able to be nourished by the female lord's aura in the future, and his spiritual energy was going to run out. Before that, he had to mate with Ruan because only then could he be strong enough to go back and take revenge. Ha! I.e., this fox is just stupid. He believes whatever that evil female says, and when he looks at it, he even follows it. Listen Shi Yu, you must not believe that evil female. Don't forget that she pretended to be nice to us before torturing us severely. I will never forget the only time she smiled at me, but the day she broke my leg bone. Ling Chu said, her eyes reddening a little, and the old wound on her leg began to ache in moments. What if she really isn't her anymore? Shi Yu slowly got up. He was not wholly unconvinced by Ruan's words just now. Ling Chu was silent for a moment, and his eyes were a little bemused, but it was only an instant before he resumed his resentment. Even if she's not that evil female anymore, she won't necessarily be nice to us, who knows what she'll become again. Chapter 13, Your tail is so soft. Ruan did not hear the crickets inside the cave, pacing slowly with her hands behind her back to the edge of the icy river, then stretched out her feet and pushed hard on the snow, and the snow-covered riverbanks made of stones were revealed. There were no cooking tools in the beast world, so the most primitive and best to use were stone slabs, and Ruan was going to pick one to fry her meat. She had also figured out that no matter what her beast husbands thought, let nature take its course. Eating and drinking was the most important thing. Pouting and digging by the glacier for half a day, Ruan finally found a stone slab of her choice. The surface of that stone slab was smooth, thin, and thick, just perfect. Ruan tried to wrench it with her hand, but she found that the slab was hard and frozen on the ground, and she couldn't pick it off no matter how hard she tried. What are you doing? Suddenly, a nice male voice floated over from behind. Ruan turned his head, only to see Bai with his hands behind his back, wrapping the fox's tail around his body as a coat. He is tilting his head to survey himself, his ears flickering in a somewhat adorable manner. I want this. Ruan raised her hand and poked the stone slab, her eyes looking at Bai with some help. I don't know if this fox will help. Bai Yi paused for a moment, but is very facetious, directly raised his hand phantom fox claws, wrenching on both sides of the stone plate at the same time to release the fox fire, scorching heat waves rippling along the palm of Bai Yi. The tightly sealed ice and snow instantly melted, along with Ruan also felt a burst of warmth, the stone plate smoothly peeled. Ruan looked at Bai Yi with some envy, having fire attribute powers in the middle of winter really came in handy. What do you need these stones for? Bai Yi held the stone slab and couldn't help but ask when he saw that Ruan was still collecting stones. I want to make a stone slab stove so I can cook on one hand and warm up the inside of the cave on the other. Ruan hugged the stones and straightened her back, her little face beaming with intent. Wearing it all anyway, might as well use the knowledge she had acquired in the modern era to live a good life in the beast world. Even if it was a different heaven and earth, she would still be able to break out of it. A stone cooktop? Cooking? Bai Yi did not understand, but did not ask more questions. He is now basically sure that the person in front of him is not pretending. After all, knowledge and ability couldn't be faked. Give it to me. Bai Yi stretched out his fox tail and smoothly rolled up all the stones in Ruan's arms. Ruan froze for a moment. Thank you. Originally she felt that this fox was arrogant and not easy to get along with, but she didn't expect that the first one willing to do her a favor would be Bai Yi. Thanks for nothing, as long as you treat me better in the future, I'll serve you well. Bai Yi intentionally stretched out a furry tail towards Ruan's back. That soft and warm touch came, and Ruan instantly blushed to the root of her neck. Serving. How do these two words sound so immodest? Bai Yi will Ruan's expression in the bottom of the eyes, the tail of the eyes drooped, the corner of the lips unconsciously curved. That look is simply charm unlike words. She didn't dodge, she was willing to accept me. Ruan listened to Bai Yi's heartfelt voice, secretly delighted, hurriedly turned around and hugged Bai Yi's tail and gently rubbed it. Bai Yi, your tail is so soft, I like it so much. Exclamation point. Bai Yi's body shook, and the stone he was holding nearly fell off. Female. Female lord, it's not dark. Yet, Bai Yi bit his lip, and a redness that was visible to the naked eye climbed up to those I see at all cheeks. Ha! Host. For fox beasts, touching the tail is equal to courting. Holy crap. Ahem, let's eat first, ha. Ruan hurriedly retracted her hand, and walked towards the cave while breaking her heart to hide her embarrassment. Although this fox is so good that it explodes, but it's only the first day that she's allowed to have that with him, she still can't accept it. Bai Yi's eyebrows drooped, as if he was a little lost, and the tail that Ruan had touched twisted behind him. Is the female master still unwilling to mate? As soon as Ruan entered the cave, he saw that Lei Sin had already stripped off the skin of the yak and the wild deer one by one, and was dealing with the grease on top. Ling Chu, on the other hand, was using a bone knife to break down the beef piece by piece, and at the moment he saw Ruan, he turned around with a cold snort, not even wanting to look at her. Shi Yu was still cleaning up the animal skins on the stone bed, but when she saw Ruan come in, she stopped moving and leaned against the cave wall. Her reflexive tail shrinking action was a bit pathetic. Beastmen on the body of the beast skin, all from hunting prey, but the beast skin clothing is not every beast will do. Lei Sin, they are beastmen origin. The spirit cat clan leader order prohibits Xiniang to their family to make beast skin clothing. If not, Xiniang secretly help. Ruan estimate earlier frozen half dead. Where's Hikari? Ruan looked around the cave, but she didn't see the wounded Hikari. Whoa! Before the others could answer, Hikari walked in holding a large bundle of branches. I went to collect some branches, female master. You don't like to eat fire roasted meat. Earlier Ruan had cooked fish over fire, and the flavor was still jumping on his tongue. Hikari put the firewood down, her eyes gauging Ruan's expression. Will she praise me for doing her a favor? Although Ling Chu's words had once again shaken Hikari's trust in Ruan a little bit, but Ruan had gone hunting herself and hired a witch doctor to treat him, and the way she had medicated her just now was so gentle, he had to take the initiative and test it out. After all, his spiritual energy had completely dried up. The next step was to lose his mobility, and without the female's aura to nourish him, he would be finished. Yeah, I was just about to get it. I didn't realize you remembered. Hikari, you're fantastic. Ruan overheard Hikari's little thought, that was why she directly gave him a thumbs up along the way. Hikari's pupils trembled, clutching the animal skin in his hands. His heart was pleasantly surprised for a little while. She really praised me. But you're still injured, it's better to rest. In a while I'll roast some venison, you eat more. Ruan said, raising her hand to stroke Hikari's arm. This seemingly unintentional action caused the few people present to freeze at the same time. It was the first time they had ever seen their female so gentle. Rumble. The sound of rocks colliding exploded, startling a few people, only to see Bai Yi shrugging his tail, the rocks in his arms falling sparingly to the ground, and with a twist of his head he sat down in the corner, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Bai Yi, are you not feeling well? Ruan tried to make a sound, but he saw Bai Yi snort and grunt, twisting his head to the side. What's wrong with him? Based on this spirit treasure's experience, this fox's jealousy has flipped. Ruan's shoulders loosened and she sighed helplessly. It seems that having many men isn't a good thing. In case any one of them gets careful, it's still really hard to get along with them. Bai Yi, in a moment use a bit of your fox fire to roast this branch dry. Without your help it won't work. Ruan squatted in front of Bai Yi and piled on the smiles. Bai Yi, muffled, continued to turn his head to ignore her. Long eyelashes cover the pupils that look aggrieved and arrogant. Be good. Chapter 14, Vicious. Too vicious. Ruan whispered softly, her small hand wrapped around Bai Yi's tail and rubbed it. The fox's tail was fluffy and smooth. Ruan really liked to jerk it. Oh. Bai Yi answered, raising his eyes and frowning at Hikari. That expression teared up. Hikari's back teeth were all clenched, and she directly rolled Bai Yi's eyes in a big glare. This fox is always so cheap. Who is this look for? Female master, are these branches enough? Not enough, I'll go find some more. Hikari took a step behind Ruan and pulled her up. Ruan stumbled a bit when she was pulled and lightly bumped into Hikari's solid pecs, a bit confused for a moment. Hikari intentionally moved closer towards Ruan, and while Ruan didn't react, she raised an eyebrow at Bai Yi as if she was provocative. Hikari had already noticed that Bai Yi was now being extra attentive to Ruan, fearing that he wanted to be the first male to mate with the female lord. So let's see, who can compete for the first reign of the female lord first? Bai Yi took a deep breath, and that look was as if he was itching to gnaw on Hikari. Seeing the two men at war, Ruan hurriedly fled away, using her powers to create a few arm-thick branches and place them in the center of the ground. Enough is enough, this branch is soaked with snow, it has to be roasted before it can be used. If the two men counted, it was really outrageous. Let me help you build a fire. Bai Yi directly crossed over Hikari and followed Ruan to build a fire. I'll help you burn the branches. Hikari was not willing to lag behind. Looking at those two people surrounding Ruan as if they were jealous, the corners of Lei Sen's and Shi Yu's mouths twitched, trusting this evil female so easily. When she reveals herself, the first to be tormented will be the two of them. Ha! Ling Chu snorted, picking up the hairskin that Shi Yu stripped off on the ground and started to pack it up. He couldn't see these two showing kindness to this evil female, they would have to suffer in the future. Ruan piled up the branches in front of the fire and roasted them, then she started to surround the stone she brought back with her to form a stove, then she put the stone slabs on it and a simple stove was formed. Seeing that Shi Yu was still packing up the animal skins on the stone bed, Ruan voiced out, Shi Yu, quietly send these animal skins to Xi Yang, as well as the yak skins that Lei Sen stripped off, and have her help you guys make a few sets of animal skin clothes. In this heavy wind and snow, his beast husbands were still topless, it was a little too pitiful. Shi Yu's movements lurched, turning his head to look at Ruan with some surprise. Didn't hear it wrong, tore up and threw away our animal skin clothes, and now you're willing to make them for us? Hearing these words, Ruan's temples involuntarily twitched a few times. Vicious. Too vicious. It was my fault in the past for not caring enough about you guys. And this dear leg, you bring it along to her, don't let anyone else see it. Ruan's hand rose to cut off the other thigh of the wild deer and handed it to Shi Yu. Xi Yang is already an old female, without the ability to procreate she has no status, she can only rely on making animal skin clothes for the tribesmen to make a living, her own life is so hard to make ends meet and she has secretly helped Ruan so much, it is only right to give her something to eat. Aha! Shi Yu answered, tying the animal skins into a bundle, carrying the deer legs in her other hand, she went out, bypassing the front of the tribe and going to Xi Yang's house from the outskirts of the tribe. Xi. When Shi Yu went inside the cave, she saw Xi laboriously gnawing on a small piece of rabbit leg that was frozen bonkers hard, her entire face somewhat distorted from the exertion. Sure. Yu, why are you here? Xi put down the meat and got up in a hurry. Ruan asked you to make us some animal skin clothes, this is for you. Shi Yu raised the deer leg to Xi Yang's eyes and spoke with words as if they were gold. Ah. This. Such a big deer leg. This is too precious, I don't need so much. Xi Yang was a little incoherent with excitement. Since the beginning of winter, in addition to wild rabbits or wild chickens, only barely enough to eat, how long has she not seen such a fresh and so big meat? I can't make the decision, you take it, hard work. Shi Yu put down her things and turned around to leave. Later Shi Yu, you give this to Ruan to go. Xi Yang picked up a ball of grass thread and a bone needle from behind her and shoved them into Shi Yu's hand. This grass thread and bone needle was left behind in the summer, it's still usable now, in case the animal skin cracks, take it to mend it. I've heard about Rua and Ruan, that Rua is used to being bad, this time you must watch the prey, don't let her miss it again. Upon hearing this, Shi Yu's eyebrows sank, her eyes dripping with a sense of irony, even if we keep an eye on it, Ruan will still send it to Rua. It was always like this before. TSK, you can't say that anymore, today Ruan personally told me that she wants to live a good life with you guys. Xi Yang scared. Is it? Shi Yu's expression changed. I can still lie to you not, Rua looking for her to rob things, the result is to be dragged out, many people in the tribe have seen it, she also said that the male in the family is injured to give to invite witch doctor, where has this been done before? Xi Yang said with a nose and eyes. Usually Xi Yang and Ruan dealt with the most, her a few males to Ruan dissatisfaction Xi Yang more than clear, so she is also willing to help Ruan say some good words. Shi Yu secretly tightened his fingers, living a good life with them, such words sounded and felt like a dream. Although he had already heard Hikari say that Ruan had rebelled against Rua, but without seeing it with his own eyes, he didn't believe it. But now that Xiniang had also said so, it really made him pay attention to what Ruan had just said. You Adonaner, and their own female estrangement last injury is you males, I'm old, no aura on the body, the males are all dead, you good, and Ruan good, in order to save the life of. Xiniang spoke bitterly, her cloudy eyes clouded with a layer of watery mist. Females generally lived longer than males, and at the end of their lives, females were always alone. Shi Yu's heart seemed to be struck by a drum hammer. Yes, he had to live, he still had important things left to do. Well, I know. Shi Yu nodded sullenly, sliding the tail of the snake slowly went out, but in his heart there were some strange feelings. If Ruan is really willing to live a good life with them, he will do everything he can to her, but her words, how many credible it is. On the other side of Ruan has already built a good fire under the stone plate, is to cut the venison into thin slices on the hot stone plate frying and grilling. Bai Yi and Yen will be sitting in the middle of her, but also in the dark poking and prodding competition. Zila. The venison was roasted with oil. Even Ling Chu, who had always scoffed at Ruan, gulped. Layson sat aside and looked at Ruan. See under the firelight, Ruan a small face was hot red. That's seriously frying the meat look as a few points can be. It is out of the voice, you used to, is not directly eat it. Why do you now make such a trouble? I may have been a bit heavy in taste before haha. I'll tell you, cooked meat is the correct way to eat, raw eat more will have diarrhea. Ruan said in a serious manner. Orcs don't get diarrhea from eating raw meat. Oops, I shall not find a reason to convince them. Chapter 15 Don't move, it tickles. Layson looked at Ruan's serious look with her big blinking eyes, and his heart thumped when the humiliating scene of himself being scratched off the beast's skin by her flashed in his mind. In fact, he was so ashamed that he was just pretending to be calm, and deep down in his heart, how he wished that Ruan could love him once, even if it was just once. To have his own female and cubs, to guard them with his life for the rest of his life, this was Layson's greatest wish as a male. But the former Ruan never gave him this chance. If she really changed, does it mean that he has a chance to realize what his heart wants? That meat used to bleed, didn't you eat the bones as usual? Pretend. Ling Chu did not give the slightest face cold snort, directly held the shoulders leaning against the stone wall, simply do not want to come together Ruan a few of their lively. Ruan was speechless. This tiger looks, is her a few males inside the biggest opinion of her, Ling Chu young and vigorous, short time I am afraid it is difficult to easily accept her. Nothing hangs, do not mess with him on the line. Ruan breathed a sigh of relief and raised her hand to turn over the venison on the stone slab. Wow, it's already roasted. He used the bone knife to cut off a small piece and blew on it and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat was firm and simply delicious. You guys have a taste too. Ruan said as she stuck up a piece of meat and passed it out, looking up to see Bai Yi, Yen, and Layson, three big men looking straight at her. They all seemed to want to see who she wanted to be the first to pass this piece of venison in her hand, which directly determined their status in the female master's heart. Bai Yi swung his fox tail to Ruan's side. That docile appearance was simply seductive. Hikari pursed her lips, her body leaning forward slightly towards Ruan, her expression so clear that one couldn't deny it a bit. Although Layson didn't have much of a reaction, that slightly expectant look also made it impossible to ignore. Host, it feels like you're having a hard time. You guessed it, I'm just difficult. Ruan took a deep breath, her hand rose up and directly divided that piece of venison into 3 parts, each person shared a piece, a bowl of water. Ling Chu saw the several people over there eating with their mouths full of oil, still unmoved, turned to the skinned yak and cut off a piece of raw beef and stuffed it into his mouth, but the flavor of how to eat it did not smell good, and even wanted to vomit a little. Shi Yu entered the cave smelling the scent and wandered straight towards Ruan, reaching out her hand towards her. Xiniang gave this to you. The slender fingers unfolded, inside were bone needles and a large bundle of grass thread. Good, why don't you sit down and eat, and roast the fire on the way. Ruan moved to the side, leaving a spot for Shi Yu from beside the stone slab, and very generously handed over a large piece of venison. Shi Yu had saved her life and helped her drag this wild deer back, even though it was mainly for his own sake, it was also of real use. Shi Yu opened and closed his eyes, the cave was warm, making his sleepiness fade a little. Snakes needed to hibernate in winter, and in the past, when Ruan didn't allow him to hibernate, he could only force himself to do so. Receiving the venison in Ruan's hands, Shi Yu sat down in a coiled position next to the fire and ate it in small bites, his gaze involuntarily lingering on Ruan's face. The way she's cleaned up, she's quite pretty, but will she really live a good life with us like Xiniang said? Ruan's action of frying the meat in her hand stopped for a moment, her gaze turned to Shi Yu, and once again saw the wounds where his scales had been plucked out of his body, and although most of them had already healed, there were still a few spots where blood was seeping through the tender flesh. Seeing this, Ruan drove the spiritual spring and spiritual energy and raised her hand to place it on Shi Yu's tail. This sudden action scared Shi Yu so much that she turned pale and hurriedly put away the snake's tail and hid a long way away. What are you going to do? The questioning words had just been uttered when Shi Yu realized that the unhealed wound on her tail had already recovered. She actually used her spiritual energy to heal my wound? For an orc, spiritual power is the basis of foothold. Winter is hard, no matter what defenses you still have against me, I have the ability to help you and I won't do anything to hurt you again, let's all work together and get through this period of time first. Ruan smiled faintly, that delicate look was particularly attractive under the reflection of the firelight, so that people could not be defensive. Host this wave of invitation to buy people's hearts can be set up. That inevitably. Shi Yu listened to Ruan's words in his heart, and although he did not make a sound, he silently sat back down next to Ruan. Seeing that the words were effective, Ruan secretly gave herself a thumbs up, stretching out her small, frozen red feet and rubbing them close to the fire. Orcs don't wear shoes, but stepping directly on the snow is also cold enough to get frostbite, and it just so happens that Shi Yu brought back grass thread and bone needles, so she still needs to make a pair of shoes to wear. Bai Yi observed Ruan's movements and directly curled his tail around Ruan's feet to warm her up. Yan carefully watched Ruan frying meat for a while, already can get on the hand to help, hand and foot will be roasted meat cut pieces handed to Ruan mouth to feed her. Ling Chu, who was not far away, saw this scene and simply closed his eyes. No matter how this evil female talks, he will not get close to her. He would never do it to death. Hot and soft touch on the center of her feet, with roasted meat on her mouth, Ruan's toes couldn't help but pick at them. It feels so good to be served. Don't you move, it's so itchy. Bai Yi's tail twitched, the fox ears pressed against his scalp, there was no way, the fox's tail was too sensitive. Sorry Ruan tilted her head with an innocent face, but noticed a few rabbits that had been skinned on the ground not far away, and seemed to think of something as if she voiced out, how do you guys usually catch wild rabbits? Wait not far from the entrance of the hare's hole, but usually, it will run away from the other hole. Bai Yi replied, and Ryzen on the side nodded in agreement. I usually change back to my original form and lurk near the shrubs they eat. As a snake beast, Shi Yu's surprise sneak attack was his best tactic. The so-called cunning rabbit was also really hard to catch. Not only did it require enough patience, it also required prejudgment. Well, I have a good method to catch rabbits. Ruan stroked her chin and said. What? Trap. Ruan grew up in the countryside as a child, going down the river to touch the fish and up the mountain to set rabbits. That is handy. Rabbit traps are very easy to make and do not need people to watch all the time. Bai Yi and the others cocked their heads in confusion. Tomorrow we'll go catching prey together, you'll all know by then. Ruan raised an eyebrow. In a few days, the beast world would be experiencing the worst and coldest weather of the entire winter, and at that time, it would really be 1,000 birds flying over 1,000 mountains, and the prey they had stored was not enough, so they had to stock up as much as possible. After eating and drinking, it was already dark. Ruan plucked down some thick bark on the outskirts of the tribe, used a bone knife to cut it into oval shapes that fit their feet, and brought it back to the cave to sew animal skin shoes tomorrow. After filling the fire to keep it warm, he sat down by the stone bed. Looking at the several beastmen nestled in the thin hay nest spread on the ground, compared to his own wide stone bed underneath padded with thick animal skins, the gap is simply not too big. Why don't you guys come up here and sleep tonight? This stone bed is so big, it can also be slept in. Ruan's stone bed was 8 or 9 meters wide and narrow, it could be street danced on it. Even if the few of them all turned into their beast forms, they would still be able to squeeze in. Is it really okay? Bai Yi and Hikari looked up at once, twinkling with starry eyes. Aha! Ruan nodded vigorously. Getting permission, Bai Yi and Hikari took the lead and climbed onto the stone bed. Shi Yu also slid her body and coiled herself on a corner of the stone bed and closed her eyes. Layson sat down next to Shi Yu. Only Ling Chu, a stubborn species transformed into a tiger form, plopped down on a grassy nest without a care in the world. Ruan was too lazy to care about him, found a comfortable place to lie down and quickly sent her consciousness into the spirit spring space to start cultivating. She cannot slack off, must quickly become stronger. Chapter 16, Bad Premonition. Not long after, a burst of even breathing sounds flooded inside the cave. The fire of the woodpile had already been extinguished, and the hot coals were still emitting heat. Hikari was lying on Ruan's side, only an arm's length away. The dark light outlined the soft contours of Ruan's face, and Hikari was even able to smell the uniquely female scent emanating from her body. If it wasn't for the fact that Ruan's body was so dirty in the past that it masked the scent, the smell would actually be enough to fascinate the males. Ruan's gentle look towards himself swirled around in Hikari's mind. The image of lying on her side like this was something he couldn't even think of before, but he was the weakest of the males, and he wasn't as good looking as Bai Yi. Maybe she won't like me. On the other side, Bai Yi was holding his tail, also mesmerized by Ruan's scent, trying to suppress his desire. He wanted to hold her so much, but Ruan was always reluctant to mate with them, so if he got too close, he would annoy her, right? Wow. An animal skin quilt was pulled up to cover Ruan. It was Hikari. He knew females were afraid of the cold and needed to be pampered. Bai Yi's lips sank, intentionally protecting a tail between Ruan's waist and belly. He always saw that Hikari was usually silent, but now in front of Ruan he would also grab a show of kindness. Seeing this, Hikari raised her hand and twisted it hard on Bai Yi's tail. Silk. Bai Yi rose up in pain and hastily covered his mouth to silence his voice. Luckily Ruan's consciousness sank in the spirit spring and did not notice the subtle movement. Hikari! You're going to die. Bai Yi whispered viciously. Heh, makes you attentive. Hikari intentionally leaned in next to Ruan again. You. Bai choked on the words that were about to come out of his mouth and froze in place for a moment. Hikari, who was still gloating in the last second, also paused, and both of their gazes were placed on Ruan in front of them at the same time. Only to see a burst of milky white light halo did not know when to wrap around Ruan's body, and along with it was a wave after wave of rich aura escaping. This is... Lei Xin and Shi Yu also noticed the commotion over here and gathered around. What a rich aura. Shi Yu took a deep breath, her throat a little dry. Males without the favor of females were a little bit weaker like chronic poisoning, while the aura on females was like an antidote for them to salivate over. This is the aura that only a third-order female would emit. She has actually advanced. Lei Sen's words were as if a stone had entered a sinking pool, startling several people who all stared wide-eyed. Only Ling Chu, that simpleton, was still asleep with his beard twitching. In just one day's time, she actually jumped from a second-order low-class female to a third-order rare female? How is this possible? The leap in rank also caused Ruan's features to become exquisite all of a sudden. Lei Sen raised his hand and carefully ruffled the messy strands of hair from Ruan's face, taking in the delicate features. It seems she was right, she really isn't the Ruan of the past. I wonder what kind of person she will be now. Shi Yu breathed a sigh of relief with a heavy heart. Her heart was more than happy. This meant that they at least didn't have to be as frightened as before. The following day. Well. It's so heavy, what's pressing down on me? Ruan struggled a few times, laboriously opened her eyes, and was instantly stunned by the scene in front of her. At this moment Ruan is being four big men tightly caged under the body. Hikari was holding her left arm, Bai was holding her right arm, Lei Sen's head was resting on her thigh, and Shi Yu's thick tail was wrapped around her waist. Ruan only found it hard to breathe for a moment and opened her mouth to scream, ah. This voice scared the souls of several people into ascending to the heavens, and they hurriedly looked up with a confused face, that sleepy look as if to say, who am I? Where am I? What happened? You guys? Quickly get off of me. It's so heavy. Ruan first pulled both arms out and pushed Shi Yu's tail on her waist as hard as she could. Only then did a few people react, hastily loosening their movements to jump off the stone bed one after another, directly kneeling on the ground in unison. I'm sorry, female lord. It was really the aura and scent emanating from Ruan's body that was too enticing. They simply couldn't resist and unconsciously approached her in their sleep. Seeing Bai and the others kneeling in a row, Ruan immediately had the feeling of being visited on her grave, and hurriedly hid to the side. Rather, there's no need to be so sorry for. You guys hurry up. Several people slowly got up and honestly sat beside Ruan. The atmosphere in the cave was somewhat indescribably awkward. What's wrong with early morning? It's annoying. Ling Chu, who was woken up, stretched his back and turned over his belly to see the other four guys sitting obediently around Ruan. For a moment he felt as if he was sleepwalking. Few Ruan breathed a sigh of relief. It should be said or not, she didn't feel cold at all tonight. Being hugged by four bloodthirsty men, it's only strange if you can be cold. Ahem, outside. The weather outside is nice, let's go catch wild rabbits together. And store these yak meat. Ruan jumped off the stone bed, trying to divert attention to cover up the embarrassment. Ha? Good. A few people's brains went down for a moment, and they began to go about their individual tasks, again as if they didn't know what they were doing. Sleeping close to their female lord for the first time was really comfortable and reassuring. Ruan picked up the cow's brain on the ground, but then she suddenly realized that the class mark on her arm had changed. Spirit treasure, I've advanced. Only to see that on that snow-white lotus root arm, the third crimson ring-shaped class mark had surfaced on the skin. And she clearly felt that her spiritual energy seemed to have mellowed out quite a bit. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the third rank. Please accept the rewards. 1. Spirit Spring cultivation space multiplied by 10 times, expanding to 100 square meters. 2. Spiritual Spring crop harvesting time is reduced by double. 3. Spirit Spring's healing ability has increased, allowing it to continuously heal skin and flesh injuries. As soon as Spirit Treasure's words fell, the planting land in the Spirit Spring instantly expanded. The sweet potato stems and leaves that were still branches had already begun to crawl all over the ground, and it was predicted that the sweet potatoes could be harvested in at most a week's time. Nyo Bikras. Before Ruan could be happy for a few moments, a loud noise came from far and near from outside the cave. Matriarch, you must make a decision for me, that Ruan is so unreasonable. That's right. Ruan narrowed her eyes and had a bad feeling. As expected, the next second, a group of people with light on their backs came striding in from outside the cave. The first face Ruan was familiar with, it was Rua. Rua's face was not yet healed from the bruises Ruan had scratched, the big swollen bag on her head was still sticky with green herbal paste, and her face had a smug expression. Behind her were two male spirit cats traveling side by side. A female orc with shiny black skin was sitting squarely on the shoulders of the two male spirit cats, being carefully carried into the cave, followed by a large group of horse-like orcs. This is not someone else, it is the highest female lord of the entire spirit cat tribe, the matriarch Mira. Chapter 17, Don't blame her for not being polite. Mira was a pure black breed spirit cat, class 4th rank, the highest spirit level female in the entire spirit cat clan tribe. Fertility was outstanding, countless males fell head over heels for her, so not to be outdone, her males were also the most numerous, owning 10 and giving birth to 5 cubs. And Mira as the matriarch, her males never need to go out to hunt, as long as they accept the provision of the beastmen underneath. She also doesn't care about the death or life of the people underneath. Rua is the most capable of sucking up to Mira. Every time she snatches a prey from Ruan here, she offers most of it to Mira to beg for shelter, so Mira has always turned a blind eye to Rua's arrogance in the clan.
Where's Ruan? Tell her to get her ass out here. You want to get it over with after hitting me? Who are you, female? How did you end up in Ruan's cave?
Rua thrust her waist, pointing at Ruan and looking her up and down. Ruan was white and tender after washing, not to mention, because of the class promotion, appearance is even more exquisite. Rua for a moment really did not see. Seeing Rua's overbearing appearance, Bai and Hikari coincidentally walked behind Ruan, alert to the other party's every move.
Mira looked down at Ruan. Those red gold cat pupils suddenly contracted for a moment. You are Ruan?
At these words, all the spirit cat beastmen who followed were shocked.
She's that evil female Ruan? How can that be? Isn't her skin black? How can she be so good looking?
There were sighs all around, and Rua's head rumbled. You, may I ask you all, what's the matter with such a big battle breaking into my cave? Ruan blankly glanced at Rua, and then raised her eyes to look straight at Mira. From the other party's eyes, Ruan felt contempt quite intuitively.
Unbridled.
Who gave you the guts to dare to look directly at female Lord Mira? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down?
A male orc under Mira scolded sternly. Abu, you can't talk to females like this. Mira hooked her tone, raised her hand and gently patted the head of the male orc called Abu, who instantly lowered his eyelids and behaved himself to the extreme. Yes, female lord. But the next second, Mira's eyes fluttered on Ruan's face, the corners of her mouth seemed to be smiling. After all, lowly females are lowly females, they don't know the rules. This female lord won't take it into account this time only. You offended Rua, this matter can't be passed like this. What a hypocritical woman. I offended her?
She's the one who ran into my cave to snatch the prey and tried to make a move on me. I merely did what a normal person should do.
Ruan replied in an unassuming manner.
Rua heard this and hastily collected her surprised expression and leaned next to Mira. Matriarch, it's this Ruan who is spiteful and rude. It's supposed to be proper for a lower class female to offer prey to a higher class female. She refused to give it to me, not to mention that she insulted me. I just wanted to teach her a small lesson and she hit me with her hands and even scratched my face. And that wild fox male of hers, he even attacked me with his tail.
Rua pretended to be crying, but the expression she looked at Ruan was full of provocation.
Ruan listened to Rua's wickedness and 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past in her heart. This dead orange cat's sympathetic clip sound made her wanna hit someone.
Oh, what? According to you, I have to put up with you robbing me and hitting me? Do you think I'm a ninja turtle?
Ruan sneered. Lower class females should be more peaceful. Giving prey to higher class females is something you should do. This is the rule of Spirit Cat Clan. Resisting is your fault. Mira said, raising her hand between her nose. That action was filled with the contempt of a superior.
Ha! It was the first time I heard that white whoring was still so justified. That's just it. This female lord has always been fair, and won't favor anyone. If you give these, and all of these to Rua to make amends, this female lord will forgive you for this offense, and won't pursue your lowly beastman male. Mira swept a glance at Bai and pointed at the yak and half-eaten wild deer on the ground. Saying that it was for Rua would offer most of it to her when the time came anyway. Low-ranked females and high-ranked females will always be the one who loses out when they clash. The spirit cats present had long been used to this kind of treatment, although they all had their hearts in their mouths even though they saw through it. Listening to Mira's outrageous statement, Ruan directly gasped and laughed. People really do laugh a little when they are speechless. This Mira is basically the same as Rua's snakes and rats, but still pretending to be fair and impartial. In that case, don't blame her for speaking impolitely. Fair and just? Unconditionally favoring higher-ranked females is fair and just? We've worked hard to catch our prey, and you want to take it away by touching it with your upper and lower lips?
According to you, all of us females and males present should just starve to death. As the leader of the pack, your responsibility is to lead us to live, to enjoy our provision while providing us with shelter, instead of just robbing us of the fruits of our labor. Dare I ask which of these things you have done to convince us? Ruan said, turning back with an eye gesture. Shi Yu and Hikari they immediately understood, directly protecting all their prey behind them. Want to snatch something from her? Delusional. The work is done by the lower-level beastmen, but the results are all for their higher-level beasts. What's the difference between this and the modern-day cows and horses? Lei Sin and Shi Yu heard Ruan's words word for word in their hearts, and looked at Ruan's eyes instantly softened. Bai and Yan were full of admiration, and even Ling Chu, who had been watching the fun, was surprised for a moment. And Ruan's words were like a drumhammer that struck the heart of every spirit cat present. Yes, looking back over the years, the entire spirit cat tribe's life under Myra's rule had been miserable, and they could only watch their food being snatched away by high-ranking orcs, picking up the leftovers to feed their stomachs. Seeing that the eyes of the clansman looking at her changed, Mira panicked for a split second, her eyes narrowed dangerously, and raised her hand to pat Abu's shoulder. The two male orcs hurriedly knelt down and respectfully placed Mira on the ground. "You dare to talk to me like that?" Bai looked at Mira with cold eyes, knowing that the other party was not easy to deal with. Mira the woman herself was not enough to be feared, but she had 10 males, all at the 4th rank, and because of Myra's aura nourishment each of them was strong and healthy, while himself and Ikari, although they all had supernormal abilities, and their ranks were higher than the other parties, they did not have enough spiritual power to drive their supernormal abilities significantly, and the supernormal abilities were just for show. If they really clashed, it would be difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands, and I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to take care of Ruan at that time, and that would be dangerous. Female master, Bai raised his hand and tugged on Ruan's coat. Ruan could see Bai's worry and backhanded Bai's bony hand and squeezed it, as if to reassure him. "Why, Mira matriarch, is there a problem with what I said? And you seem to have gotten one thing wrong, I'm not that lowly female you speak of," Ruan said as she raised her arm and displayed the 3 class seals in front of the crowd. At once, the audience was in an uproar. "What?" Rua's pupils quake, her feet nearly failing to stand still, luckily being helped by heat. After not seeing her for a day, she had actually reached the 3rd rank. Chapter 18 Roll or Die. Now that Rua and I are of the same 3rd rank, then there is no such thing as a lower-ranked female providing for a higher-ranked female, is there? Ruan withdrew her movements and raised her eyebrows in a big meaningful way. She would like to see what other counterintuitive statements this hypocritical matriarch could come up with. Myra's sharp cat pupils were staring at Ruan's face, but she was speechless for a moment. 3rd-order females are very rare in the Spirit Cat clan. They are actual high-order females. In the early days of the establishment of the Spirit Cat clan, Mira had said that as long as they are 3rd-order females in the clan, they will enjoy absolute priority protection, and now that she and Rua are both 3rd-order females, she might lose her prestige in front of her clanmates if she were to be biased in favor of Rua. Rua had been dumbfounded in place. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. She had really seen a ghost. She had been at Ruan's disadvantage for the past 2 days. No, if this continues, she won't be able to gain any benefits. Matriarch. Although Ruan is now a 3rd-rank female, she has taken in beastmen as males privately. She doesn't even want to lose her face. Moreover, they hunted and killed such a big yak but hid it, not even thinking to share it with the clan to eat together. They don't even treat us as a clan. You must punish her. Rua flung herself onto her knees next to Mira, her tone as righteous as ever. Martyr moral kidnapping right. I can't even look at it anymore. This Rua is really tearing off her left cheek and sticking it on her right cheek shameless while having no cheek. Ling Bao, who had been diving all this time, was all caught up in Rua's rotten anger. Hearing Rua's words, Mira seemed to have caught some keywords and raised her hand to hook the hair at her temples to speak once again without slowing down. Rua is right, you condone your lowly beastman males to harm the females. This is the problem of your discipline. Even if you have been honored as a 3rd-ranked female, it is still hard to escape punishment. Your conflict with Kisame can be left alone, but him, he can't just be spared. Mira raised her hand, her sharp nails pointing at Bai, with a look that she wouldn't stop until she had a reasonably hard time gouging him to death. Bai coldly grunted, didn't bring any fear at all, directly striding forward, but Ruan had a hand on his back. Female master, I do one person bear. Being Ruan stopped Bai was a little anxious. This Mira is very difficult to deal with. He did not want to get Ruan involved because of himself. Bai is my male, naturally he listens to me. It was me who told him to teach Rua a lesson, then it was me who hit Rua. You said you wouldn't pursue the matter, what do you say now? Bai was doing it to Rua for her, trying to touch her man. She was the first to say no. Mira was confused for a moment by Ruan's stacked buff-like words, and after reacting, she was also completely out of patience. Don't talk nonsense here. Males who attack females are absolutely not tolerated by this female lord. Come on people. To this wild fox tied up and taken out with thorns to beat for 5 days, and then expelled him from the tribe. No food or water will be given to him during that time. As soon as Myra's words fell, Abu was about to step forward with 2 male orcs. How dare you? Ruan was also annoyed and directly crossed in front of Bai. I'll see who dares to touch him. Ice and snow whipping for 5 days without food or drink. King of Hell can't be this ruthless. She talked to her nicely. She thought she was nice? The male beasts present were all shocked for a moment when they heard Ruan's words. How dare Ruan be willing to contradict the matriarch for the sake of her male? This feeling of being protected by a female was something they also wanted. Bai's eyes reddened in an instant. He didn't expect Ruan to protect himself like this. He then knelt down on one knee and picked up Ruan's hand and kissed it gently. Female lord, thank you for defending me like this. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I'm willing to be punished. Get up, we are right. Why should we be punished? The beast world is weak and strong. They can't catch and rob, but they are incompetent. Ruan backhandedly cupped Bai's chin and lifted it upwards. The other hand comfortingly touched Bai's face.
Such a good-looking and well-behaved handsome fox, what if he breaks it? Ruan, this action directly hangs Bai Yi into a warped mouth. Bai Yi responded, looking at Ruan's fox eyes watery and glistening. We don't accept punishment. If you come hard, I'll fight you. Ruan's gaze was resolute, facing Myra's cannibalistic gaze without fear. The palms of her hands behind her back secretly condensed up her wood system's psychic energy. After her third stage, her spiritual power was already enough for her to drive her supernatural ability drastically, and it was still more than enough to protect herself. Rua and Myra's males are only cats at the end of the day. The reason why she dares to be so rigid is also because she has a spiritual spring and supernatural ability to back up, and her side of the tiger and lion and boa, even if she can't use her supernatural ability, it's still a slap in the face of a small child afraid of what they do. However, as a last resort, she does not want to expose her supernormal capabilities. The matter of females having supernormal capabilities is too sensational, and it may not be a good thing to reveal it in front of outsiders too soon. Ling Churen was dumbfounded. This is not right. Didn't she used to be the most afraid of this matriarch and Rua? Harmed us all the time, suffocated to death. How this is not quite the same. Ruan used to go against the grain. Ling Chu them because by Ruan's topography control simply cannot resist. Suddenly so just all give him the whole will not. You. Take them all down. Mira roared as if she had broken her guard, her expression shattering to the ground. Being held up all her life, but being disliked like this by Ruan, it really pissed her off. Seeing the other party to be rough, Lei Sin and Shi Yu violently changed into their original forms, directly blocked in front of Ruan, a snake and a lion's huge figure of oppression. Although Hikari was injured, but did not have the intention of retreating at all, Ling Chu also no longer stand idly by. In a flash of transformed into a ferocious red tiger, hissed at Mira and the others. With the female's permission, they can completely let go of their hands and feet. Have long been looking at this group of spirit cats as not good. Just waiting for Ruan to give the order, they would rush up and tear them apart. The spirit cats present at the scene were so scared that they took a few steps back. After all, they are only small cats. Facing such a huge carnivorous beasts do not have an advantage in size. From the bottom of their hearts are scared to death. Rua is even more scared. Directly into the crowd, did not dare to come out. Mira subconsciously back a step. A group of males rushed up to surround her in the center in great numbers, but each heart are not bottom. No one dared to go forward to confront. Do you want to rebel, Ruan? Myra's voice was trembling a little bit, and the pomp and circumstance of the party was gone. Although it had long been known that Ruan's males were all lacking in spiritual power, but no matter what, they were all exotic beasts, and there wasn't a single exotic beast man on her side, so it was false that she wasn't afraid. You forced it. Pretend, roll or die. Ruan sank her voice, that small figure in the male's reflection but more a hint of danger, arrogance point directly pulled full. You. All of you, get on me. Just as the two sides were at swords drawn. Stop. What do you want? Chapter 19. I really want to slap her to death. A female voice indistinctly came from outside the cave, and with it came an extremely appalling tremor of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was incomparably mellow and thick, coming from the outside as if it was a shocking wave. The beastmen of low rank simply couldn't withstand it and directly fell to their knees. Ruan's feet were so weak that she couldn't even move. It's the aura of a high spiritual power 4th ranked beastman, looks like it's about to reach the 5th rank. Bai wrapped one hand around Ruan's slender waist and pulled her into his arms to protect her, and Ruan's body instantly loosened up a bit. Who? 4th order beasts have such a great deterrent power. Is this the difference between high and low spiritual power? Ruan gasped. As a 5th order beastman, although Bai Yi and the others were not affected by anything, such a spiritual power wave was something they were currently unable to release, and with such a powerful spiritual power, the other party was by no means a good person. A few moments later, the spiritual fluctuations finally converged, and the beasts at the entrance hurriedly and automatically separated a path, only to see a beautiful silhouette walking into the cave with a light on her back. That is a hand holding a cane, looks extremely beautiful female orcs. She has a head of brilliant golden hair, skin presents rare bronze color, body wearing animal skin clothes tailored in addition to exquisite, give a person a kind of mixed blood beauty of the sense of vision, but she emits the breath is extremely old, and looks out of place. When she saw the person who came in, Mira panicked, and hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the woman, her expression unprecedentedly obedient. Mira pays homage to the Lord Priest. Upon hearing this, the people present sucked in a breath and all knelt down and bowed their heads, not daring to move a muscle. Ruan's pupils trembled. The person who came was no other than the true supreme ruler of the entire clan, the spirit cat priest. Every tribe in the beast world has a priestess, and they are all female. They have high spiritual power. They are responsible for praying to the beast god for shelter for the tribe, and they are also responsible for cultivating the tribe's leader, and they can directly decide on the choice of the tribe's leader, and it is rumored that they have been given shelter by the beast god, and they have spiritual power and physical strength comparable to that of 5th ranked orcs, and they have a very high prestige in the tribe. But after cultivating a new leader, the priests would leave the tribe without knowing where they were, never coming back. But how did this spirit cat priestess, who had disappeared for decades, suddenly appear here? Are you going to tear the spirit cat tribe apart in the absence of this priest? Mira, how did you become the clan leader? How dare you start a fight with your own clan? The spirit cat priest gave a stern cry, and his extremely intimidating gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Mira. The spirit cat clan was a weak clan in the entire beast world continent, and it took many years for Mira to produce a peak third order female, and the spirit cat priestess, in order to allow her to reach the fourth order, had used her spiritual energy to nourish her for several years before allowing her to barely reach the fourth order. But she knows that Mira's qualifications are not strong. The ability is also very general, completely as to catch the duck on the shelf, so even if you leave the clan still hangs, which wants to come back to sea, but I did not expect to just happen to bump into such an accident. Mira was so scared that she didn't dare to breathe, and hurriedly buried her head even lower to explain in a panic, "It's not like that priestess, it's Ruan who has disturbed the stability of the community, bullied the clan, and disrespected me, and I'm only just now." Listening to Mira's words, spirit cat priestess raised her eyes to look at Ruan. If she remembered correctly, decades ago this Ruan was only a low-ranking young white cat in the spirit cat clan, with a very cowardly and timid character. Even the transformation will not be. Did not think that nowadays it has been the third rank, but also took in 4/5 ranked males and a rare wind attribute rock to be the males? And compared to the entire colony of spirit cats all bowing down to her, only Ruan and her males are still standing in place and not kneeling, looking at their own eyes, actually not the slightest bit of fear? Interesting. Ruan silently observed the spirit cat priestess. Mira was single-handedly nurtured by the spirit cat priestess to become the matriarch. She would definitely favor Mira, and there was no telling what she was going to pull next. "You come forward." The spirit cat priestess raised her hand towards Ruan and hooked it, her tone rippling. Ruan's heart thumped when she was caught by the other party's cue. Mira had a chance to fight. Mira was still capable of fighting, but the spiritual power that this priestess had just emitted was not something she could resist, and the males were still weak, so it would be difficult to deal with her if she was also up to no good. Just, let's see what she wants to do first, and try not to get tough. Thinking briefly, Ruan got out of Bai's arms and slowly walked forward. A few males were uneasy to follow Ruan's steps. Their eyes were always on the spirit cat priestess. If she dared to have any movement to harm Ruan, they would immediately take action. Ruan stopped her steps, trying to keep a safe distance of 3 meters from this spirit cat priestess, looking faintly at the other party, locking gazes with those unique pair of crimson eyes. A scruple inexplicably rose in Ruan's heart. What Mira just said, is it true? The spirit cat priestess glanced at Mira, who was still shivering on the ground, and her inquiring tone was not as aggressive as that of the party. "I didn't, it was that Rua who forcibly robbed me of my food in the first place, and the evil one complained in the second place, and not only did matriarch Mira not do anything for me, but she also robbed me of my prey." Ruan spoke word for word. Her heart could not help but feel a little apprehensive, not knowing which side the spirit cat priestess would take. Facing each side, the spirit cat priest tightened his brows and turned his head towards Rua, who was still trying to hide inside the crowd, but she was too big and no one could stop her. "Rua, come out." Rua had been brutal since she was a child. She liked to snatch the food of other small beasts. The spirit cat priestess was also aware of this, and she didn't expect that she had gotten more and more reckless over the past years. Rua shivered in fear, turned around and rolled on her knees at the feet of the spirit cat priestess. Priestess, don't listen to Ruan, that evil female. Winter is too hard, I can't stand being hungry. I just want to ask Ruan for a little food without the intention of robbing. Isn't it right for clansmen to help each other? If she didn't give it to me, she even hit me with her beastman male's hands. You see the injuries on my body. Whoa, Rua said, not forgetting to squeeze out a few tears. Too hungry to stand? She was really daring to say that. If you look around this clan, which one of them is as fat as her? She can't grow like this even if she eats less. Ruan clenched her fists and wanted to rush up and slap her to death with her big face. The spirit cat priest glanced at the yak meat and wild deer on the ground and couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. In this winter of food scarcity, Ruan's family was able to catch so much prey. Just one yak was enough to feed the entire tribe, and that a male of such a high rank as her was of beastman origin? Want a little? Didn't you and matriarch Mira just say that the rule of the spirit cat clan is that the lower females provide for the higher females? Where does that come from to help each other? Ruan issued a soulful question. What? The females in the clan are equally precious. Where does the lower rank provide for the higher rank? Who dares to make such a rule? The spirit cat priest slammed his cane. Chapter 20. What, you don't dare? Mira. As the clan leader, you are condoning the clan to act like this. Whether it's a low-ranked female or a high-ranked female, they are all precious beasts that reproduce for the tribe. How can you disregard their deaths? The spirit cat priestess sidestepped and stepped towards Mira. Mira was scared out of her wits by the spirit cat priestess's questioning. One had to know that the spirit cat priestess could raise her to the position of clan leader, or she could be directly scrapped. But in the entire clan, she is currently the only fourth-ranked female, so I think that if she has committed any major faults, the spirit cat priestess will not be heavily blamed.
Thinking of this, Mira slowly raised her head, slightly lowering her eyes. Her expression pretended to be sad. Priests, the winter beast world is really difficult. The spirit cat's hunting ability is weak. So many clansmen in the tribe. It is difficult to ensure that everyone can eat enough. The fertility of low-ranking females is low, far less than the high-ranking females. Only to preserve the high-ranking females in order to let the tribe not to extinction. The spirit cat priestess stepped down. The anger on her face lessened. Although Myra's words are not pleasant to the ear, but in the beast world of the weak and the strong, this is the truth. The beast world resources are scarce. The female who can reproduce for the tribe has the priority right to survive. Ruanwan secretly clenched her fists. Yes, in this barbaric beast world, the strong is the rule. She can't sit back and wait for death. She must grow up quickly. Only then can she decide whether she lives or dies. That's just it. Get up. No matter what, being able to ensure the survival of all the females is the point. The spirit cat priestess's tone was restrained, and it was not good to say anything else. Yes, Priestess Sama. Mira let out a fierce sigh of relief, and the moment she got up, the knife man's gaze stabbed at Ruanwan. Lowly female, you wait and see. When the spirit cat priestess leaves, I will make sure that you won't be able to stay in the clan. Ruanwan sensed Myra's voice and retaliated with her eyes without any hesitation. It seemed that this woman was obedient on the surface, but on the inside she wouldn't give up. No matter what she wants to do, she will accompany her to the end. Seeing this, Rua at the side directly slid over towards the spirit cat priestess on her knees again. But priestess, Ruanwan condoned her male to injure me. This matter cannot be let go like this. How can a male hurt a female? Ruahua held the wound on her head, not forgetting to pass a provocative look at Ruanwan. Ruanwan, even if I don't get any favors today, you won't be able to keep your wild fox. Ruanwan subconsciously blocked in front of Bai, her small hand holding one of Bai's fingers somewhat nervously, closely observing the spirit cat priest's reaction. It was true that males in the same clan were not allowed to harm the females of their clan. It was a great disrespect. Bai's fox ears dangled, clearly feeling the cold sweat on Ruanwan's palms. The spirit cat priestess swept a glance at the Ruhua at her feet. A hint of impatience flashed across her face. Ruanwan, although you have already been honored as a third-order female, you have not yet given birth to a child, and naturally, your status is not comparable to that of Ruhua. Now that you condone your males harming quality females that have given birth to a child, it is a matter of poor discipline on your part, and you can't escape culpability. However, considering that it was Ruhua who snatched the food in the first place, I will not pursue the matter this time, but if there is a next time, your white fox males will be expelled from the clan. Ruhua's virtues were all too clear to the spirit cat priestess, so in her heart, she was not willing to take her side. And Ruanwan's several males hunting ability is extremely strong, so big a yak they may not be able to catch with the whole clan out, so strong survival ability. If it is really heavily punished, Ruanwan is bound to have a displeased heart, then their own plans behind them will have no way to implement. What? Priest Lord. This is not fair. What kind of lowly thing is that wild fox to strike out at me? You don't punish him so that I can be punished in the future. Enough. Aren't you making a scene just to get Ruanwan's family to pay you back for some prey? Ruanwan, just give her some. The spirit cat priestess was so annoyed that she simply closed her eyes and didn't look at Ruahua. Greedy as hell. Ruahua was poked and prodded in her mind and instantly deflated. When she heard the spirit cat priestess ask Ruanwan to give her prey, she stopped squealing. The prey she used to snatch from Ruanwan had been pretty much eaten by her, and her male was only able to catch a few wild rabbits and pheasants for her to eat. On the other hand, Ruanwan had wild deer and yaks here, so she couldn't just go back empty-handed. No. Ruanwan rolled her eyes and refused dryly. She wouldn't give that dead orange cat a bite even if she threw it away. You. Ruhua almost died of anger. She wondered why Ruanwan suddenly disobeyed in the past few days. Not only Ruhua, the spirit cats present were all a little surprised. In their impression, although Ruanwan always spoke ill of the others, she had always been very submissive in front of Ruhua. Not to mention talking back, she didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Ruhua, but now not only did she confront Ruhua head-on, even the clan chief didn't give a damn about her. Even the males that she usually disliked the most she began to protect. It's so strange. Mira on the side had a twinkle in her eye and walked over to the spirit cat priest. Lord Priest, since Ruanwan is not willing to compensate Ruahua for her prey, and Ruahua is feeling aggrieved, why don't we just let the males from both sides fight, and whoever wins, the prey goes to whoever wins. As soon as these words came out, the corners of Bai's slightly red mouth lifted up smoothly. This stupid woman really came up with a good idea. What is Alang Ahat? Never a match for me. Ruanwan also grunted. Yeah, Alang Ahat is just a 4th rank male, really moving to give Bai and the others a shoe to lift. This Mira is doing Ruahua a favor, right? Making a fool of herself, spirit treasure adds up. Ruahua panicked, scowled at Mira and refused. She naturally knew what kind of virtue Alang and Ahat were. How could they be a match for Ruanwan's males? Mira directly ignored the stupid Ruahua. The calculation on her face was exposed. Hee, as soon as you agree, I'll let your weakest injured 4th rank Wind Rock male answer the battle on the grounds that they are of the same rank, and by then, everything will be ours. Ruan listened to Myra's heartfelt words word for word, and immediately let out a cold laugh, so she was waiting for her here.
Hikari's spirit power was depleted and already weak. She was already no different from an ordinary 4th-ranked male, and now that she was injured, she was bound to suffer in the face of an opponent with an abundance of spirit power, and this Mira was really good at it. How about it, Ruan? Do you agree? The spirit cat priestess looked at Ruan with an inquiring gaze. If you want to put her on the spot, you're still a bit young. Wait. Ruan had an idea in her mind and nodded her head happily. Of course I promise, but Lord Priest, since you said that the males are at fault because the females are not well disciplined, then we females also have a lot of responsibility. How about this? I'll compete with Rua. If she wins, I'll offer her all the prey, and if she loses, then she'll take all the prey in her cave and divide it equally amongst the clan. How about that? You're crazy, you Ruan. Rua blew her beard and glared. What, you don't dare? Chapter 21, it's not over yet. Who says I don't dare? Facing Ruan's agitation, Rua got up in a prancing manner without much thought. The last time I suffered a loss at your place was because I had that wild fox to help you. This time you're going to send yourself to the door. Just wait to hand over your food obediently. Seeing that the purpose was achieved, Ruan secretly sneered. It's not certain who will send the door. Mira frowned slightly, always feeling that there was something wrong, but didn't worry too much. In her opinion, although Ruan was also at the 3rd rank, her spiritual power was obviously not as strong as Rua's, and with such a huge difference in size between the two of them, Rua would be able to send her flying with a single slap. This Ruan was really as stupid as before. The spirit cat priestess picked a relatively flat ground outside the cave for the two to compete on, and the spirit cats all gathered around with curious faces, circling the field. The spirit cat priestess stood in the middle of the field and then spoke. Neither of you may fight to the death. Beg for mercy until you do. There were few fights between females, unless it was for the right to belong to a male, but now it was for a mouthful of food. But the spirit cat priestess was also eager to see which of the two high-ranking females within the tribe's strength was more in line with her expectations. Rua turned her neck and twisted her waist, striding to the center of the field. Her head was as big as a small mountain, and the hot air exhaled between her nostrils was thick and incomparable, so she looked very healthy, and she did bluff a little. On the other hand, Ruan sighed. Not to mention his thinness, his tender skin did not look like he could fight. It was like a Amei mountain monkey versus a silverback gorilla. The crowd subconsciously shook their heads at Ruan. Look at how skinny Ruan is, his waist isn't as thick as Rua's legs, how could he possibly beat Rua? That's right, Rua could break Ruan's arm with her hand right. Zixiniang in the crowd also pinched a sweat for Ruan. This little girl, can she do it? Yen was so anxious that he stomped his feet in place, but there was nothing he could do about it. On the other side, Bai Yi had a layer of fine sweat on his forehead. Shi Yu looked calm, but in fact the snake's tail that kept swinging had reflected his worried mind at the moment. Ling Chu was walking around in place, stretching his neck to take a look at it for a while. What are you guys panicking about? Since she can take the initiative to propose a match with Rua, she should have the certainty of winning. Lei Sin calmly folded his arms around his chest and lowered his voice as he spoke. For some reason, he had developed an inexplicable trust in the current Ruan. Perhaps it was because watching her bravely confront Mira Rohana like that made him feel the light of a female for the first time. Who panicked? I'm afraid she can't fight. If she gets killed, even we won't survive. Ling Chu grunted with an unforgiving mouth, but his eyes never left Ruan's body. In the past it was Ruan who beat them up in order to give others food, and today she suddenly beat up others in order to defend them. Ling Chu's mind seemed to be a jumbled mess. Is it hard to believe that she really changed? Dare to challenge me alone by yourself, you are really stupid to laugh, wait to be stepped on by me. Ruhua's face was ruthless and incomparable, directly slamming sideways towards Ruan. Ruan's foot force, a turn of direction directly around Ruhua to avoid, will be a foot directly stretched out. Ruhua mixed a dog-gnawing mud. I-oh. Ruhua fell headfirst into the snow, and cried out in distress. Myra's eyes closed speechlessly. Stupid cat. The surroundings were quiet for a moment, and then bursts of uncontrollable laughter erupted. What are you laughing at? Whoever dares to laugh again, I'll make her look good. Ruhua wiped her face carelessly, not forgetting to speak harshly, and hurriedly mayfly her body up, once again swinging her arm towards Ruan to beat her. Ruan's brows locked, backhandedly grabbed Ruhua's arm and used the force to rise up, stomping on Ruhua's stomach. Vomit. Rohana almost drew out from Ruan's stomp and staggered back a few steps. Good kick. Hikari couldn't help but exclaim. Ruan heard the sound and turned her head to give Hikari a wink back. Bai took a deep breath, the fire of jealousy burned directly into his eyes, that is, he fiercely knifed Hikari. Can show you. Ruan straightened his complexion. Although the size of the flower dipped a little advantage, but a few years of pampering down the hand cannot lift the shoulder cannot carry, not to mention fighting such a test of skill and reaction things. Ruan in the modern teenage years, her parents see her as a little girl, afraid that she will be bullied and suffer when she grows up, so they sent her to learn a period of time of sparring in Muay Thai, although there is no great attainment, but in the face of Rua's three-legged kung fu, she is still able to cope with it completely. Good. I really underestimated you. Ruhua rubbed her belly and stared viciously at Ruan. Although deflated, she was still as steady as a mountain.
Ruan bit her lip. This Ruhua is stupid, but her skin is thick, normal attacks don't hurt her, and it's not a simple thing to put her down and make her beg for mercy. Only to see Ruwa flip over and transform into an obese orange cat, the sharp claws in the middle of her paw pads clasping the ground, her hind legs bending to lend her strength as she lunged towards Ruan. The speed was unexpectedly fast. Ruan's pupils shrank, seeing that the human form was already too late to dodge. She hurriedly changed into a small white cat and jumped out as well, only to see Ruwa immediately turn the instant she landed and pounced towards her again. So fast. A cat is a cat after all, although it's fattened into a tank, but its flexibility is still there. Host, be careful not to be caught by her head-on, Ling Bao reminded. Ruan nodded. However, he saw that Ruahua had already caught up. Her claws were close to Ruan's back. Ruan bit down on his canine teeth and utilized his tail to control the direction. A sliding shovel shoveled straight towards Ruahua. Ruahua obviously didn't expect Ruan to charge straight back. Her foot movements subconsciously stopped and she hurriedly raised her claws to block. At the moment when the two cats were about to collide, Ruan stretched out her nails, utilized the resistance of the snow to stop violently, and jumped onto Kisakana's back by hooking onto Kisakana's neck in a flip. Seeing this scene, the crowd present didn't dare to gasp for fear of missing a breath of the two fighting. Still want to sneak attack me on my back? No way. Ruahua leapt straight up, instantly transforming back into her human form, her thick arms grasping towards the back of her neck, tightly gripping Ruan's tail. The force was so great that it was as if it wanted to pull Ruan's tail off hard. Ah! A cat's tail is exceptionally fragile. Ruan sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, and the nails that were originally hooked onto Rua's flesh couldn't help but retract, and were then ripped off by Ruahua. Ruahua smiled crookedly, her face twisted in triumph, and with little hesitation, she grabbed Ruan's tail and slammed her hard into the ground. Die! The wind hunted in her ears as Ruan's fragile spine was about to hit the ground. Ruan! No! Bai and Hikari screamed at the same time before rushing forward. It's not over yet. Chapter 22, She Can't See You. Just in this close call, Ruan's waist gave out, ignoring the pain in her tail to use her strength to rise up, and directly turned back to hold Rua's arm to take a bite on it. Fishy blood filled the mouth. Ruan was a little nauseous, but frozen did not let go. Not far away, Alangahat almost rushed up when she saw her own female injured, but was stopped in place by the spirit cat priestess with her walking stick. Your female just tried to lay a deadly blow and was countered. What else do you want to do? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Rohana had just aimed to fall on Ruan's spine. A feline's spine is the door to life. If it breaks, it can be paralyzed for life in the lesser case, or killed in the greater case. Wayawa! Rohana screamed in pain, and just wanted to get up another hand to grab Ruan, but she saw Ruan break free directly from Rohana's hand, climb up Rohana's arm, and jump behind Rohana once again. This time, she would convince Rohana. Ruan hooked onto Kisana's shoulder and transformed back into her human form in one go. Her right arm encircled Kisana's neck, her left arm went through the back of Kisana's head and rested on her right arm, and the two arms smoothly formed a latch-like shape firmly confining Kisana's neck. You want to do? Before the second half of Rohana's sentence could be uttered, Ruan's arm tightened violently. The unexpected force pressed Rua's face red and neck thick, and her eyes went black. Ruan's action is a very standard naked strangle. As long as the naked strangle is formed, no matter how hard the opponent tries to break free, by pressing the opponent's throat and carotid arteries can be realized so that the opponent's brain within 5 to 10 seconds of oxygen deprivation incapacitation, a move to defeat the enemy. Rua's hands grabbed the air a few times, her face turned pale and her body went limp. Seeing that the other party had become defeated, Ruan loosened her force and rolled over to jump off of Ruhua. This all happened in a flash. The crowd had not reacted. Alangahat could not take anything into account, rushed to the side of Ruwa to help her up. Don't worry, not dead. Ruan stood aside with her hands behind her back. As soon as the words fell, Rohana twitched a few times and started sucking in air in big gulps. Only half a day later did she slow down, only to see her eyes reddening, her throat unable to make a sound for a while, only able to point at Ruan and gasp for air. What, still want to fight? Ruan bent down and looked at Ruhua and hooked her lips. Ruahua shook her head like a rattle drum, her hands scrambling as she dug into the arms of the two males. This Ruan was too scary, her brain just went blank and she all saw the two tits. Ruan smiled with satisfaction, turned towards the spirit cat priest and raised her hand. Priest, are you still not announcing the results of the competition? The spirit cat priest returned to his senses and hastily raised his cane. Ruan wins this competition. Come on, take out all of Ruawa's prey and give it to the clan equally. Ruan won. Ruan is too good. Too good. There's prey to eat. The beasts cheered. They had been hungry for days, now they could finally have a meal thanks to Ruan's favor. Female lord. You're great. Bai was the first to run over, and without any further ado, he directly picked Ruan up and spun her around several times. Alright, the female lord is tired from the fight she just had, don't touch her. Hikari snatched Ruan in Bai's arms in one hand and carefully examined her. Female lord, you're not in pain anywhere, are you? Is your tail hurt? I'm fine, haha. Carried in his hands by Hikari's 2 armpits, Ruan's 2 small feet rubbed a little uncomfortably. Shi Yu's eyes are like a calm lake, always cold and self-possessed, but when he sees the intimacy over their ripples, his heart can't help but feel a little prickly. What's wrong with him? When he sees Ruan and the other males getting close, why is his heart so uncomfortable? Layson stood in place, smiling warmly at Ruan. He also did not expect that this former evil female also had such moments of praise from everyone. In the midst of the hilarious clamor, Mira gave Rua a hateful blank look, clenching her fists so tightly that her nails seemed to be embedded in her flesh. Useless thing. Alright, everyone go back to their respective caves. Later on this priestess will have the prey distributed. Ruan, you come with me. The spirit cat priest raised his voice. Ha? Ruan froze for a moment. What was he looking for her for? Hikari gently placed Ruan on the ground and looked at the spirit cat priestess with some uneasiness. Come with me, I have something to tell you. The spirit cat priestess said, taking the lead towards Ruan's cave. Tell your males not to follow you for now. Ruan sank her eyes. Female master. You guys stay here for now, I'll call you if something happens. Ruan said, turning to follow the spirit cat priestess. Mira looked at this scene, her heart a little jittery. How could the spirit cat priestess pay so much attention to Ruan, and even speak to her alone? Shouldn't it be? As soon as he entered the cave, the spirit cat priestess turned around with a suddenness and directly pulled up Ruan's hand to scrutinize it. The sudden action provoked Ruan's protective mechanism and almost called out with a fist. But before that movement could fall, it was easily blocked by one of the spirit cat priest's fingers. Ruan could clearly feel that the other party had not exerted any force. If they were to really move, wouldn't all of Ruan's means of attack be as light as a feather to the spirit cat priest? There's no need to be surprised, this is the gap between class and spiritual power. What method did you just use to get Rua knocked out? The spirit cat priestess asked. Just an unusual hunting technique. Ruan replied casually. I thought she was hiding something in her hand that couldn't be seen. Looks like I overthought it. The spirit cat priest sighed in relief. Ruan snorted. The spirit cat priest probably thought she was hiding some secret weapon. Spirit cat priest straightened up, the ruddy pupils turned instantly stained with a layer of worry. I know you have been bullied in the tribe for many years, now I will live in the tribe for a while to properly rectify. Spirit cat clan is too weak, and it needs more capable high-ranking beasts to lead the Mira 1, it's not enough. Ruan's heart tightened. What did she mean by that? In the next second, that spirit cat priestess's grip on Ruan's hand tightened violently. A pins and needles sensation came from her fingertips. Startled, Ruan subconsciously drew back her hand. The spirit cat priestess withdrew her probing spiritual energy, her eyebrows drooping. I saw your combat talent. Compared to Rua and their females who only know how to accept the unconditional offerings of the males, you seem to be very different, but it's a pity. It's a pity she can't reach the 4th rank. Ruan frowned once. Ling Bao, why can't I reach the 4th rank? In her opinion, it is too difficult for a 3rd-order beastman to advance to a 4th-order beastman. It is a huge watershed. You are just a white cat with a low bloodline, and now you have only barely advanced to the 3rd order. Even if you nourish it with spiritual energy, it is still far away, so this priestess can't see your talent. Nice guy. Looking down on her? Chapter 23 almost kissed her. In the world of primitive spirit cats, the brighter and more complex and beautiful the fur color is, the more popular it is with the opposite sex. On the contrary, Ruan, a pure color cat without a hint of mixed colors, is the least appealing, and is considered to be a lower class bloodline, a symbol of low fertility and no talent. With the spirit spring space to help the host cultivate, it's not impossible for the host to break through the 4th stage, and you have psychic abilities. Your talent is definitely not bad, it's just that this spirit cat priest isn't at a high enough level. Spirit treasure grunted, there is no bad host for it. The spirit cat priest's brow sank a bit unwillingly. That's just it, you're also tired today, have a good rest. As for Mira and Rua, I'll look for them to have a separate lecture. After speaking, the spirit cat priestess shifted her body, and a gust of electric current glittering with white light grazed the side of Ruan's ear. Ruan only felt his face go numb, and in contrast, the spirit cat priest had already instantly moved to the entrance of the cave. Surprisingly, it's a lightning attribute ability. No wonder her spiritual energy is that mellow, even comparable to a 5th-ranked beastman, so she also has psychic abilities. Now Ling Bao couldn't sit still either. Ruan subconsciously clenched her fists. The lightning attribute balances extreme damage and extreme speed. It's a very rare type of psychic ability, no wonder Mira is so afraid of her. If you want to not be bullied, you need to be strong enough. The spirit cat priestess said with a sideways glance, but she couldn't help but sigh slightly. Hopefully, she can fight for her life so that I can leave in peace. Leave? What exactly did this spirit cat priestess mean? Seeing the spirit cat priestess disappearing into the cave entrance, Ruan's thoughts were a little jumbled. Subconsciously raising her hand, her wood system supernatural ability was summoned, visualizing a sinuous tree branch coiled like a small snake fluttering around her fingers. She naturally had to fight for her life, not for others, but for herself. Since the heavens had given her another life, she must live it out to make a name for herself. As soon as the spirit cat priest had left, Bai Yi and Hikari walked in, with Hikari carrying a large bundle of branches in her arms.
Outside the cave, Rua's cries began to rise and fall. Save some for me. No taking this one. The priestess lord said to split it all equally. Who let you lose to Ruan? That's right, this rabbit is still the one you robbed me of yesterday, bring it to you. I let you rob us, so you'll get what's coming to you. Aha! Put it down. Bai carried the venison he had shared from Rua in his hand and waved it in front of Ruan's face. That fat cat can really hide, the prey scavenged from inside and outside the cave is enough for the tribe to eat for days. We've given away quite a bit ourselves, haven't we? What's there to be happy about? Ling Chu leaned against the mouth of the cave and put his arm behind his head, looking at Ruan with eyes full of sultriness. Alright Ling Chu, things have passed, you're still holding on to them, it's not like the female lord sent them, it's that evil female from before. Why you really couldn't tolerate Ling Chu's yin and yang anymore. You still really believe in what flesh and soul? You'll regret it later. Ling Chu snorted towards Bai, turned around and went out of the cave with a deadpan look. You. Alright, don't argue, Ling Chu has a big opinion of me, whether he believes it or not is his business, you just ignore him. Ruan raised her hand and patted Bai on the arm. The tiger's character is already independent and stubborn, not to mention Ling Chu's kind is the more you ignore him, the more he comes on. While Bai's face indignant expression suddenly dissipated, backhand pull up Ruan's hand and his face rubbed. Yen simply did not have the eyes to see, straight forward to push Bai backward. Female master, you rest for a while, let's build a fire and roast meat, you eat some, okay? Having seen Ruan build a fire twice, Hikari had already fully grasped the essentials. It's fine, I'm not tired, you two start the fire first, I'll go out and look for something, eh? Where's Shi Yu and Lei Sen? Ruan stretched his neck and looked toward the cave entrance. The two of them went glacier fishing. Hikari replied casually. Oh. How's your injury? Ruan tugged on Hikari's arm, only to see that the wound on it had completely scabbed over. The orcs themselves had a strong ability to heal themselves, so it looked like it wouldn't take more than a few days to heal. Being touched by Ruan's hot little hand, Hikari's eyelashes fluttered gently with some excitement and whispered, "It still hurts. I so want the female lord to comfort me." Bai just hugged her, she smiled so happily, she must like Bai a little more. Nasty Bai. Ugh. Ruan scratched his head. Hikari's mind is sensitive, a little lack of love, when others were being abused or thinking about how to get rid of the original master, but he is thinking about dying together with the original master to die together. He's got that sick and delicate taste in his mouth. Alas. One by one are not good to grasp. Then I'll blow you? Ruan stood on her tiptoes, puffing out her cheeks and blowing gently into Hikari's wound. Silky cool wind wrapped around his arm. Hikari lowered her eyes and saw Ruan's pink lips close at hand. As long as she lowered her head, she could touch. So close. Such a distance. Ruan's body pheromone scent more and more intense. Hikari, a little confused, is unable to control the head, leaned down. Knock knock knock. Ruan's sharp cat ears sensed the other's heartbeat getting faster and faster, and the moment she raised her head curiously, a hand crossed directly in front of her face, blocking her sight. On the contrary, Hikari, the mouth that leapt forward to reach out, just kissed the back of Bai's hand. Ah. Blah blah blah. Bai, you're sick. Blah 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 blah. Hikari jumped to the side in a flash and spat frantically. Bai, on the other hand, wiped the back of his hand with an animal skin handkerchief with a disgusted face. Disgusting, getting me all over my hand. Hikari, this dead bird really, if it wasn't for me blocking it just now, I almost let him kiss Ruan. Female master, you. In the eye, you guys get busy first, I'll go out first. Ruan's face heated up, and without even letting Hikari finish her sentence, she ran all the way out of the cave. Hikari's expression shattered, then climbed up with thick self-reproach. What was I doing just now? How dare I try to get close to a female without her consent? What to do? The Shi master must hate me. Ruan calmed her mind and found a few cypress trees in the forest next to the tribe. The inner bark of cypress trees was very resistant to corrosion and had good toughness, so it was perfect for making shoe soles. Her feet were already cold and insensitive, she had to hurry up and make a pair of shoes to wear. Ruan drew out her bone knife and neatly cut off several large sheets of bark, clamped it under her creaky nest and was about to walk back, when a strange green color intruded into her sight. The ground covered by cypress trees was not deep in snow, but there was a small piece of green plant jumping out. That green plant tightly creeping on the ground, although the leaves are a little curly, but the green is full. In this winter, what kind of grass is so tenacious that it hasn't frozen to death? Ruan squatted down to observe carefully. So familiar, isn't this wheat? Chapter 24. No way, no way. This is wild winter wheat, it's still in hibernation, and it will only whip properly when spring comes. This is a good thing, with wheat there will be flour, it's not good enough to just eat meat, this is a blessing. The Spirit Spring space now had more than 100 square meters, completely sufficient. Ruan was ready to transplant all this wheat in. Ruan reached out her hand, just at the moment her fingertips touched the green leaf, her eyes unexpectedly blurred directly in front of her, followed by a strange feeling that immediately rose from her heart. What's going on? Ruan Ruan rubbed his eyes vigorously. Vision reappeared, but saw the world in front of him as if it was outlined by the lines in front of him. Fingers once again touched the leaves of the wheat. An unspeakable connection was established. Ruan Ruan could even see another piece of wild wheat 100 meters away. I can actually see the perspective of a plant? Ruan Ruan was shocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability advancement skill. Wood ability in plants have a natural affinity. You can perceive a range of about 1 kilometer centered on yourself by touching a living plant, and this range will be expanded as the host's class and ability are raised. Good lord, isn't this the ghostly upgraded version of perspective eyes? In this way, she can foresee approaching dangers in advance. It's almost like she's installed a portable radar. This Lingbao naturally has a reason for choosing this psychic ability for you. The Wood system's psychic ability still has a lot of roles waiting for the host to develop, although it doesn't look like it's very strong, but it has the strongest practicality, so you can just go ahead and enjoy yourself. Lingbao laughed nervously. Lingbao, I'm really getting impressed with you. Ruan Ruan gave a thumbs up. After transplanting all the winter wheat on the ground into the spirit spring space, Ruan Ruan was ready to hit the road back home. The winter wheat outside the tribe would wait until she had time to collect it. Since there was wheat in the beast world, it was possible that there was also corn and potatoes, and anyway, with her plant perception ability, she could have a good time looking for it, and strive to achieve food freedom in the beast world as well. Ruan Ruan hugged the bark of the tree, purposely circled around the glacier there, and at a glance, she saw Lei Sin and Shi Yu who were guarding the ice surface to catch fish. Lei Sin was squatting at the edge of the ice hole with a hard look on his face, while Shi Yu's expression was wan, feeling that his eyes could barely open, and that lime green snake's tail couldn't stop trembling a little. Lei Sin, Shi Yu, what's wrong? Ruan Ruan quickly stepped forward and said. Seeing Ruan Ruan come over, Lei Sin hurriedly got up. Female master, the ice is getting thicker. The water surface froze last night. We chiseled it with great effort, but it's too far away from the water surface to reach the fish underneath unless we jump into the water. Ruan Ruan walked closer and saw that the thickness of that ice hole was now 2 meters. If they hadn't opened the frozen hole every day, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to see the water. Forget it, let's not fish first. When I've made the rabbit trap, let's go catch rabbits first. It's cold and unsafe to go into the river. Ruan Ruan shook her head. This glacier is so deep and wide, there must be undercurrents underneath. If you jump in and can't get out, then it won't kill you. It's too dangerous. Okay. Tomorrow, Ling Chu and I will go out again and see if we can catch some bigger prey. Lei Sin responded. As soon as the words fell, Ruan Ruan saw Shi Yu, who had been silent all this time, wobble, her body lurch, and she fell straight in towards the ice hole. Flop! Ma-aya! Shi Yu! Ruan Ruan exclaimed, throwing away the bark in his arms and rushing forward. In the moment when Shi Yu was about to sink into the water, he quickly used his supernatural ability to conjure up a tree vine to wrap around him, desperately pulling him upwards. Seeing this, Lei Sin rushed to help, backhanded Ruan Ruan's hands of the tree vines to drag the rigid Shi Yu up. Shi Yu's face was blue and motionless, his long hair instantly froze as it came out of the water, and he felt like he was dying. Shi Yu! How are you doing? Quickly wake up! Ruan Ruan lay on Shi Yu's chest and listened, then felt his pulse. He couldn't feel anything, he only felt the cold freezing hands on him. God's milk. Flooded with water for a bit and he's out of breath? I don't care about that. Ruan Ruan lifted his leg across the waist and abdomen of Shi Yu. 2 hands crossed together. Quickly give Shi Yu do CPR. Repeat a few times. Is a deep breath. Pinch up Shi Yu's face and kissed on the lips of Shi Yu to give him artificial respiration. Lei Sin, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. Why are you kissing him when he's passed out? Ruan Ruan didn't dare to slack off and was still pressing and blowing on the other person with great effort, but she didn't notice that the person underneath her had opened those turquoise eyes at some point, and was looking at her slyly. Ha-hoo! Taking a deep breath, Ruan Ruan's small mouth once again pressed against those 2 thin lips, but she was tightly hugged around the waist by a pair of cold and powerful arms. Ruan Ruan was startled, and locked eyes with Shi Yu's sunken pool-like eyes, and subconsciously tried to raise her head, but she was tackled by the other party on the back of her head. Shi Yu's arm on Ruan Ruan's waist quickly tightened, the other hand pressed the back of Ruan Ruan's head to turn the tables and directly sucked and kissed Ruan Ruan's soft lips. A ripple of spiritual energy surged through his body, the stiffness of his muscles slowly eased, Shi Yu's snake tail balled up into a ball of excitement, his face flushed red as he deepened the kiss more and more. He had long since realized that after sleeping close to Ruan Ruan last night, all the spiritual energy in his body seemed to have recovered a little. Now that he kissed her, it even confirmed his suspicions. As long as they were in close contact with females, they could also obtain the aura from their bodies to nourish themselves, and although it wasn't as violent and useful as direct mating, it was already enough to ease the discomfort in their bodies. Being kissed so hard by Shi Yu, Ruan Ruan was already out of breath, hard to bear, her hands propped up on Shi Yu's chest, pounding and pushing. Shi Yu lowered her eyes, the force on her hands slowly loosened, and then she saw the little person on her body slipping away in an instant, and the temperature in her arms dissipated in an instant. Huffing and puffing. Huffing and puffing. Suffocated me. Ruan Ruan covered her chest and gasped.
Shi Yu got up, his eyes fell uncontrollably on Ruan's undulating peaks, the faint flavor of Ruan remained between his lips and teeth, and his expression was a bit unfulfilled. Lei Sen's handsome face was a bit gloomy, staring at Shi Yu's eyes as if the thick clouds rolled over, broken ice flying, let his heart surging up jealousy to drown himself. In fact, he didn't care how many males Ruan had, it was just that he had followed Ruan for such a long time without ever kissing Ruan. What right did this later stinky snake have? Thinking of this, Lei Sen's gaze was filled with scorn as he looked towards the ice cave. Shi Yu fell in from here and the female lord kissed him, so if I fall in as well, is it possible for the female lord to kiss me like that as well? Ruan was still gasping for breath when a heartfelt voice drifted in her ears and made her tigress shudder. No way, no way. He won't want. Immediately afterward, only to see Lei Sen not hesitate, striding over to the ice hole and jumping in with such a watery plunge. Don't! Chapter 25, she's so cute when she's serious. What an outrageous male competition. Ling Bao was staggered. Having no choice, Ruan could only fish it out again and control the dryness. You too, this is. Hikari was dumbfounded as she looked at a soupy snake and a soupy lion sitting next to the fire, shivering. Ruan shrugged helplessly and picked 2 pieces of animal skin clothes made by Cixin Yang and handed them to Lei Sen and Shi Yu. You two hurry up and change out of your wet clothes, don't catch a cold. Shi Yu wriggled her snake tail and directly removed the animal skin around her waist. Ruan subconsciously wanted to cover her eyes, but saw that there was nothing else around Shi Yu's waist other than a piece of properly articulated scales. Due to being a human body with a snake's tail, certain things of Shi Yu's were well hidden by him. Ruan touched her chin. If she remembered correctly, weren't there 2 snakes? Yes. Hearing Ling Bao's affirmative answer, Ruan couldn't help but clench her legs. The image of when Shi Yu kissed her flashed through her mind. Lei Sen clutched his clothes, his knuckles secretly tightening, the despondency in the bottom of those eyes almost overflowing. Female master did not kiss me. But just in an instant, Lei Sen's brain shook, as if he realized something, and the mixed emotions in his eyes were covered by a thick layer of composure. What is wrong with himself? He had always had a steady character, always mastered his emotions well, and had never had a quarrel even with others amongst the several beast husbands. This time, in order to fight with Shi Yu for the sake of jealousy, he even made the childish behavior of jumping into an ice cave. He was really becoming more and more unlike himself. Who? Lei Sen took a deep breath, got up and then untied the twine of the animal skin around his waist to prepare to change his clothes, that action skillful batch, obviously forgetting about Ruan's existence. Seeing that the other party's unspeakable thing is about to be exposed in front of her eyes again, Ruan urgently called a halt. Lei Sen is a real human form. She's still seeing it up close. Wait. This voice Ruan did not scream okay, a scream scared Lei Sen hand slipped, the shaky animal skin so slipped down. Once again see each other proud somewhere, Ruan rushed back to recite the meditation mantras silently. All changes are not shocked, no dementia, no anger, no desire. But reciting more Ruan has to be shocked, not the one of this golden lion is also too powerful. Seha saha. The host is truly blessed with lust. Ling Bao snickered. Go. Lei Sen's eyebrows directly twisted into a chuan. In the beast world, that aspect of superiority is an important plus point for males to obtain the female's heart. Females usually also directly observe to decide whether they are satisfied or not, but Ruan twice to see his reaction seems to be less than ideal. It's hard to not be able to be disliked by her. Ryzen changed his clothes and sat by the fire, already in self-doubt. Ruan glanced with her afterglow to make sure that Lei Sen had already changed his clothes before turning around again. That little face still leisurely hung a touch of red. Bai Yi smiled brightly. She's really getting shy. Ruan pouted. Of course shy, she is still a yellow flower big girl. It has always been a thief heart no thief gall, even Manhwa have not touched. This time, it's good that she's picked up 5 great dudes for nothing. He. After being pleased, Ruan leaned over and picked up the bark she brought back to start preparing to make shoes. After comparing the size of his feet, Ruan cut the shape of the shoe along the outline, first pasted the 2 pieces of bark together for firmness, and then wrapped the processed rabbit skin on it and sewed it tightly with a grass thread to make the sole of the shoe. Seeing Ruan tinkering there, Bai slowly paced over and sat down next to Ruan. Female master, what are you messing with? I want to make an animal skin shoe to wear. It's a bit too cold to walk barefoot on the ground in this winter. Ruan replied without lifting her head, her hands vigorously pulling the grass thread. Shoes? Bai didn't understand, but when he heard Ruan say that his feet were cold, he hurriedly wrapped his tail around Ruan's little red feet. Females are delicate, and it's really hard to go barefoot in such a cold winter. Then what can I help you with? Bai tilted his head to look at her, his eyes curved. She looks so cute when she's serious. Well, you can't help much. Like this, you first cut out the size of your feet on this bark, and then I'll make shoes for you. Ruan picked up a large piece of bark and handed it to Bai. Make them for me? Bai was slightly stunned, and ripples like being flattered immediately flashed in his eyes. Well nah, you guys are barefoot too. Anyway, there are enough rabbit skins and grass strings, I was planning to make them together with yours. Hikari, Ryzen, you guys come over and cut the soles too. Ruan very enthusiastically handed out the bark on her side.
Sure, you wouldn't need it if she didn't have any feet for the time being. Wait. Bai Yi's smile froze on his face. It turned out it wasn't for him alone. Thank you, female master. You can eat some meat before you do that. Hikari picked at the charcoal fire under the stone floor with a branch, blew on the roasted beef slices, and served them in a clean bark. Layson also got up busily when he heard Ruan call him, but subconsciously tightened the animal skin around his waist. Sure, you lifted the snake tail and looked at it, and in the next second it hung down on the ground as if slightly disgusted. It can't be helped, he hasn't fully transformed into a form yet, he can't even use something she made with her own hands. It's just that. The flavor of the female is really wonderful, if only he could mate with her. Looking at Ruan's delectable face, the bottom of Shi Yu's eyes were slightly red, her lips were a little tingly, and the restlessness that was hidden underneath the snake's tail was out of control. Ruan did not notice that the snake has already spring snake, hand movements ceaselessly, the shoes made into a package heel slippers mold, so that both warm and good to wear. Ruan put the new shoes on her feet and tried them on. Although they were ugly, they were sturdy, durable, and comfortable, not bad. Are these the shoes? It's so pretty. Hikari looked at Ruan's new shoes with a look of anticipation. Hula! A gust of wind came from outside the cave as Ling Chu transformed into his human form and walked in slowly. Ling Chu, you're back just in time, we're going to make shoes, come and compare your feet. Ruan waved towards Ling Chu. Shoes? Sub? Ling Chu blinked curiously and leaned over after placing the pheasant he had just caught from outside next to the fire. Noticing Ling Chu's movements, Ruan realized, so he had gone out hunting again. As a Yenhu, Ling Chu has a strong single combat ability, and although he is young, he has excellent hunting ability, but his temper is a little bit worse. Beastmen are all more than 1 meter tall. Layson visual estimate is more than 1 meter 9. The size of the foot is needless to say, a shoe to be a whole sheet of hairskin. Bai Yi and Yen in Ruan's guidance in the face of Sirius in the side of the cut hairskin. Ling Chu also took the bark in the feet to gesture. Ruan took the bark that Layson had already cut and prepared to do his first. The workload changed from 1 to 6. Ruan's tired head had a layer of fine sweat, and her palms were also rubbed red by the grass line. Layson saw some heartache, hastily half-squatted in front of Ruan, while Ruan's small hand pulled over in the lips blue. Female master, you take a break and then get it. Chapter 26, is it okay to be that small? It's okay, it's almost done. Ruan looked up and smiled, that good-natured appearance anyone who looked at it had a swirling heart. Layson was touched and his nose turned sour. The female lord is not satisfied with my body, is still willing to personally make things for me, she's so nice. Ha! How could she not be satisfied with his body? Those white abs, handsome face, and the fertility that looked so strong, it was perfect alright. Layson took a deep breath and raised his hand to take the shoes in Ruan's hand. You teach me, I'll do it. You can't do this one. Ruan had wanted to refuse, but he saw that Layson had already gotten on with it. Only to see his bony fingers pinching the bone needle and flying through the animal skin, soon sewing up a whole side. Ruan's mouth grew wide. I'll go. Layson, you're so good, you even sewed it more neatly than I did. Layson's stitches were arranged in an orderly and meticulous manner, almost as if they were pressed out by a sewing machine. There's no one else with this talent born to sew. Hearing Ruan's words, Layson was a little embarrassed. Really? Really? Of course, it's much better than what I did, you're amazing. Ruan did not mince words and praised. Thank you, female master. Then let me do the rest, you eat something, I'll ask you where I don't know. Ha! Layson could not help but directly gather away all the animal fur and grass threads from Ruan's side, and sat down by the fire to continue sewing. As long as he did more, Ruan could do less. Under the firelight, Layson's golden hair was shining a little brightly, and his side face seemed to be carved like a wax statue with sharp edges, truly resembling a noble prince in a medieval painting. Ruan smiled fondly. Layson was not very good with words, was the most stable of the several beast husbands, and really did do things without any ambiguity. Tomorrow we'll go catch hares together, everyone rest early. Aha! As the night passed and bright sunlight shone in through the cave entrance, Ruan stretched and gathered the leftover grass ropes from last night's shoemaking, ready to go up the mountain to trap the rabbits. Bai Yi and the others were already fully dressed. Hikari had gotten up early in the morning and roasted some meat wrapped in bark and packed in an animal skin pouch. Ling Chu sat at the entrance of the cave, his head not knowing what to think. Shi Yu was still asleep on the stone bed, breathing evenly and not moving, and did not hear anything around him. What's wrong with him? Ruan reached out her hand and tentatively poked Shi Yu's tail. No response. Snake beasts need to hibernate in winter, he should have slept through it. Ryzen explained. In that case, let's let Shi Yu rest, let's go. Ruan put her shoes on and took the lead out of the cave. Ling Chu looked at Ruan's tiny back, and finally didn't hold back to follow. He still had to observe her carefully. Suddenly wearing shoes, a few beastmen were still a bit uncomfortable, but they were really comfortable and warm. With the shoes on her feet, Ruan walked as fast as she could, but after leaving the tribe, she still stepped into the 1-foot-thick snow. I.O. Ruan almost collapsed. Fortunately Layson was quick to help her. Looks like it snowed again last night. I wonder if there are still hares out there.
Hikari raised her hand to pat the snow that was caked on Ruan's leg for her heart heavy with worry. As long as they're still alive, they have to come out to find food and we'll have a chance to catch them. Where do you guys usually catch hares? Ruan asked as she straightened up. Wild rabbits don't move regularly, they're usually in the open area over there. Bai pointed to the northeast of the tribe. Then let's go over there first and take a look. Ruan nodded. Wait, female lord, why don't you sit on my back? The snow is too thick for you to walk. Ryzen changed back to his lion form and prostrated himself. Ruan was still the first time to see Laysen's original form this close. As a golden lion, the mane on Laysen's neck was extraordinarily lush and thick, his limbs were thick and powerful, his tail was long and whip-like, that one canine tooth was as long as the palm of Ruan's hand, and his head was as big as Ruan's 3 or 4 men. So big. Ruan looked at Laysen from top to bottom, his eyes finally fixed on his crotch, and his nosebleed almost spiked out. Laysen's body stiffened. It turns out that the female lord likes me in this form. But the female lord's prototype is that small, can it work? Ahem. Hearing this, Ruan instantly blushed to the base of her neck and jumped up with her hands and feet holding onto Ryzen's back. Burying his head in the middle of Laysen's mane, Ruan only felt like sinking into a Simmons bed, it was so soft and warm. Bai raised his eyebrows and followed suit, jumping onto Laysen's back and sitting next to Ruan. Bai, don't you have any legs? Laysen turned around and showed his teeth at Bai, his back wasn't for anyone to sit on. I just want to be closer to the female lord. What's wrong, Laysen? You won't be so petty, right? Bai intentionally moved closer towards Ruan, his tone seemed to be a little aggravated, that expression teared up beyond words. You? Laysen was momentarily speechless, he would not be petty, but his back can only let the female master sit alone. Laysen did not say anything on the surface, but while Bai did not pay attention, raised his tail and swept him directly down. So Bai is forced to roll over and jump off of Laysen's back, his fox ears aggressively sticking to his scalp, looking at Ruan's fox eyes tearing up, simply charmed beyond words. Female lord, he's so petty. The corner of Ruan's mouth twitched, worthy of being a fox, really can be petulant. Just as she was about to make a round up, a patch of familiar plants broke into her eyes. Ryzen, stop, can we go look there? Ruan raised his hand and patted Ryzen's big head. Laysen looked sideways, only to see that not far away from a few people, there was a large bamboo forest. The bamboo was hardy and still maintained its whirling posture in winter, adding a touch of green to the cold season. Good. Although he didn't know what Ruan was going to do, he would obey. Ruan deftly jumped down from Laysen's back, reached out and touched the emerald bamboo, making trap sets. Bamboo was a perfect tool, hard not to mention flexible, and bamboo can also be used to make fishing rods and weave fish traps, so that when the time comes, you can fish inside the glacier. Having made up her mind, Ruan selected a few thumb-thick bamboos and cut them off with a bone cutter to be used as traps, and carefully selected a few 2-finger-wide bamboos to be used as fishing rods. Only the thick bamboos were hard to break, and the bone knife in Ruan's hand was too slippery to do so. Female master, do you want this? Ka-ching! Laysen smoothly broke a small arm-thick bamboo in front of Ruan and handed it over. Ruan shrunk his neck. What strength? Right, then Laysen, work hard for you. Help me break these bamboos and bring them back to the tribe. When the time comes, I want to use them to catch fish, and to catch wild rabbits I'll go with Bai and the others. Ruan instructed. This thing can catch fish? Laysen was a bit skeptical, but still answered, well good, recently quite a few carnivorous beast clans will come out to hunt, you guys protect the female lord. Chapter 27, Your heart is beating so fast. Hikari sniffed and hurriedly followed a few steps to Ruan's side, just about to pull Ruan's hand. Got it, female master, let's go. Bai rolled over and transformed back into his original form, stretching out his big snow-white fluffy tail to directly roll Ruan up on his back, not giving Hikari the slightest chance to approach. Although Bai was not as big as Ryzen, his fur was softer and better jacked, just as warm. Ruan took a deep breath and could still smell a unique scent on Bai's body. Hikari's arm grabbed an empty, den face. This dead fox, pestering the female master all the time. How annoying. By the way, female lord, I heard from Shi Yu that you encountered the wolf clan earlier when you were catching wild deer in the forest? Bai shook his fox ears and slightly sidled his head, glancing at Hikari's indignant expression. His mustache curled in triumph, and intentionally quickened his pace. Well, those wolves should have been attracted by the smell of the wild deer's blood, and they also had to drag me back. Fortunately at that time, Shi Yu rushed over, or else Ruan was still a bit scared when she thought about it now, so she didn't even dare to go out of the tribe by herself now. At those words, following the two people's side of the yen, Wanli hung his head to go, handsome face thicker self-reproach. I'm sorry, female master, are in order to catch prey for me to ask the witch doctor to let you in danger. Not being able to protect his female well, but also letting the female in danger, there is no more useless male than me, right? Hikari grumbled to herself once again. Ruan's brows tightened. Don't say that, Hikari, you're my male, there's no way I'm going to watch you get hurt and not care. Hikari sighed quietly, perhaps he was such a failure, when he insisted on leaving the Wind Rock clan, he was still nothing. Females are precious. If they fall alone and are found by males from other tribes, they will all snatch them away, and the wolf tribe is a male wolf king in charge of the tribe, so if a female is captured, I'm afraid it won't be a good time. Wolves have always been brutal and won't let go of any. The wolf has always been cruel and will not spare any living thing. You in the future, don't privately leave the tribe too far. Bai Yi's tone is rarely seen serious. That long silver eyelashes half cover the fox eyes, lips and teeth are a little trembling, seems to want to cover up what call out emotions in general. Ruan keenly observed Bai Yi's wrongness. On this fox, there must be some unknown secret hidden. Not long after, the group arrived at an open area, and from afar, the sparse vegetation was covered with snow in the middle. Bai Yi lowered his body and crept behind a cluster of bushes. Female lord, look, hares. Following the direction pointed by Bai Yi's tail tip, Wan saw from afar a flash of white on the ground writhing in the snow, but it was a hare. The hare had fattened up into a ball, and the fur on its body was so perfectly close to the color of the snow that it couldn't be detected without a closer look. Ruan moved his buttocks. Bai Yi quickly turned into a human form, put Ruan in his arms and gently placed him on the ground. After looking around, Ruan found a bowl-sized snow hole under the bushes, and there were a few hardened rabbit droppings at the mouth of the hole. Sure enough, rabbits' food in the winter is nothing but grass roots and bark. Choosing to make a nest in an open area is convenient for these wild rabbits to observe the dangers around them, but if they want to eat, they have to go into the forest, and this is their foraging hole. It's best to make a trap here. Ruan said, drew off the bamboo he had just gotten, first inserting one end of the bamboo firmly into the snow, then tying the grass line into a live knot of the right size, connecting the bamboo at one end, and casually breaking a few thick and hard branches to fix them into a circle, then breaking and bending a piece of bamboo across the circle of the rope, to make a triggering mechanism, so that when the rabbits passed by, they would be caught by the snare around their necks or limbs. This thing, it can catch rabbits? Bai Yi cocked his head. A bit too simple, right? Hikari was also a bit unconvinced. As a raptor windrock, he was considered capable of catching rabbits in the category, and was skeptical of Ruan's idea of catching rabbits with a few twigs. Watch this. Ruan grabbed one of Hikari's fingers and gently flicked the bamboo piece on top of the trap. Swish! With a sound, the noose on the ground popped right up and wrapped tightly around Hikari's wrist and yanked it up. Whew! The sudden pulling force startled Hikari's pupils. This kind of force was indeed more than enough to catch a rabbit. The more this rope set struggles, the tighter it gets, whether it's a hare or a pheasant. As long as the mechanism is triggered, there's no possibility of escape. Ruan confidently raised an eyebrow, and that was when she undid the sleeve on Hikari's wrist and rearranged it. Female master, you are so powerful. This kind of thing has touched the blind spot of Yan's knowledge. He is nothing but admiration. Bai Yi's eyes filled with the color of praise. If anything, he moved closer towards Ruan, silently enjoying the smell of her body. You guys go farther away to look for them again. There must be more than just this one hole. We need to set up a few more of these traps, but not too close. After all this effort to come over and catch them, Wan had to be foolproof. The Air Force wouldn't do. Good. Hikari got up and pressed herself against the bushes to look out in all seriousness. Bai Yi, you. Ruan turned her head indistinctly, but she didn't expect Bai Yi to be so close, and the moment the two of them looked at each other, Bai Yi's slightly red lips touched Ruan's nose tip that way. So fragrant. Bai Yi's eyes were confused for a moment, and a touch of lust instantly crept into the bottom of his eyes. Ruan's heartbeat missed half a beat, and she hurriedly tried to back away, but was pinched by Bai Yi's long and slender fingers on her chin. Where do you want to escape to, huh? Bai Yi backhandedly clasped Ruan's back waist, his voice unprecedentedly low magnetic. His lips intentionally or unintentionally touched the tip of Ruan's nose in a smooth manner. His breath turned to Ruan's lips in an instant. Forced to meet the eyes of that pair of seductive fox eyes, Ruan's eyes simply could not move away, breathing rapidly to the point of loss of sound in the ears, and can only hear their own heartbeat that is getting stronger and stronger. Your heartbeat is so fast. Bai Yi's throat knots cannot help but roll a little, between the nostrils lingering Ruan pheromone flavor more thirsty. He has never had a moment to feel in front of the person so tempting, that is, no longer able to hold, turned his head to the side to capture kiss Ruan's lips. A few moments later, Bai was able to kiss Ruan's lips. But also in this instant, Bai Yi's lavender eyes suddenly covered by a layer of shadowy, seems to have discovered something, but did not stop the action, backhandedly grabbed Ruan's wrist in half, pushed her to the ground, let the two people's lips and teeth collision, difficult to part. Unlike Shi Yu kissed domineering, Bai Yi's kiss with a hint of predatory meaning, but without losing the tenderness. Ruan directly pasty half of the body simply cannot resist up. For a long time, lips parted, both breathing a little sharply. Bai Yi hooked knuckles pinched up Ruan's cheeks, eyes cold aura suddenly appeared. Who touched you? Chapter 28. Want to hit him? She smelled like other males. Hikari? Ryzen? Or Tokoyo? Who is it? Bai Yi's tone was a bit urgent, moreover mixed with a hint of husky brokenness. Someone kissed her before him, he was so sad. Ruan staggered backward, the back of the head suddenly covered with warm palm prints. Bai Yi toward Ruan approaching. Warm lips just happened to rub over the thin sweat from the tip of her nose. Timely light and shadow hit, the atmosphere of the two people set off like a dream.
See Ruan some overwhelmed, Bai sighed lightly, some choking in the throat. You have asked me, hope you like me. I answered today, hope. You don't hate me anymore?
Ruan bit the lips that were kissed somewhat hot, the syllables that overflowed from her throat were as light as an overturned ink bottle.
In Ruan's opinion, even if Bai already knows that she is not the former Ruan, but the torments suffered to let go is not so easy thing. Just like Ling Chu, he is not willing to believe in her words even now. Why is not the cause of the injury is too deep? Bai eyes a cold, seems to be hidden for a long time like a head into the arms of Ruan, a pair of soft fox ears close to the scalp, a pair of arms hooped Ruan's waist tight, muffled voice, I hate, but hate is not your You are innocent, should not be responsible for the things that the evil female do. Bai's words like a drum hammer struck Ruan's heart. She did not dare to imagine that a beast man would be so love and hate. After being tested by Ling Bao, this fox did not tell lies. Spirit Treasure reminded in a small voice. I don't know where you're from or how you came here, but you're here with me now, and I just hope that you don't leave me alone, don't abandon me. Bai continued, his body trembling slightly. Since he was a child, he lost his parents, was abandoned by his siblings, abandoned by his clan, even his closest and most beloved person didn't want him, he suffered a lot. Once again he felt the warmth was Ruan defending him against all odds. At the moment that tiny figure blocked in front of him, he wanted to gamble once more. Feeling some wetness on his front lapel, Ruan then realized that her arrogant fox had actually shed tears, and suddenly his heart was a little bit unfavorable. Well, you don't feel bad, I don't know exactly what you've been through, but I can tell you for sure that as long as you treat me with sincerity, I also treat you with sincerity. Ruan whispered and placed her hand on Bai's head, gently rubbing his ears. Bai stopped trembling and hugged Ruan tighter. Female master, I found. Over there. Hikari gushed as she plucked away the shrubs, only to be galvanized into rigidity in place by the scene before her. At this moment in Hikari's eyes, Bai holding Ruan's waist, head buried in Ruan's soft pampering, Ruan face tenderly stroking Bai's ear, the two people intimate as if they just fell in love with each other after the beast couple like. Hearing the movement, Ruan hurriedly pushed Bai to stand up, but saw Hikari's lips trembling, the floating ice under his eyes have all condensed, the coolness is better than the cold wind. Hiku, you. Ruan just wanted to say something, but saw Hika's eyes directly over his own, hit Bai's face. Oh, it's me who came back not coincidentally, Bai, you're still really good at finding the time. I just left, and you stuck it to the female master, Hikari mouthed, straightened up and took 2 steps forward, pulling Ruan behind her with one hand, that voice as if it was as creepy as a shadowy wet male ghost. The redness in the bottom of Bai's eyes hadn't dissipated yet, but looking at Hikari's jealous look only made him feel puzzled. It's really not coincidental that you came back. Hikari, it's not what you think. It doesn't matter, Bai is also a female master, you're male, which one you want to favor is your freedom. In fact, you don't have to intentionally detach me next time, I'll take it as invisible. Hikari exclaimed as she turned around, not giving Ruan a chance to speak at all, her tone full of cold detachment that she tried to restrain. She just asked me to find the rabbit hole in order to support me away from getting close to Bai. Sure enough, I'm the male she hates the most. Ruan was confused for a moment, not how his brain circuits were so clear that he thought she was deliberately sidetracking him. Hikari's mind was so sensitive and self-absorbed that it was hard to get into self-doubt if she wasn't paying attention. Ruan was speechless for a moment, but when she raised her eyes, she noticed that there were a lot of withered branches and broken leaves on Hikari's head. It seemed that they were stuck on the bushes when she went to look for wild rabbits, and it was hard to see why he was working so hard. Thinking of this, Ruan raised her hand to remove the dirt for him, but she saw Hikari close her eyes as if by reflex, and her lips clenched as if she was ready to endure the pain. Hikari? Ruan's heart sank as her hand gently removed the dead leaves from his head. Noticing Ruan's action, Hikari's bottom of the eyes rolled up a watery light, all of a sudden a little overwhelmed. I'm sorry, female master, I thought you were going to hit him? Ruan was a bit stunned for a moment. This was a conditioned reflex only after how many severe beatings he had experienced. As expected, the body always remembers better than the consciousness, although Hikari believed in her change as much as Bai did, but after years of being suppressed and humiliated by the original owner, his mental trauma could not be healed in a day or two, and that created his sensitivity and low self-esteem. He couldn't be blamed for that entirely. Ruan sighed languidly, picking the dirty things off of Hikari. I didn't mean to detach you, and there's no need to do that, it's all just a coincidence. I said I won't do that to you guys again, so don't be afraid. Yes. I didn't mean to talk about you like that. Hikari had some jittery self-reproach in his heart, so much so that he pinched his animal skin clothes tightly. He knew that he shouldn't have said that about Ruan. The females in the beast world couldn't have only one male in order to ensure reproduction, and he understood that, but when he saw Ruan and Bai hugging each other like that, it was so hard on his heart, as if something he cherished was lost. Alright, there's nothing to be sorry for. What did you just say you found out? Ruan waved her hand, trying to distract Hikari's attention. She also knew that Hikari didn't have a bad heart, she was just a bit short of love. Oh, I found several rabbit holes over there, all freshly dug. Hikari looked back at Ruan with a careful gaze. Alright, then let's go set up the traps together. After we're done, I have to go back to make fishing rods to catch fish. Layson and the others will be waiting impatiently at home. Ruan pulled Hikari with one hand and Bai Yi with the other, pretending as if nothing had happened and started to work. And everything that had just happened was clearly seen by Ling Chu, who had been following in the distance. He heard the conversation between Ruan and Yen, and also saw the change in Ruan's attitude towards Bai Yi. For a moment he was in a bit of a trance. Could it be that he was really wrong? That evil female really no longer exists? Chapter 29. Eating it will turn you into a little cutie. Ling Chu sighed with slight relief and turned towards the tribe. If she really wasn't that evil female anymore, I wonder if she would be willing to let herself go? Ruan brought Bai Yi and Hikari to set up traps all around the rabbit holes they found, ready to come back and see them tomorrow. Female Lord, so are we going back to the tribe now? Hikari asked softly as she stood at Ruan's side. Well, I see that it's still early in the day, so I want to take a stroll around to see if there's anything else useful. Ruan looked at the blue sky and raised her hand to stretch. The beast world is vast. As a modern person, she has to make full use of the knowledge she possesses to make herself live a better life. Confining herself to the acreage of the Spirit Cat clan won't do, and it just so happens that with Bai Yi and Yen accompanying her, she's not afraid of encountering any dangers. Good. Noticing Ruan's movements, Hikari intentionally or unintentionally lowered her head and swept a glance at her, and even impartially glimpsed the spring light on Ruan's chest. That white soft one trembled, Hikari's throat tightened and her cheeks flushed. Female lords. Hearing this, Ruan looked up blankly and ran straight into Hikari's gaze, only then realizing that her peaks were half exposed due to her stretching too much. He hurriedly reached out to cover them. Ruan's body has made a qualitative leap after her promotion to the 3rd level and has become hotter and hotter, so much so that the clothes Cixin Yang made for her are a bit too tight for her, a change that Bai Yi and Hikari have long since discovered. Cough cough. The reason why high-ranking females are able to attract males can not only be the reason for the high rank. Host, you just taste it, a taste of a squeak, ha ha. Spirit Treasure snickered. Outrageous. I've never seen a system as immodest as yours. Bai Yi saw this and pulled Ruan away from Hikari, lifting his hand to lift her animal skin clothes upwards. His tone was dripping with jealousy. These clothes are not good. When you catch a hare and skin it, let Cixin Yang make a new one for you, so that you don't have to let people stare at you. Hikari's face turned blue, her fists clenched and cackled. Bai Yi, what do you mean? The female lord is also my female lord. What's wrong with me staring? He can kiss the female lord and hug her, but I can't even look at her anymore? So what? I won't let you look. Bai Yi arrogantly raised his chin and reached over his tail to gather Ruan over. I'm the only one who can occupy her gaze. You. Alright, you two can't move without bickering, it's making my brain hurt. Ruan waved her hand to escape from between the two and walked towards the forest on her own. It's also a headache when men get jealous of each other. Bai Yi and Hikari hurriedly shut up, knifing each other and following closely behind Ruan. Cold winter, everything withered. Ruan other did not see, but accidentally found a mulberry tree forest. Thanks to the beast world fertile soil, this mulberry tree branch is dense, the height is up to 8 or 9 meters. Lingbao Encyclopedia time. Mulberry tree is full of treasure. Oh, there is good medicinal value. Mulberry leaves can treat wind heat colds. Mulberry branches can be expelled from rheumatism. Mulberry fruit can replenish the blood. Mulberry root bark dried in boiled water can be anti-inflammatory, and mulberry bark below the fibers can be used to suture wounds. Oh, in the beast world these medicinal effects will be stronger drops. Wow, what a treasure. It's just a pity that it's winter and there are no mulberry leaves or fruits to eat. Ruan tilted her head back and crossed her arms, muttering under her breath. Upon hearing this, Hikari didn't move and took out a few pieces of roasted venison from inside the beast skin pouch she was carrying and handed it to Ruan. Female master, eat something. The fruit is eaten by grass-eating beastmen. Meat-eating beasts will become smaller and cuter if they eat it. Are all the fruits of the beast world poisonous? Ruan was confused for a moment. It's not poisonous. Grass-eating beasts tend to be hunted and killed, and none of them are too smart, so... Hikari bit her lip, her cautious look was a bit droll. Put. You don't understand, eating the fruit won't make you stupid, the fruit is delicious. You'll know when I pick it for you to try later. Ruan stuffed the deer meat into her mouth and started folding mulberry branches in her hands. Regardless of whether or not they could be used right now, they would first collect some of each and then talk about it. Bai Yi stepped forward to give Ruan a hand. Seeing that Hikari was still at a loss, he gave Hikari a bright smile. The female master said it, it's definitely right. Although he did not know what Ruan wanted this branch for, but his new female master knows everything, as the general female does not have the wisdom, follow her will be right. Aang. Hikari nodded mechanically and didn't want to strike up a conversation with Bai Yi. The female lord hated the two of them bickering and he didn't want to annoy Ruan. Bai Yi stood behind Ruan, methodically folding the high mulberry branches, his body intentionally or unintentionally close to Ruan's back. Hikari propped up the animal skin bag next to the two as a collector. Ruan inadvertently saw Bai Yi's hand. She simply could not figure out how a male orc's hand could be so exquisite, not to mention the white color, even the knuckles are pink. It was astringent to look at it. Gulp. Ruan swallowed the venison in her mouth and smacked her lips. This meat is fragrant, but there is no flavor, and it feels a bit greasy after eating too much of it. It would be good if there were seasonings. Just the beast world can't have any MSG salty salt 13 spices. By the way, i.e., do you know where there is a sea? Ruan looked up and asked. Sea salt can be obtained by evaporating the seawater a bit. Filtering it cleanly can be eaten. It's easy to obtain. As beastmen, their bodies are much stronger. Even if they can't filter it that carefully, they won't die from eating it. 6. Good one, eat not die. The sea. Sea is extremely far from the forest. If it is passed from the ground, I am afraid that it will take several Sundays, and it is necessary to pass through many tribal territories. Do you want to go to the sea? Bai Yi's movements in his hands stopped for a moment, and he answered seriously. Beast world communities' territorial consciousness are very strong. Do not allow other communities to step on. Even the stray beastmen are wandering in the unknown territory. Once stepped into the territory of other tribes, light is expelled. Heavy is but to be hunted down and killed. Like this, I was thinking of going to the beach to gather something. Ruan's eyes fell for a moment. Female lord, I can fly. I can take you there from the air. Hikari hurriedly stepped forward and patted her chest. The air isn't any pack's territory. I'll just carry you there whenever you want to go. That's right, Bai Yi. With Hikari here, just fly over their territory. Ruan's eyes lit up instantly, excitedly pulling over Hikari's arm and shaking it. Hikari grinned, instantly happy. He always felt like he couldn't do Ruan any favors. Now there was finally something he could do. Oh. Same. Bai Yi responded with downcast eyes. Oh, that evil female is really good at picking out males, and they're all useful here at the new female master as well. Ruan agreed with this view. Then one day when the weather warms up a bit, we'll take a trip to the beach. Aha! Woo! A long wolf howl startled. Chapter 30. There is a grudge, a blood grudge. Bai Yi and Hikari's expressions changed at the same time, coincidentally glancing at each other. Hikari suddenly changed into her original form of a windrock, unfolding her huge wingspan. Her sharp claws grabbed Ruan and Bai Yi and flew them to the top of the tree to land, and the three of them quietly hid inside the densely layered branches. Are there wolves coming? Ruan swallowed nervously. Don't be afraid. Bai Yi whispered comfortingly, holding Ruan tightly in his arms, his 9 tails protecting her firmly. Hikari's stern gaze was motionless as she stared intently at the shrubs not far away, and soon, a large black wolf burrowed out of it. Then came a second. Third. In the end, there were more than a dozen heads. Ruan's nervous little hand grabbed Bai Yi's wrist. Luckily they were quick to hide, and these mulberry trees were tall and dense. Even without the leaves, it would be hard to realize that they were high up without looking up to see closely. The big black wolf in the lead circled around a few times under the mulberry tree, and sniffed carefully on the ground, but didn't find anything, so he flicked his sagging tail and continued forward, and the wolves followed his steps in an organized manner. Just now he clearly heard this side of the movement, originally thought that there is prey to come. The moment he saw the true face of that black wolf, Bai Yi's body abruptly tightened. The bewildering fox eyes rarely revealed a murderous aura. Ruan could even hear Bai Yi's increasingly rapid and suppressed breathing. Noticing that Bai Yi was out of sorts, Ruan followed Bai Yi's gaze and, somewhat perplexed, held Bai Yi's hand back and whispered, "What's wrong, Bai Yi? Is that the Wolf King?" "No, he is called Heiba. Is a 4th-order male beast that the wolf clan is responsible for hunting." Bai Yi's teeth were clenched, and the blood color under his eyes was hard to reduce. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Ruan asked tentatively. Yen at the side looked at Bai Yi's teeth-gritting appearance was also a bit strange. Bai Yi has always been particularly nasty to the wolf clan, only today did he realize that he actually knew the wolf clan's beasts. There's a grudge, a blood grudge. Bai Yi took a deep breath, the fox claws on his fingertips emerged and had embedded themselves in the trunk of the tree they were holding. Ruan was stunned, blood feud. These 2 words don't sound too good. Only Bai Yi didn't say anymore. If he didn't say, Ruan didn't dare to ask. Bai Yi tried to suppress the thought of rushing up and fighting with that guy. He is now not enough spiritual power, the other side is too many people do not have a chance to win, and Ruan in, he cannot take the risk. It wasn't until the wolf beasts were completely far away that Bai Yi's body relaxed. Hikari held Ruan's waist and brought her away from the canopy, and the moment the 3 of them landed on the ground, Bai Yi turned his head and slammed his fist on the mulberry tree. The force actually cracked the mulberry tree, which was as thick as a mud pillar. Hikari was so scared that she held Ruan in her arms, fearing that Bai Yi would suddenly whip around and hit Ruan as if he were a man. Bai Yi, are you alright?" Ruan asked with a shivering sideways head, but her feet leaned towards Hikari. It was the first time she had seen Bai Yi lose his temper like this. It was weirdly scary. "It's okay, female master." Hearing Ruan's voice, Bai Yi shook his head and opened and closed his eyes, turning over and pulling Ruan over to gather him in his arms, that domineering look not putting Hikari in his eyes at all. Hikari's arms were empty, and she saw that she hadn't even hugged the hot little person to be snatched away, but she forced herself not to have a seizure. Cannot and that wild fox general knowledge. Female master does not like us to make noise. Hold back Hikari. Bai Yi, sooner or later there is no time. Who? Sniffing Ruan's body breath, Bai Yi as if he got what salvation like ruthlessly let out a breath. Realizing that the other party had relaxed, Ruan noticed the bruised knuckles that Bai Yi had just been struck with because he had exerted too much force, so she gently pushed Bai Yi away and raised her head to say earnestly, if there is anything you can't solve, you can tell me at any time. Female master. Bai Yi mumbled for a moment and finally did not say the things that he was holding in his heart. That memory was too painful, and it was difficult for him to speak out. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it now, just don't vent it by hurting yourself, I'll be heartbroken. Ruan picked up Bai Yi's hand and rubbed it, the action healing beyond measure. Such a good-looking hand, it would be a shame to hurt it. Bai Yi instantly just felt his heart crumble. How can she be so nice? He buried his head and rubbed Ruan's face vigorously and intimately. Host, you're too good at this, this fox is hanging into a warped mouth. Bai Yu again. There's no way, Sis's charm is here. Heartbroken for him? Listening to Ruan's words, Hikari was so sour that she had to regurgitate acidic water. The next second, directly weakly wooed, Ruan's cat ears perked up and she turned her head to look, only to see Hikari leaning weakly against the tree trunk, her eyes red and pitiful, feeling as if she was going to faint in the next second. Hikari, what's wrong with you? Ruan hurriedly let go of Bai Yi and rushed to Hikari. The wound on my shoulder hurts, and I think I tore it again when I used my wings just now. Hikari said, her face going white. Get down and let me see. Ruan frowned, full of worry. Well, Hikari answered, squatting down when the smooth trend of the head leaned on Ruan's body, but also did not forget to send a provocative gaze at Bai Yi. The speed of change of face is comparable to the Oscar-winning actor. Who can't play poor? Bai Yi's fists were clenched and his canine teeth were exposed. Good, this dead bird has learned to show weakness and steal the female master's attention, right? Ruan reached out and touched Hikari's wound. It was fine, almost scabbed off. It was these two guys again who were secretly fighting over their jealousy. Looking at the two men's drawn-out expressions, Ruan directly crossed in the middle, pouting, alright you two, don't let people worry about you, it's getting dark, collect some more mulberry branches and go back to the tribe, it's not safe in the forest when it's dark. Yes. Good. Ruan drew out the bone knife, just now Bai Yi had cracked the mulberry tree bark to peel down ready to bring back to the tribe. A few people once again passed through the bamboo forest, and by the way, to get a few more thick bamboo drag, Ruan is ready to use the bamboo tube to burn some hot water to drink. Back to the tribe, it was just dark. Ruan saw Layson pacing back and forth in front of the tribe from afar. Layson? Why are you here and not in the cave? Ruan was puzzled. Female master, you guys finally came back, it's almost dark, if you guys don't come back I'm going to go to the forest to look for you. Bai Yi and Hikari are really something too. Layson pulled over Ruan, checked her up and down like an old father, and led her into the cave without saying a word. Bai Yi and Hikari didn't say anything, only holding a bunch of things they had collected and followed behind the two. Layson was the oldest of Ruan's beast husbands, and usually took care of the other few males in a way that they naturally respected him a lot. It's none of their business, I collected something on the way and delayed a bit. What is this? Chapter 31 Rat Detector. As soon as he entered the cave, Ruan noticed a dark mass nestled on the ground, and curiously approached to take a look. Only to see that thing was covered in grayish-white fluffy fur, all round and fat, with beckoning ears on the top of its head, eyes tightly closed, for small paws that were grossly disproportionate to its stature were still twitching one by one, and it was also holding a thick, fleshy tail underneath its belly. Wow, Where did such a big rat come from? Ruan jumped out a long way with a shrunken neck in fear. A small face twisted up. She was most afraid of rats. Layson quickly reached out to hold Ruan's shoulders and rubbed them comfortingly. I'm sorry, female master, I didn't know that you were afraid of this thing. It's something that I found when I was getting bamboo, and in the winter, when prey is scarce, this rat eats all of the meat for the winter, and it's an excellent food. However, if you're afraid of it, I'm going to throw it out. What big rat? People are a male bamboo rat, but it looks like it is not yet adult. Bamboo rats are purely vegetarian animals. Docile character, handled properly, can be completely used for food. Ling Bao explained. Eating veggies and still being able to eat so fat, it was evident that eating more vegetables could not help you lose weight. No, I don't want to eat rats to death. Ruan expressed her refusal. Layson stepped forward, and without saying anything, he picked up that big rat by the tail, and made a gesture to go out and throw it. But also at this time, that big rat smack big teeth, body suddenly bizarrely lit up a gust of light halo, a pair of green beans like eyes so open. When the moment to see the surrounding scene, that big rat directly screamed, began to struggle desperately. Who are you guys? Let go of me. Help. Talking. Everyone present was confused for a moment, even Shi Yu, who was still in a dazed slumber, opened her eyes. The bamboo rat curled up its stomach and opened its two teeth to bite Laysen's hand loosened, and the bamboo rat fell to the ground with a snap and rolled a few times, holding its fat stomach, and even turned directly into a chubby teenager. Lei-sen, how did you almost catch a second-order beast to eat? Bai pointed at the 2 rank marks on the teenager's arm with a face full of contempt. The second-rank beasts in the beast world could already take human form and were protected by the laws of the beast world. Although they could be killed, they could not be reduced to food to be eaten. Consuming second rank and above would be punished by the laws of the beast world to directly perish. That's impossible. When I brought it back, it was clearly just an ordinary rat of the first rank. Lei-sen had an innocent look on his face. The second-rank beast had a clear aura on its body. No matter how careless he was, he wouldn't have misidentified it. Ruan felt deeply strange, so she withdrew her expression and moved a little closer towards that bamboo rat teenager as if to test the waters. Don't come over. Don't eat me, oh. Seeing Ruan approaching, that bamboo rat teenager was so scared that his face turned as if it was dirt, and he rolled and crawled to the edge of the stone bed, but he saw a yellowish thing fall out from inside its bulging animal skin clothes, which immediately attracted Ruan's attention. This is... Ruan picked up the thing and carefully examined it, but saw that this thing looked like some kind of fungus, hard, with a unique fragrance. Wow! Host, this is sanghwang, a very rare medicinal herb that grows mostly on mulberry trees, and has a very strong effect on stopping bleeding. Ruan had heard of sanghwang in modern times, and it was said that its medicinal value was comparable to Ganoderma lucidum. Not caring about his exploding equipment, the bamboo rat boy covered his face with tears and snot. Too horrible. As soon as he woke up, he entered a nest of carnivorous beasts. Not counting a cat, there are lions, foxes, and birds. There's also a big snake over there. Ah! Beautiful world, I'm leaving you, oh. Listening to the heartfelt voice of that bamboo rat teenager, the corner of Ruan's mouth twitched. There was something strange about this kid, but he had something as good as sanghwang on him, so he'd have to do some digging to get to the bottom of him. Thinking of this, Ruan's brows sank, and he leaned straight towards that bamboo rat teenager, his tone menacing. Speak. Where did you come from? How did you suddenly change from first rank to second rank? And where did this come from? If you don't tell the truth, I'll eat you immediately. Our bamboo rat clan need to save spiritual energy for the winter by depressing the rank, and will restore the original rank when I wake up. I was just sleeping, and as soon as I woke up, I came here. What's in my hand is my food. I still have it here. It's all yours if you want it. Just please don't eat me, oh. Ruan realized, no wonder Lei-sen didn't notice, so it was like this. That little bamboo rat is not adult yet, does not understand the danger of the beast world, a little scared to explode himself clean, directly hidden inside the animal skin all the things to pour out. Anyway, these things are bitter and astringent and not tasty. I hope that she takes it and doesn't eat me again. The bamboo rat boy silently prayed. Ruan squatted on the ground and rummaged through it. Besides a dozen pieces of sanghwang, there were surprisingly some fresh herbs. Bamboo rats have a very sensitive sense of smell, making holes faster than you can run, and can detect food more than 10 kilometers away, but there's not much to eat in the beast world in the winter, so they can only eat these herbs that survived as meals. Holy, the detection range is even greater than hers. That's like a mouse detector. If we can utilize her plant sharing ability, we can have him collect herbs for her. Stop, host, you're too unethical, she's still just a child. Then what? I have my own way. What's your name? Ruan crouched down and tried to look as kind as possible. Duo Bao. Duo Bao? That's a pretty cute name. Where's your dad and Anyang? Froze to death. I'm also about to freeze to death. Anyway, I'm going to die, you guys can kill me if you want to kill me. Duo Bao raised his little fat hand and stubbornly wiped a tear. Ruan's eyebrows drooped. This Duo Bao looks like a child size of 8 or 9 years old, surprisingly orphaned. Second stage beasts are already difficult to endure in the winter, not to mention that it is still a juvenile beast with no parents. Female master, this second order beast cannot eat, but also crying noisy dead individuals, throw him out, forget it. Bai impatiently twitched his ears. Upon hearing this, that bamboo rat teenager immediately shut up, blinking a pair of big watery eyes at Ruan. Alright, no one is eating you, just now I was just scaring you. I want these things of yours, but not taking them from you for nothing, these are for you. Ruan casually pulled an animal skin bag from the stone bed, put her hand in and pretended to take something. She took out a few large sweet potatoes from the spirit spring space in the meantime. The sweet potatoes were already basically grown, and with such a sweet-smelling root plant, no vegetarian animal could refuse. Duo Bao lifted his nose and sniffed the sweet potatoes in Ruan's hand, and immediately his eyes glistened. It smells so good. Chapter 32. Can you show some face? Taste it. Ruan shoved the sweet potato into Duo Bao's hand. Duo Bao's stomach immediately grumbled, and without being able to hold back, he opened his mouth and took a bite. The crisp and sweet potato juice exploded in his mouth, and Duo Bao's eyes went wide. Wow! It's so delicious. Since the winter he can only eat some tree roots and bark day, sometimes the weather is too cold he did not dare to go out of the cave, hungry cannot stand to eat a mouthful of sanghwang or something to eat, grow up so big he simply has not eaten such delicious things. Aha! Delicious. Do about one bite after another. Soon the palm-sized sweet potato ate a clean, smacking his lips, seems to have some unfulfilled like. Still want to eat? Ruan saw through his mind and hooked the corner of her mouth in a big meaningful way. Want to eat? Duo Bao nodded matter-of-factly. How about this, then, you go find these kinds of things for me, and as soon as you find them, you bring them to me for food, okay? Ruan pointed at the herbs and sang Huang on the ground and seduced. In the beast world, herbs were comparable to gold. Ruan wanted to collect more. Anyway, it would take time and energy for her to look for them on her own. Having this kid to help would be just right. This was a big investment for the future. Good. Female sister, you wait. I'll go look for it right now. As if Duo Bao had been hit with chicken blood, all the fear he had just felt was gone. All of a sudden he stood up and rushed out without the slightest bit of hesitation. Got the scene of the early years of hiring child labor. Host, you really have the means, also do not have pity on people's small potatoes. Ruan shrugged. What's there to pity? Survival in the beast world is like this. If you don't utilize others, sooner or later others will utilize you. It's not a good thing to be overflowing with Holy Mother's heart. What's more, it's not like I'm not going to give him any benefits. It's all just about staying alive. Ling Bao was silent for a moment. Suddenly trembling electric voice laughed. Host, you are really different from others. I like it. I know you like it, but don't like it yet. Female host. What did you give that rat beast to eat? Why was he so obedient all of a sudden? Hikari cocked her head full of doubt. This is sweet potato, in a moment to burn a few you guys also taste, can be delicious. Ruan made a gesture and reached into the animal skin bag with her back and took out a few large sweet potatoes and laid them on the ground. Although Ruan tried her best to hide it, the beastmen still realized that something was wrong, taking something out of thin air. It was the same way she had taken out the wild deer that time, but all of them did not make a sound unannounced. Because it didn't matter anymore, the males all knew that their female master had not only changed her personality, but her abilities had changed even more, and if they wanted to continue to follow Ruan, they would have to accept all the changes in her, not to mention that if the female was strong, they would be strong along with her. The outside of the cave darkened and gust after gust of cold wind rolled in through the entrance. Hikari hurriedly set up the slate stove and filled it with firewood to start the fire. Layson cut the meat on the side. Shi Yu was drowsy, and Ling Chu had run off somewhere. Bai Yi followed Ruan to see what he could do to help. The fish that Bai Yi had caught earlier had already been eaten cleanly. Ruan picked up the U-shaped bone from the skull of that big fish from the remaining fish bones. This piece of bone has a special shape. A little bit of processing and polishing can be used to make primitive fish hooks. Ruan cut off the U-shaped fish bone from the center and began to polish it repeatedly on the ground. Bai Yi saw this and picked up another bone and also followed Ruan's example to help. With a few simple strokes, the curved section of the fishbone was sharpened. Ruan found a bone needle and pierced a hole in the head of the fishbone for threading the fish line, and the two fish hooks were completed. It's done. Let's hitch up a bamboo pole and try it out on the glacier tomorrow. Ruan clapped her hands and began to use her bone knife to cut bamboo pieces, preparing to weave another fish trap for use. However, he saw that Shi Yu had woken up at some point and was sliding the snake's tail slowly leaning towards the side. What are you doing? Shi Yu's voice was a bit hoarse, and there was still a haze of just waking up on her eyes, looking like a sickly beauty. I want to make a fish trap to catch fish with. You're awake? Ruan's hand movements did not stop, and she looked at Shi Yu from the bottom up once. Fish trap. You always say strange things. Shi Yu muttered, curling up a bamboo with his snake tail and squeezing it. He always felt that things that looked useless and tattered would become treasures in Ruan's eyes. Silk. Focusing on looking at Shi Yu, Ruan's finger was cut by a sharp piece of bamboo, and reddish blood seeped out. What's wrong, female master? Bai Yi threw down the bamboo in his hands and was about to get up, but he saw Shi Yu in front of him with a tightened brow, grabbed Ruan's hand and took the bleeding finger in his mouth. This sudden action caught Ruan off guard and froze in place. The subtle touch of her fingertips had already overshadowed the pain of the wound, and she could even realize that Shi Yu's lips and teeth were trembling slightly. Fishy sweet blood filled her mouth, and being looked at by Ruan's clear pupils that were permeated with surprise, Shi Yu's throat knots subconsciously rolled a bit, and a flash of Ruan's soft lips passed through her mind. Shi Yu, Ruan opened her mouth and her fingers that were contained moved. Realizing that he had lost his temper, Shi Yu hurriedly released Ruan and turned his back. The snake's saliva can speed up wound healing, just be careful. Shi Yu said coldly, but his tail tip was unconsciously twisting up in nervousness, and the heart that couldn't suppress its wild and frantic beating also made him a little overwhelmed. He had never felt like this before, and he even had a thought popping into his head right now, which was to turn around and wrap Ruan tightly in his arms with his tail, hugging her and kissing her. How could I have such thoughts? I'm probably sick. No, crazy. Shaking her head, Shi Yu quickly slid the snake's tail back to lie down on the stone bed as if nothing had just happened. What idea? What's wrong with being sick and crazy? Ruan was dumbfounded, but she saw that the wound on her finger actually stopped bleeding really instantly. Just as she wanted to use the spirit spring to completely restore the wound, she was again grabbed up by Bai Yi's hand. Let me see where the wound is. It's already fine, it's just a small opening. Ruan bit her lip.
Bai Yi knifed Shi Yu sideways and turned to condense spiritual energy on his fingertips, wiping away the wound directly on Ruan's hand.
Hey! Don't use your spiritual energy. There wasn't much in the first place.
If a beastman used spiritual energy directly to recover from an injury, that kind of consumption was several times the consumption of using supernatural energy. If it wasn't for the emergency situation, it really wouldn't be worth it. Seeing Ruan voiced out to stop, Bai Yi's originally furrowed brows immediately stretched out. That pair of seductive fox eyes hooked up gusts of microwaves. Yes, not much, that female master is willing to recover some for me.
Bai Yi, can you have some face? Chapter 33, Catching Adultery on the Spot?
Hearing Bai Yi's words, Hikari threw the roasted meat in her hand onto the stone floor, unable to bear it a bit. Shi Yu's cold eyes slanted at Bai Yi, a ghost in his eyes. Laysen's hand cutting the meat stopped, his eyes fluttering a bit.
I wonder who the female lord will mate with first.
Bai Yi did not pay attention to Hikari's words, but leaned towards Ruan's side again, his tone seductive.
The female lord will recover for me, right?
This, well.
Ha ha.
Ruan's small face reddened, dryly laughed twice, instantly feeling that this bamboo in his hand can be really bamboo. Did not get an accurate answer. Bai Yi's eyes drooped, despondent but not frustrated, turned to continue to help Ruan pack bamboo. He wasn't in a hurry, there was always a process of adaptation for the new female master, and the fact that she didn't refuse his kisses and took the initiative to pull over his hand was proof that she was willing to get close to him. As long as he served the female master well and took the lead in occupying a place in her heart, the female master's first time would definitely be his. Ruan divided the thick bamboo tube, ready to go out and fill some snow back to boil water to drink. The beast world is not always clean in the river water, but the snow water must be much better than the river water.
Whimper, whimper, whimper.
Just after stepping out of the cave, Ruan bumped into a big tiger pouting and arching its butt in the snow, but it was Ling Chu. Ling Chu was devouring the snow on the ground with a big mouthful, the long whip-like tiger's tail was frozen taut, and the two big lingdang were exposed in front of Ruan's eyes.
Oh. So cute bouncy, I really want to Rua a hand.
Host, you're a pervert, aren't you?
Ling Bao couldn't stand it anymore.
Ahem, Ling Chu, quickly stop eating, I'll boil some hot water for you to drink later, it's too cold to eat snow directly. Ruan straightened her complexion and hurriedly raised her voice to stop it. Hearing the voice, Ling Chu looked up blankly, his furry face was covered in snowflakes, his tiger mustache was still twitching, and his appearance was indescribably droll.
Hot water? What hot water?
Ling Chu shook the snowflakes on his body, jumped to the side of Ruan in 3 steps, squatted down and looked at her with a crooked head, really like a big cat waiting to be jerked off. After all, the tiger is also a feline, the same good jacking it. Thinking of this, and then looking at Ling Chu's big circled head, Ruan didn't hold back and stretched out her hand towards him, rubbing it directly on his head. You'll know in a moment.
Wow! So soft.
Ling Chu, by some miracle, didn't dodge it, and his eyes widened for a moment, as if he didn't expect Ruan's action to stiffen his body for a moment. In his impression, Ruan's outstretched hand is always with pain, even said to be worse than death, but this time it is such a gentle. Being stared straight at by Ling Chu, Ruan was a little bit uncomfortable, that is, he hastily shrunk his hand back, as if nothing had happened on the ground to fill the snow back, but just in the moment of turning around, Ling Chu's heartfelt voice drifted over. Her hand, so small. But so hot. Ruan immediately curved the corners of her mouth and turned her head. Come back quickly, it's cold outside.
Oh. Ling Chu responded like losing his mind and followed behind Ruan into the cave. The scene just now was followed out by Hikari, who didn't miss a bit of it. Hikari's fists instantly tightened. Good one, Ling Chu.
On the surface, he spoke ill of the female master, but behind his back, he took the initiative to pander to her where they couldn't see him.
Truly more cunning than a fox. Crashing into Hikari's sinister gaze, Ruan couldn't help but shrink her neck. Hikari, what are you standing here for?
Ruan felt that every time she interacted with another beastman, she would be bumped into by Hikari, and she didn't know if it was a coincidence or what, causing her to always have the illusion that she was caught red-handed.
Oh, nothing, just looking.
Hikari replied indifferently, her gaze sweeping over Ling Chu's somewhat dumbfounded tiger face. She raised her hand to take the bamboo cylinder in Ruan's hand and sat down in front of the stone slab to boil water. The special structure of the bamboo tube was the best natural kettle to heat water. Even though it would be blackened by the fire after filling it with water, it would not be burned and leak, making it the best natural kettle to heat water. Milky white hot air steaming up, Ruan divided the hot water, a cup for each person, blow dry for a while and sip lightly into the mouth. The hot water is sweet, but also with the fragrance of bamboo, a stream of warmth rushing across the stomach, the coldness suddenly dissipated a lot. A really comfortable Ruan sighed as she held the bamboo tube and drank one mouthful after another. Bai Yi and Yan on the side followed Ruan's example and drank until a fine layer of sweat rose on top of their heads. Ling Chu foolishly took a big sip of it violently, and the hot tiger's tongue spat out. Wow!
It hurts so much. Put. You blow on it before you drink it. Ruan cried and laughed.
On the contrary, Laysen was much more elegant, his slender fingers resting on the bottom of the bamboo tube, one hand propped up his knee and leaned on the edge of the stone bed, hard to drink the water into the feeling of red wine. Shi Yu, hands holding the bamboo tube curiously up and down, looking at the water inside, tentatively sticking out the forked tongue, quickly licked a mouthful of hot water inside. Sweet, hot. The next second, directly suck. Ruan buried in the coals under the sweet potato pulled out, sweet potato skin burned, slightly charred, cracked, gently poked as exposed to the yellow flesh, a sweet flavor in the air immediately spread. What flavor is so fragrant? Ling Chu rarely came to the pile of people, directly next to Hikari, but to pout out. Hey! Ling Chu! What are you doing? Hikari was speechless to the core, and had no choice but to go around to Ruan's other side, only to be squeezed to the side again by Bai. You guys? Wow! It smells so good! Hoo. Hot. Ruan can't think of anything else, both eyes glowing, left hand to right hand to break open the sweet potato, hot air mixed with the aroma of explosions, sweet potatoes baked, flowing oil, tantalizing to the extreme. Hikari, you try first. Ruan took the lead in handing the sweet potatoes to Hikari. Hikari had been busy for half a day building fires and boiling water, it was only right to have a bite first. Thank you, female master. Hikari's expression suddenly changed from cloudy to sunny. She took the sweet potato and bit into it without the slightest hesitation, completely forgetting about the fact that she couldn't eat the fruit if she ate meat before. It's delicious. Hikari's eyes lit up, and before she could take another bite, a red shadow came over in front of her eyes, and Ling Chu mercilessly swallowed the sweet potato in Hikari's hand with its flesh. Wow, it does taste good, eh? Aha! Dead Ling Chu. You gave me back my red-skin fruit. That was given to me by the female lord. I've already eaten it, can't I spit it out for you? Slightly. Stop right there. Ruan looked at the two big men who were chasing each other in the cave and helplessly held her forehead. Alright, stop it, there's more. Female master, here. Layson thoughtfully peeled the dirty outer skin of the sweet potato and handed it to Ruan's mouth. Ruan hurriedly took a big bite, and her happiness directly exploded. There was nothing better than having a hot bite of baked sweet potato in winter. Quickly come to someone. Help! Suddenly, a shocking cry broke the cozy atmosphere in the cave straight away. Chapter 34. She's willing to gamble. Who's calling for help? Ruan and the beast husbands had a sweet potato in each hand to eat as they walked to the cave entrance to look around, as if they were a savage melon-eating brigade. Only to see that a small cluster of people were gathered around the entrance of the tribe, and cries and screams came out from the crowd in a burst over and over again. A lot of blood, ah. So scary, ah. Cici is too miserable. Cici, ah. Quickly wake up, my son, ah. Someone come and save him. It was Cici's mother's voice. Ruan's face changed instantly, turning her head and shoving the sweet potato into Hikari's hands. She ran towards the crowd. Female master. Bai turned his hand and also stuffed the sweet potatoes into Hikari's hand and followed towards Ruan. The others were not polite either, and threw the uneaten sweet potatoes into Hikari's arms and walked forward. Not you guys. Hikari put the sweet potatoes on the stone slab in a messy manner to warm them up, and dragged up Shi Yu, who was still sleeping on the stone bed, and rushed out of the cave. Still sleeping after the accident. Shi Yu was dragged up by Hikari like a large seatbelt, not that it was any of his business. Make way. Ruan painstakingly pushed through the crowd, and was instantly startled by the scene in front of him. Only to see a dying skinny male orc lying on the ground. The orc's eyes were closed tightly, covered in blood, and there was a bare bowl-sized wound on his belly. The horror was that one could even see the belly and intestines. Miserable is having a breath without a breath, gasping. This is not someone else, it is the only son of Cici, mother Cici. Cici, ah. Woo. Cici Nyang was hugging Cici at the side and crying her heart out, almost about to turn her back. Ruan was just about to step forward. What happened? A familiar female voice came. Ruan stopped his movement, intentionally hiding himself in the crowd, not making any rash moves for the time being. The crowd automatically dispersed a road. Mira was supported by two males pacing slowly over. This side made too much noise. She just fell asleep and was woken up. At this moment there is a trace of impatience of being disturbed on her face. Seeing Mira come over, Cici's mother stumbled and crawled to Mira. Matriarch. Please save Cici. Lord Clan Chief. Cici was accidentally stabbed in the stomach by a wild boar's tusks while hunting for wild boars, and has lost a lot of blood. Several male spirit cats that had partnered with Cici to go out to hunt for wild boars came up and explained the situation. Because of the long-time hunger, several female males risked their partners to capture the wild boar, although the wild boar has been captured back, but Cici, who rushed in the front, was in such a state, if not forced to do so, who would risk their lives? Mira stepped forward a few steps, hung his head and looked at Cici. Immediately, by the heavy smell of blood on his body, raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose. Injured like this, already can't live. You first bring him back to the cave, until completely gagged, find a place to bury it. At these words, Zixiniang's pupils suddenly shrunk, so frightened that she fell backward and almost fainted. Ruan hurriedly took an arrow step forward to hold Zixiniang. Zixiniang gasped, subconsciously reached out and clutched Ruan's hand, and forcefully shook her head with a strong body, with tears on her face. No. It won't be like this. Patriarch. Please help Cici hire a witch doctor. I'll offer all my food.
Please. Enough. A witch doctor is not that easy to hire. And where can we get a witch doctor at this late hour? Sissy is just a third-order male, having to hunt some wild boar is too high on himself. Getting himself into this state was self-inflicted. Don't make a noise here. If you disturb the priest lord's rest, you can't afford to take the blame. Mira said coldly, her tone was without mercy, and she made a gesture to go back. The surrounding people deflated as if to Zixiniang cast an incomparably sympathetic gaze, but also cannot do anything about it. For Myra's words are even more unable to refute. After all, for the low-rank females their matriarchs are looking down on, let alone low-rank males. See, such a third-rank male died, no one cares. No. Right, there is also the priest lord. I will go to the priest lord. The priestess lord will definitely have a solution. Sissy's mother got up with shivering lips, looking at Sissy with heartache and resignation for her only son in her eyes. Her males had all died, leaving only this only son to depend on her, and if Sissy died as well, she wouldn't be able to live. Stand still. Is the Lord Priest something you can see just because you want to? And Lord Priest is practicing in the cave, ordered no one to disturb. How many lives do you have dared to disobey the orders of the High Priest? Mira scolded. Because of Ruan's matter has already made the High Priest dissatisfied. If because of this matter to disturb the High Priest is afraid that the High Priest will think that she is not good at disciplining the clan members. Besides, a third-order male, dead is dead. Please, matriarch. Please. Sissy Nyang begged humbly as she hugged Myra's leg. The scene made Ruan's heart sink. Let go of the female master. Myra's male relentlessly stepped forward and pushed Sissy Nyang away with one hand. Sissy Nyang collapsed on the ground, tears flowing down the corners of her eyes and into her ears, her face covered with the despair that belonged solely to her mother. Cough. Ah. A ghastly groan came from Sissy's entire body convulsed and his eyes snapped open as a stream of blood gushed out of his mouth. Sissy. Sissy's mother trembled and crawled back to Sissy's side, reaching out helplessly to plug the blood gushing out of Sissy's mouth, but she couldn't. It's too late. Lingbao, I want to save him, can you help me? After Lingbao's detection, the wound on this male's stomach needs to be sutured to stop the bleeding. The host now has the hemostatic medicine Sanghuang, Xianhe the suturing tool Sangzhen thread, bone needle, but the beast world does not have the medicines for disinfection and anesthesia, but it can be disinfected with fire. The host can let go of the wound. Lingbao provides guidance. Ruan takes a deep breath and leans down and pulls Sisi Nyang by the hand. Sisi Nyang, listen to me. I have a way to save Sisi, but I am not absolutely sure. Are you willing to let me try? Although Ruan believed in Zixiniang's character, but this kind of thing to save a person, it is still necessary to seek the consent of the person concerned, otherwise it would be a sin if the person is not saved. At these words, Zixiniang froze for a moment and in the next second, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, she clasped Ruan's arm with her backhand, her eyes reddening. Good. Good. Ruan, please, you have a way you save. Cure death, I do not blame you. There is no one present who can manage Sisi. Ruan is the only hope. Zixiniang is willing to gamble, better than watching Sisi die little by little. Good. First help me carry Sisi into my cave. Ruan took the lead and ran towards the cave, first taking out as much as she could from the spirit spring space that she needed to use. Time is life now. Chapter 35. You keep your mouth shut. Bai lowered his eyes and swept a glance at Sisi, his expression grave. In his opinion, Sisi was only a third-order male, her own recovery ability was already average, plus being pushed through her abdomen and having her intestines come out, wanting to live in this bitter cold winter was simply a dream. Will she be able to do it, female master? Hikari couldn't help but worry. I don't know, just follow up and see. In case it doesn't work, don't let the female lord suffer. Ryzen shook his head. Mira snorted as she looked at the swarm of people following Ruan. She didn't think that this female who had just been promoted to the third rank would have any ability to save Sisi. It was just a waste of effort. Go back, this female lord hasn't had a good rest in the past few days. Just watch the entrance to the priestess lord's cave and don't let them disturb it, and let the rest of them make a mess. Mira closed her eyes and raised her foot on the back of a prostrate male. Yes. The spirit cat beast people who came to help carried Sisi into Ruan's cave and set it down with 7 hands, and then they saw Ruan busying herself next to her. First, soak the mulberry bark in hot water, extract the mulberry root threads. Then prepare the mulberry yellow to boil the water. Ruan under the command of Lingbao methodically will bring back the mulberry bark soaked in hot water, fingernails hooked on the top of the soft fibers one by one extracted yard neatly, ready to use in a while to sew up the wound, and then crushed into a paste of crane's grass spare. Since the last time Ruan clashed with Mira Rufa in front of the entire pack, the spirit cats have changed their opinion of Ruan. Originally thought she just accepted her beastman mail, but never thought that nowadays she would even be able to save people? Can Ruan do it? I don't know. See this kind of situation which Dr. Kamal have to shake their heads right. Yes, the matriarch said that Sisi is hopeless. Do you see that in her hand is herbal medicine? How could it be? Herbs are so precious, only witch doctors have them. Sisi Nyang did not pay attention to the skepticism around her, and hurriedly broke away from the support of the people next to her to welcome Ruan. Ruan girl, is there anything I can do to help?
Regardless of what others said, she had no other way but to trust Ruan right now.
Help me throw these into the bamboo tube over there and cook them. Ruan held out the mulberry yellow she got from Duobao to Xixiniang with a bone knife and chopped it up. Boil? This. Xixiniang was a little stunned.
Don't worry, this is an herb to stop bleeding. I will do my best to save Cici, but whether or not he can be saved depends on his life. Ruan patted Xixiniang's shoulder and found the bone needle and started to burn it on the flame to sterilize it. The beast world's medical conditions were limited, there was no alcohol, iodine, and povine type of disinfectant, the flame was the only thing that could sterilize. It was also fortunate that Cici had a big life, only her belly was cut open, the internal organs inside were not injured, otherwise Ruan could not do anything about it.
Stop the bleeding of. Stop the bleeding of.
Cici's mother obediently nodded, her mouth bemusely muttered while casting mulberry huang into a bamboo tube, the coals of the fire warming the bamboo tube, the water inside slowly the coals warmed the bamboo tube, and the water inside slowly turned yellow, soon giving off a bitter medicinal odor. On this side, Ruan had already threaded the mulberry root thread soaked in mulberry yellow water into a bone needle, and after washing her hands with warm water, she was ready to start stitching up Cici's wound. You guys come over here and hold him down, no matter how much he struggles, don't let him move. Ruan pointed to the males next to him who were partnering with Cici to catch the wild boar, his expression and tone of voice were unprecedentedly serious.
Ha! Oh!
Several males were bluffed by Ruan's aura and rushed forward to help without caring whether their own females agreed or not. The optimal point for the host to place the needle has been arranged, the host may proceed with the suture. As soon as Spirit Treasure's words fell, a row of red dots in comparison appeared on Cici's shocking flesh. Looking at the horrifying flesh and blood, Ruan bit her lower lip and tried to overcome her physical fear to drop the first stitch.
Ah!
Cici screamed miserably, her entire body spasmed. Bone needle is still too thick compared to surgical needles, raw sewing wounds is comparable to torture. Ruan can only release a little bit of the healing effect of the spirit spring to alleviate the pain for Cici as much as possible, and then no longer dilly-dallying to quickly drop the needle and draw the thread. On the side of Cici's mother could not bear to look, her cloudy eyes had long been drenched in tears, and she could only clench her teeth in the midst of Cici's screams of misery. Just then, another burst of cries came from outside the cave.
Cici! What's wrong with my sissy? Quickly let me take a look.
Only to see a female orc holding her waist, her large belly full of panic rushing in from outside the cave, her face covered in sweat. She was Cici's female, named Awakens. At this moment the one carrying Cici's cub in her belly was none other than Cici's cub, and was already about to give birth.
Awakens, don't panic first, Ruan is saving Cici now. A female orc hurriedly held onto Awakens' arm. Who? Who are you talking about? How could Ruan be so kind to save someone? Ruan! You evil female! You let go of my Cici. He's going to be a father now, don't you want to kill him?
As soon as Awakens heard that it was Ruan, her whole body went bad and rushed up to yank Ruan who was still stitching up Cici's wounds.
Stop! Do you want Cici to die?
Bai raised his tail to stop the charging painting 2 meters away.
What are you trying to do, you beastman? If anything happens to my male, I'll fight you all. Awakens fiercely pushed Bai's tail angrily.
Ruan's behavior was known by the entire tribe, and Awakens knew it even better. In her impression, Ruan was nothing more than an evil female who licked Rua and bullied the other beastmen.
You stupid female, you really don't know any better.
Hikari clenched her fists in anger. His female lord was working so hard to save the people, this female rushed in and yelled and messed up, so hateful. Bai held back the anger in his heart, and didn't bother with her because the other party had a big belly, so he said in a deep voice, if you come any closer, don't blame me for not being polite.
You! Shut up!
Awakens wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Xixiniang. Awakens, be quiet.
Right now, except for Ruan, no one is willing and no one can save Cici.
I've also said in front of everyone that it's not Ruan's fault if she can be saved or not, so shut your mouth. Being reprimanded by her own mother-in-law, Awakens instantly calmed down a lot. She could only hold her stomach with one hand and cover her face with the other hand and cry. She only had 2 males in total, and this one was none other than Cici's and it was about to be born, but something had happened to Cici, so how could she not be worried? Ruan had no time to pay attention to the noise behind her, she had to be fully concentrated and could not be distracted in the slightest. With the sweat on her forehead sliding down her jaw, Ruan's last stitch ended perfectly. Using the bamboo slice to pick up the red-hot charcoal on the ground, Ruan ruthlessly pressed it directly onto Cici's stitched wound. Zira! Ah! Quickly, bring the mulberry yellow water and pour it into him. Chapter 36. What's it called? Cauterizing to stop the bleeding was a no-brainer in a hostile environment, and while it looked brutal, it was life-saving for Cici. Ruan spread the immortal cranegrass paste evenly on the suture surface to minimize the possibility of infection. Seeing this, the onlookers of the beasts were no longer calm. That's really a herb. I've seen witch doctors use herbs like that. A female orc exclaimed as she pointed at the herbal paste in Ruan's hand.
Oh my god, Ruan actually knows how to use herbs? She. She's too good too. Sissy isn't bleeding anymore.
Facing the rising and falling exclamations around him, Bai's tail was almost up in the air, and the corners of Hikari's mouth were so proud that she was about to fly up into the sky and shoulder to shoulder with the sun.
Now you know how powerful his female master is.
Another few bamboo tubes of mulberry yellow water down, Cece's breathing finally evened out. Mulberry yellow's bleeding effect is very strong, and there is a certain analgesic effect. The next depends on Cece's creation.
Is this good?
Cece's mother held Cece's hand, and on the side of the A painting held Cece's head and gently called Cece's name.
2 hours of danger, but I've tested his vital signs, it's no big deal. Ling Bao reminded.
Ruan crossed her fingers and counted, nodding her head with certainty. Well, as long as he can make it through the night he'll be fine.
Good. Ruan girl, thank you.
Zixiniang turned to Ruan and cowed out vigorously, hitting her head with a thud.
Hey!
Don't, Zixiniang, I'm just trying to help as much as I can. You can take these herbal pastes and put new ones on his wounds every day, and if there's anything else you can come and call me.
Ruan hurriedly helped Zixiniang up.
To kowtow to her at such an old age, she was still afraid of losing her life.
Good.
Ruan girl, you saved my son's life. This favor, I'll keep it in mind, and I'll be sure to repay you properly in the future. Cece's mother wiped her tears and led Cece back to the cave under the support of the crowd. Paint didn't say another word, but the way she looked at Ruan was not like before. Ruan stood at the entrance of the cave with her waist crossed. Her heart was somewhat relaxed. Perhaps Cece Yang also did not expect that her usual kindness to Ruan could save her son's life. Because if it was someone else who was injured today, Ruan would have never cared.
Ling Bao, you're surprisingly so full-featured that you can even help people with surgery? Ruan laughed as if joking.
The spirit treasure has already said that I have many functions, and I am a spirit spring system, which focuses on healing, so this kind of small surgical operation is not a handful?
Spirit treasure hummed arrogantly.
Fine, I will never scold you for being useless again. Who said this system is useless? This system is fantastic.
Female owner, rub it.
A gentle and low male voice pulled Ruan back to reality, only to see a side of animal skin pads handed over in front of him. It was Laysen. Only then did Ruan notice that he had already been washed by sweat, so he hastily took it and wiped it off. Thank you, ha.
What are you thanking for? I'm your male, it's only right that I take care of you.
Ruan looked sideways at Laysen. His character was very easygoing. Every time he spoke and did something, there was a kind of warmth and elegance coming out of his bones, not in a hurry. And now Laysen had been completely convinced by Ruan's maneuver just now. He had never thought that Ruan had the ability to surpass the witch doctor. No matter how powerful a witch doctor was, he could only provide herbs, but his female master was able to heal such horrific injuries simply like a god. It seemed that she must have been sent by the beast god to save them.
Female lord. Me.
Laysen stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Ruan's small face that was close at hand.
Female lord. You're too good. Much more powerful than your matriarch Mira, who only knows how to put on airs.
Bai dashed over and wrapped Ruan in his arms, a few large snow-white tails circling around Ruan, shaking all the sweat off her body.
I think you're the one who should be the clan leader. Hikari broke Bai's tail while pulling Ruan into her arms.
Shoo! Don't dare say that, the walls have ears.
Ruan hurriedly covered Hikari's mouth.
Besides, only 4th-ranked females could be recognized by the laws of the beast world to be in charge of a side of the pack, something she still knew. Rumor had it that the laws of the beast world were formulated by the beast god, just like the heavenly Tao, which imprisoned the entire beast world, and anything that didn't conform to its reasoning and rules would be mercilessly wiped out, and Ruan still wanted to live for a few more years. Surrounded by this bustling crowd, Laysen subconsciously took a step back, restrained the emotions he had just wanted to approach, and silently turned around and sat back by the fire to reheat the cold sweet potatoes. He didn't like to approach Ruan as warmly as the others generally did, because then she would have many people in her eyes.
The night was uneventful. Ruan pulled out the consciousness of cultivation in the spiritual spring space and exhaled to concentrate.
After a night of cultivation, the little bit of spiritual energy that Ruan had consumed last night on Sissy had been completely restored, and it had also been refined quite a bit. Although it was still 100,000 miles away from the 4th stage, it was already several times stronger than an ordinary 3rd stage beastman, and her mastery of the wood system's psychic ability had also become more and more pure. From now on, I am the number 1 person under the 4th-ranked females. Ruan clenched her fists, clearly feeling much stronger. The promotion of spiritual power would not only increase the rank, it would also strengthen the body of the beastmen, allowing them to resist a great deal of damage. Ruan turned her head to look at the few men still asleep on the stone bed and realized that they were just a few centimeters away from where she had just been laying, but they were stiffly not next to her. Because they remembered that night when they hugged Ruan and were reprimanded by her, although they all wanted to sleep close to Ruan but no longer dared to be wanton, the aura emanating from Ruan's body still made them comfortable and unable to extricate themselves from their demented sleep.
Female master, you're awake? Bai Yi was the first to open his eyes, his cheeks still carrying a slight redness, those lavender eyes hazel and half narrowed. The moment he got up, his long silver white hair hung down around his waist, tracing across his perfect abs and landing on. Ruan was sure she hadn't misread it. The nosebleed almost spiked out. And just woke up. Bai Yi obviously did not notice this, did not wait for the other party to return to the center of attention to pull Ruan. Good-looking hand directly slid to the waist of Ruan. The other hand in the trend of Ruan's snow-white thighs will be tackled up to hold her in the arms, that action ambiguous to the extreme. Ruan's face was so hot that it could fry an egg. She didn't dare to look down. She pushed Bai Yi's pecs and wanted to escape quickly, but the more she panicked, the more she messed up, and she accidentally touched it. Silk. Bai Yi frowned, the tip of his teeth biting his lips. The pair of arms holding Ruan tightened violently. Ruan was caught off guard and gave a cry. The next second she hurriedly covered her mouth. She couldn't believe that such a serious sound was coming from her throat. What are you screaming for? Chapter 37, Trampling Others Underfoot. Who screamed? Ruan's mouth is hard, don't look away, but the red on her face can't be contained. She can only half push Bai Yi's body. You let go of me, I still have to go. Don't. Bai Yi's hands ringed, but instead held Ruan more tightly, the two bodies suddenly close together, peaks rising and falling. Greedily sniffing Ruan's charming pheromone flavor between his nostrils, Bai Yi only felt his throat drying up, his breath catching, and the color of lust in the bottom of his eyes seemed to be overflowing. She's so tantalizing, he really can't stand it anymore. Ruan could clearly feel Bai Yi's body temperature was rising rapidly, and that increasingly violent heartbeat could be heard even through a layer of chest. Bai Yi, you're so hot, you don't have a fever, do you? Ruan really felt like she was sticking on top of a red-hot boiler. As soon as he raised his eyes, Bai Yi's exposed skin had somehow crawled with a layer of pink, because his complexion was so white, that little bit of red was a bit extraordinarily eye-catching. Ruan panicked. This reaction of his is a bit not quite right? Of course it's not right, this fox is in heat. Ha! Well. Bai Yi answered muffled. Will Ruan up? Hug. Chin gently pasted on Ruan's forehead, grinding, raised his hand and pinched up Ruan's jaw up a lift. The moment of the four eyes, Ruan was almost Bai Yi that the eyes of the rippling sucked in. Ruan was almost sucked in by the rippling light in Bai Yi's eyes. Female master, can I kiss you? So close to Bai Yi's astonishing face, Ruan froze, letting their breaths collide layer by layer. Just as those two thin lips were about to fall. Splat! A crunching sound came from behind Bai Yi, directly interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere of the two. Almost instantly, Bai Yi's face changed from red to white, his canine teeth biting his lips as he retreated into a cold breath. Hikari's head explored from the side of Bai Yi's shoulder at the right time, and said in a brilliant tone, "Oh, female master, you're awake too. Are you cold? So you drilled into Bai Yi's arms? I'm going to make a fire, okay?" Ruan's toes buckled to the ground in embarrassment, and she hurriedly broke free from Bai Yi's embrace and jumped off Bai Yi's lap, only to see that apart from Shi Yu, the remaining three had all sat up, and were staring straight at Ruan, with indescribably oozing eyes. Bai Yi turned around, raised his hand and choked Hikari's neck. "Why are you hitting me?" Only to see Bai Yi's back aboard. A big handprint swelled up. Looking at it is hot and painful. Visible force is really not small. "There was a mosquito behind you, I killed it for you." Hikari harmless hooked his lips. "Where are the mosquitoes in winter?" "Hikari, you're saving it, aren't you?" Bai Yi's foxtail was taut with anger. He almost kissed Ruan, and it was Hikari again who came to spoil things. "There were mosquitoes, I saw them. Right, Ling Chu?" Layson touched Ling Chu with a leathery smile. "Ha? Ah, yes. Ling Chu had no idea what was going on and just nodded along stupidly. "You guys? Ruan. Look what I brought you. Oops, last night thanks to you Before Bai Yi's fire could spew on at Hikari, a yell came from outside the cave. Only to see Cixin Yang dragging a supersized animal skin bag laboriously in. At the sight of the bizarre scene inside the cave, her kind expression froze on her face for a moment, only to feel that she had come at the wrong time. A few men were unclothed. Ruan's face still had a blush hanging on it. This clear-eyed person could directly understand it well. "Ahem, you guys, this is just..." Cixin Yang spared her eyes to Ruan. No, Cixin Yang, you misunderstood. It's fine, I'm all over, I understand everything. It's just that in broad daylight, it's better to try not to mate. Fortunately it's this old female of mine, to be in case someone else bumps into it is not good. This hole is so big, it's better to come at night." Cixin Yang pulled over Ruan and chattered as if imparting experience. As soon as these words came out, everyone present immediately turned red. Although they also extremely wanted to mate with Ruan, they hadn't actually gotten that far yet, and suddenly being told this by outsiders, they were still a bit bashful. "No, don't be shy, it's normal for females and males to have that little thing. In the future, give birth to a few healthy cubs. How nice to play with my CCs in a painting's cubs." Ruan's freshly spoken words were force-fed back to her, choking on her own 100 mouths. She sighed in resignation and changed the subject. "Cixin Yang, is Cici feeling better? Have you woken up yet?" The mention of Cici, Cixin Yang eyes immediately filled with tears. Wake up, now can eat neat." Ruan, ah, really thank you, saved my only son. If Cici really died yesterday, I cannot live. Phew, I'm glad it's okay, you're usually the one who treats me the best, it's only right for me to help. Ruan backhandedly held Cici Nyang's somewhat dried out and rough hand and patted it comfortingly. Good girl, I really don't have anything else to repay you. This is the wild boar cubs that Cici and the others pulled out of the wild boar hole yesterday. There are a total of 4 of them, I'll bring them all to you. Cici's mother dragged the large animal skin bag forward, and the piglets inside squealed as they arched around in fear. Ruan opened the mouth of the bag and looked inside. There were 4 live, black-skinned piglets, each as long as half an arm, all plump. This is too much, I can't take it. Cici is injured and needs to be supplemented. Ruan subconsciously shrugged it off. This wild boar is no longer Cici's life in exchange for, all to her is also too expensive. Point. No, you have to keep it. If you don't, I'll kneel in your cave and beg you. You don't have to worry about Cici's place, there's still that injured Cici, so big enough for us to share. Besides, the herbs you used for Cici are so precious, what's a few piglets? Cici's mother did not allow any refusal and shoved the animal skin bag into Ruan's hand. It's settled. Ruan, everyone in the tribe is praising you now. I'm so happy to see you become a good girl. But you must be careful of Rua and the matriarch. If you clash with them, they will surely find a way to get you into trouble. You must beg the priestess to take refuge before the priestess leaves. Cici Nyang lowered her voice and instructed. I know, Cici Nyang. Of course, Ruan knew that Mira and Rua were holding their breath against her in their stomachs. It was just that they didn't dare to rant with the presence of the spirit cat priestess. Asking for help was better than asking for help, and she was actually ambitious. Listening to Cici Nyang's meaning, her impression in the clan's eyes had already changed, so she would have to try to invite people to buy hearts and minds to be with the clan, pulling away the relationship between the clan and Mira. Next, she needed to get stronger quickly. As long as she could break through the 4th rank, with her supernatural abilities, she had every hope of taking Myra's place. Instead of living under the control of others, it would be better for her to make herself a clan leader and trample the others under her feet. Chapter 38, Raising Them Together. It's good that you remember it in your heart. I'll go back to take care of Cici first. In these few days, Paint is also about to give birth to her cubs. It's also worrying. Cici Nyang sighed as she walked outside. Hearing this, Ruan also couldn't help but frown. A spirit cat pregnant with a spirit cat will go into labor in about 3 months, but even if the gestation period is shorter, it's still a 1 in 9 deaths in this beast world where the birth rate of cubs is low and the mortality rate of the mother is extremely high. Orcs have a long lifespan. Generally speaking, the lifespan of second-order orcs can reach more than 200 years, third-order orcs can reach more than 400 years, and so on. However, because of the issue of reproduction, very few females could live to Cici Nyang's age, which was why females of childbearing age were that precious, and males were willing to follow the orders of the females who gave birth to children for them. Female lord, what are you thinking? Ryzen reached out and waved his hand in front of the dazed Ruan's eyes, his face somewhat worried like. Nothing. Nguyen shook her head, but her mind was instantly filled with the fear of procreation. She wasn't willing to risk her life to have a child, and her original intention was just to let Bai Yi and the others protect themselves until she was strong. Whether or not she would keep them was still to be determined. There was no need to have a child just to please them. But without mating, her males would one day slowly die of paralysis in front of her eyes, and watching others die because of her, how would that not be a form of torture for her? The host has now reached the 3rd level. The body will automatically emit aura. The beast husband through and host body contact can get a little aura to maintain vital signs. Paralyzed cannot die, just cannot restore the 5th level of strength. Moreover, with this spiritual treasure in place, the host will recover very quickly even if she gives birth to a child, and will definitely not die from giving birth to a child. But this also depends on whether you are willing to give birth to them or not. The spirit treasure respects the host's opinion. Really won't die? Ruan's eyes lit up. Nah. But there will still be a little bit of what you should suffer, such as contraction pains, and you can't be completely immune to them. Well, if you don't die, I still cherish my life. I don't want it right now. The relationship hasn't even gotten to that point yet. The child I will only give to the life of true love. Daily just try to kiss and cuddle with them as much as possible to raise high to maintain their state. This is harmless just as a relationship. Having dispelled the biggest concern in her mind, Ruan finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she reached the 4th rank with enough ability to defend herself, she would definitely set the males free to find other females to mate with as long as they wanted to leave. Female lord, are you really okay? Layson looked at Ruan frowning one moment, sighing the next, and smiling the next. He was simply panicked and hurriedly grabbed Ruan's shoulder and shook it. He was really afraid that Ruan would turn back to her old self again in a psychosis. It's okay, haha. Ruan came back to his senses and quickly waved his hand, but he forgot that he was still holding the piglet's animal skin bag in his hand. The mouth of the bag came off, and several piglets busily rushed out of it, turning around and running for the cave entrance. Luckily, Bai Yi and the others reacted quickly and grabbed them back in a few clicks. Ooh. So many pigs. But it's just a bit smaller, 1 bite at a time is more like it. Ling Chu skimmed his lips as he lifted the tail of a piglet.
Ruan stared at the piglets with a twinkle in her eye. These piglets are a bit too small, let's not eat them first. Why don't we build a pig pen to raise them before slaughtering them, how about it?
Pig pen? Raise them? How do you raise this thing? Hikari wondered. You'll know when the time comes. Hikari, you ensure you will watch these piglets at home first. I'll go collect the traps with Bai Yi and Lei-sen and come back to make the pig pen. Reloading the piglets, Ruan led Bai Yi and Lei-sen out the door. The sweet potatoes inside the spiritual spring space were all ripe. She had dug them out last night while she was practicing. The remaining sweet potato seedlings hadn't been disposed of in time. This time it's just right to keep them to feed the piglets. It's just right to wait for the wheat inside to ripen, and the roots and stems can be used to feed the pigs as well, so there's fodder for the winter. Isn't that right? Hey, what about me? What should I do? Ling Chu followed him to the entrance of the cave and suddenly spoke out. Ha! Ruan turned her head to look at Ling Chu with some surprise. Usually Ling Chu ignored her and was also mean to her, so Ruan never dared to instruct him to do anything. He suddenly went up to the stone bed to sleep today, not to mention, how did he suddenly take the initiative to look for work to do? You. That Ling Chu, if you are willing, go and help me cut more bamboo, the one on the ground. Ruan pointed to the remaining bamboo poles in the cave. Oh. Ling Chu nodded dryly, whistled with his arm behind his head and headed for the forest. Ruan was inexplicably relieved and figured in her heart that he was also used to his presence. Humph. That's noisy. Hikari, can you sew that pig's mouth shut? Shi Yu rolled over, her eyes still couldn't open a bit. Nowadays, without Ruan's torturing of Shi Yu and not allowing him to hibernate, the colder it gets, the longer he sleeps and the deeper he sleeps. What are you screaming for? Scream again and I'll roast you all. Hikari raised her hand and smacked the squealing piglet's ass. Why did the female lord take them both and instead let me watch the pig angry? The trap Ruan placed for them was relatively hidden. Even if it caught a rabbit overnight, it should not be discovered by other meat eaters. Pushing aside the bushes, Ruan found the first trapped hare, which was very large, so it was already cold from being caught squarely in the neck by the noose. There's more over there, you guys go check it out. Ruan raised her hand and cut the noose off the hare's neck. Her heart was happy. There's one here. There's more here. There's a hit over there too. Here's a live one. Lei-sen's cry drew both Ruan and Bai Yi over, only to see that the hare had been caught in the back leg of the snare, still struggling for its life. Looking at the rope snare, it looked like it had just been hit. This rabbit belly is so big. Ruan subconsciously reached out towards that big rabbit's stomach and touched it. Seemingly sensing the danger, the rabbit screamed and turned back towards Ruan's hand to gnaw on it. Bai Yi, who was on the side, struck as fast as lightning, grabbed that rabbit's ear and pressed it onto the snow, raising his hand to finish it off. It is indeed a female rabbit, with a cub in its belly. Ling Bao gave an affirmative answer. Stop, Bai Yi, this rabbit is pregnant. Ruan rushed out. Pregnant? That has to be released. Normally we don't eat prey with cubs in its belly. Lei-sen squatted down. Although they were beastmen, they also knew how to leave the mother's fine water behind. No, this hind leg of its is 80% broken. Letting it go will also be targeted by other meat eaters. Take it back and raise it with the piglets. Chapter 39, Not Her Character. Ruan set up a total of 10 traps yesterday, caught 6 rabbits, and accidentally caught 2 unlucky pheasants. The remaining 2 traps were not triggered, so Ruan didn't touch them again. Catching so many prey at once, female lord, are you really not a god? Lei-sen looked at Ruan with admiration, hefting the prey in his hands with a rope. The heavy weight was the backbone of their survival. There are actually many ways to catch prey without having to exert a great deal of effort. This side of the hare has been pretty much caught. I'll go back and think of a new method to see if I can catch some more decent prey. Ruan grinned a soft and cuddly smile. Those 2 pointed little cat teeth set her off even more adorably. Bai Yi stepped forward, tugged Ruan's somewhat messy animal skin clothes that she had just made by drilling into the shrubs, and said in a slow voice, female masters are from the sky, so of course they know a lot. Put. Being said so by Bai Yi, Ruan instantly had the illusion that she was a fairy descending to earth. To them, you are the fairy who descended to earth. Ah, this spirit treasures little fairy. Ruan sighed. Che, then I can also quench my little mouth with poison. Then forget it. Back in the tribe, before they reached the door of their home, Ruan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Only to see a mountain of bamboo, big and small, thick and thin, piling up at the entrance of his cave, blocking the cave door. It drew the spirit cats inside the tribe to stop and watch with a dumbfounded look on their faces. The red tiger male of the Ruan family seems to have gone crazy and has been transporting bamboo into the tribe. What do you need this for? It's not like you can eat it. Scary. Ruan held his forehead. Was he getting all the bamboo back from the mountains? On the other hand, the culprit, Ling Chu, was already tired and lying on the bamboo pile with his belly turned over, huffing and puffing. You finally came back. These bamboo enough? Not enough. I also do not go to get tired me. Ling Chu raised his big paw to cover his face, with an appearance that he just wanted to go on strike. Enough, too much, it's enough to build a house. Ruan's mouth twitched. Oh yeah, there were 2 more. Hikari. Shi Yu. Are you guys in the cave? Ruan shouted towards the entrance of the cave. Yes. As soon as the words fell, they saw Hikari and Shi Yu poke their heads out from behind the pile of bamboo in a watery manner that looked very funny. They just slept for such a short while, and they were blocked in the hole. Who can they find to justify this? Lei Sin, speechless, take the initiative to go up to the top of the Ling Chu, grab the back of the neck meat dragged down, and spend 9 oxen and 2 tigers to separate a mountain of bamboo to a road. A few female orcs watching from the sidelines saw the pheasant Ruan was carrying in her hand, and all of a sudden her eyes widened. Ruan, you have gone hunting yourself? What's wrong? Ruan turned her head. Getting an affirmative answer, those female orcs, a whole lot worse, hurriedly persuaded, Ruan, females don't need to go out to hunt personally, otherwise what else do you need males for? Females are delicate, in case they get injured during the hunting process, what should we do? I know females don't need to go out hunting, anyway, I can't be idle in the tribe, it's good to go out for a stroll. Ruan replied with a smile. And it wasn't her character to stay at home all day waiting to be fed. In case the males died out and couldn't find new ones for a while, would she still starve to death on the bed? I still think it's too dangerous. Yeah. Don't you ever go there again. In the face of Ruan's words, the females still shook their heads in opposition. For a long time, the inherent thought down, the females had completely lost the ability to hunt and also rejected the act of hunting, which is why the situation of not being able to live without males has been formed nowadays. I try to hunt as much as I can in order to be able to survive on my own afterward, so that I don't starve to death in case the males aren't around, that's all. Ruan spread her hands and turned around to enter the cave. Upon hearing this, several females looked at each other in disbelief, and for a moment they were also a little shaken. This was the first time they had heard this kind of thinking from Ruan, but when they thought about it, it was just like this. Nowadays they would not be able to survive if they suddenly didn't have males to hunt and provide for them. Bai Yi on the side listened to Ruan's words word for word in his heart, and inexplicably panicked a little. What did she mean by the ability to survive alone? Could it be that she didn't actually want to rely on them? Or was it that they were just dispensable? To her, after all, the ability she was showing now was completely capable of supporting herself. If that was the case, would she abandon them? Female lord, are these all the prey we caught yesterday by setting up traps? Hikari pickpocketed the female rabbit that was still alive, which was too scared out of its wits to move a muscle as it shrank its neck. Right drop, but they had set up too many in one breath, so they probably trapped the entire clan of hares in this nest. Trap, what is it? Shi Yu rubbed his somewhat heavy eyelids. He had been sleeping for a while and waking up for a while in the past few days, and his dreams were somehow about making out with Ruan, and winter wasn't supposed to be a rutting period for snakes, so this made it so that he couldn't even sleep peacefully. You sleep like this, of course, do not know, this is the wisdom of the female master, I tell you, is to use bamboo. Hikari was still popularizing Shi Yu. Ruan had already found a suitable place to dig a husbandry pen on the mountain next to the cave. Although the frozen soil in winter is generally hard, but the good thing is that this is in the middle of the mountainside, and rich vegetation, the soil is relatively soft and sticky, not afraid of collapsing. Ruan plans to dig a kiln similar to this to raise prey, so that the wind does not blow and rain cannot rain also warm. After making up her mind, Ruan was ready to find some handy tools for digging, but when she turned her head, she saw Bai Yi frozen in place. Bai Yi's tail was drooping on the ground unlike before, his fox ears were not erected, and his eyes were dull, just staring at the snow. Bai Yi, what's wrong with you? Ruan walked slowly to Bai Yi and raised her hand to shake it in front of his eyes. Bai Yi's eyes converged, recaptured his gaze to look at the person in front of him, but he felt some blurring under his eyes, and that sudden feeling of brokenness looked at Ruan a bit disturbed. You. Without waiting for Ruan to make another sound, Bai Yi reached out and hugged Ruan in his arms shrinking while burying his head deep in Ruan's neck nest. Ruan's hand hung in mid-air, but she didn't push Bai Yi away. She could sense something was wrong with him, but there was no heartbeat coming from his heart, and she didn't know what was wrong with him. After a long time, Bai Yi leaned close to Ruan's ear and said a meaningful sentence in a voice that only 2 people could hear. If you're so strong that you don't need me someday, please also think about what uses I have, okay? Chapter 40 High and low to give you a thumbs up. Ruan was stunned by the words. It turned out that he had heard what he had just said into his heart. Promise me. Can? Bai Yi turned his head sideways and gently pursed Ruan's earlobe. That gentle yet provocative action caused Ruan to shiver with an overcharged body. Bai Yi knew very well that Ruan wouldn't necessarily die if he left them, but they wouldn't be able to survive if they left the females, and he didn't dare to bet that he would be able to meet another female who was willing to accept the beastmen, so Ruan was now his only option. If the day comes when you say that, I will only leave behind those who truly love me. Ruan lifted her hand and pressed it against Bai Yi's chest, a gesture that was tentative and detached. Love? A hint of confusion flooded Bai Yi's eyes. Host, orcs don't understand love. It doesn't matter if you understand it or not, loving someone is something that will automatically show itself, and you will naturally understand it when you really love them. They are now nothing more than a friendship above and a lover below to me. Ling Bao was also a bit confused. Guess why Bai Yi and the others are willing to show kindness for me now.
One is that unlike the evil females that treated them badly in the past, I can now create value for them, outperforming most third-order females. 2. Leaving me, it's hard for them as beastmen to find another female willing to accept them. Being able to get my approval will allow them to live off. Ruan was not convinced that Bai Yi and the others would fall in love with her in a few days' time. Good feelings might be there, but love was not as good as that, so she also understood that there was a reason why they were willing to stay by her side right now. I rely on the host, you this sober speech, the spirit treasure a little worship you, if not I do not have fingers I high and low have to give you than a praise. But then again, if they really fall in love with me and treat me sincerely, I'll definitely accept them. After all, it's a nail in the coffin that my old lady is going to spend her life in the beast world. Living on her own is too boring. Ruan sighed helplessly. Ahem. This side of the female superiority and male inferiority is also quite good, isn't it? Almost done, there's still work to be done. Hikari left Shi Yu behind and went forward to directly rip Ruan away from Bai Yi's arms. In broad daylight like this, Bai Yi is also embracing the female master, how shameless. Bai Yi was still savoring the word love that Ruan said. What did it mean? Ruan didn't say anything more and started searching for tools for digging. On the other hand, Ling Chu and Shi Yu had already fallen asleep on the pile of bamboo. Hikari, Layson, do you have a hammer or something like that? Ruan inquired as she circled around the mountain. What kind of head? Hikari couldn't figure it out. Just a tool for digging. The generation gap was too deep for that. We don't have any in the cave, but I can ask at Haruyama's house. I just don't know if he'd be willing to give us one to use. Ryzen said thoughtfully. Spring Mountain. This person Ruan had an impression. He was the one who carried Sissy into her cave yesterday when she was injured, and he helped when he stitched up Sissy's wounds. Chunshan was responsible for sharpening the tribe's bone knives, bone needles and the like. If it came to finding tools, naturally he had the most. It's fine, go ask to find out. Ruan didn't hesitate and went directly to Chunshan's cave following his memory. At this moment Spring Mountain was still grinding a large bone with great effort, and by his side sat a female with grayish-white skin, thin and weak. That female looked somewhat similar to Paint, and also had a large belly like Paint, but looked much weaker than Paint. She was Spring Mountain's female, Xiang, Painting's half-sister, a gray spirit cat, and like Ruan at the time, she was also a second-stage beast. Surprisingly, she had only taken in one male from Spring Mountain as a mate for so many years. Seeing Ruan come in, Chunshan first froze for a moment, then shook himself up. Ruan? Only then did Ruan notice that Spring Mountain was still limping on his right leg. Chunshan, do you have any tools here that can dig? Ruan looked around the entire cave. Chunshan's house was even more dilapidated than Cixin Yang's house, filled with piles of morose white bones, all made into various shapes. Digging. This crocodile bone made can be used. Spring Mountain did not refuse, and very simply pulled out a bone tool made in the shape of a chisel from the pile of bones. This is fine, then Ruan was just about to reach out to take it, but he saw that Chunshan hid that tool behind him at once. Wait a moment, you can't use it for nothing, you have to exchange it for prey. Xiang was about to give birth to cubs, he was limping and hunting was already laborious, he could only rely on making bone tools and the tribe's orcs to exchange for food. Chunshan, don't be like this. Ruan, take this crocodile bone and use it first, you saved the male of my sister's family, let's say I thank you for her. Xiang stood up with difficulty holding her waist and spoke a little breathless. Seeing this, Chunshan hurried over to support her. No Xiang, you are too weak, if you don't eat some meat to give birth to the cubs it will be dangerous. It's my uselessness that I can't let you and the child eat enough. Compared to Paint's strength, Xiang's character is more gentle, but the so-called people are bullied, except for Ruan's family. Xiang is one of the families that are most severely robbed of prey by Rua. Chunshan's leg was rebelling against Rua and their prey to be broken alive. Now that Xiang was still pregnant with a child, it wasn't easy. Hikari, go get 2 of the wild rabbits we caught today and bring them over. Ruan turned her head. Ha? No, 2 rabbits are too valuable, I can't have them. Xiang shook her head in a hurry, all of a sudden her body was a bit unsteady from the force. It's fine, just think of it as giving it to the child in your belly. Ruan smiled warmly. For females who had the same experience as her, Ruan was happy to help out so that the clansmen could completely remove their prejudice against her. Until the 2 rabbits were literally cradled in her arms, Chunshan's tears almost came down. Thank you so much Ruan. Giving us so much meat, Xiang you eat it. Well. Ruan, you've really changed a lot Xiang said softly. She had also seen Ruan save people with her own eyes, that was something that would never have happened before. I used to do that to you guys too in order to protect myself from Rua and the others. From now on, I'm the new Ruan, I won't be standing with the evil beasts. Ruan aptly stated her stance to Akan. Xiang couldn't stop nodding, full of trust in Ruan's words. As long as she built up an image with one clan member, based on the butterfly effect, soon the entire tribe of beastmen who were once prejudiced against her would be influenced to change their opinion of her. She was playing a big game. Aha! Don't eat me Female sister help! A heartbreaking cry came from outside the cave. Chapter 41, It's good to be struck dumb. Is that Duobao's voice?
Ruan took an arrow step out of the cave and saw Alang tightly pulling Duobao's tail in his hand to hold it down on the ground, and Aja was holding a bone knife in his hand, making a gesture to stab Duobao's neck. Good you second-rank stinking bamboo rats, how dare you enter our spirit cat clan tribe? See if I don't get you killed. Don't Someone save me. Duobao was so scared that he was about to pee, yet he still subconsciously protected the mulberry yellow and herbs he had collected back in his arms. Stop. Ruan rushed over to stop it. The moment he saw Ruan, Duobao instantly burst into tears. Woo-woo. Female sister, you've come. They two bad males are trying to kill me. Woo-woo. Male beasts above the first rank are not allowed to enter other people's tribes casually. It is easy to be treated as an intruder that snatches females, and bamboo rats are also rats, and spirit cats have always been mortal enemies. Duobao is still a child who doesn't understand this, that's why he will be caught by Alang Ahat. Okay, don't be afraid. Alang Ahat, I recognize this bamboo rat, it's not from the invading tribe, you guys let go of him. Ruan briefly comforted Duobao and explained to Alang Ahat. You recognize it when you say you do? Why should we trust you? What's the matter, you want to take in stray beasts as males again? TSK, this time even the rat pups. Ruan, you really haven't changed at all, mocked Alang with a crooked mouth. Ruan had made Rua suffer several times, and even the prey they usually snatched had been divided up by the spirit cat priests, causing them to have to go out and hunt on their own. Now that Rua had been starving for several days, Ruan and Heat were resentful as Rua's males. Dare to go against us, Ruan, we won't let you live well. Facing Alang's verbal provocation, Hikari and Layson had already clenched their fists at the same time, just that Ruan didn't give the word, they wouldn't act rashly. The muscles at the corner of Ruan's eyes tightened for a moment, her shell teeth clenched lightly. Thinking that Duobao was still under the other party's knife, he didn't immediately snap. I'll say it again, let go of him. We won't let go, so what? Have the ability to come over and hit me? Heat shook his head triumphantly and raised his foot to viciously kick Duobao in the stomach. Duobao screamed miserably, blood suddenly spilled out of his mouth, and the things in his arms scattered all over the place. Duobao was only a second-ranked bamboo rat pup, and Alang and Ahe, as fourth-ranked beasts, could put him to death with a single blow. Yo, there's still a treasure hidden in your arms, let me see what it is? Alang raised his hand and picked up a piece of mulberry yellow in front of his nose and sniffed it, directly spat on it. Bah! What is it, a stinky smell? My! Give it back to me. This is for the female sister. Duobao covered his stomach with one hand, and with one hand he struggled to grab the mulberry yellow in Alang's hand. How dare you get your hands on it? Stinking rat! Ahat was about to backhand Duobao's face. But in that instant, a cold wind swept over at Ahit's head. Ruan dodged and flew up with a hard kick on Ahat's jaw. Several teeth snatched out of his mouth, Ahat's eyes were full of disbelief, and in the next second he threw his head back and flew out, falling heavily on the ground. Aha! My teeth! Ahat covered his face in pain and rolled around on the ground howling, and Alang on the side was dumbfounded. What had just happened? This third-ranked female kicked the fourth-ranked Heat off? Ruan won this kick and the use of skills at the same time to use the strength of the whole body. Her current physical function is not the same as in the past. If not for the fourth-order males are strong and powerful, it would be more than just lose a few teeth, so simple. Dared to bully her, rat detector kicked him to death. Ruan took the opportunity to pick up Duobao on the ground and handed him to Hikari, and in the meantime, she pulled out a plant of immortal crane grass from her space. Take him back to the cave first, and give this to him to eat. Good. Hikari nodded, looking at Ruan with eyes full of admiration. Female sister. Duobao gasped, the inside of his tiny mouth was still bleeding, obviously not lightly injured. You're good, sister will come in a while. Ruan touched Duobao's head. Aha! Yen took Duobao and left, not forgetting to pick up as many of the Sang Huang herbs scattered on the ground as she could. Alang Ahat, the two uneducated things, how could they know how precious these yellow chunks are? You dare to hit Ahat? Do you believe that I will tell? Tell who? The clan stipulates that males can't attack females, but it doesn't say that females can't hit males, let alone males can't hit males. Ruan directly interrupted Alang's words, stepping towards Alang, that pair of absolutely beautiful pink gold eyes at this moment but with a strong color of severity. I gave you the opportunity to hurt my people, you have to pay the price. Alang Ahat's legs and stomach shivered a little, they had never felt that a female would be so oppressive. It was simply scarier than his family Rua. Die laughing, where's that energy from earlier? You're not happy if you really fight. This time it was Lingbao who taunted instead. Female master, do you need my help? Layson stood behind Ruan, his kingly gaze falling on those two. Just don't break the chi. Ruan's thin lips opened slightly and said lightly. It was not allowed to brutalize a fellow clan member, but it was possible to maim them, and for this kind of Karami who was a vegetable and loved to pop up in front of her, it would be fine to beat him into a mute. Upon hearing this, Alang and Ahat also got scared. Once they turned around and transformed into spirit cats to pull their legs and run away. Where did Ryzen give them a chance, transforming into a giant golden lion while slapping the two to the ground with a single claw? Ah! 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 Lang and Ahat fell to the ground and struggled for their lives, their mouths wailing one after another. Beat them to death. Let them rob us of our prey to eat. That's it. Hit them hard. The spirit cats who witnessed the whole thing from the side all clapped their hands. Rua, who was still in the cave because there was no food, heard the commotion and came out of the cave holding her neck. You two wasted beasts. Howling when you caught no prey, I'm starving to death. Before she could finish complaining, Rua was stunned by the sight in front of her, only to see Layson, who had transformed into his lion form, grabbing the tails of his own two males and slamming them around on the ground like garbage while Ruan stood by and watched. Stop it. Stinky lion, are you crazy? Let go of Rang Rang. Kisame was scared half to death and rushed over. Layson squinted at Ruahua and very thoughtfully threw the fallen Alang Ahat in front of Ruahua's eyes. Ah lung. Ahat. Kisame raised her hand and pushed the two males who were already foaming at the mouth with stress, and for a split second her face turned ashen. She hadn't eaten meat for 2 days, and if she didn't have these two males to catch her prey to eat, she would definitely starve to death. How dare you? You do this to my males. Bitch cat. I'll fight you. Ruahua jumped up and charged at Ruan. Pa. Chapter 42 The Snake with a Heart of Gold. Ruan would show no mercy to the large, oncoming faceplate and rewarded her directly with a big mouth. You hit me. Ruahua stumbled as she was hit, her eyes glaring out of their sockets. After a few days of being defeated non-stop at Ruan's place, she was really going crazy. Originally, when the spirit cat priestess wasn't around, she could still bully Ruan by relying on Myra's patronage, but since she lost to Ruan in the last competition, the spirit cat priestess had not only punished her, but also called her and Mira to the cave for a good reprimand, so much so that Mira now told her to restrain herself a bit. Beating you isn't exactly a small amount, so there's no need to be so surprised. Ruan shrugged, the sarcasm in her tone pulling right through. You. I'm going to. And where would a tattletale sperm want to go to tattle? Think about whether you can fight me first. Ruan slightly raised her chin, her beautiful eyes half narrowed. Rua, I'm not the lowly female you used to casually bully anymore. I advise you to see me in the future with your tail between your legs. Although Ruan's voice was not loud, but every word carried an indescribable intimidating power, Ruahua was bluffed in place, not daring to breathe. No more nonsense with Rua. Ruan pulled the mane on Layson's neck with one hand, and carried the crocodile bones in the other and left. Ruahua's chest rose and fell violently as she stared at Ruan's back viciously, as if she wanted to pluck out a piece of flesh. Bitch cat, you wait for me. I will definitely not let you go. I will let you die. Duobao's body had a lot of abrasions, and Ruan used all of them to anoint him with herbs. Thanks to the fact that he usually ate blood-stopping herbs like Sanghuang like a meal, the kick he received didn't cause him to bleed badly internally. Wow, this red fruit tastes even better when it's hot, eh? Duobao sat on the stone bed, holding the baked sweet potato in his hand and eating it all over his mouth, already forgetting about the pain. Ruan had half a piece of venison in her mouth, and was still picking and choosing the herbs that Duobao had brought back. Surprisingly, this time, in addition to Sanghuang, Duobao also brought a lot of immortal crane grass, and even some wild star anise and cumin. What is this stuff? Ruan picked up a bunch of small grape-like fruits in the pile of herbs, which had a layer of white frost hanging on its surface, and was very rare and red and green. This is salt fruit, also known as salt bran, a salty fruit. The white frost on its surface is salty and sour. It can be mashed and used instead of table salt. Ling Bao replied attentively. What a thought! Ruan was worried that she didn't have time to go to the beach to collect sea salt, but she didn't realize that there was this kind of fruit that could be used as a substitute. Duobao, where did you get so many fresh plants? Ruan turned around and asked. Oh, this was found in the forest near the sea. It's warm there and there's so much grass and trees. Duobao raised his little face and replied seriously. The closer to the sea, the warmer the climate was, and it wasn't affected by the cold winter, so it was indeed very suitable for vegetation to grow. Well, when you get better from your injuries, take sister there, okay? Ruan took an animal skin handkerchief and wiped Duobao's mouth, coaxing softly. The things that Duobao had brought back were only part of it. Maybe there were more things there that she could use. Yes. Duobao nodded busily. No. Shi Yu, who had been silent on the stone bed, suddenly opened her eyes and spat out 2 words, her turquoise-colored pupils standing up under the firelight. The forest near the sea is called Snake Forest. There are many snakes. It's dangerous. You can't go. Precisely because of the warmth, it was the most suitable place for snakes that were afraid of the cold to survive. Only sometimes you, a snake beast that had become someone else's male, would follow the females. The other snakes were still mostly coiled up there, preying on the prey that had fled over because of the cold. Aren't you also a snake, and you're so big? All those snakes must be afraid of you. Wouldn't it be fine for you to take your female sister with you? Duobao pouted at Shi Yu. You talk a lot? Shi Yu looked at Duobao with cold eyes, scarlet letters saving dangerously. Duobao was scared half to death and hurriedly shut up. The snake's favorite thing to eat was the category of mice. It was a natural oppression to them.
In fact, every time he went into the snake forest to collect things, Duoba was half hiding in the hole, risking his life. If it wasn't for a mouthful of food beating him to death, he wouldn't have gone. Sure, you're also a bit too petty. How to say you also lived in the snake forest, you're more than familiar with the place, and you're a Mori Boa, no snake is a match for you. What's wrong with taking the female master there once? Hikari stepped out of the fire. I don't have spiritual power, how can I take her there? As Shi Yu uttered these words, his eyes looked towards Ruan with great meaning. Ruan's body tightened, almost in a second. Didn't he mean that he wanted to mate with her? You've got to be kidding me. Mori Boa without spiritual power are strong among snakes, even snake venom is immune. What are you pretending here? Bai dropped the bamboo tube in his hand and rolled Shi Yu's eyes. Deadly pretending snake with a heart of gold. Being poked and prodded in her small mind, Shi Yu's tail slid uncomfortably for a bit, and she looked at Bai with a gritted expression. Bai, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Cough cough. Shi Yu, I do want to go to the snake forest to collect some things if you're willing. Tomorrow. Shi Yu dropped 2 words and pretended to be cold as she reburied her head into the snake's tail to fake sleep, but her ears were perked up vigorously towards Ruan for fear of missing a word from her. Ruan's heart leapt for a moment, although Shi Yu looked unsmiling and the whole snake was cold, but she was also willing to help in critical moments. Then thank you, Shi Yu. Aha! So high and mighty Ruan nuzzled. Duobao, you rest well in the cave with Shi Yu, we'll go out and do some work. No, female sister, I'm already fine, I'd better join you guys. Haha. Duobao jumped to the ground, reached out and tugged on Ruan's animal skin clothes, looking at Shi Yu with some hindsight. He wouldn't dare to close his eyes if he was to be left alone in a hole with this big snake. Alright then. Ruan smiled helplessly. Shi Yu grunted between his nostrils and went to sleep on his own. Coming to the mountain where he had earlier prepared to dig the corral, Ruan manipulated the large chisel made of the crocodile skull and chiseled hard on it. Wow! After the vibration, a large chunk of dirt tragically mixed with snow came off smoothly. It's pretty smooth. Ruan raised an eyebrow. I'll do it, female master, just tell me how to get it. Hikari took the tool from Ruan's hand. Just dig in from here, about this big. Ruan opened her arms and gestured. Raising pigs and also rabbits, Ruan wanted to make it bigger so that it would be big enough for the pups when they grew up. Female sister, are you digging a hole? Duobao asked curiously with his thumb in his mouth. Yeah. Well. You guys digging like this is too slow, I have an idea. Chapter 43, your good times will soon come to an end. What can you do with a little bitty thing? Hikari had her arms wrapped around her chest, obviously not looking down on Duobao. Female sister, wait for me for a while, I'll be right back. Duobao crouched down and changed back to his original form, whooshed and scurried out of the horde. That speed was jaw-droppingly fast. Ling Chu, who came over to watch the fun, just walked over here and felt a coldness in his crotch, and saw a black shadow fly out from under his feet. What the heck? Looks like a big black rat? Not long after, Duobao came back, but behind him were 5 more bamboo rats of different sizes. The biggest one was as big as a Shiba Inu. Female sister, they are all my brothers, I called them to help. This is my big brother Debeo, my second brother Erbo. I'm the smallest. Debeo changed back to his human form and pointed to the several bamboo rats on the ground and introduced them one by one. Ruan blinked his eyes. This Duobao even can shake people? And even shook his family over? A good guy has a litter of treasures. Bamboo rats really do have a strong ability to reproduce. Duobao rummaged through his body, broke up the sweet potatoes that Ruan gave him and distributed them to a few bamboo rats, cleared his throat, and gestured at the mountain. Brothers, can you see this piece? We're going to make a hole this big here. Those few new bamboo rats glanced at Ruan, a few mouthfuls of sweet potatoes into their stomachs, and in an instant their eyes began to glow from the aroma, and they hurriedly nodded vigorously. Dig! With a command, Duobao took the lead in drilling inside the mountain, followed closely by several newly arrived large bamboo rats. Under the dumbfounded and shocked expressions of several people, Duobao and the others had already dug out the mountain 2 people wide. And they were still continuing to push inwards. Their efficiency was comparable to that of an excavator. Bamboo rats' ability to make holes is already outstanding, not to mention the Beast World's bamboo rats. Good guy, a small piece of sweet potato is working so hard. The Beast World's working rats are really. Let's go and help out as well, and try to get the piglets and rabbits to live today. Ruan returned to God and said, Good Lu. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. The killed animal husbandry pen that Ruan had in mind was soon dug. The width and depth of the hole was 5 or 6 meters, and the walls of the hole were all very smooth and perfect from the bamboo rats. Ruan generously gave the bamboo rats that came to help a big sweet potato each, and the tears came out of the eyes of those bamboo rats as they ate it. Oh! It's so delicious! Never had such delicious food. Boing boing. Youngest brother, why didn't you bring us here to work earlier? Debeo raised his paw and slapped Duobao on his butt. Duobao laughed nervously. He had also met Ruan by mistake, and had almost been skinned and eaten by his males at first. Ruan cut the bamboo that Ling Chu brought back in sections and put it in a pastoral circle inside the kiln, threw a large ball of groundnut seedlings inside, and then threw the few piglets that were almost starving inside, and as soon as the piglets smelled the groundnut seedlings, they ate them without lifting their heads, huffing and puffing. Everything inside the spirit spring space is good for growth, and eating the groundnut seedlings will shorten the growth time of these piglets by a large margin. As for the female rabbit, Ruan bandaged her broken hind leg, circled a separate larger place for her to give birth, and patted a hay nest. Rabbits were very fertile, it was possible to have dozens of them in a litter, and if they were raised, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of food. Oops, great job. Ruan stretched her back, looking at the arranged husbandry pen. Her heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Female lord, with so many of these live animals placed here, it's likely to attract those beastmen who can't catch prey to steal and eat them, so we need to keep an eye on them. Layson warned in a low voice. Ruan's expression tightened as she turned her head, only to see that not far away had already surrounded a lot of spirit cat beastmen who were watching, their eyes invariably showing a wave of envy and greed. The lack of food for a long time had caused the spirit cats to often fight with each other. Ruan's sudden addition of so much fresh food here would inevitably not attract jealousy and theft, and there was indeed a need to come up with a solution. What's so difficult about this? Duobao's beautiful female will watch these prey for you. As long as someone comes close, we'll go and report to you, don't worry is all. Dabao put his arm around Duobao and patted his chest. Only. Can you give us a small piece of that red skin fruit to eat every day? We'll be satisfied with just a small piece. What do you mean, beautiful female of Duobao? Do you want to die? Call the female Lord. Hikari poked Dabao hard in the belly as she lifted him up. Ah. Okay, female Lord, female Lord. Dabao shook his head into a rattle in fear. Sure, as long as you can keep a good eye on my prey, I'll give you a big sweet potato every day, how's that? Ruan held up a finger seductively. Although her sweet potato seeds were gone, she could grow sweet potatoes, which were simply too much to eat, and a few sweet potatoes could be exchanged for 5 sentinels who would take turns standing guard, which was too much value for money. 1 rat for 1. Good. Lord female, we promise to take good care of your prey. We can also help with feeding them in the future. Dabao happily showed his big slate teeth. Dabao knew very well that several of their brothers were already without parental shelter before they even reached adulthood, and because of their low spirit power class they lived in fear every day. In a meat-eating beastman's home like the Spirit Cat clan they could at least get a little shelter. Then it's a deal. Ruan raised a finger and touched it to Duobao's small paw in a high-five-like manner. While it was still dark, Ruan, with the help of Ling Bao, made another simple gate for the entrance of the kiln cave out of bamboo to add another layer of protection, and Duobao and the others built a nest in the kiln cave out of hay, and that's where they stayed. At this time in the Mira cave. Pa! What did you say? She's really crazy. It's not even a problem to take in beastmen as males, but now she's taking in a bunch of rats in the clan? Mira slammed the stone bed and stood up. Yes, female lord, that Ruan even let her male named Ryzen beat up 2 of Rua's males to come, and now Langahe is still lying on the stone bed unable to get up. Abu said, carefully helping Mira to sit down, and began to squeeze her legs and pound her back. Rua is just a dumbass, and now she doesn't have any food to offer me, so don't mind her. Rather, it's this Ruan, who suddenly looks like a changed beast, even daring to contradict me. When the Lord Priest finishes practicing and comes out of the cave, I'll have the High Priest drive her out of the pack. That way all her prey will be mine. Mira said, a flash of thick calculation under her eyes. Just wait, Ruan, your good times will soon come to an end. Ruan fetched the groundnut seedlings that the piglets and rabbits had been eating for the past few days, and organized what she would bring with her to the snake forest tomorrow: a bone knife, a bag of animal skins, and enough food. Female lord, I'll go with you tomorrow. Chapter 44. Cute, very cute. Bai said, leaning against Ruan's side and lifting his fingers to pick up a strand of Ruan's hair and sniff it between his nostrils. He still hadn't figured out what Ruan was talking about when he said love, but he would try to do what males should do so that females wouldn't hate him. It's still not necessary, the snake forest is a bit dangerous anyways, none of you are immune to snake venom, and the probability of getting hurt is high with the number of people going there. Ruan pulled the hair out of Bai's hand and turned to touch his ears as if she was doting on him. Bai's tail and ears were soft and fluffy, Ruan's favorite thing to jerk. But, female master is right, it's useless to go with more people. Is it hard to want me to protect you? Shi Yu swept a glance at Bai, then her gaze stopped on Ruan's face. She really does have the guts to go to the snake forest. A normal female would scream in fear when they hear about it, right? Hearing Shi Yu's heartfelt words, Ruan's cherry lips curved imperceptibly. She dared to go with Shi Yu not just because she was protected by Shi Yu. She had inquired from inside the Spirit Treasures information bank that spirit springs could not only heal injuries, but also had a healing effect on poisonous substances, which also included snake venom. There was only one life, and she would never do anything unprepared. Bai's tail drooped, and he sat on the edge of the stone bed somewhat resentfully. He very much didn't want to let Shi Yu and Ruan be alone together. That guy wanted to mate with Ruan very much, in case.
Well, don't worry, we'll be back in less than 3 days. It just so happens that the family has piglets and rabbits and whatnot, and if you're all gone, in case someone else comes and steals the duoba, they can't beat them. Ruan sat down next to Bai Yi and ran her small hand over Bai Yi's thigh. She couldn't figure out how a man's legs could be so white and straight. There wasn't even any leg hair. Being touched by Ruan's skin, Bai Yi felt wisps of aura, and his whole body was instantly soothed. Alright then, I'll wait for you to come back from the tribe, you must be careful. Aha! Ruan nodded vigorously and raised her eyes to see Layson still busy inside the bamboo pile. Although the kiln husbandry circle had a door, but the home cave was still leaking, Layson deliberately learned from Ruan when she was weaving the bamboo door, and he didn't expect Layson to catch on very quickly, weaving the bamboo door in a decent manner. Even Ruan was amazed by his creative talent. Wow, Layson, you weave bamboo doors better than me yet. Ruan squatted in front of Layson, reached out and touched the neatly arranged bamboo pieces, and couldn't help but praise him. Thank you, female master. When you come back, our bamboo door will be ready. Layson smiled gently towards Ruan. He doesn't need too much attention from Ruan, as long as she can have him in her heart. He is happy when he sees Ruan happy and well. Phew, it's snowing outside. Female lord, I've already sent the fur of the wild rabbit to Zixiniang's cave, so that she can make you another better animal skin outfit. Hikari came in from outside the cave and patted the snowflakes that had fallen on his body. He still remembered the time when Bai Yi had pulled Ruan's clothes and wouldn't let him see them. Although he was upset at the time, this rabbit skin clothes on Ruan really didn't fit too well either, and a big movement would reveal that pink and white place, which would be bad if another male saw it. Okay, thank you, Hikari, come over here and roast the fire. Ruan got up. You're welcome, there's also this. You're usually cold sitting on the ground, this mat is stuffed with pheasant feathers, it's soft and warm, you can sit on it and roast the fire. Hikari handed over the mat in her arms, looking at Ruan with bright eyes. Wow! Hikari, you're too attentive, blah. Ruan took the soft fur cushion and loved it, turning around and hugging Hikari with a flutter. Hikari had a delicate mind, she was always attentive to everything, finding a cushion to sit on was something even Ruan hadn't noticed. Ruan's sudden embrace caused Hikari's heart to beat wildly, and her hand subconsciously encircled Ruan's slender waist. Female master's waist is so soft. Tisk, woman's waist, life-threatening blade, Ling Bao staggered. The night gradually quieted down. Ruan tiptoed to the entrance of the cave and saw the goosefeather snow drifting down outside, beautiful as it was. But I don't know how many lives will be taken by this beautiful scene. Then we will leave first, you wait for us back at home. Oh. Female sister, you go out, be careful. Ah. The bamboo rats stood in a line and waved their hands at Ruan. Hikari and Bai Yi were still full of worry. Layson had a grave expression on his face even though he didn't say anything, and only Ling Chu was mindlessly still sleeping in his cave. Got it. After bidding farewell to the watchful males, Ruan packed all the food and drinks into the spirit spring space for preservation, and with a symbolic beastskin bag on her body, she and Shi Yu left the tribe. Yesterday it had just snowed, and the forest was getting harder and harder to walk through, but Shi Yu had his tail with him, so no matter where he was, he could walk as if he was walking on the ground. Ruan turned into a spirit cat and walked along the path where Shi Yu's tail had slid, leaving a series of small cat paw prints like plum blossoms behind her. Although Shi Yu walked ahead without looking back, she couldn't help sweeping the snow from side to side with her tail. Seeing Ruan as small as she was afraid that she would accidentally get buried in the snow. Shi Yu, you kept dozing off before, it's so cold today, I thought you couldn't get up. Ruan jumped to the side of Shi Yu's tail and tilted her head as she spoke. Aha! Shi Yu simply answered and didn't talk, but her eyes swam when she saw that snow-white cute kitten. So cute. Ruan drums her mustache, gee, so it's pretending to be high and mighty. Shi Yu AC, am I cute? Ruan grabbed Shi Yu's heart and asked intentionally with his cat tail held high. Shi Yu was adorable, her turquoise pupils contracted a bit, but pretended not to care as if she tilted her head with her hands behind her back. Concentrate on walking, don't ask these boring things. The afterglow, however, couldn't help but look at her, cute, very cute. Deadly pretending snake. By the way, Shi Yu, I've always had a question, you're also a 5th-ranked beastman, you should have supernatural powers, how come I've never seen you use them before? Ruan changed the topic. No spiritual energy, you don't give it. Shi Yu replied in a short and direct manner. Ruan stared somewhat awkwardly at Shi Yu's hips swaying from side to side, but her thoughts suddenly drifted elsewhere. That said, she had sent her consciousness into the spiritual spring space to cultivate every night, and although her spiritual energy had always gotten mellow, she still hadn't even touched the threshold of the 4th rank. A beastman's rank was like a container that carried spiritual energy. The higher the rank, the bigger the container, the more spiritual energy it could store. Without advancing to the 4th rank, Ruan didn't have enough spiritual energy to significantly drive her powers, and was always tied up. Host, don't be in a hurry, the 3rd and 4th orders are a huge watershed between orcs, not to mention that you're still an orc with psychic abilities, it's a bit more difficult to cultivate. Spirit Treasure comforted too. This way, ah. Ouch. Chapter 45, Letting Her Meet by Chance.
Focusing on wandering, Ruan walked diagonally and stuck her head directly into the snow pile next to her, eating a mouthful of snow. Yuck yuck yuck. Ruan raised her cat paw and scratched her face, freezing and twitching her beard. Stupid. Shi Yu moved her lips, a layer of speechlessness floating under her narrow, cold eyes, reaching out and grabbing the back of Ruan's neck to pick her up. I don't know if it's the nature of cats, Ruan, who was grabbed by the back of her neck, scrunched up her legs with her tail between her legs, her head was empty, and she couldn't move a muscle. Shi Yu grabbed Ruan and shook her up and down, shaking the snowflakes off her body, and scrutinized her for a while. Peach-colored nose, peach-colored paws, even the pupils are peach-colored. Feel fragrant. Ruan held her tail with some urgency, peach-colored so good at describing. Shi Yu unexpectedly didn't throw Ruan on the ground, but instead smoothly placed her on his shoulder to carry her. You're walking too slowly, when will we get to the snake forest like this? Shi Yu lifted her eyelids and slanted a glance at the kitten on her shoulder, but her taut arms were intentionally and secretly protecting Ruan, fearing that she would fall off. Oh, Ruan didn't retort and subconsciously looked down, only to find that although Shi Yu didn't have legs, the snake's tail was already propped up to a height of about 2 meters. A small dizziness attacked, Ruan hurriedly stretched out the small paw, a claw holding Shi Yu's long green hair, a claw holding Shi Yu's neck, a little afraid of heights, I'm not in low. Feeling the furry, hot little thing close to him, Shi Yu intentionally accelerated the movement of wandering. Ruan's center of gravity wasn't stable, so she could only hold Shi Yu tighter, even her head was pressed against Shi Yu's soft, icy face. As a cold-blooded snake, Shi Yu rarely felt warmth, but when he and Ruan were pressed together like this, there was actually a warm current in his heart. It seemed to feel that this cold winter wasn't even that cold anymore. You're so relieved to leave the guarding of the prey to those bamboo rats, what if they have something else in mind? Shi Yu suddenly took the initiative to speak out. Don't worry about that, I've already told Lei Xin and the others to pay extra attention to Duobao and the others before I left. Of course, Ruan also knew the saying, if it's not my kind, their hearts will be different, so apart from Shi Yu, none of the others had been brought along, and she had also specially instructed the beastmasters who looked after the house. Fortunately, Duobao they are vegetarians, and their strength class is very low, only the 2nd stage, not much aggressiveness, otherwise she really do not feel confident to let them close to piglets and rabbits. Shi Yu raised the peak of her eyebrows. She actually thought this through. Ruan sighed, cannot be thoughtful, in this treacherous beast world, one wrong step may lead to the end of all life, the food that she managed to get with great difficulty, she must take good care of it. Shi Yu did not talk again, looking at Ruan's eyes but as glaciers fade like a soft. Traveling to the snake forest required crossing many tribes inside the forest, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Shi Yu had always been very careful and had tried to go around as much as possible. On this trip, Ruan also learned that the beast world was divided into 5 major parts: the Star and Moon Forest, the Desert of Extinction, the Misty Swamp, the Sea of Illusion, and the extremely cold Snow Mountain. Ruan's spirit cat clan was located in the most fertile Star Moon Forest, but it only inhabited the periphery of the forest where resources were most scarce. Inside the Star and Moon Forest, there were the most numerous clans, including the Ape and Monkey clan, the Wolf clan, the Fox clan, and the Bear clan, etc., and those close to the resource-rich area were all powerful and prosperous clans. Among them, the Wolf clan and the Ape and Monkey clan had the largest number of beastmen and were the worst to be messed with. The Wolf clan often invaded other people's tribes to snatch prey, while the Ape and Monkey clan liked to steal the females of other people's tribes most of all, but fortunately, the Spirit Cat clan was poor and far away, so that it had been spared all the time. Shi Yu, do you know which is the most powerful tribe in the forest at the moment? Ruan lay on Shi Yu's shoulder, her tail swishing in boredom. The strongest in the forest is the Inferno Tiger clan, but the fertility of their clan is very low, there are only about a dozen of them so far, and they also all live in the very center of the forest, so they can rarely be encountered. Shi Yu explained. As a snake beast without a fixed clan, Shi Yu had survived alone on the continent for a relatively long time, so he knew these clans well. A dozen of them? Even the Spirit Cat clan had dozens of beasts. How incompetent was that aspect of this Yin Hu clan? Ling Chu is not a Yin Tiger clan? Aha! It's wonderful, it's rare to meet one, but it's just for her to meet one. In Ruan's memory, Ling Chu was the last beast husband she took in. Beastmen average 100 years old before adulthood, growth is extremely slow. At that time Ling Chu was only 100 out of the size of the head. The original owner met him, he was covered in blood, almost dead, confused by the original owner of Tuoyin to bring back to the tribe, so live in the dark days. Unlucky child is pitiful, Ling Bao sighed. Ruan and Shi Yu had a chat, and didn't know how long they had been walking, the sky had already rubbed dark. Let's. Hoo. Shi Yu was just about to make a sound, but he realized that Ruan on his shoulder didn't know when she fell asleep, and was hanging softly and shakily on his shoulder. The coldness under his eyes melted away. Shi Yu reached out and gently gathered Ruan into his arms. The action was soft as if he was caring for some unimaginable treasure. Ruan's consciousness is cultivating in the spirit spring space, felt the body was surrounded by a pair of cool arms, between the nostrils is familiar with the cold breath, they know it is Shi Yu, intentionally did not move.
Shi Yu carried Ruan and found a nearby tree hole and drilled into it, blocking the cold wind from the hole with his solid back, coiling up his tail to protect Ruan in his arms. The forest at night is particularly dangerous. His current strength is not able to protect Ruan absolutely safe, is not far from the snake forest, daybreak and then rush is not too late. Ruan stretched out in Shi Yu's arms and hugged Shi Yu's tail as she continued to sleep. She knew that in case she woke up at this time, Shi Yu's dead pretending snake must have thrown her off her body pretending not to care about her, so she would just pretend to the end and forget about it. And just as Ruan's guess, watching the kitten in her arms stop moving around, Shi Yu's tense body only relaxed, unable to resist touching Ruan's soft cat ears with her slightly cool fingers. I really hope she can always be this good and cute. Actually, Shi Yu wanted to get close to Ruan, but he was always afraid that Ruan would change back to the way she was before, so he didn't dare to get too close. Ruan's whiskers curled imperceptibly. For this kind of man who was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, he needs to be given enough security and patience to be able to do so. Thinking of this, Ruan twitched a bit and pretended to talk in his sleep. My males, you guys are so nice. I'm going to be nice to you guys from now on. Chapter 46, The Fairy. Hearing this, Shi Yu's deep eyes were suddenly colored with a layer of amazement. She actually wanted to be nice to us even when she was dreaming. Ever since Ruan confessed her true identity to them that time, Shi Yu seemed not to care, but in fact had been secretly observing her. Kissing with Ruan on the edge of the glacier, Shi Yu keenly sensed from her body's reaction that she was indeed no longer like she used to be. But the only thing he was worried about now was what to do if he accepted the new Ruan and she changed back. In that case he would really go crazy. Shi Yu lowered his head, his fingertips gently stroked Ruan's little head and smoothed it down, waterfall like green silk pouring down. The bottom of his eyes under the moonlight had already been dyed with a layer of scarlet. Please, don't ever change back, never. Ruan's heart immediately understood, so he had been worried that he would change back. Think carefully is also so easy to forget the previous pain in her life. She turned around and turned back to the evil female to him. Non-beating that is scolded, is a person have to collapse it. No need to think, host you cannot change backdrops, the original host has been cool, the first 7 are over. Ling Bao complimentary knife. 6. Anyway, Ruan is not in a hurry, as long as Shi Yu in a day, will always know that she will not change back, explaining more than his eyes to see. The night passed, being held by Shi Yu's cold embrace. Ruan didn't feel frozen at all. She didn't realize until she drilled out of the hole in the tree that Shi Yu had used his back to block the cold wind for her all night, and her heart was suddenly a little hot. Before Ruan was touched, Shi Yu's still unsavory voice drifted over from behind her. Eat something and hurry up, the snake forest is not far away. Ruan looked at him at this time. The time you some lazy leaning on the trunk, obviously long a pair of mercurial eyes, but when looking at people on the side of piercing and cool, this guy, really a strange snake. Don't get it, this is called contrasting cute. No spirit treasure, are you really just a system? Why do I feel like you're more human than me? Che, I call this intelligence, okay? Ruan didn't talk any more nonsense with Ling Bao, took out some deer meat from the spirit spring space, smeared it with grated salt fruits and shared it with Shi Yu. With the spirit spring space, the venison is still warm, and eating it with the seasoning really tastes much more flavorful. Shi Yu pinched the venison, clear and elegant side of the face in the sunlight outlined ripples in the hearts of people, but also took the opportunity to ask all the beastmen are wondering the question, you this thing, where do you get it from? Ruan's meat-eating action stopped for a moment, her eyes rolled, and she said in a tone full of concern, there are not only elemental powers in this world, there are also spatial powers. I have spatial powers that can store things in addition to my wood system powers. Good guy host, you're talking nonsense with your eyes wide open, opening your mouth? When you go out, your identity is given to you. Too bullish. Ling Bao admired with admiration. In the face of Ruan's rather convincing explanation, Shi Yu hesitated for a while, obviously touched by a knowledge blind spot. Although I haven't heard of any spatial powers, but a female possessing a power is already enough to shock the beast world, and she can even possess 2 at the same time. Shocked, old iron. Alright, let's eat while we hurry. Ruan stuffed another sweet potato in Shi Yu's hand and even threw a wink at him. Shi Yu's frozen eyes refocused, and he quickly walked in front of Ruan to continue driving for her. Perhaps, she really is from the sky like Bai said. Aha, fairy real hammer. The further Ruan went, Ruan realized that there was no longer any snow present around her. The temperature rose while a large area of green could be seen on the ground. A salty wind blew by, and Ruan seemed to have smelled the taste of the sea. We'll be at the snake forest soon. There will be danger around. Change back to your original form and come to my shoulder. Shi Yu stopped moving and hooked his finger towards Ruan. Oh good. Ruan very obediently transformed back into a spirit cat and stepped on Shi Yu's arm to use the force to jump back onto his shoulder. Although the spirit spring could heal the toxins, being bitten by a snake still hurt. Shi Yu's forward movement slowed down significantly, and his pair of vertical pupils alerted the surrounding while spitting out scarlet letters, probing the air one by one. What a long tongue. Ruan's tail hairs exploded. The snake's letter is extremely sensitive, like radar, it can catch subtle odors and vibrations in the air, better than your cat's nose.
Just as Ling Bao said, even a small flying insect passing by in the surroundings would be noticed by Shi Yu. It was simply anticlimactic. A cat and a snake passed through the dense shrubs, and a lush green came into view. Only to see a large area of rooted and gnarled plants wantonly rooted, either climbing on the trees, or spread all over the ground, full of grass and flowers, as if it were a paradise in the world. But this seemingly beautiful forest is terribly quiet, and there are dangers everywhere. Ruan spotted a small triangular-headed viper at a glance, hiding in the middle of the foliage and staring at them with a deadly stare. Shi Yu's thick snake tail slapped on the ground a few times, his eyes swept through a dangerous dark light, just sweeping that small snake, scared it to flee in a hurry. Only then did Ruan jump off of Shi Yu's body, touching the vegetation on the ground with her palms as she landed, using her plant perception ability to explore towards the surrounding kilometer, quickly discovering many things that could be of use. Let's go this way first. Ruan pointed in the direction, ready to collect a class of herbs first, and then finally collect the salt fruit. That is, she very sensibly jumped onto Shi Yu's shoulder once again. Wow! So many immortal crane grasses. There are also so many platycodon and honeysuckle here. Ruan could be considered to have entered the herbal paradise now, and began to frantically collect all kinds of herbs and stuffed them into the spiritual spring space, and also accidentally dug up several large ginsengs. Shi Yu, on the other hand, was guarding Ruan's surroundings without moving an inch, paying attention to the nearby wind and grass movement. Those snakes that approached tentatively in the moment of detecting Shi Yu's breath all fled without a trace. After all, no snake would be stupid enough to fight with the anaconda. Ruan was sweating from her work, but she didn't care to wipe it off. Those herbs that had roots left behind were transplanted in the spirit spring space, and those that didn't have roots had their leaves plucked and put inside the animal skin bag that she carried with her. With the ability to sense plants, Ruan was able to find things with half the effort. She had to move fast, she couldn't be too greedy, she had to get out of here before dark. Snakes like to come out at night the most. Phew, almost done, let's go get some more saltine fruits and hit the road. Ruan gathered as many types of herbs as she could find, just in case. Shi Yu was stunned, unable to believe that Ruan knew so many herbs. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Ha! What's that smell? Chapter 47. So hot? So hot. Ruan was picking the salt fruits when she smelled an indescribably cool flavor between her nostrils. Looking down, she saw a bright green grass plant gently swaying with a breeze. The strong flavor on that blade was brought before her, and Ruan only felt grabbed by a pair of big invisible hands, forcing her to keep moving closer towards the grass plant. The flavor of this thing is so topsy-turvy? Ruan unconsciously muttered as her mouth began to secrete saliva. This is thornbush, but it also has a more widely known name, catnip. As soon as Ling Bao's words fell, Ruan couldn't control himself and inhaled a mouthful towards that catnip, and immediately his eyes rolled over, only to feel that his brain seemed to have been drained away, and as if his body had been drained of its bones, he just collapsed softly next to that grass plant. Shi Yu was still alerting his surroundings, but when he turned his eyes, he saw that Ruan, who had been standing properly just a moment ago, had already collapsed in the grass. Frightened, he rushed over with a single catapult, reaching out and scooping Ruan up from the ground. What's wrong with you? It's so comfortable. Ha ha. But Ruan, as if he couldn't see Shi Yu, directly changed back to the spirit cat form, like a dexterous fish broke free from his embrace, once again headfirst into the catnip inside, licking and rubbing against the blade. No matter how much Shi Yu stops, Ruan still pouting buttocks in the grass like demented, drilling around, and finally just belly flop, lying in the catnip inside, the limbs twitching. Do not know why, the scene once out of control. The scene was out of control for a while. Host, you wake up a little bit. This is bad. Ling Bao also panicked. Ordinary catnip was already enough to make the cats fall, let alone fresh catnip of the beast world, which was even more effective and stronger. Even the cat beastmen who were already able to take human form couldn't resist it at all. If left unchecked, Ruan was likely to suffer a cardiac arrest due to overexcitement. After checking that Ruan didn't have any trauma on his body, Shi Yu also realized that it was the pile of grass that was the problem, so he picked up Ruan on the ground away from the pile of catnip. Ruan! Wake up! What's wrong with you? Shi Yu rubbed Ruan's cat head vigorously and pinched her paw pads in an attempt to wake her up. Ruan's head buzzed and she felt the sky spinning, and in a trance, she seemed to hear someone calling her name. Struggling to open her eyes, Ruan's eyes shimmered with water, only to see a blurry silhouette swaying in front of her. The silhouette was sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, but she still saw the perfect jaw and reddish lips. Dreaming? It's so hot. It's so hot. Ruan murmured under her breath and changed back to her human form, but her hands directly ripped off the animal skin clothes. The overdose of catnip had a side effect. She was too hot as if she had fallen into an oven. Being shocked by the pink and white in front of her eyes, Shi Yu subconsciously turned her head away, and while her hands were busy trying to close Ruan's clothes, she anxiously asked, "What did you just say?" But just as Shi Yu's fingers twisted the grass rope around Ruan's waist, she was wrapped around the neck by the other party's pair of lotus root arms and violently pulled over. The moment he met Ruan's pretty face and the tip of her nose, Shi Yu's color swirled.
He saw Ruan's small face red and tantalizing, his eyes were tightly closed, with water stains at the end of his eyes, his pink lips were slightly open, and he was breathing slightly raggedly, and the veins on that white neck were jumping up, and his body was even hotter. Well. Hot. She hot? Shi Yu now heard clearly. But before he could make any moves, Ruan's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled, and the arm around Shi Yu also tightened indistinctly, and in the next second directly pulled him down onto his chest. The two bodies collided and stuck together tightly, the scales on Shi Yu's tail instantly exploding. Ruan breathed a long sigh of relief, only to feel that he had hugged a big cold pillow, and the heat in his body immediately collapsed. Ruan. Shi Yu half propped up his arm, very afraid of crushing her, but he couldn't bear to get away from her. Ruan's breath rose and fell with the sheepishness between the two of them, sweeping over Shi Yu's ears every now and then. A fine layer of sweat could not help but rise on Shi Yu's forehead, her heartbeat was messy, and her tail was tightening fiercely as if she was controlling something, but the muscles on her body were taut, every inch of it speaking of longing for the person in front of her. Ruan once again unconsciously wooed. Shi Yu's inside swayed like a red candle being lit, staring at those lips tightly as the knot in his throat rolled hard. Having tasted her sweet scent, the memory of it made his body tingle as well, and Shi Yu's eyes were like hot fingertips, tracing over Ruan's contours inch by inch, eventually falling. She is surprisingly peach-colored there as well. So want to be with her. It was not right. Realizing his offense, Shi Yu hurriedly closed his eyes, his breathing stagnant, seemingly holding back again and again. Reason told him that he could not forcefully mate with a female without obtaining her consent, not to mention the fact that Ruan was a bit delirious right now. If he really wanted her at this moment, she would definitely blame him when she came to her senses. Thinking of this, Shi Yu hurriedly pulled Ruan's arm off her neck to get up in a smooth manner. It seems that she has been confused by that pile of grass just now. Feeling the pillow in her arms disappearing, the heat surging to her heart again, Ruan sat up with a carp, reaching out and grabbing forward, and once again fell into Shi Yu's arms, hanging onto Shi Yu's waist like a sloth with her arms and legs. Wow. So cool. Oh. Shi Yu took a deep breath and tried to keep himself awake, his fingers streaking as he quickly helped Ruan put on her animal skin clothes and sat under a tree with her in his arms. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful grasp that could make a person lose their mind instantly, but that thing seemed to only be useful to Ruan. He had just intentionally sniffed it but was not affected by it. TSK. Ruan smacked his lips and arched over the top of Shi Yu's perfect pectoral muscles like a clingy, soundly sleeping baby. Shi Yu raised her hand and gently ruffled the broken hair on Ruan's face, her eyes swirling with thick honeyed feelings. If she can also cling to me like this when she comes to her senses, how nice it would be. After letting out a helpless sigh, Shi Yu's fingertips condensed spiritual energy, and he saw the air around him seem to shake. Dots of water beads surged over from all directions, converging into a water ball in front of Shi Yu. That's right, Shi Yu's supernatural ability was water, and he was able to manipulate the surrounding water vapor for his use. Shi Yu maneuvered the ball of water to stay in front of Ruan and casually snapped his fingers. Pop! The water balloon exploded in response to the sound, directly drenching Ruan's head and face. Suddenly splashed with cold water, Ruan's body was jolted, her eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she opened her eyes in a daze. What met his eyes were those familiar yet cold turquoise snake eyes. What did I just happen? Chapter 48, Next Time Never Suck Again. Ruan was still in a continuing daze, but she looked down and realized. His own head was still pressed against Shi Yu's chest, one hand touching the other's 8-pack abs, and one hand holding onto the other's perfectly curved waist. This action is simply like a lewd man who is harassing a good woman. Host, you can finally wake up, you just sucked too much catnip on the head of the insanity, to the other person to throw themselves in the arms, to take off their own clothes. Ah. Then the two of us won't. No, this snake still has a bottom line, didn't do anything to you, TSK, you don't know that you just looked like that, hugging people and arching around. Ling Bao very sweetly put out a replay of the incident just now. Ruan watched with a blush, simply ashamed. How could she have thought that the catnip power of the beast world could be so powerful? Shi Yu. Me that. Ruan's toes buckled to the ground in embarrassment, biting her lower lip in consternation. For a moment she didn't know how to face Shi Yu. Catnip is too dangerous, next time I will never suck it again. Oh. Shi Yu's eyelids fluttered for a moment, not moving, removing the hand holding on Ruan's thigh. Sober? His trailing voice rose slightly, and his tone had a rare warmth. Well, I was just accidentally caught in the path of that catnip before I treated you. Ruan twisted the corner of his coat. Catnip is strange, it seems to only work on spirit cats. The sunlight scattered, Shi Yu's long eyelashes cast a shadow on his face, just the right amount to cover the color of lust in his eyes that has not yet faded. It's okay, sober up and get up quickly. Oh. Ruan hands and feet from Shi Yu body down, but also seems to be a bit of reminiscence like glancing at Shi Yu's tantalizing abs, should not say, feel really good ah. But just as he stood still, Ruan only felt a stream of warm water running down her thighs. Ruan looked down, it was blood. Host, don't panic, you're on your period.
Seeing this, Shi Yu's nerves instantly tightened, dodging and rushing to Ruan. Why are you bleeding? Let me see where it hurts. Looking at Shi Yu's panicked look, Ruan hurriedly waved her hand. No. I'm not hurt, I'm just having my aunt. Aunt? That is? Every female has so many days every once in a while. At this time, Ruan was actually a bit at a loss. There are no sanitary napkins or anything in this beast world, so what can be done? Shi Yu slowed down a bit and quickly understood, so it's the 7-day red period. Women in the beast world will also have a period, but only once every few months or half a year, an average of 7 days at a time, during which time they cannot mate, so it is called the 7 days of red period. Seemingly seeing Ruan's helplessness, Shi Yu directly pulled Ruan's hand toward the front, and soon stopped next to a shrub. Under Ruan's puzzled gaze, Shi Yu repeatedly collected something inside that bush and brought it to Ruan. Here. Only to see Shi Yu handing over a few sheets of snow-white fibers in his hands, Ruan took a look and found that it was very much like cotton, but much larger than cotton. Instead it was like a sponge, very soft to the touch. This is white water cotton. The absorbency is better than cotton. It is indeed very suitable for use as a sanitary napkin. Ruan looked up at Shi Yu, catching some softness on his cold face. I didn't expect you to know this all. I've seen females use this when they come to red period. You can try it too. Shi Yu lowered her eyes, the tip of her tail sweeping on the ground intentionally or unintentionally. Thanks. Ruan pursed her lips and tugged that white water cotton fluffy, although she felt it wasn't very hygienic, but it couldn't be helped. The environment of the beast world was just harsher, and it was better to have something to use than to let it flow all the time. It was also fortunate that the orc's body had a strong resistance and wouldn't get any diseases. Is there water here? Ruan looked around. Well, I'll take you there. Shi Yu nodded, using his snake's letter to capture the source of water vapor, and led Ruan to a river. The width of the river here was much wider than the glacier near the Spirit Cat clan. The source of the river was the snowy mountains thawing out, and at the end it flowed into the sea. The water quality was very high quality. Ruan took out a few pieces of clean rabbit skin from the spirit spring space and soaked it, gently wiping the sticky bloodstains on her thighs, and then pulled out a few holes in another piece of larger rabbit skin, tying it between her legs with a grass rope to use it as disposable underwear, and patting it with white water cotton to make it usable. But he didn't notice that the slightest hint of sweet blood odor had already drifted away along the air. We've pretty much collected our stuff. It's still early, we can go back. Ruan washed her hands clean and rummaged through the bag of animal skins that Shi Yu was carrying. The snake forest was quite rich in resources. This time she had collected a lot of rare herbs. Apart from the salt fruit, she had also found star anise, cinnamon, fragrant leaves, and some wild onions. When the cabbages inside the spiritual spring space grew, she would stew a cabbage and beef for dinner. It was beautiful to think about. Well, actually, from this river, you can also go over to the Spirit Cat clan. Shi Yu pointed at the river and said. It was from here that he had traveled to the nearby territory of the Spirit Cat clan before Ruan had tricked him into returning home. How can I get across this river so wide? I'll take you swimming across. As a boa, Shi Yu had excellent water skills and could easily cross the river. That's fine. She was too lazy to go back the same way anyway. Ruan crossed her arms and took a few steps along the riverbed, but she stepped inside the soft silt. Ruan stumbled, and was fortunate to be held by Shi Yu's outstretched snake tail before she didn't sit on her butt. What bad luck! Ruan muttered, struggling to pull her foot out to take a look. Pitch black. But the mud brought out made Ruan's eyes light up. This mud is a bit interesting. Shi Yu wrapped her arms around her chest and couldn't help but lean behind Ruan. What has this cat discovered again? Ruan squatted down and reached inside that silt and pulled out a handful, but found that this mud silted up next to the riverbank was so sticky that it could be molded with a hard pinch. Congratulations to the host for discovering an excellent quality of clay. This clay is very malleable. It can be used to make pottery or to paste walls. The steps to burn pottery are inside Ling Bao's knowledge base. The host can learn them. Spirit treasure dripped. Wonderful. I am lacking pots and pans. It's just that I've loaded too much stuff in Spirit Spring space today, so let's get some back to paste the wall first, and then build a stove. Ceramic pots could be much better than stone slabs. However, firing pottery required a lot of clay and skill, and it had to be done outdoors, so Ruan decided to wait until the day warmed up, so she simply dug up some and stuffed them into the spiritual spring space. Shi Yu's body shifted and transformed into a huge water boa, taking the lead in sliding into the river. Ruan visually estimated that the body length of Shi Yu's prototype was a full dozen meters. Come up. Shi Yu lowered her head. Chapter 49 Love enemies meet and see each other. Looking at Shi Yu's clean snake head, Ruan hurriedly cleaned her feet, but when she was about to crouch on it she saw Shi Yu's snake eyes rise up. But when he was about to crouch on it, he saw Shi Yu's snake's eyes suddenly erected, and without warning, he directly slid out of the water. His thick and powerful tail curled around Ruan instantly flashed away from the river. Just a second after Ruan's feet left the ground, a large black snake's head sprang out of the water right after it, and its open bloody mouth almost bit her. Ruan could even see its two poisonous fangs.
Shi Yu closed her tail and turned back into her human form, and in the process, she held Ruan tightly in her arms, her glaring gaze fixed on the big black snake that had just attacked them. Ruan's shocked grip on Shi Yu's arm to look ahead, only to see that the big black snake pounced, and then slowly and methodically swam up from the river, and behind him was also followed by a small green snake that was not too big. That black snake was shiny black and close to 10 meters in length, although it was not as thick as Shi Yu's body. That triangular head told the onlookers plainly that it was a poisonous snake. On the contrary, that little green snake twisted its body and climbed onto that black snake's body without any panic, tilting that triangular head to look condescendingly at Shi Yu and Ruan. The one in front of the host is a highly venomous black-ridged snake with a body length of about 8 meters. Its venom is rich in neurotoxins, and an ordinary third-ranked orc that is bitten by it will die within a few hours. The small green snake on him was a bamboo leaf green, which also contained a deadly poison. However, Spirit Spring possesses a toxin immunity effect, so there's no need to be afraid of them. That's good. Ruan's grip on Shi Yu's hand loosened, but he was still knotted up and his little heart stuttered. Noticing that Ruan was startled, Shi Yu's eyes rarely trailed some anger, and his voice was even more ghastly. Black sang, "You have big guts. How dare you try to attack my female? Shi Yu, after not seeing you for so long, you actually have a female?" The large snake called Black Sang spat out scarlet letters and snorted. His tail flicked into a man dressed in gray animal skin with a sinister face, while the small green snake fell into his arms and transformed into a white-skinned, cold, enchanting woman. Ruan's brows tightened. Shi Yu and this guy know each other? Carefully surveying the two people in front of him, Ruan realized that the green snake woman had 3 seals on her arm, the same as her own class, not enough to be afraid of, but when she saw the class seal on that black snake's arm, Ruan was appalled. This was because he actually had 5 class seals, the same as Shi Yu, a 5th rank beast. Knowing that no matter if it was a female or a male, it was impossible to reach the 5th rank without supernatural abilities, then the snake beast in front of him must know supernatural abilities, and by the looks of it, this guy was no good. Shi Yu, we haven't seen each other for many Sundays. You really haven't changed at all. You're still that high quality and good looking. That green snake opened its mouth, with a seductive tone, and the sound of its voice entered the ears. Shi Yu didn't reply, but the eyes that looked at that green snake were a bit different. Shi? She really did accept Black Sang as a male after all. Ruan's eyes did not move, so her name is Qing. Sounds like there are melons. Yo, this is your female, looking really bad. Remember when I asked you to be my male, you said nothing and insisted on leaving the snake forest. What, now you found such a lowly third-rank spirit cat as a female instead? TSK, it's so pathetic. Shi Yu, you should especially regret it, right? Qing looked Ruan up and down and looked at Shi Yu and said conspiratorially. Shi Yu's arm on Ruan's shoulder tightened. Once upon a time, he did regret it, but then he wouldn't look at Qing. As for now. Aren't you also a third rank? Calling me lowly, you're no better. Ruan sneered, so it is the woman who misses the time you open your mouth to call people lowly is not something good. Is this a case of rivals meeting rivals? Aga Temper is not small, a female spirit cat with no combat power. How can it be qualified to compare with our snake beasts? Qing raised his hand and swept it between his nostrils, looking at Ruan with scorn. Because snakes don't need a clan, even a weak female can still deter enemies with her snake venom, so it will always look down on the fact that the females of its clan still need the protection of males. That isn't Shi Yu, you have a female here, why do you still have a snake tail? It's hard not to believe that this female of yours doesn't favor you? Or you can't mate? Ha. Said here, the black mulberry mocking like cackling up, that look abominable. When Shi Yu was still in the snake forest, because of her strong strength and high quality appearance, she was loved by many female snake beasts, and Qing was no exception. And Black Sang grew up with Qing and always wanted to be Qing's male, but at that time, Qing only had Shi Yu in her eyes. Blackthorn was jealous, so jealous that he went crazy. So he took the initiative to find trouble with Shi Yu, but he was almost crippled by Shi Yu. Later, Shi Yu suddenly left the snake forest for some unknown reason, so he had the chance to get close to Qing and become his male, and losing to Shi Yu at that time had always been his humiliation. So today, he would never let him off easily. Shi Yu clenched a pair of fists and clacked, but the expression on his face was disguised just right. He knew that He Sang didn't have good intentions, and even more so, he didn't want to talk nonsense with these two. Ruan was ultimately dangerous in the snake forest. In case he attracted that fellow, it would be troublesome. He had to leave quickly. Female master, let's go. Shi Yu wrapped his arm around Ruan's shoulders, directly ignoring those two clowns jumping up and down. Seeing that the other party didn't give a damn about her, Qing's face flushed red and white. For such a long time, no matter how much she showed her affection to Shi Yu, he refused to give her a proper look, and now he would rather find a spirit cat as a female than submit to her. Shi Yu, you must be mine, no one can take you away. The bottom of Qing's eyes were filled with layers of cruelty, and he directly scolded, Stop. You want to leave after taking our things? It's not that easy. The wariness in Shi Yu's eyes intensified as she swung her tail and hid Ruan behind her. Your things? That's right. What's inside that animal skin bag of yours is all ours. Shi Yu pointed at the beast skin bag on Shi Yu's shoulder. All the prey inside this snake forest, every blade of grass and every tree, are all mine. You guys dared to steal from me and you still want to leave so easily. Upon hearing this, Shi Yu snorted coldly between her nostrils. The snake forest has no fixed group, much less territorial division. All the things do not belong to any snake. Where did you get the face to say that this is yours? Ruan froze for a moment. It was the first time she had heard Shi Yu say so many words in one breath, and the first time she had seen him dislike someone. If I say it's mine, it's mine. If you don't want to give it to me, that's fine. I'll give you two choices: either you abandon this lowly spirit cat and come with me as my male, and I'll let those things go and let her go. Either I'll just kill this lowly spirit cat and snatch you back. Chapter 50. If you have the ability, come and rob. When these words came out, Shi Yu's jawline tightened, a dangerous dark light flared under her eyes. You threatening me? Being bluffed by the sense of oppression that erupted from Shi Yu's body, Shi Yu's pupils shifted in slight panic, but her face still held a touch of arrogance. So what if I'm a threat? And what's wrong with following me? The Spirit Cat clan is just a weak group in the Star Moon Forest. No one looks down on them. Lowly Spirit Cat, I advise you to know better. Remove the mate mark on Shi Yu of your own accord and offer him to me, otherwise, I will definitely let you die an ugly death. Every female had an exclusive mate mark, which would automatically appear on the male after mating, and was used to proclaim that she had a mate, except that right now, Shi Yu only had a control top mark on her, and not a mate mark. In the face of Qing Yi's threat, Ruan hooked her lips in a slightly playful manner, and in the next second, she turned around, wrapped one hand around Shi Yu's neck, and with the other hand holding Shi Yu's face, she kissed Shi Yu's slightly cool lips. Ruan's charming pheromone flavor rolled between Shi Yu's nostrils, the soft touch on her lips spread all over her body in a flash, and Shi Yu's earlobes reddened as if they were dripping blood. She was awake and took the initiative to kiss me. Shi Yu reacted. The original dark eyes suddenly became bright, is to take advantage of the charming atmosphere of the two people to smoothly embrace Ruan's waist, deepen the kiss. Silk aura flowed along the overlapping of their lips and teeth. The heavy weakness on Shi Yu's body was suddenly swept away, and the scales on the snake's tail were coated with a layer of luster. Qing Yi, who was shocked at the sight, had acid churning in her mouth, and her temples were throbbing abruptly. She actually kissed him in front of me. Bastard beast. Bastard beast. Ruan was quite receptive to Qing Yi's indignant heart, and actively cooperated with Shi Yu's intimate movements. Things like swearing sovereignty naturally had to come face to face, except that she wasn't just doing it for the sake of showing affection either. Listening to the words of this female snake was not going to let them leave easily. I'm afraid that a conflict would be inevitable. She first had a close contact with Shi Yu, to bring the two of them closer together while replenishing him with some spiritual chi and enriching his spiritual power. You two are enough. Do you think I don't exist? Qing Yi couldn't bear it anymore and directly broke his defense, the nails of his clenched hands almost embedded into his flesh. At the end of a kiss, Ruan breathed out and raised her hand to caress Shi Yu's face. That gentle movement caused Shi Yu's heart to beat in the wrong rhythm. The arm holding Ruan tightened somewhat reluctantly, but still obediently let go of her. What, jealous? I've seen licking dogs and cats. This is the first time I've seen licking snakes, but I'm curious to see how ugly you can make me die. These things, you don't want to take them away. As for Shi Yu, it can only be mine. Come and grab it if you can. Ruan turned around and raised her chin, raising her hands and feet to reveal her arrogant beauty. Shi Yu's heart trembled and she couldn't help but move closer towards Ruan. She just said, I'm hers. You. Lowly female, you really have a big mouth. Shi Yu, you should know clearly that before, Black Sang was only at the 4th rank and couldn't threaten you, but now that Black Sang is already at the 5th rank, his Earth-type supernatural ability completely restrains you. And I'm afraid that this 3rd-order spirit cat doesn't have any combat power. It's just a drag. Do you have a chance of winning? Qing Yi's chest rose and fell violently as he pulled Blackthorn in front of himself. As long as Black Sang drags down Shi Yu, I'll be able to take a bite out of that spirit cat. A little beast of the 3rd rank will definitely die a deathless death under my snake venom. Shi Yu, I will let you know who is the right choice for you. The main body of the beast world's supernatural elements were the 5 elements, and also abided by the principle of the 5 elements being mutually exclusive. Ruan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but gaze up, so this was what she had in mind. The supernormal ability that Shi Yu had never shown was the water system, and the so-called soldiers come to block, water comes to cover the earth was indeed just the right thing to restrain Shi Yu. Hey Sang, stall Shi Yu, I'll go kill that female. Remember, no harm to Shi Yu. As long as you are obedient, I will promise to give you a birth cub. Qing Yi raised his hand and placed it on Black Sang's back, compelling in a low voice. For so many years Qing Yi had never forgotten Shi Yu, but she had no trace of him anymore, and when she encountered him again today, she would definitely not let this cat dominate the male of her choice. Yes, female master. Black Sang nodded obediently, but the jealousy in his eyes burned his eyes red. He had always known that Qing Yi couldn't get enough of Shi Yu, and in order to gain Qing Yi's approval, he had worked his ass off to cultivate, going so far as to devour snakes of the same clan to absorb their spiritual energy before barely reaching the 5th rank, which was how Qing Yi had accepted him. But what did Shi Yu do? He didn't do anything and even became someone else's male, yet he was able to get all of Qing Yi's attention just by standing there. On what grounds?
Shiryu, this time, I will never let you go. Black Sang's eyes flashed with viciousness, his hands clenched into fists while violently condensing up a thick grass-colored spiritual energy. Layers of earth shields climbed up his arms, forming a pair of natural armor, violently rushing towards Ruan's two men. Shiryu pulled Ruan behind him and threw his tail to block. Boom! But the expected force didn't hammer on Shiryu's tail. A puff of dust and smoke exploded. Black Sang's nearly all-out punch was firmly blocked by a wooden wall woven with vines, and the earth armor on his arm directly shattered to the ground. This is... Black Sang was confused, so much so that his face was full of unbelief. The vine was extremely tough. The rebound force forced him to also take a few steps backward. And is preparing to go forward. Qingyi, hands and feet tight, but found that their limbs were unexpectedly do not know where to come out of the vine, tightly wrapped, will be confined in place for a moment, cannot move. You're right, your androgynous Earth system ability does have a restraining effect on Shi Yu, only that you guys didn't expect that I also have an ability, right? Even though Earth restrains water, wood also restrains Earth. Ruan's clear and nice voice rang out, slowly walking out from behind Shiryu. Only to see Ruan's hands fluttering with gusts of greenish-green supernatural aura, a non-stop leaping vine coiled around Ruan's fingers, as if it was a small snake that he was playing with. What? How is it possible? You're just a third-stage spirit cat, how could you have supernatural abilities? The Black Sangha was dumbfounded. No. That's impossible. The females in this world who have supernormal abilities can be counted on one hand. How could you? Qingyi's lips trembled, her pair of serpentine eyes filled with incredulity. As far as she knew, among the females, only a few priests possessed supernormal abilities, and the preciousness of supernormal abilities in females was something that would not even be available as a female lord of a clan, and now how could it appear in a spirit cat that was only of the third rank? So what if you have a wood system alien ability to restrain me? It's only a third-rank beast with low spiritual power, how can it stop me? Blackthorn was the first to return to his senses, once again condensing his spiritual energy to wrap his entire fist in rubble. That's right. It's only third rank. Blackthorn, stop Shiryu, I will kill her. How dare you? Chapter 51, then let's fight. Shiryu let out a stern snort and violently transformed into his original form of a giant boa. In his pair of turquoise snake eyes was a sharp murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. The more you care about her, the more I will destroy her. Black Sang. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Qingyi's teeth gnashed fishy sweetly. The male she had her eye on, even with a female, must be snatched. Without Ruan, Shiryu would go back into heat, and then she would forcefully topple him until Shiryu was willing. Blackthorn riveted her strength this time, and blasted another punch against the wall of vines that Ruan had condensed. Ka-ching! The vine wall eventually couldn't withstand it and shattered and disintegrated. TSK. Really, as a fifth-ranked beastman, even with an alien ability that contradicts it, it's still hard to stop him. Ruan subconsciously retreated a step back. Spiritual treasure alert, host's spiritual power has been used 70%. It was depleting so fast. But she had already thought of a countermeasure. You leave along this riverbank, I'll stall them here. Shiryu's huge body blocked Ruan behind him, spitting out scarlet letters to confront Black Sang. He knew very well that although Ruan had wood system psychic ability, but her spiritual energy as a third-stage beastman was not much, her psychic ability could not last long, and his own spiritual energy was not enough now. He could only hold back the Black Sang. If the green clothes got into the hole and bit Ruan, it would be a disaster. Ruan's hands intentionally relaxed the vines on Qingyi's body, whispered, I won't leave you alone here, they don't even want to let me leave, so let's fight. You only try your best to hold Black Sang back, Qingyi can't help me. Ruan knew that in Qingyi's eyes she was Shiryu's weakness, but in her eyes, Qingyi was also Black Sang's weakness. Now that she had supernormal abilities that had been known by the other party, she couldn't leave behind any aftermaths, so she had to kill Qingyi and Black Sang. The bottom of Shiryu's eyes showed thick worry. At this moment he was not afraid that he would perish with her, but surprisingly he was worried that she would be injured. Without waiting for Shiryu to say anything else, Black Sang had already charged head-on. Shiryu flung his tail up, once again knocking Black Sang back and preventing him from taking a step closer to Ruan. You have to be careful. Shiryu didn't have any other countermeasures right now, and could only choose to trust Ruan. Good. Ruan nodded vigorously. At the same time, Black Sang's face twisted up, the pent-up anger towards Shiryu spewed out from his eyes, and he leapt back into a large black snake, while his tail slammed into the ground, only to see the earth cracking at the sound of the voice, and the gap plunged right in the middle of Ruan and Shiryu, separating the two of them directly. Ruan. Shiryu's heart thumped, but he saw Ruan's legs forcefully leaping up to avoid the crack in the ground. You focus on dealing with him. Don't worry about me. On the other side, Qingyi felt the vines on his body relax, the corners of his mouth smiled evilly, shrinking his body back into a bamboo leaf green snake, breaking free of Ruan's restraints while rushing towards her. Black Sang saw that Qingyi had already broken free from its bondage, so it no longer cared. The snake tail stored up its strength and rushed up towards Shiryu. The two large snakes' bodies rolled and entwined, biting and tearing each other's bodies one bite after the other. Shiryu's sharp scales edged as if a knife, the black mulberry skin cut out countless wounds.
But the black sunga acted as if it couldn't feel the pain, still wrapping itself around Shi Yu's body and biting into his flesh.
Ruan didn't dare to delay, quickly condensing spiritual energy in her hands. Her fingertips fluttered to release vines to block Qingyi's approach. Qingyi's body is slender and sleek, quickly drilled out of Ruan's control, following the vines in Ruan's hands, lifting up its poisonous fangs to bite up. Ruan saw that it was not good. Her hand directly disconnected the vines, and with another hand, the vines transformed into a long whip and fiercely lashed at the green clothes. Splat! Ah! Vine whip cut through the air, hunting sound. Qingyi cannot dodge, was hit squarely, fell on the ground painfully twisted up, the next second directly turned over the belly motionless. This is dead? Ruan's brows twisted, ready to go forward to make up for it. Shi bitch cat. As soon as Black Sang let go of Shi Yu, his thick tail slammed into the earth, conjuring up a hard earth thorn that directly stabbed towards Ruan. Shi Yu's eyes panicked, bowed her body, and in a swift manner, she crossed the cracks on the ground and landed on Ruan's side, smashing that earth thorn with a single blow of her tail, and once again, she met Black Sang head on. The huge gap in spirit power gradually caused Shi Yu to fall into a disadvantage. The black mulberry didn't give Shi Yu the slightest chance to catch her breath. Each bite was aimed at Shi Yu's vitals, eager to inject the venom directly into Shi Yu's heart. Qingyi did not allow him to harm Shi Yu, but he wanted him dead. Only when Shi Yu died could he have Qingyi's heart in one piece. Shi Yu's scales exploded around his body, mobilizing his supernatural energy to form large water needles in the air. It shot towards Black Sang. The water needles looked weak, but they could easily pierce through the tree trunk. As the water needles penetrated into his flesh, Black Sang felt pain and hurriedly mobilized his spiritual energy to form an earth shield, blocking all of the water needles that Shi Yu had condensed in the air. While a cloud of dust and smoke dispersed, Shi Yu's snake tail trembled a little. His spiritual energy was about to run out. Ruan sensed Shi Yu's situation and was ready to help him out, so she condensed all her remaining spiritual energy into a heavenly net. Countless vines rose up from the ground and surged from all sides of Black Sang, who didn't react for a moment and was firmly bound. The earth shield around him instantly disintegrated and began to struggle desperately. Shi Yu seized the opportunity and swooped down, utilizing his massive body to firmly wrap around Black Sang, every inch of his muscles releasing horrendous pressure. Aha! Black Sang hissed in pain, trying to mobilize his spiritual energy to defend, but was directly interrupted by Ruan strangling his 7 inches with vines. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Help! Help! As a venomous snake, the bones in Black Sang's body were completely unable to withstand Shi Yu's lethal strangulation and had already emitted a burst of breaking sounds as a pair of flipping white snake eyes looked towards Qingyi on the ground. Huffing. This strike had almost used up the rest of Ruan's spiritual energy, and Ruan covered her chest and gasped for breath, her eyes darkening a little. However, as long as Shi Yu's stranglehold took shape, the other party would be directly incapacitated, and Black Sang would end up being strangled alive. Suddenly. Ha. So what if you have psychic abilities? It's only the 3rd rank, your spiritual energy has dried up. Die. Only to see that Qingyi, who had already turned her belly over and remained motionless, violently bounced up from the ground, taking advantage of Ruan's slowing down of her breath to launch a sneak attack, ruthlessly stabbing her 2 poisonous fangs into Ruan's arm, and began to inject the venom in a big gulp. She had been playing dead just now, just waiting for Ruan to help Shi Yu to let her spiritual energy dry up. She had been utilizing Haesang from the very beginning, and didn't even think about caring about Haesang's death or life. Bitchy cat. Having been hit by my snake venom, you're dead. Hearing this, Ruan curved her lips imperceptibly, raised her hand and grabbed Qingyi's 7 inches with precision, gripping her off her arm. Chapter 52, You're fine, that's great. The force on Ruan's hand was so strong that the green clothes that had been clutched by the life vein stiffened up and struggled for a while but could only change back to human form, taking off and running. Shi Yu saw Ruan being bitten and was anxious, but he was in the critical moment of strangling Black Sang. He could not relax. In case Black Sang did not die through, it would be a disaster. Want to run? Too late. Ruan backhandedly strangled Qingyi's neck and began to release the recovery effect of the spirit spring. In an instant, the spiritual energy rebounded, and vines snaked out from Ruan's arms once again, directly binding Qingyi into a dumpling. Let go of me. Let go. Oh. Cat, let's see how long you can hold on. You are dead after being hit by my snake venom. Ha. Qingyi laughed heartlessly. As long as this spirit cat dies, sure you will definitely come around and follow me. Heh, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Ruan's cherry lips slightly opened. Under a burst of milky white light, the teeth holes on Ruan's arm bitten by Qingyi instantly healed, not even leaving a scar. How? Is this possible? How did you? Qingyi was dumbfounded, his pupils trembling in horror. Ruan didn't give Qingyi a chance to react, raised her hand and clenched her fist, instantly tightening the vines on Qingyi's neck. Only to hear a click, Qingyi's neck was directly strangled, a stream of blood spilled out of Qingyi's mouth, with her face full of incredulity completely lost her life. Seeing the death of his own female, Black Sang opened his mouth in despair, his pupils gradually laxed, and also died under the strangulation of Shi Yu. Determining that the other party was already dead, Shi Yu hurriedly let go of Black Sang and rushed to Ruan's side, grabbing Ruan's bitten arm. "I'll take you to find a witch doctor." For a third-ranked beastman, being bitten by a bamboo leaf green snake was almost hopeless, but he couldn't just stand by and watch Ruan die. But after checking, Shi Yu realized that Ruan didn't have any wounds on her arm. "That's impossible, clearly saw the green snake bite her." It's fine, I told you that Qingyi can't help me. My wood system ability has a healing effect, and I'm also immune to snake venom." Ruan raised her arm and waved it in front of Shi Yu's eyes. Shi Yu's tensed nerves suddenly relaxed, looking at the good little cat in front of him still having palpitations. Just now, if it wasn't for Ruan's help, he estimated that it would be difficult to kill Black Sang, his female master, surprisingly already so strong. On the contrary, it's you, covered in wounds. "Quickly, I have herbs here to hurry up and put them on you." Ruan was just about to pick up the animal skin bag on the ground, but was swept into the arms of the person in front of her. Shi Yu's cold palms somewhat trembled as he stroked Ruan's back, his voice hoarse. "You're fine, it's really good." Ruan's heart flooded with a trace of indescribable warmth. Although Shi Yu looks cold all the time, in fact, her heart is already not so repulsive to her, right? Ruan gently pushed Shi Yu away, but saw that where Shi Yu's body was visible to the eye, there were several wounds where the skin and flesh had flared out, and even more had blackened and oozed blood. "Didn't Bai say that the snake venom can't affect you? How are you?" Ruan had a small face that was white with fear. "It's not a problem. Our Mori boa is resistant to the venom of all snakes. The snake venom of the Black Sang can't kill me, it's just that I don't have enough spiritual power to detoxify it as fast as I want to," Shi Yu explained on her mouth. He was already feeling exhausted. Winter was not the time for him to be strong. If it was during his heyday when he had plenty of spiritual energy, Black Sang would not have provoked more than 3 sentences in front of him. Shi Yu took a breath, his sight was placed on Black Sang's corpse, that is, he drew the bone knife from his waist and with his hand, he cut open Black Sang's chest and an earth-colored bead leaked out. This is his inner elixir. Beastmen whose strength reaches the 5th rank all have inner elixirs, which contain their cultivation origin. Among them, the quality of exotic beastmen is better. It will be good for you after absorbing it. Shi Yu pulled out that inner elixir and washed it in the river water, directly handing it to Ruan. "For me?" Ruan's eyes lit up. "Aha!" Shi Yu nodded her head. Holding the slightly cool bead in her hand, Ruan could vaguely feel the aura of spiritual energy bursting out from within. The inner Dan is extremely beneficial to the spirit power cultivation of low-ranked beastmen, and there is also a very small probability that it will give rise to an alien ability evolution in an alien ability beastman, but it will not be as helpful to a 5th-ranked beastman like Shi Yu, who already possesses the inner Dan. Ling Bao voiced out. "So that's how it is. Cross the river first, it's too dangerous here." Shi Yu endured the pain in his body to revert back to his boa form, lifted his tail and placed Ruan on top of his head. "You're all injured, I can swim across by myself." Ruan reached out and placed her hand on top of Shi Yu's big head and touched it, vaguely distressed. "You're in the red stage, you can't get cold and touch the water," Shi Yu said, floating his entire head on the water to carry Ruan. Hearing this, Ruan's heart was somewhat moved. The men of the beast world really know how to love their females. Right. Isn't this much better than some scummy men who only know how to say drink more hot water? Too true. Ruan agreed. Swimming smoothly across the river, Shi Yu gently placed Ruan on the ground, those still somewhat guarded eyes glancing towards the opposite bank. Fortunately, Shi Yu seemed to be relieved, that is, he could no longer support himself and nearly fell over as he held onto a tree trunk, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Shi Yu!" Ruan rushed to hold Shi Yu's arm, but saw that Shi Yu's face was incredibly pale, and her lips were also black and blue, and she was about to lose consciousness. "I'm fine. Can't die." Shi Yu strongly braced himself and straightened up, raising his hand to wipe away the blood on his lips, but the layers of cold sweat on his forehead still betrayed him. "Ling Bao, what's wrong with him?" Ruan panicked. "Host, don't be afraid, your snake husband was briefly affected by the snake venom because his spiritual energy was exhausted. The Sin Boa was originally able to fully immunize himself from the poisonous snake bite, but because of the lack of spiritual energy he now has to go through the painful process of detoxification. Spirit Treasure suggests that you guys find a place for him to take a break first. Northeast of the host, there is a cave 200 meters away. Hang in there, there's a cave over there, let me take you there to rest." Ruan whispered. "Aha!" Shi Yu nodded somewhat feebly, so she and Ruan helped each other walk towards the cave. But just a few moments after the two people's backs disappeared, the grass on the other side of the river stirred, and a fiery red letter peeked out from behind the layers of dense bushes. "Shi Yu, it's you." Ruan helped Shi Yu sit down against the stone wall, took out the herbs inside the animal skin pouch, treated them and helped Shi Yu smear them on the wound. Every bite that the Black Sang left on Shi Yu's body was almost infused with venom. The black ridge snake was already extremely poisonous, and Shi Yu now only felt as if worms were gnawing all over her body. The pain was incomparable. The medicinal effect spread. The pain on the wound was like an electric shock. Shi Yu closed her eyes and nestled on the ground. Even though her body was trembling from the pain, she still clenched her teeth to keep quiet. Chapter 53. I believe you. Ruan raised her hand to place it on Shi Yu's forehead, only to find that his lime green hair was already soaked in cold sweat. Black Sang's snake venom was still affecting him after all. Relying on his own immunity and spiritual power to break down the toxin, it would be a long and painful process. Thinking of this, Ruan yanked Shi Yu's arm, pushed aside the herbs covering the top of that wound, and sucked on it with her open mouth, sucking out a large mouthful of dark poisonous blood, turning around and spitting it out onto the ground. The less toxins left in Shi Yu's body, the faster he would recover and the less he would suffer. Noticing Ruan's movements, Shi Yu opened his eyes with a jolt. Female lord. You. Don't move. Ruan couldn't help but pinch Shi Yu's wound, sucking the poisonous blood one by one in all the fongholes that left venom behind. Shi Yu was shocked. In the beast world, females were precious and noble, never letting the blood of males splatter on their bodies because it was considered ominous, but instead of being disgusted, she even gave him poisonous blood to deal with. Ruan's cherry-colored lips were scarlet with blood. When Shi Yu looked at her, it was as if a hot current was rushing up in his heart. The feeling was strange and uncontrollable. Bah! As the last mouthful of poisonous blood was sucked out, Ruan's cheeks were sore. That originally black and horrible wound had already regained its blood color, and all that was left in Shi Yu's body was the residual toxins in the meridians. How do you feel? Are you any more comfortable? Ruan looked up, but collided with Shi Yu's burning gaze. What kind of eyes were those? The ultimate tenderness trailing across the bottom of his eyes to the corners of his eyes. Ruan could even see the outline of himself in his pupils. You? Why are you looking at me like this? Ruan was a bit overwhelmed and wrung the animal skin clothes on his body. Nothing, wanted to look at you. Shi Yu raised his hand and gently wiped away the bloodstains on Ruan's lips. The bottom of those consistently cold eyes flooded with the slightest bit of affection, as if he wanted to wind the person in front of him in. Ruan is still the first time to see Shi Yu so gentle. Is sitting cross-legged next to Shi Yu. Will be Shi Yu's head up pillow on their own legs. Closer to me some, you will be more comfortable. Shi Yu's thin lips slightly opened, gently exhaled a breath, did not resist at all, rolled over and buried her head in Ruan's belly, that appearance of obedience to the extreme. Feeling the silk of Ruan's aura enter his body, Shi Yu's body loosened up a lot. An unspeakable feeling of happiness surged up from the bottom of his heart. You know, I've never laid in your arms like this before. Shi Yu suddenly spoke out, her pupils looking forward without focus, her voice softer than ever. Ruan was stunned for a moment, raised his hand and placed it on Shi Yu's head to gently caress it, following his words and asked, then, have you ever thought about it before? Shi Yu was silent, the snake's tail unconsciously curled up, burying his head deeper into Ruan. Thought about it, but it was all fantasy. Because every time she ever came close, she was hurting him. A hint of pity came into Ruan's eyes. In her memory, the first time she met Shi Yu he was very weak, because for a long time without the female's aura to nourish him, he was about to lose his ability to move. The original owner took the initiative to kiss his forehead, gave him aura, invited him to become his male, but asked him to accept the topography. After a long time of wandering, Shi Yu's heart was moved. She was coaxed by that original master's hypocritical face that she could not help herself, so she agreed, and thus fell into the abyss like the others. In fact, you originally did not have to be hard for me and Black Sang and Qingyi. After all, I was really bad to you in the past, you and that Qingyi. Don't you misunderstand? Shi Yu all of a sudden nervous look up, raised his hand and grabbed Ruan's arm. It's because in the past when I was in the snake forest she wanted me to be her male, I didn't agree to it, and Black Sang has always liked her, so he's hostile to me. I promise you, there's never been anything between us, touching nothing. Wow, so it's a love triangle. Ling Bao got it again. But... Looking at Shi Yu's hurried explanation, Ruan didn't hold back her laughter. It was the first time she had ever seen this cold snake in such a panic. Seeing Ruan covering her mouth and laughing, Shi Yu furrowed her brows. You don't believe it? Hush. Ruan lifted her finger and pressed it against Shi Yu's cool, silky lips. I believe you. Feeling the warm finger on her lips, Shi Yu couldn't help but raise her hand, pulling Ruan to gently kiss the back of her hand. The movement is soft as water. But, I have a question, you protect me like that. Are you afraid that if I die you will die too? Ruan's words carried a strong sense of temptation. Having spent 2 days alone with Shi Yu, Ruan could feel that Shi Yu was different from her previous icy coldness, and her words and actions carried a lot of warmth. Shi Yu stiffened, silent for a long time and finally opened his mouth. I used to be afraid, because of the topography, if you perish, I will also perish in a short period of time, but today, the first thing I am afraid of is that you will be injured. After the words, Shi Yu's mind flashed through countless images of the two people's intimate contact, the strong kiss on the glacier, the restraint of the snake forest, and now. Shi Yu didn't know, from when he didn't reject Ruan and would even find her cute in his heart. He wasn't sure about anything else, but she really wasn't the evil female she used to be. Ruan's mind ding sound, lips hooked up a touch of curvature to, suddenly close to Shi Yu, tone a little teasing said, you care about me? The distance between the two was only a fraction of a millimeter. Shi Yu's throat knots rolled up and down a few times, not daring to look at her, but still answered with a muffled, aha.
Ruan smiled. Ling Bao, you say, am I considered a successful raider?
Slightly counting Bu, this snake doesn't know whether it likes you or not now, but it won't want to kill you.
Ruan sweats. It's good to save her little life.
After a long time, Shi Yu was self-conscious that he had almost recovered, so he insisted on bringing Ruan to leave the vicinity of the snake forest, because he was more afraid of the one inside the snake forest compared to the danger in the forest. Swish swish swish. Shi Yu changed back into his snake form and carried Ruan on his body, weaving forward through the forest like a giant ribbon. Ruan couldn't even see the things sliding by around him.
Ruan was stunned, so Shi Yu could run so fast?
At this speed, they would be able to reach the tribe by nightfall. At this time, inside the spirit cat tribe.
You said you too. Could you be any more useless? You can't even get up until now. Do you really want to starve me to death?
If I had known, I would have taken in a few more males, or I wouldn't be starving with you too. Rua sat on her but on the stone bed, staring at Ah Lang and Ah He with a face full of resentment.
I'm sorry, female lord. Wait. Cough cough.
Ah Lang raised his neck, but tore the wounds on his body in severe pain and coughed uncontrollably.
Ruined beast.
No, it can't go on like this, I have to think of a method. Chapter 54, Not a Good Beast. Rua rolled her eyes, lifted her feet and walked outside the cave, staring at the direction of Ruan's house from afar. Oh, isn't this a ready-made one? Inside the cave of Ruan's house. Layson compared the just-made bamboo door at the entrance of the cave. The size was just right. When Ruan came back he would no longer be afraid of the cold wind blowing.
How come the female master is not back yet? It's been a day and a night.
Hikari hung her head and pulled at the fire. It should be soon, after all, the snake forest is far from the spirit cat clan. Bai leaned on the edge of the stone bed, only here could he smell the pheromone flavor left behind by Ruan, but because she had been gone for too long, the little bit of flavor that remained would soon be dispersed cleanly. I also don't know if that guy, Shi Yu, has protected her well.
Che, I really can't understand you guys, do you think that much?
Ling Chu snorted, leaning against the cave wall like a grandpa, his mouth mocking, but his heart was inexplicably empty. He was used to Ruan hanging around in front of him, and all of a sudden not seeing her anymore. It was really a bit uncomfortable. Alright, let's go out and catch more prey to store. The female lord is also coming back soon. We can't have the female lord come back from a hard trip and we're all in the cave doing nothing.
Layson said as he loaded the bamboo door.
Oh. She, to go you guys go, I'm not going. Ling Chu presented a big word lying on the stone bed.
That's fine, it's fine for you to stay inside and watch the prey. Yen, i.e., let's go. Layson waved his arm and led the men away.
They had set up a lot of traps in the forest yesterday that Ruan had used when catching wild rabbits, and today they were going to see if they had any luck. Soon, it was a bit dark, Layson and the others hadn't come back yet. Ling Chu, who woke up from a nap, had some urgency to urinate, so he transformed into a tiger form and went out of the cave. Passing by the animal husbandry circle, Ling Chu opened the bamboo door to go in and check a bit, inside the piglets and rabbits without the fear of the wild, eat and drink enough or in the worrying sleep. Duobao and Debao, a few of their bamboo rats were guarding the animal husbandry circle without moving an inch, and at this moment were sitting next to each other while chewing on bamboo and chattering.
Hey! Big tiger? Has the female sister come back yet? Duobao waved towards Ling Chu.
Nope. Ling Chu flicked her long whip-like tail.
Oh, Duobao's expression was a bit despondent. I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back in a while, you guys keep an eye on it. Ling Chu put down a sentence and left without looking back. I know.
Duobao and the others guarded the corral to the best of their ability. No matter who it was, they would scream and call the police when they were near here. And having witnessed Layson completely abusing Ah Lang and Aja, the beasts in the tribe who were hitting these prey ideas didn't dare to have their hearts in the right place anymore for fear that they would also be treated like garbage and wildly slammed on the ground. This side. Ling Chu found a shrub on the outskirts of the tribe, skillfully plowed a pit in the ground and began to relieve himself, and after a hearty session carefully buried it with snow. Cackle! Cackle! An imperceptible sound of snow stepping came. Ling Chu violently turned his head and let out a stern voice. Who's there? The surroundings were quiet for a few seconds, and under the swaying shadows of the trees, a tiger's head slowly peeked out from the darkness. Only to see that the tiger's fur color was the same as Ling Chu's, his body's muscle lines were well proportioned and developed, a pair of copper yellow eyes flashed with light. Although its body size was not as huge as Ling Chu's, its temperament was very unusual. Upon taking a good look at the tiger, Ling Chu's pupils trembled and his beard twitched. What, after not seeing you for so long, you don't remember, sister? That tiger opened its mouth and spat out words, and it was actually the voice of a mature woman. Ah, sister. How did you know I was here? The wariness in Ling Chu's eyes instantly dissipated, and he took a few steps to follow up and rubbed his head with that red tiger against each other. This tiger was no one else but Ling Chu's sister Ling Yin, who was born from the same mother. If I didn't come looking for you, would you have died without returning to the Yin tiger tribe? Ling Yin showed her teeth and raised her paw to fiercely slap Ling Chu.
Ling Chu wasn't annoyed, instead he hung his head. I'm sorry, sister. I just... Would you rather shrink in the Spirit Cat clan and refuse to go back to Sini and Dad? We all miss you.
Ling Yin's tone slowed down. Hearing the word Dad, Ling Chu immediately clenched his tiger teeth and spoke angrily, "Don't mention him to me.
He doesn't deserve to be my grandpa." Ling Chu. Things have been over for so long, how?
Why are you still unable to let go? Ling Yin stepped forward somewhat anxiously, but she saw that the anger on Ling Chu's face had increased.
He killed our Yang, a sister, are you just going to forgive him?
Ling Chu raised her eyes, tears glistening in her eyes, but she was trying to hold back the tears from falling. Upon hearing this, Ling Yin took a deep breath, and her tone choked down. The things that happened back then, it's not what you think.
A dad didn't have a choice. And then? Leave it unsettled?
He did not take revenge for Ren Yang, but
instead, he took the clan to turtle up? Just so let go of our mother's murderer?
Ling Chu leaned a few steps towards Ling Yin, his canine teeth biting hard. I will not forgive him, never.
Let's not talk about this first, Ling Chu. You have to go back with me. Dad was injured by a black bear during the hunt and is now
already dying, and a few of your brothers are starting to get restless.
Ling Yin soothingly touched Ling Chu's head. What is it about me?
I am now no longer a member of the Yinhu clan. Ling Chu directly turned his back. Besides, she won't let me go.
She? You have a female? Where is it? Is it a spirit cat? Let sister take a look. Ling Yin's eyes lit up as if she was very happy.
Ling Yin was clear that with this temperament of her own brother, it wasn't easy to find a female shelter.
You'd better not see it, it's not a good beast. Ling Chu lay prone on the ground.
Ling Chu, you can't talk about your female like this. It's okay if you don't want me to see it, it's just that the Yinhu clan needs you now. I want to go and beg your female to let you talk to me. I told you, I'm not from the Yinhu clan anymore.
When he kicked me out, would he have thought about what would happen to me?
Ling Chu closed his eyes and swallowed the pain he had suffered all these years once again. You go back. Ling Yin's eyes darkened, her feet hesitated for a moment, but she saw Ling Chu as if he had made up his mind. At first, she had seen how Ling Chu was driven out of the Yinhu clan, and now, she really had no qualifications to ask him to take on anything.
It's just, I respect your choice. As long as you and the female live a good life, it's better than anything else.
Ling Yin whispered, turned around and hung her head and walked away. Feeling the footsteps behind him drifting away, Ling Chu's tiger claws deadened and gouged the ground, the tangles in his mind winding into a mess.
Meanwhile, Rua, who had been secretly monitoring Ruan's cave, crooked her mouth. None of them are here? What a great opportunity. Chapter 55, You See Death. Duo Bao, it's your turn to keep watch today. Brothers will sleep first. If there's anything you can call us.
Dabeo stretched his back and brought a few other bamboo rats to burrow inside the hole that had been made. The Spirit Cat clan's ground boundary was good, and the hole in the ground they had made was extraordinarily warm, so that they didn't have to forcefully lower their spiritual energy to hibernate anymore.
Aha! Duo Bao nodded his head and honestly hugged a few bamboo tubes and sat down next to the bamboo door, looking at the darkening night and nibbling. Female sister, why aren't you back yet? Rustling.
Suddenly, a strange sound came over, and Duo Bao's beckoning ears instantly perked up, hastily dropping the bamboo in his arms and standing up.
But the movement passed by in a flash, and Duo Bao stared at the tribe in the darkness for a while, but did not find anything. Scared this mouse. Duo Bao breathed a sigh of relief, but just sat down. Cluck cluck cluck. Meow. Ah.
A black shadow jumped violently from the side of the bamboo door and directly pounced Duo Bao to the ground. Duo Bao, who couldn't dodge in time, screamed, but he also saw the person who attacked it, and it was actually a big orange-colored fat cat. Rua, who changed into cat form, didn't give Duo Bao a chance to resist and directly opened her bloody mouth and bit down towards Duo Bao's neck. Duo Bao was so scared that his legs convulsed and grabbed the bamboo at hand to dislike into Rua's mouth to block the blow, and then shouted for help. Brothers, help.
Someone is attacking the animal husbandry pens. Quickly go and inform the males of the female sister.
Hearing the commotion, Dabeo and the others rushed out from inside the cave, only to see that Rua's teeth were stuck in the bamboo tube and she was desperately throwing her head, but underneath her sharp claws, she was still pressing down on Duo Bao to death.
Duo Bao! Dabeo exclaimed and rushed up to save Duo Bao. Bao. You quickly go and find the male of the female lord.
Tell him that someone is coming to attack the corral.
Oh good. You guys be careful. Bao hurriedly changed back to his original form and was about to rush out.
Seeing that Bao was about to run, Rua gouged the bamboo tube out of her mouth with her hands and feet. Yuck.
Damn stinky bamboo rats. Want to go and report? No way.
It was a pounce on Bao and pounced on the ground, opening her mouth and biting on Bao's stomach. Bao's eyes went black with pain. His fragile abdomen was directly pierced by Rua's teeth, and he fell to the ground twitching, blood flowing from the wound.
Bao.
Seeing his own brother being injured, Dabeo was enraged and rushed forward regardless, stretching out his claws to hook onto Rua's hind leg and gnawed on it with a bite. Rua's face twisted in pain, grabbing Dabeo's tail and pulling him down, but Dabeo had already reddened his eyes, embedding his teeth in Rua's flesh how he refused to let go.
Duo Bao rubbed his chest that was being crushed in pain unwillingly, climbed back up and gnawed on Rua's other leg. They had promised Ruan to guard the corral for her, so they would definitely not run away. Seeing their own big brother and youngest brother dragging each other down, San Bao and Si Bao hurriedly dragged the dying heir Bao to a safe place and rushed out of the tribe in a rush to find Ling Chu and the others. Stinking rats! Give me a loose mouth. Ruhua raised her claws high, and her sharp nails ruthlessly scratched on Dabao's body, straightening his skin. Dabao's body was dislodged, and he was thrown straight against the wall. The piglets inside the animal husbandry pen panicked and huddled together when they heard the commotion, and the female rabbit clutched her stomach tightly and shrunk inside the corner, not daring to move. Just with you few bamboo rats you want to stop me? What a dream! Oh, the prey in here all belong to me. Ruhua reached out and grabbed Duo Bao's neck and lifted it up, continuously exerting force between her knuckles. There was no way around it. The absolute suppression of class coupled with spirit power left Duo Bao and the others without the slightest bit of resistance. Duo Bao's eyes bulged out and he was about to be choked to death. Let go of him. With a stern cry, a white shadow rushed over like lightning and sent Ruohua flying with a single punch. Ah! Ruohua was not prepared at all. Her head tilted and flew straight out and hit the stone wall hard, immediately spilling blood from her mouth and nose. Ruan reached out and caught Duo Bao, her eyes concerned. Are you alright, Duo Bao? Cough cough cough. I'm fine, female sister, you finally came back. You quickly look at my second brother. My second brother, he. Duo Bao had 2 tears in his eyes. Ruan turned around and hurriedly picked up Air Bao on the ground, only to find that Air Bao's abdomen was seriously injured. The blood had already dried up and he was completely out of breath, and Duo Bao had been dropped so hard that he had a big bag on his head, but fortunately he hadn't been hurt or killed. Ruan clenched her fists in death, her pink gold eyes instantly clouded with a layer of thick killing intent. Before Ruhua could get up, Ruan swung another kick, heavily kicking Ruhua's eyes askew, and in the next second directly grabbed her by the neck and greeted her with fists as dense as rain. You're looking for death. Shi and Yu had just come to the tribe's vicinity when they encountered San Bao and Si Bao, who had gone out to report, and when they learned that Ruhua had come to attack the animal husbandry circle, they rushed back at the first opportunity, and it was no surprise that this dead fat cat was hurting Duo Bao. But I didn't expect her to be as ruthless as she was, and even directly took the life of Bao. Ruhua screamed heartbreakingly. The loud noise attracted people inside the tribe, including Mira, of course. Stop! Ruan, are you crazy? Hurry up and let go of Ruhua. Mira chortled and hurriedly greeted her males to come forward to try to pull Ruan, but she was stopped by Shi Yu. Shi Yu's thick snake tail slammed the ground, spitting scarlet letters threateningly. Anyone who dares to come near will die. Gazed upon by Shi Yu's dangerous gaze, all the spirit cats didn't dare to go forward, and Abu subconsciously glanced at Mira, his feet also beating a retreat. This snake beast was too strong, they couldn't defeat it. Ruan had a good fight, shook off his somewhat sore arm and directly threw Ruhua to the ground. On the contrary, Ruhua had already been beaten into a pig's head, his eyes were crooked and his mouth was slanted, saliva mixed with blood muddled all over his face, and he had already collapsed to the ground unconscious. Ruan. You evil female, you're so vicious, why did you hit Ruhua? Mira stepped forward and started to raise hell. I'm so sorry, I didn't see who it was and took her for a prey thief. Ruan raised her hand and wiped the splattered drops of blood from her face, holding Bao's stiffened body in her arms, the bottom of her eyes red and frightening. Although these bamboo rats didn't have much affection for her, but they were innocently killed in order to guard the corral for her, there was no way this could just be left alone. Mira just wanted to have a fit, but saw the high priestess coming from afar, and immediately began to put on airs. You didn't see the sentence clearly on the line? Ruhua is a third-ranked female with an honorable status. You beat her up like this for no reason. It's fine if you don't put me in your eyes. Don't forget that there's also the high priestess. Great, I couldn't catch you in the wrong for so many days before, but this time I'll see how you'll explain it to the high priestess if you beat up Ruhua like this. Chapter 56, Born Together. What is it again? The spirit cat priest slowly paced over from a distance and stood in the middle of the crowd, his tone of voice dripping with fatigue. Ruan realized that after not seeing him for a few days, this spirit cat priest's face was surprisingly very pale, as if he had a serious illness. How could cultivation turn a person into this? Priestess, Ruan, this evil female has gone mad. She even laid hands on her own kinsman. Look at Ruhua, who has already fainted. Mira took the lead and stepped forward, her dark face bearing a pretentious sadness. In the face of Myra's accusation, Ruan did not put her in at all, nor did she explain at the first opportunity, but instead stood with her back against Shi Yu and waited for the spirit cat priest to speak. Now in the entire spirit cat clan, there are no beasts that are her rivals, except for this unfathomable and somewhat eccentric spirit cat priestess who still makes Ruan a little bit afraid, not knowing her complete details. Ruan also doesn't really want to start a conflict with her. The spirit cat priestess lowered her eyes and swept the scene, discovering the corpse of the bamboo rat in Ruan's arms, and seeing the blood on the ground. She already had a rough idea in her heart, but she still followed Myra's words and asked, Ruan, the previous incident has already been over, why are you still taking action against Ruhua?
The spirit cat priestess raised her eyes, and although she questioned, her tone was not harsh. Come to think of it, this Rua has taken the initiative to provoke Ruan again. The spirit cat priest knew it in his heart, but the questioning process that should be followed still had to be followed a little. Probing into the other party's heart, Ruan understood that this spirit cat priest was also considered sensible, subjectively still on her side, that is, she no longer cared. Please spirit cat priest take a good look, Rua came to steal my food late at night and killed my bamboo rat friend. I struck out at her in a moment of anger. Ruan's arms around Erbao tightened, the grief in her eyes hard to hide. On the ground, Duobao hugged Debao, crying and already out of breath. His second brother died and was bitten alive before he could live a few days of good life, and his big brother was also beaten to death. Oh? There is such a thing? The spirit cat priestess pretended to be surprised. In her heart, she really didn't want to care about Rua. Ever since she returned to the tribe, she had seen her jumping up and down all over the place to fiddle with right and wrong. There wasn't a single day of peace. It really made her tired of it. Mira is still more protective of Rua. Mira, as the clan leader that she had promoted, she couldn't help but give Mira a little face. Otherwise, if Ruan didn't grow up to the expectations that she met, the spirit cat clan would still have to be led by Mira. After all, she didn't have a lot of time left. Lord Priest, these bamboo rats were all brought back to Spirit Cat Clan by Ruan privately, without asking me at all, not putting me as the clan leader in her eyes at all. There are still so many females in the clan, what if they are targeted by these disgusting bamboo rats? Mira said, glancing at Duobao and the others with a gaze full of disgust. The moment these words came out, the young females in the clan who didn't have males became a little flustered on their faces. Bah! Who stared at you guys? Bunch of bad cats, oh. Duobao spat at Mira in exasperation. Are you kidding me? A mouse would look at a cat? Sending themselves into each other's mouths? Ruan just felt like she had heard the biggest joke in the world. No matter what, you've broken the clan's rules. If you're not punished, if you bring a bamboo rat today and a sidekick tomorrow, what do you take Spirit Cat Clan for? Mira glared at Ruan, her words ringing true. Beast World's clan exchange is actually a very normal thing. Many females do not have favored males in their own clan, will accept males from other clans to ensure reproduction, and the tribe will become stronger because of the diversity of the beastmen. But the Spirit Cat tribe is extremely xenophobic. Mira cannot see other tribes, so do not allow the tribe to accept females from other tribes. Only Ruan exceptionally unique, not only one to other males, but also a breath of five. The Mira angry. Well, first take Rua back and ask the witch doctor to treat her. As for Ruan. It's not good. Quickly help. Before the spirit cat priestess could finish her sentence, she saw a slightly older female orc running over from a short distance with her hands covered in blood. You? Aren't you delivering paintings, baby? Why did you run out? A female beastman spoke out. The female beastman called Ayu's face was covered in sweat, and without answering the question, she directly knelt down in front of the spirit cat priest and panicked. It's no good, spirit cat priest, a painting couldn't give birth to her cubs, and bled a lot, and now she has already fainted. Xiang was too anxious, also started to have stomach pains, and now she is also going to give birth. Cici Nyang asked me to find Ruan to ask for some herbs to stop the bleeding, otherwise a painting will bleed to death. What? The spirit cat priest's countenance was grave. The birth of a cub was a top priority. Even if it was as honorable as a spirit cat priest, it would be very much on his mind. Ruan frowned. She had seen the two sisters, Paint and Xiang, both with large bellies before, and did not expect it to be such a coincidence that they were born together. Ruan, you have herbs? The spirit cat priestess said suspiciously. She had lived for so many years and had seen many witch doctors, but had never seen a female witch doctor who knew herbs. Aha! Ruan nodded and opened the animal skin pouch on her body slightly, and when she saw the various herbs full of herbs inside, everyone present was stunned. Where did Ruan gather so many fresh herbs in this winter? Although the spirit cat priestess didn't recognize what the herbs were, her sensitive sense of smell allowed her to clearly smell the strong medicinal smell on those herbs, and looked at Ruan's eyes deeper and deeper. Well then, come with me to go to a painter's lane to take a look around, and Rua's matter will be like this for now. Rua, so? The Mira is dumbfounded. That's all for now? Duobao, you give this herb that activates blood circulation and removes blood stasis to Debao to eat. It will cure the injury on his head. I'll give you an explanation for today's matter. Ruan found out a few herbs and handed it to Duobao along with Erbao's body. She hurriedly followed the spirit cat priest and left. Duobao hugged his two brothers and wiped a tear from his face. He didn't blame anyone. They were the ones who wanted to stay and follow Ruan, and now that Erbao was dead, it was all fate. Not. Spirit cat priest. Spirit cat priest. Mira humbly followed a few steps behind, only to see the spirit cat priest leading Ruan without looking back. Exasperated and vicious, Mira looked at Shi Yu, who stayed behind. What, do you want to be like her? Shi Yu raised her eyes and looked at Mira, her tail tip pointing at Rua on the ground. Humph. Take Rua with you, let's go. You'd better be able to continue to be arrogant, just wait and see. Mira unwillingly let out a few harsh words, and didn't dare to fight hard with Shi Yu, so she could only leave in a sorry state once again.
Not long after, Laysen's men arrived with their prey. When they saw the mess in front of the animal husbandry ring, the hearts of several people lifted up. Sure, you guys are back? Where is the female master? Chapter 57, Too Awesome.
Watching Mira and the others walk away, Shi Yu covered her chest and coughed in a muffled voice, briefly retelling what had just happened.
What? How could this happen? Where did that Ling Chu fellow run off to? I clearly told him to keep an eye on the corral. How dare he leave alone? Lei Sen's face was filled with self-blame.
If he had known that guy was unreliable, he would have left one more person in the cave.
Shi Yu, are you hurt? Hikari noticed the wounds on Shi Yu's body at a glance. You guys are in danger? How is the female lord? Are you hurt anywhere? Bai Yi tensed up. He only had Ruan in mind. The female lord is fine. A female is about to give birth. The female lord went to help. Shi Yu somewhat weakly held onto the cave wall. His eyelids were a bit heavy under the influence of the residual toxins. I'll go take a look. Bai Yi couldn't help but get up and leave. At this time, make it hard, Xiang, make it hard. Just after walking to the entrance of a painter's cave, Ruan was startled for a moment by the screams from inside, and a strong smell of blood hit his nose. Chunshan supported Cici, whose wounds were still not fully healed, anxiously looking around the cave entrance, tears in his eyes. They were not allowed to go in when the female gave birth to her cubs, and could only be anxious outside. Greetings, Lord Priest. Ruan. You can come, my house of painting. Please save her. Sissy hurriedly bowed to the priest, turned around and went to tug on Ruan, pulling the wound on her stomach throbbing because of her excitement. Just talk, don't move your hands. A hand with long, slender knuckles reached over and knocked Sissy's hand away. Bai Yi?
Ruan raised her eyes and saw snowflakes falling on Bai Yi's animal skin clothes, as if he was windswept.
Shici did not pay attention to Bai Yi. Instead, regardless, he knelt down directly in front of Ruan. Ruan, I know you know how to use herbs. You were able to save me even when I was dying. You must be able to save Paint as well, right? Witch doctors are all males, regardless of females delivering babies. Right now Cece's hopes are all on Ruan. Alright, don't be anxious. I have to go in and check the situation to know. You can't save it even if you delay any longer. Ruan casually patted Bai Yi's arm as a sign of understanding, and then walked straight around Cece into the cave. Oh. Cece had already been scared out of her wits when she saw Yu's hands covered in blood just now, and this time the tears still couldn't stop falling. Spirit Cat Priest's face flashed a trace of speechlessness, moved over the walking stick, ruthlessly poked Cece. As a male, what are you crying for? Inside the painting has not yet cried. In this disgraceful, not allowed to make a sound. Oh. Cece was so scared that he hurriedly bent down and covered his mouth and didn't dare to make a sound again. Ruan approached the stone bed and saw Xiang and Painting lying side by side, each sweating profusely while holding their bulging bellies. Xiang was still screaming from the pain, while the animal skin quilt underneath Hua was already soaked with blood, and the whole person collapsed helplessly on the stone bed, gasping for air. Zixiniang was sweating profusely in a hurry, and when she saw Ruan and the Spirit Cat Priestess come in, she hurriedly greeted them. Greetings to the Spirit Cat Priestess. Ruan, look at Painting, this keeps bleeding. It's about to bleed her to death, but it just doesn't see the cubs coming out. What can we do? Ruan went up and lifted the animal skin quilt on Painting to have a look, also was taken aback, and quickly took out some bleeding-stopping herbs from the animal skin bag. Cici Nyang, you go to the outside of the cave to find my home Bai Yi to help. Cook these herbs on a bamboo tube, boil them thick and bring them over to Painting to drink. Be quick. Good. Zixiniang nodded her head busily, took the herbs and ran outside. The moment she saw Bai Yi, she reached out and yanked him away. Hey! What are you doing? Bai Yi was yanked away and stumbled with a confused face. Your family Ruan asked you to help me cook herbs. Oh. Ruan reached out and tapped her temples, calling Ling Bao up. Ling Bao, quickly help me see what's going on with these two. Drops. After testing, the Xiang next to you has a normal fetal position and is in the normal process of labor. She is just a bit dislocated. The situation of the Painting in front of you is a bit dangerous. The fetal position is incorrect, and she has lost a lot of blood. What are the solutions? Ruan was not specialized in medicine, much less in midwifery. Fortunately, there was Ling Bao to help. After the herbs have stopped the bleeding, manually reverse the position of the fetus. The specific operation Ling Bao will assist throughout. Ruan backhandedly took out a piece of roasted meat from the spirit spring space and stuffed it into the mouth of Xiang, who was still screaming. Xiang, bear with it and try not to scream out loud. Eat this meat to regain your strength. You help Xiang deliver the baby normally. Leave Pain to me. Good. Yu hurriedly nodded her head and wiped her hands with an animal skin handkerchief. In her heart, she was full of admiration for Ruan, a female who has never given birth, but knows how to deliver a baby? Also using herbs, too powerful. Xiang was sweating profusely from the pain, but her mouth chewed the meat, instantly feeling much better. It's Ruan, thank you. It's okay. Ruan smiled lightly. The Spirit Cat Priestess, who had been standing next to her, was silent, staring closely at Ruan's up and down busy movements. The appreciation in her eyes became more and more intense. Not long after, Xiniang rushed into the cave with a bamboo tube of herbal soup, and it was the first time Wan had seen her run so fast. After all, that belly is her grandson, cannot be anxious. Help her up. Wan climbed onto the stone bed. Ho! Pain's eyes were only a slit, an oozing moan squeezed out of her throat, her lips as pale as paper. Wan pinched Pain's jaw and forced the herbal soup down. The thickly boiled medicine worked quickly, and the blood in Pain's lower body stopped in no time. Ruan! Painting's eyes opened, seeing the person in front of her pupils flashed a trace of surprise. Painting, next I'm going to help you turn the position of the fetus. It may be very painful, so bear with it and don't move around. Wan rolled up both sleeves. Paint leaned into Xiniang's arms and bit her lips tightly. If it were before, she would have never trusted Wan, but seeing that her own Cici was really getting better, her heart already had trust in Wan. Wan gave herself a pep talk, and with one hand on top and one hand on the bottom at Ling Bao's instruction, she twisted it hard clockwise. Aha! Painting screamed in pain, his hands clutched the quilt beneath him rigidly. Outside, Cici and Chunshan heard the commotion and were so anxious that they were about to rush inside, but they were both yanked back by Bai's hand. Don't go in and make trouble. After several attempts, Ruan's forehead was covered in a layer of fine beads of sweat, and she finally managed to reverse the fetal position. Alright, Paint, now start pushing down. I'll count 1, 2, 3, you follow my rhythm. Ruan raised her hand to hold onto Paint's arm. 1, 2, 3, push. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Chapter 58, sparing no effort to help her. With two cries of cubs, Xiang and Paint were born at the same time. Born, both male cubs. Yu and Xiniang were overjoyed. But the moment they saw the newborn cubs, Wan was confused, because what they gave birth to was not a doll, but a kitten cub? They were all the size of a palm, and were purring in a milky voice. Wan thought that they would have several with such a big belly, but she didn't realize that they were all single seedlings. Why is it so difficult to give birth to such a small child? The host does not know, because the beast world female birth canal is generally narrow, so the cubs are born in the original form. After the full moon will become a baby form, and the probability of birth of male and female cubs 100:1. I'll go. It takes 100 births to get one female? No wonder females are so precious. Ruan drifted off. Quickly. Show me. Quickly, Paint weakly reached out his hand. Ruan hurriedly wiped the little kitten cub's body clean and gently placed it on Paint's chest. Paint reached out and carefully stroked that little one's head, love in her eyes. Ruan, thank you. You're such a good beast, you saved Cici, and then you saved me and I really don't know how to thank you. Paint looked at Ruan gratefully, directly from the stone bed going down. Holding that little cub, she called out to Ruan. This time, she had completely changed her opinion of Ruan. Hey! Don't, you've just given birth, you need to rest. By the way, Xiniang, you take these herbs and boil them for Paint to drink every day for 3 consecutive Sundays to prevent her from bleeding again. Ruan hurriedly helped Paint up and found several herbs from the beast skin bag and handed them over. Paint is the strongest spirit power in the Spirit Cat Clan's second order female group, and is quite vocal in front of the second order females. Ruan helping her is also helping herself, paving the way for her to win hearts in the future. Yes, thank you Ruan, you have saved our family once again. In the future, if there is anything we can help with, just ask. Xiniang wiped her tears one after another. Female giving birth to cubs is a 9-death process, and Painting Jinjin almost died. It's fine, we are all of the same clan. If I can help, naturally I won't ignore it. Then Painting is Xiang, you guys have a good rest first, I'll go back first. Ruan subconsciously glanced at the spirit cat priest. Looking at the 2 wailing kitten cubs, a rare layer of smile floated on the spirit cat priest's face. Ruan, you, very good. The main thing for the continuation of the clan was newborn cubs. Ruan not only saved 2 lives, but also brought hope to the Spirit Cat clan. Hearing the Spirit Cat priest's praise, Ruan was slightly stunned and instantly felt a sense of accomplishment as well. The few people walked out of the cave and coincidentally met Mira, who had arrived late. Yeah, Spirit Cat priestess is also here. How are Paint and Yu? Did the cubs give birth? Do we need to call a witch doctor? Mira pretended to be worried and leaned towards the entrance of the cave, but subconsciously covered her nose when she smelled the bloody odor. The Spirit Cat priest's face changed. Looking at Myra's expression coldly, Mira clan leader came at the right time. The cubs have just been born. If there is nothing wrong with you, go back and watch over Rua. Don't let her cause any more trouble. Mira was choked by the Spirit Cat priestess's words, slanting her eyes and knifing Ruan. Priestess, it's not certain if Rua really went to steal prey, but Ruan really did move against a fellow clan member. Are you really going to condone her? Today she hit Rua, tomorrow is she going to ride on the heads of the others? Ruan wrapped her arms around her chest. That's right, she's going to ride on her head. Bai reached out and put Ruan in his arms, looking at Mira with a look that said, come and do it if you don't want to. The spirit cat priestess closed her eyes. That's enough, Ruan just saved the precious cubs, so I won't pursue the wrongdoings. Mira, as the leader of the clan, managing the clan well and leading the clan towards prosperity is what you need to do. Don't condone some of the females that are fooling around in the clan. Mira opened her mouth, but didn't dare to say anything more, but her heart was vaguely a bit jittery. How could the spirit cat priestess protect that beast Ruan like this? It's hard not to. Myra's voice came to an abrupt end. Ruan's eyebrows knitted into a bald difficult what? Why don't you think about it halfway through? You're in a hurry. Yes. Mira lowered her eyelids, not daring to make another sound. Alright, Ruan, you also go back to rest. Tomorrow come to my cave, I have something to find you. The spirit cat priestess left a sentence and turned to go. She had now decided to make Ruan the second person she had her eye on, and she would spare no effort in the remaining days to help Ruan reach the 4th rank. Although she had shown abilities that surpassed Myra's, she couldn't protect the pack without a strong strength. Good. Ruan nodded uncertainly. She felt more and more that this spirit cat priestess seemed to be very protective of herself. This is not called protecting, this is called being sensible. That Mira is not a good person at first glance. Fortunately, this spirit cat priestess is considered a brain, or else you, the host, will definitely have an even harder time this day. I'm sure you'll have a much harder time with it. Having just returned to his cave, Ruan sees Ling Chu kneeling in the center of the ground with his head hanging down, while Lei Sin and the others on the side stare at him intently. What are you guys doing? Ruan was stunned. Female Lord, you're back. What happened today? It's all because Ling Chu went out privately. That bamboo rat we've already given a burial. Lei Sin stepped forward and said. I'm sorry, Female Lord, it's all my fault. I went out to pee to come, go a little long, did not come back in time. You used topography to punish me. Ling Chu gritted his teeth. He did the wrong thing, he confessed. Even if Ruan wanted to punish him, he didn't have any complaints. Ruan was silent for a moment, reached out and pulled Ling Chu up. You get up. This is something that no one could have predicted, and the result caused is not something that can be changed by punishing you. Just pay attention next time. I'm going to go look at Duobao and the others. Hearing this, Ling Chu's eyes were full of surprises. She actually didn't blame herself? Arriving at the animal husbandry ring, Duobao and the others were still immersed in the grief of losing their loved ones. One by one, they were in tears but still insisted on guarding the hunters. Ruan bandaged Duobao's wound properly and put a good amount of sweet potatoes on the ground. I'm sorry I came back late. If I had come a step earlier, perhaps Bao wouldn't have died. Don't blame you, Female Lord. It's us who took matters into our own hands, just to ask for your food. So no matter what happens, we don't blame you. It's just that we vegetarian really can't beat the meat eaters, and that fat cat is too vicious. Dabeo clenched his claws fiercely. You guys don't worry, one day, I will have the right to dominate the life and death of this tribe, and at that time, I will definitely let the people who should pay the due price. Chapter 59, The Look of Home. Female sister, I believe in you. As long as you don't kick us out, we'll follow you from now on and we'll definitely work for you properly. Duobao reached out and pulled Ruan's arm close. If only I had a strong female like female sister when I grow up. Unfortunately, I'm just a weak bamboo rat. Female sister surely won't want me. I like her so much. Woohoo. Duobao still has Ruan's valiant look in his head as he rushed over to fatally beat up Ruwa. It really made him adore her. Haha, good. Ruan listened to Duobao's heartfelt voice, responded with her mouth, laughed dryly twice, and suddenly had a feeling that something big was wrong. Ling Bao snickered. By the way, Female Lord, when you went to the snake forest, you didn't meet that bad guy, right? Dabeo suddenly asked as he held the sweet potato and took a bite. Bad egg? Are you talking about a black snake and a green snake? Ruan's mind flashed back to Black Sang and Green too. No, that bad guy is also a big black snake, emitting particularly thick spiritual energy, with patterns on his body, and he has a pair of big eyes on his back, which can be scary. Dabeo said. His body's hair exploded, showing his fear. In order to survive, the bamboo rats all had to go to the snake forest frequently to look for food, especially in winter. So many bamboo rats of the first rank and below had become the food source for the snakes inside, and they were more familiar with the situation inside. Listening to Dabeo's description, Ruan was a bit puzzled. What kind of snake would have eyes on its back? That big snake will eat its own kind and has eaten many of our kind. I saw it swallow a snake into its stomach with my own eyes. Luckily you didn't meet it, or you would definitely be in danger. Dabeo's slate teeth trembled. Ruan stroked her chin. As far as she knew, there were many snakes that would eat each other's kind, but it was limited to the ones that didn't have a spirit, that is, snakes below the first rank that didn't have the intelligence of a beastman. However, listening to Duobao's words, that snake's rank shouldn't be low. The snake forest covered a huge area. Ruan, and sure you had only wandered around the edges before encountering Black Sang and Ching Yi looking for trouble, and there was surely a bigger crisis hidden inside. Dabeo said something without a clue. Ruan didn't take it too seriously and accompanied Dabeo and the others for a while in the herding ring before returning to the cave. Inside, Hikari had already prepared freshly roasted meat and was waiting for Ruan to eat it. Female Lord, you're back, come and eat something. Aha. Ruan nodded and returned a smile to Hikari. Hikari's heart was soft. He hurriedly got up and patted the fur mat on the floor clean and set it by the fire. He hadn't seen Wan for 2 days. He dreamed of her. However, he saw that Wan did not go over, but walked straight towards Shi Yu on the stone bed. The light in Hikari's eyes darkened. Sure enough, after the female master has been alone with Shi Yu for a few days, she has him in her eyes. Shi Yu, how are you feeling? Wan raised her hand to check the wounds on Shi Yu's body. Fortunately, none of them were oozing blood anymore. The same C line #forbidden, RP turn W this 08 at text B as filos ETZ6A plus V6? 9DS2IW8H at 9W5 8KBW3X 90% at 4D6 at 68 9070 EON $8 GCJCG carat 543 HB% 1 carat C F1AW5 high 8B equals C equals B% what? But Shi Yu's face was extraordinarily pale, thin-lipped, slightly biting tightly, the whole person nestled in the stone bed above the eyelashes fluttering, weak like a sickly beauty in general. When she saw Wan come over, Shi Yu still managed to get up and gently leaned her head on Wan's thigh. Seeing Shi Yu's action, Bai Yi, who had been silently observing from the side, his face changed. The thing he was most worried about still happened. Once upon a time, Shi Yu had always been nonchalant towards Wan. Now that he had only been alone with her for 2 days, he had actually started to take the initiative to get closer to Wan. It's hard to believe that the two of them have. Female master, I don't think I can hold on any longer, I might have to. Shi Yu gasped for breath, her voice getting smaller and smaller. The strength of her grip on Wan's arm loosened, and she actually changed back to her snake form all of a sudden and just lost her voice. Shi Yu, what's wrong with you? Wan was startled and hurriedly held up Shi Yu's big snake head and shook it. However, he saw that Shi Yu's eyelids were tightly closed, the snake's letters were half spat out, and his body was paralyzed, not moving at all. Nothing? Bai Yi's long and slender fingers knocked on the stone bed, his tone not salty. It's just as well that there's one less person to rob with him. Upon hearing this, several beastmen immediately surrounded him. Host, don't worry, Shi Yu's spiritual power is exhausted, can't maintain human form, changed back to its original form to hibernate and detoxify, will wake up in a few days. Ling Bao's words were like a tranquilizer pill for Wan, making her sigh in relief. Don't talk nonsense about Bai Yi, Shi Yu is just injured and needs to hibernate to recover. Wan set Shi Yu down and pulled an animal skin quilt over Shi Yu. So. Bai Yi's expression shattered for a moment, visible to the naked eye, his foxtail hanging down behind him, his cool eyes wandering over Wan's body for a moment before he sat himself down next to the fire. It's only been 2 days, and the female lord is so protective of him, this snake is really a good tactic. Wan's body stiffened, she was obviously protecting Shi Yu, right? Probably seems like maybe not, right? Female master, you can see that this bamboo door is already done, only it's too big and still a bit permeable. Layson helped up a whole large bamboo door on the ground. Saying that it was a bamboo door, it was better to say that it was a bamboo wall woven with bamboo. Layson left a small door right in the center for people to pass through. Wow, it's such a big one, it's really hard for you, Layson. It's okay, when I went to the snake forest I brought back some clay, I can paste the cracks in the bamboo so I won't be afraid of letting in the air. Wan went up and touched the bamboo wall with satisfaction. Layson lowered his head to hide the joy in his eyes. He could help Wan, and getting her approval was something that would really make him happy. A few beastmen worked together to firmly jam the large bamboo wall into the cave's mouth. Wan took out some clay and plastered the cave wall and the bamboo wall seamlessly. Winter temperature is low, also relatively dry. Clay can be frozen in a day or two, especially strong. Wan will be the rest of the clay smeared on the stone pile of cooking stove above. It looks like the flavor of the rural soil stove. Wan sat next to the stove and ate the roasted meat made by Hikari. Bai Yi and Layson were very diligent in cleaning up the cave. Ling Chu sat in the corner and skinned the rabbits that had been captured, and everyone did their own job, and for the first time, Wan felt that this place was like a home. Ling Chu's hands were busy, but his eyes flicked to Wan. If anything, she really wouldn't punish him if he did something wrong? Ling Chu. Ruan's sudden cry scared Ling Chu so much that the rabbit skin in his hand fell to the ground. How? What's wrong? Ling Chu somewhat awkwardly picked up the rabbit's skin and clutched it in his hand, deliberately not looking at Wan. Ruan's mouth twitched. Isn't she that scary? Chapter 60. The warmth that belongs to him alone. Do you still have the bamboo you got back the other day? Wan came back and realized that the bamboo blocking the way at the entrance of the cave was gone. She still wanted to get some bamboo strips to weave fish traps. Yes, I moved it to the back of the cave and put it there. Ling Chu nodded, as if she was relieved. She seems to really have no intention of punishing me with topiary. Ruan's eyebrows drew. This Ling Chu was really once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. That said, is that topography that's scary? Of course, the effect triggered by the topography is like a million ants devouring the heart, both mental and physical torture. For males it is simply a nightmare existence. Some males can't stand the torture of topography, self-termination is there. Ruan's eyebrows drooped. This Ling Chu was really once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. That said, is that topography that's scary?
Of course, the effect triggered by the topography is like a million ants devouring the heart, both mental and physical torture. For males it is simply a nightmare existence. Some males can't stand the torture of topography. Self-termination is there. Ruan's eyebrows drooped. This Ling Chu was really once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope.
Is it so exaggerated?
Listening to Spirit Treasure's words, Ruan subconsciously looked at the topography imprint in the palm of his hand. It was a sketchy mishmash of lines, but it wasn't hard to tell that it was in the shape of a cat. The topography mark did not require spiritual power to drive it, and it was like a curse that imprisoned the marked male, and was the most powerful means for females to control males.
Noticing Ruan's movements, the few beastmen present all stiffened and looked at Ruan with a bit of horror in their eyes. She couldn't have remembered something. What is she trying to do by looking at the topography? What the hell? Catching these few heartfelt words, Ruan hurriedly pretended as if nothing had happened and put her hands behind her back. Ahem, it's getting late, let's take a rest, shall we? Only after confirming that Ruan was still normal did a few people put their hanging hearts down. Ruan laid down on the stone bed, sent her conscious body into the spiritual spring space once again, and began to utilize Black Sang's inner elixir to cultivate. Rua had been beaten half to death by her, and shouldn't come out to fix anything in a short period of time, so she would seize the time to cultivate. After Spirit Treasure's instructions, Ruan released the spiritual energy around her body onto the inner Dan, and then absorbed it back into herself, and it was very obvious that she felt a stirring of spiritual energy. It was an advancement that she had never had before. Ruan clearly felt that his spiritual energy had taken another big step towards the fourth stage. But before he could absorb it for a few moments, that inner Dan became smaller and smaller, and in the end, it was directly gone. This ran out so quickly? Ruan only felt outrageous, simply faster than the Claridge lip glaze used up. Ahem, the utility of the inner Dan is absorbed to help the spiritual power promotion, the host in the spirit spring space to use the effect of half the effort, the absorption of faster, and this inner Dan is not pure, is very much like forcibly elevated to the 5th level before the cohesion of the, so it cannot be used for a few times. Spirit Treasure explained. No wonder that Black Sang 5th order is still so dish to know. When you even if the spiritual power is not enough can and Black Sang fight back and forth, Black Sang is still in full bloom, the result of a few back and forth by the two of them to death. Can imagine that the 5th order has how much water? There are many kinds of beastmen to enhance the class spiritual power, including swallowing heavenly materials and treasures, individual cultivation, and then is to swallow the same kind to absorb the spiritual power, but most of the beastmen will not choose the last kind, because it is kind of crooked way of forcing to enhance. In fact, the battle power in the normal 5th order beastmen can't be compared to, and there is a violation of the rules of the beast world. It is difficult to escape. A death. This way, Ruan nodded, but suddenly felt a tightness in his flesh, as if he was being held by something. That is, he hastily pulled his consciousness out of space. Ruan tentatively opened her eyes a slit, and 2 white fluffy ears came into her eyes. Only to see Bai Yi wrapping his arms around his waist and burying his head on her chest, not moving a muscle. Asleep? Ruan lifted her finger and gently poked Bai Yi's fox ears. It was soft to the touch, very cute, and there were mendacious hairs. It seemed to be tickled. Bai Yi's ears subconsciously shook, his tail obediently embraced Ruan's thighs, lying on her body breathing very evenly. Ruan couldn't understand how a male orc's body could smell good. Looking up, Hikari and a few others not far from each other were lying next to her already sleeping heavily. After all, a few minutes in the spirit spring space was equivalent to a few hours outside. Ruan didn't push Bai Yi away and slowly laid back down, not noticing the lavender eyes of the person on top of her shallowly open a slit. The corners of Bai Yi's lips curved, a smile on his brow, and his arms held Ruan tighter, greedily enjoying the warmth of this moment that was uniquely his. Early the next morning, Ruan went to the spirit cat priestess cave. First to see what she was looking for from her. As soon as she entered, Ruan saw spirit cat priestess sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, her head covered in cold sweat, and dots of orange electricity were snaking around her body. The picture was a little weird. Noticing that someone had come in, the spirit cat priest's spiritual energy on his body converged and he instantly opened his eyes. Priestess, what is it that you are looking for me for? Ruan nodded slightly. Phew, the spirit cat priestess breathed a deep sigh of relief and lowered her legs. Come here, sit. Ruan hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and sat next to the stone bed. Just the moment Ruan got closer, the spirit cat priestess's face changed. Do you practice every day? The aura of spiritual energy on her body is so much stronger than yesterday? Ruan probed the spirit cat priestess's heart and nodded. Yes. I didn't realize that she was so talented and worked so hard that I didn't notice her before. Ruan sweats, 50% effort, 50% externalization. The expression on the spirit cat priest's face immediately eased, and he raised his hand and grabbed Ruan's wrist. Ruan was startled and subconsciously wanted to draw back her hand. Don't move, I won't harm you. The spirit cat priest could not help but grasp Ruan's hand tighter and tighter.
In the next second, Ruan only felt some tingling sensation at the place where the two of them touched. A burst of electric current seemed to penetrate Ruan's skin and swam madly on her body. Ah! Ruan's muscles were sore from that electric current, to the point where it was a bit unbearable, but the next second an extremely loose feeling swept through her body from top to bottom, as if the blood veins in her entire body were unclogged. Cough, cough, cough. Spirit Cat Priest's face became paler and paler. Letting go of Ruan while covering his mouth and coughing violently, he hurriedly turned his back. On. Host, she even secretly washed your bloodline for you, and even helped you open your meridians. Spirit Treasure shrieked in shock. What is it? Spirit Treasure doesn't know what method she used, but washing the bloodline can make your Spirit Cat bloodline more pure and superior, and may even awaken out second form, and opening up the meridians can make it easier for the host's own spiritual cultivation. This operation is extremely exhausting for her body. This old cat is actually so good to you? Ruan was flattered. Why did this Spirit Cat Priestess suddenly give her a little treat? Cough, cough. Cough, cough. You first go back. Make sure to keep up your cultivation. If something happens, I will call you again. The Spirit Cat Priestess hung her head low, her breath weak. Yes. Ruan feigned ignorance and obediently retreated. Watching Ruan's back disappear into the cave entrance, the Spirit Cat Priest spread out his palm, and inside was a mouthful of blood. Hopefully, you won't let my heart's blood go down the drain. Chapter 61. She'll think about it. Leaving the High Priest's cave, Ruan went to the hot springs to take a bath. She hadn't even noticed when she splattered blood on her body and her aunt leaked sideways when she was delivering Painting's baby yesterday. Wow! Sitting into the hot spring pool, Ruan once again tried to mobilize her spiritual energy. A burst of lime green light circled around her body. Ruan clearly felt that the meridians that carried her spiritual energy had become very smooth, and her supernatural abilities were also free to be withdrawn and released. The host was originally just a spirit cat with an ordinary bloodline. Wanting to advance to the 4th stage is extremely difficult, but after that old priest cat cleansed your veins and washed your bloodline, the host's physical toughness will be even stronger, and it can already be compared to the strength of Myra's bloodline, so as long as you practice hard you'll definitely be able to reach the 4th stage. This way is detrimental to longevity, and I don't know why that old cat did this. Ling Bao's voice couldn't hide his surprise. Both of Myra's parents were 4th-ranked beastmen, born with outstanding talent, compared to Ruan, who was only the offspring of a 2nd-ranked spirit cat. Being able to break through to the 3rd rank was already a miracle. Who knows, but it's always a good thing for me. When I advance to the 4th rank, Myra's good days will be over. Ruan's underwater hand clenched into a fist, her beautiful eyes ambitious. After finishing her cultivation, Ruan changed her clothes and went around to the back of the cave, preparing to compile a few fish traps out of bamboo. She had brought back a lot of seasonings from the snake forest, so she would go fishing in the glacier later and make some fish soup to drink. Surprisingly, Ling Chu yards the bamboo very neatly. Ruan crosses her waist and the corner of her mouth can't help but rise. This guy Ling Chu, he's not all a master who doesn't care about anything. Who? Without waiting to go forward, Ruan's waist tightened and she was pulled into a soft and warm embrace. Bai rested his chin on Ruan's shoulder and blew a breath into her earlobe teasingly. Female lord, where have you been for so long? Ruan shivered, the tips of her ears instantly reddened. Bai Yi's way of teasing her every time she made an appearance was so unbearable. I just took a bath, quickly let go, there are people. Ruan glanced far away to see a few orcs passing by inside the tribe, and was instantly shamed. Fear what? I am your male, hold you a little in what? Bai Yi didn't care, capriciously clasping his hand on Ruan's belly, holding her tighter. He just wanted to show others that he could hold his female lord openly and honestly, and would never be pushed away mercilessly again. Bai Yi took a deep breath, and his thin lips with a slight demeanor came close to Ruan's ear. When you went to take a shower, did you intentionally try to wash his scent down? Who? Ruan froze, suddenly enjoying Bai Yi's hug a little, because Bai Yi's body was really soft and warm. Still playing dumb? You went out with Shi Yu, what did you do? He came back and got close to you like that. Bai Yi's tone was a bit sultry, with a hint of pity. He was so jealous that he couldn't eat or sleep when he thought that Shi Yu might have mated with Ruan. In the past, it might have been for the abundance of his own spiritual energy, but now, he really loved being near Ruan, and couldn't wait to be stuck with her every moment of every day. Ruan understood at once, and cried and laughed a little. You're overthinking it, nothing happened between the two of us, it's just that we went through some dangers, and he was poisoned and a little weak. I don't believe it. Bai Yi muffled his voice. Really, and I came to the ant. 7-day red period, cannot that? Ruan shrugged helplessly. However, she was mesmerized by catnip at the time and still almost had something happen with Shi Yu. Bai Yi's lips curved, smiling as the stars and moon lost their colors, rubbing his head hard against Ruan's neck. That's best, female master, you don't know, Shi Yu, that snake is cold and icy, mating with him will freeze you up. In fact, Bai Yi has long known that Ruan and Shi Yu did not have anything happen, because he got up early and checked on Shi Yu's body while people were not paying attention, and did not find Ruan's mating mark, so he asked just to see if Ruan was willing to give him an explanation. It seems that the female lord still has me in her heart.
Sure you, come on, I'm also a part of your play? Alright, stop it, because I had no intention of mating with any of you, after all, I don't want to be that hasty.
Ruan untied Bai Yi's arm that was resting on her waist and went to tug on the bamboo on her own. She didn't notice Bai Yi, who was petrified and cracking up in the same spot.
The original female owner did not even want to mate with us.
Bai Yi's expression was shattered all over the place, but soon he picked it up and put it back together again. No, the more this kind of time, the more he can't give up. It doesn't matter, as long as one is genuinely good to the female lord will accept me one day. Listening to Bai Yi's heartfelt words, Ruan's hand movements paused. Hopefully they will still be firm in choosing her when they can leave her. At that time, she will consider it. Ruan strangled the bamboo into strips with a bone knife, followed the instruction inside the spiritual treasure knowledge base and started to weave bamboo baskets, and incidentally, a few bamboo baskets, which could be used in the future as well. Bai Yi, on the other hand, was helping to cut the bamboo strips on the side, his eyes hooking at Ruan if anything, causing Ruan to blush a little bit.
Ruan, what are you busy with?
Ah.
What are these things? Why are they so pretty?
You put the two big fish in her hands on the ground, and turned to pick up Ruan's woven fish basket to scrutinize it with a fresh face. This is called a fish basket. It can be used to hold fish, and that one is a bamboo basket. It can be used instead of an animal skin bag to hold more things. Ruan patiently explained.
Yu was the mother of Paint and Xiang, an old female of the third rank, respected within the tribe because she had given birth to 2 female cubs. It's really pretty, you're so crafty.
Yes, Ruan, this is the fish that my male just caught. It's for you. Thank you for saving my daughter, Paint. Paint just gave birth to her cubs and now she can't get up yet. When she's better she'll come over to thank you properly. Without any further ado, Yu directly stuffed the 2 large fish into Bai Yi's arms next to her.
Bai Yi was covered in the fishy odor, his face was a little unhappy, he was not clean, the female master would dislike it. It was that he hurriedly carried the fish away, preparing to take a bath. You're too polite, Yu, I'll naturally help if I can. Is a painting better today?
Ruan didn't push back, this was what she deserved.
Much better.
The herbs you gave are too useful. In the past, when the witch doctor visited a patient once, he would need a lot of prey. You gave so many blood-stopping herbs to Paint at once, I don't even know how to thank you. Before, we all treated you like that. It's us who are wrong. I apologize to you.
Yu was filled with guilt. It's okay, there were reasons for me in the past. Anyway, let's not mention it now, it's all in the past. Ruan waved her hand in a dashing manner. If you want to invite and buy people's hearts, you need to open up the pattern. Son, let me give you a hand, you tell me how to get it. Chapter 62. Who's stupid? I don't say.
Yeah, look, first this, then. You sat on her but next to Ruan, following Ruan's serious study, and in a while she got it right.
Beastman's intelligence is not low, just lack of guidance. Ruan is very happy to be the first person to guide, even in the beast world. She also want to break out of their own world. Seeing Ruan and Yu get into a frenzy there, also attracted many female orcs to come over to join, a group of females constantly laughing and joking. The males were all dumbfounded. In the past, most of the females were in confrontation with each other, even if they lived in a tribe, they rarely spoke or greeted each other, but today, they were suddenly so happy. Hikari and Layson leaned against the entrance of the cave and watched from afar towards Ruan's side, relief on their faces. Looks like our new female is going to make this spirit cat clan change the sky. Yeah, she really, always surprises me. I'm surprised, didn't all those female beasts curse at her in the past? How?
This day, Ling Chu rubbed his eyes vigorously, his face is unbelievable.
Foolish eyes, this is the female master given to us by heaven. You this time believe that she has changed her personality, right? Yan raised an eyebrow at Ling Chu.
Ling Chu let out a breath. Changed, yes, but to us, she doesn't necessarily like it. Being zapped by Ling Chu's words, Yan's face directly turned sunny and cloudy. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. He didn't believe that as long as he was good to the female lord would definitely like him. Lei Sin was silent, but his eyes were clearly despondent. I'm going to check out the herding ring.
Then Ling Chu, let's both go hunting in the forest.
Hikari went straight out of the tribe with her hands behind her back. Ling Chu gave Ruan a deep look and followed suit. Perhaps, the current her will agree to me leaving for a while.
What are you all gathering here for? It's noisy. A disgruntled chortle came.
The crowd turned their heads, only to see Mira coming this way with a grim face, with an air of wanting to pick a fight.
Matriarch.
Greetings, Matriarch. The females all put down what they were holding and got up, kneeling and saluting to Mira. Only Ruan did not kneel down, only nodded to Mira.
Myra's knuckles tightened. Ruan. Seeing this matriarch, how dare you not kneel?
Bowing my head to you is already considered a salute, Matriarch Mira. I'm afraid you don't know that being knelt down by someone will break your life, Ruan said word by word.
Myra's expression visibly panicked for a moment. Loss of life? Then after being knelt by the clan for so many years, wouldn't I? Ruan forced a smile, not realizing that she really believed it. Alright, all of you get up.
Mira stabilized her mind, her gaze resting on top of the bamboo baskets that Ruan and the girls had woven. What useless things are these?
Messing up the tribe, throw them all out.
Mira reached out and picked up a fish basket and slammed it on the ground. Don't matriarch, these are the fish traps and bamboo baskets that Wan taught us to make. They can be used to hold things, they're all useful. A female orc hurriedly picked up that fish basket and held it in her arms. It was made by her own hands and she really liked it. Shut up. You even dare to explicitly disobey me now? Mira kicked the female orc over. The females next to her rushed forward to help her up, looking at Mira with a look that was invariably characterized by resentment. Wan, you don't do your job every day, instead you bring the females here to disrupt the tribe. Do you really think that with the spirit cat priests backing you up you can do whatever you want? Mira was just looking at Wan from head to toe right now. We're just doing what we like, what's in her way again? Hitting again, she's worse than Wan used to be. She's so annoying. She's in charge of everything. Why is she here again? So annoying. The complaining heartfelt voices of the surrounding females reached her ears. Wan secretly sneered. Now that the females inside the tribe had begun to turn their spears against Mira, then, she would do a good job of polishing that spear a bit. Mira matriarch, you are wrong. These baskets can be used to gather things, loaded with prey and whatnot. The males go out and hunt hard. It's not guaranteed that their lives are still in danger, and the females can't do nothing even though they are being provided for in the tribe, right? Wan raised her voice so that the males who were silently observing not far away could hear. When these words came out, the males sighed in their hearts. They had always made providing for the females as something they had to do, so even if it was difficult, they couldn't say it, much less dare to say it, but they didn't realize that there were females who could see their dedication? Looking at the group of males on the verge of being moved to tears, Wan raised her eyebrows. Modern thinking told her, intelligent creatures in any world, when encountering unequal treatment, will be resentful, and will also explode one day. But the dedication of the males of the beast world was strong, so all she had to do was move her lips to make them grateful. The female beasts present looked at each other, somewhat as if in a dream. They liked their males, accepted their males' offerings, and could only reciprocate by reproducing for them, and after a long time, they had all forgotten what else they could do. Mira was dumbfounded by Rowan's impactful words, and her face twisted up in the next second. What can I do if I don't? If they die, they'll find new ones. The Spirit Cat clan doesn't lack males either. But it's you who got carried away when you chose a beast man as a male, right? How could Spirit Cat clan have such a stupid female like you? According to you, in case all the males die out, there's no way for females to live? We females are independent individuals, we are not subordinates to anyone. Nor are we unable to live without anyone. So who's stupid, I won't say. Wan straightened up and spoke every word with incomparable clarity. At this moment, it was as if the door to a new world had been opened in the hearts of the females, recalling Rowan's deeds of rescuing the clan during this period of time. All of them nodded their heads uncontrollably in agreement, and the expressions on their faces as they looked at Wan were filled with admiration. You're crazy you. Someone hit her mouth for me. Mira couldn't say Wan was about to get rough. She would never allow anyone to shake her position in the hearts of the clan. Matriarch Mira, please spare Wan, she's also thinking about us females. The female orc who had been kicked down earlier hurriedly prostrated herself on the ground to plead for Rowan's favor. Yes, matriarch. You spare Wan. She even saved painting yesterday. Please, matriarch, spare Wan. Looking at the females who fell to their knees beside her to give themselves a voice, Wan knew that she had successfully caged their hearts. You're all crazy, aren't you? What did she do to confuse you? Make you all speak for her like that? Mira was on the verge of a breakdown. Suddenly. Enough. There really isn't a day of peace. Chapter 63, Sooner or Later a Scourge. The voice of the Spirit Cat Priestess came from the back of the crowd, and at this moment, she was covering her head. The exhaustion on her face was hard to describe. Greetings to Lord Priestess. Greetings to the Spirit Cat Priestess. Myra's aura from earlier subsided all of a sudden, and she hurriedly knelt down in front of the Spirit Cat Priestess. Mira, if you have time to mind your own business here, why don't you go check on the clan? How long has it been since my clan couldn't catch any decent prey after the heavy snowfall? Now that we have 2 newborn cubs, if you can't feed them, you can't be the clan leader anymore. The Spirit Cat Priestess looked at Mira with hatred and a strong compression of anger. It's Myra's fault. Myra's body trembled a little, her pair of fists clenched a little white, and her remaining light looked resentfully at Wan and opened her mouth again. Lord Priest, Wan has so much prey in her cave, but she only cares about herself, hiding all of her prey, completely disregarding the clan. Earlier, Rua only went to her husbandry's circle to take a look and was beaten by her poisonous hand, which shows her viciousness. And our Spirit Cat clan's ability to hunt is already poor. It is precisely when we need the clan to be united. How can a ruthless one like Wan be worthy of being a Spirit Cat clan member? Wan raised her eyes, starting to morally kidnap her again? It seems that clan chief Mira doesn't have a good memory and has forgotten what she did? When there was food, you had it all to yourself, all 10 males at home were waiting for the clan to provide for them, you didn't go out of the house, and now that there's no prey to provide for you, you're remembering the unity of the clan again? Wan unceremoniously voiced her dislike. And even if the clan usually distributed winter animal skin clothes, Mira refused to take Ruan's share, or Cici Nyang kindly made it for Ruan secretly.
How did this kind of person lick her face to make her generous?
You. I'm the matriarch, who's going to watch over the pack when my males leave the pack to hunt. Mira knew she was in the wrong and rushed to find a remedy.
Yeah? Lay inside the cave and watch over it? Ruan coldly grunted. You. All right. All shut up.
Ruan, no matter how it was in the past, now that this priestess has returned, what you said won't happen again. As long as you are willing to share your prey and let the clan survive this period of time, you can be replenished as much as you want when spring begins.
The spirit cat priest slowed down his voice.
At those words, the beasts present all looked at Ruan in unison, their eyes filled with earnestness. They were really at the end of their rope, relying on a few wild rabbits and pheasants every day to feed themselves, and they could hardly support themselves anymore. Ruan's eyelids dropped. The spirit cat priest's pie was too big. She would not do this losing business, but right now, it made her think of a good opportunity to enlist people's support. After secretly thinking for a while, Ruan once again raised her eyes and said, Lord Priest, the prey in my cave are all small beasts, there is not much meat at all, so many clansmen of the spirit cat clan are not enough to eat at all, but I can help the clan to catch large prey. She had seen herds of deer and yaks in the forest more than once, but Spirit Cat Clan were all minding their own business, not enough manpower, and their attacking power was too weak. There was no way to do anything about the hordes of prey, they could only covet it and could not catch it at all. But if they were united, coupled with the trap arrangement, catching prey would be easy.
With just a female of just the third rank?
I'm afraid you'll cry in fear when you see a large prey. Mira swept Ruan up and down with eyes filled with contempt. The spirit cats present also looked at each other in disbelief at Ruan's words. Because the beast world females were weak, they had no hunting ability at all, let alone catching large prey that could feed the entire tribe.
I can't help it if you guys don't believe me. Ruan spread her hands. The spirit cat priest couldn't decide for a moment. I believe Ruan.
I saw her and his male out hunting the other day with my own eyes, and Ruan caught a fattening pheasant. A female orc raised her hand. It was the same female orc who had advised Ruan not to hunt herself that day.
Yes. I saw it too.
And Ruan knows herbs, there must be a way for her to do it if she's so good.
Right. The surrounding people began to agree. Pheasants? How can that be?
Pheasants are flying, males have a hard time catching them, how?
Can she do it? Said Mira with wide eyes.
Well then, Ruan, when the sun comes out in a few days, you'll take the clan along to hunt. This time it's about the safety of the entire spirit cat clan. Females below the third rank will stay in the tribe to watch over the females with pups and pregnant females, and all of the rest of the females will have to go along with the males to help. The spirit cat priestess said in a loud voice.
Yes. Night, in the Ruahua cave. You useless thing. Can't even find a witch doctor. This face of mine is still swollen. Ruahua slapped Ah Long across the face. Ah Long had lost a lot of weight over the past few days, and his entire spirit was a bit lax, and he dared to be angry in the face of Ruahua's accusation. I'm sorry, female master. Without prey, the witch doctor refused to come. Why don't I go and beg Ruan to give us some herbs? Ahat tried to sound out. What are you babbling about? I won't beg that beast even if I die. Really, what's the use of having you two? Egu. Ruahua covered her face that was torn and hurt. In fact, Ruahua also knew that she and Ruan had made too many strings. It would be good if she didn't get beaten out of Ruan when she went to beg her now. No and Yang, you are also too useless. How come you get beaten by that evil female every time? Didn't you used to ride on her head and scold her and she would smile at you?
Now it's good, it doesn't matter if you get beaten, I still have to eat. I'm starving to death after not eating meat for days. A half-sized male orc rolled his eyes at Ruahua. It was no other than Ruahua's precious son, Rudebeo.
Rudebeo, how are you talking? I'm your auntie. You don't care about me only thinking about food?
Ruahua was furious and blowing her beard. This son of hers was also spoiled by her.
So what? It's not that you're useless.
Rudebeo held the cleanly gnawed rabbit bone and salt. Egu, you. How ridiculous, even your own son dislikes you. A voice full of mockery came from the entrance of the cave. Ruahua raised her eyes. It was Mira, that is. She hurriedly rolled over and got out of bed.
Greetings, matriarch, what brings you here?
Ruahua accompanied with a smile.
If I don't come, the spirit cat clan will be hers. Ruan. Mira sat on her but on the stone bed. Did you hear everything the high priestess said today?
Heard it, let us go hunting with her in a few days. Not. Ruahua sighed, she was used to being raised, she really didn't want to go. Just promoted to the third rank female, can get the green eyes of the spirit cat priest, sooner or later is a scourge. I have a method to get rid of her, how about it? Mira hooked the end of her eyes. Chapter 64, She Deserves It. What way? Rohana's eyes lit up. Mira raised her hand, and Ruahua hurriedly and eagerly passed her ear up. After whispering for a while, Rohana's face was a bit ugly. Matriarch, will this work? It won't be dangerous, right? Don't worry, with me here, there will be no accidents.
As long as you do as I say and get rid of her along with the spirit cat priestess, we can still have a good life in the future. How about it? Mira seduced. Yes. I'll listen to everything the matriarch says. Tomorrow we are going to hunt in the forest. It might be dangerous. Do you really want to bring them along? Ryzen threw his fishing rod into the water. Well, our family's affluence has already attracted the eyes of others. There is a saying that Mira said correctly. We are a clan. There is strength in numbers. What Mira did not do, if I do it, will that raise my status in the eyes of the clan? Ruan held the fish basket full of fish and raised her eyes to Ryzen. The ambition in her eyes was captured by Ryzen. Are you thinking of replacing Mira? Ryzen raised an eyebrow. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let the bystanders hear you. Ruan raised a finger to block Ryzen's lips. Lei Sen's face softened, his big warm hand holding Ruan. No matter what female master wants to do, I will follow you and help you accomplish everything you want. In fact, Ruan's repeated rescues had already impressed the clan's orcs, and this clan-wide hunt would be the high point of her completely reversing her inherent impression in the clan's mind. When the fish were almost caught, Ruan specially selected a thick bamboo sawn from a bucket to be used as a pot for cooking fish soup. Although bamboo was flammable, it could be filled with water for a long time without leaking. Female master, the fish scales are scraped clean. Yen found a clean piece of bark to hold the fish on and carefully placed it in front of Ruan. Bai Yi, on the other hand, filled the bamboo tube with water and started boiling it. Ling Chu squatted on the side and studied the seasonings on the ground. What's this? It's red. Ling Chu raised her hand and picked up a small chili pepper. That's called chili pepper, it's very spicy. Don't try it easily, oh. Ruan kindly reminded. Spicy? What does spicy mean? Ling Chu didn't understand, but he was very obedient and put that chili pepper back in its place. You'll know in a moment. Ruan smiled mysteriously, drew out the bone knife, sliced the fish and placed it neatly, poured boiling water to scald it, then threw in star anise and fragrant leaves to remove the fishy smell, and finally put in the right amount of salt grass and chopped chili pepper to enhance the flavor. After a certain amount of time stewing, fish soup becomes milky white. A burst of tantalizing aroma escaped. Bai Yi hurriedly went to close the bamboo door to prevent the fragrance from leaking out and attracting unwanted guests. Wow, it smells so good. Hikari's eyes brightened and she hurriedly brought the bamboo bowl and waited by the side. It's cooked. Ruan made a simple spoon by sticking a twig on a small bamboo tube and gave each of the 4 beastmen a bowl full of it. Suck it. Ling Chu couldn't wait any longer and took a big sip without caring about the heat. The salty and slightly spicy fish soup with the smooth and tender fish meat in the mouth, Ling Chu's delicious tiger ears began to tremble. So delicious. There's a little pain in my mouth, but it's so comfortable, I can't stop at all. Female lord, you are really too good to make something so delicious. Hikari took a long hard sip from the bamboo tube. That's the flavor of chile. Ruan winked and couldn't wait to take a sip of the fish soup as well, instantly just feeling the coldness on her body dissipate. It's a pity that such a delicious fish soup is not available to Shi Yu. Lei Sen carried the bowl, sat down next to Ruan, and began to enjoy this delicious flavor that he had never enjoyed before. Who told him to hibernate? Bai Yi said indifferently, pulling over the animal skin cushion and stuffing it under Ruan's buttocks. He also picked up the fish soup and took a big gulp with a satisfied face. A large pot of fish soup quickly to the bottom, with the seasoning accompaniment. Ruan ate the belly round. This is still the most satiated meal she wore to the beast world. The rest of the mess was cleaned up by Lei Sen and the others. Ruan climbed onto the stone bed and lifted a corner of the animal skin quilt on Shi Yu. Shi Yu, who had turned into a large snake, also had a clear brow, and Ruan was surprised to find that there were 2 bumps on the top of Shi Yu's head, as if they were small horns. Beast world snakes carry quality bloodlines. Snakes become pythons for 100 years, pythons become boas for 100 years, and boas become scaly dragons for 100 years. Your snake husband is already a 5th order boa, and there is hope that he can transform into a scaly dragon. Spirit Treasure's voice rang out. Really? Ruan was shocked. Of course, many kinds of beastmen in the beast world have the possibility to evolve, only whether they can or can't, it depends on their own creativity. Alright. But Shi Yu's injuries are much better, they're all already showing signs of healing. Ruan said, raising her hand and placing it on Shi Yu's body, utilizing the contact of her flesh to send some aura to Shi Yu. The tip of Shi Yu's tail imperceptibly moved, and all the muscles in her body relaxed. Early the next morning, the beast people gathered at the entrance of the tribe in full gear. The female beasts were all carrying the bamboo baskets that Ruan had given them, and they looked a little excited. They hadn't been out of the tribe for a long time, and this time there was a mixture of worry and longing and curiosity. Rua stood in the crowd with her face twisted into a bitter melon. She did not want to move at all. All orcs are to follow Ruan's orders today. Mira, you are responsible for watching over the clan and keeping those who are unwilling to obey the discipline honest. The spirit cat priestess pulled Ruan over and finished with her eyes purposely glancing at Rua. Rua still had a taut face, her mind still calculating how she could be lazy. Mira forced down the displeasure in her heart and nodded in agreement, but in her heart, she had already cursed Ruan a million times. Obeying Ruan's command? Even she, the matriarch, has to step aside? Oh, this Ruan, what a big bully. Bitchy beast, she deserves it too. Yes. Mira didn't care and took the lead in leading the people towards the forest as if she was gambling. Ruan stood still and gave Mira a disdainful look, about to follow, but saw the spirit cat priestess trembling on her back. Cough cough. Cough cough. Spirit cat priestess, are you alright? Ruan carefully stepped forward, but saw a few splashes of red falling on the snow. It was blood. Spirit cat priestess Yu. Keep quiet, I'm fine, don't alarm anyone, you take the clan a hunt, I'll come afterward. The spirit cat priestess didn't turn around, but there was still blood flowing out from between the fingers covering her mouth. Ruan bit her lip but still followed the crowd. The spirit cat priest took a deep breath, slowed down for a while, wiped the blood stains from his hands, and slowly followed on his crutches. Ruan, what kind of prey are we going to catch? A female orc came up next to Ruan. Let's not catch anything yet, let's set up the traps first. Ruan looked around and already had a plan in mind. Chapter 65, throwing it over as a ball. Soon, Ruan found many hoof prints coming and going on the snow. They're yak footprints, and they come and go so densely that it looks like a place they pass by often. Layson whispered. Hasn't Hikari returned yet? Ruan looked up into the sky. As a wind rock, Hikari had unique vision in the air, and Ruan had sent him off to observe the location and movements of the yak herd. It hasn't returned yet, but looking at the footprints that were just left today, I think the yak herd is in this neighborhood. Bai stuck to Ruan's side, his hand tugging at the corner of Ruan's coat. Alright then, here it is, everyone come and help dig a pit, the bigger and deeper the better, to catch the yaks. Ruan turned her head to the crowd. Mira, who was still walking forward on his own, stopped his feet and took a few steps over to show his contempt. So many people are not going to surround the prey. What kind of pit are you digging here? Are you out of your mind? Mira matriarch, the spirit cat priestess said, this time everyone is at my disposal. If you have any objections, you can wait a while for the spirit cat priestess to come and communicate with her. Ruan lazily ignored Mira and took out a bamboo from the bamboo basket behind her and drew a super large circle on the ground to use as a reference for digging a hole. Although there were quite a lot of people here this time, yaks always come out in packs, and male yaks are huge and wild, not to mention the low attack power of carnivorous beastmen like spirit cats. Even wolves would have to weigh their own weight and wouldn't attack rashly. Therefore, it was necessary to adopt extraordinary means to minimize the probability of clan casualties. Mira was dumbfounded by the dislike and almost spit out blood in anger. Abu rushed forward to help her. Bitchy beast, I'd like to see how you can catch a wild yak. Rua dodged around in the crowd, not wanting to go up to work at all. As the crowd dug hard with a bone and a claw, a large pit about 10 meters long and 7 or 8 meters deep was dug out. Ruan set up the long bamboo that she dragged from inside the tribe on top of it, laid some dead leaves on it, and finally covered it with snow, and a deep pit trap was completed. Ruan, this pit, can we catch yaks? Yaks are very fierce. You came to Ruan's side. Don't worry, although yaks are fierce, but only their hooves can't bounce. As long as they fall into this pit, they definitely can't climb up. When the time comes, it's just a matter of restraining them. Ruan confidently rubbed her nose. Oh, that's right. You actually didn't understand, but inexplicably felt that what Ruan said made perfect sense. Hula! A hurricane swept over the heads of the crowd, only to see Hikari swinging her several meter long wings to land firmly on the ground and transform back into her human form. Hikari! You're back, did you find the location of the yak herd? Ruan hurriedly greeted him. Found it, it's not far over there. Hikari nodded and backhanded one of Ruan's fingers. Okay, everyone try not to make a big noise, conceal yourselves and follow me. Ruan greeted, but her finger ticked in Hikari's palm. Your hand is so cold, freezing, isn't it? It's true that it's much colder in the air than on land. Hikari shivered intentionally or unintentionally, but being cared for by Ruan warmed her heart beyond words. Ruan backhandedly took out a bamboo tube of hot water from the spirit spring space and handed it to Hikari. Drink some to warm up your body. Then she quickly walked in front of the crowd. Hikari held the bamboo tube in her eyes. Female master is so nice. Bai's teeth were sore, he snorted and followed Ruan's side. Although he didn't hate Hikari from the bottom of his heart, he was really jealous to see Ruan treating him well. On the contrary, Layson was very calm. He would never ask Ruan to focus only on himself. As long as he could get a little attention from Ruan, he would be very satisfied. Ruan led the crowd hidden in the bushes toward the front to observe. The first time to see the yak herd, Ruan still ruthlessly shocked. Only to see that the male wild yak with a dozen heads, and each huge muscular body, height close to 4 meters, body length of 5 meters or so, the large horns as if the millstone general thick, it is not difficult to imagine, was topped by a certainly have to become a people's debris. Female lord, such a large yak herd is too dangerous. Even if Ling Chu and I were to be targeted by them, it would be difficult for us to retreat. Layson reminded. Back then, he and Ling Chu had only hunted down the old bulls that had fallen behind, and neither of them would dare to gamble that they could come out unharmed when faced with a strong male yak that was several times larger than themselves. We can't fight hard, see those hornless cows and young calves behind them?
That's our target, only, we have to find a way to lure that group of bulls protecting the herd away from them.
Nguyen rubbed his chin. Che, what's there to think about, Wan? Why don't you just let the males in your family go? Rua popped up from the back as if she was watching the fun. On what grounds? Are your males freeloaders? Wan flipped Rua a glance. Can that be the same?
Your males are worthless beastmen, so what if they get hurt or die?
If you can't catch your prey, can you afford it? Kisame said with a straight face.
I'm here to help you guys catch prey. What's the matter? You don't want to contribute and still want to whore for nothing.
Wan directly poked at Ruhua's small mind.
Upon hearing this, the crowd turned back in unison to stare at Rua.
Rua's heart tightened. Who said that? Didn't I just follow? Then you go instead. Wan smiled. What? I'm the female. How can you let me go first? Rua hurriedly shrank back a few steps. Then keep your mouth shut.
If you want to eat, then be honest and obedient. Only those who have contributed to the effort are entitled to eat, and if you pop out of my sight again, I'll throw you to that herd of yaks to be kicked as a ball.
Ruan's eyes went cold. Rua was bluffed by Ruan's sentence and shut up in a hurry.
After solving the buzzing flies, Ruan casually folded a twig and made a gesture on the snow. Bai, Leisin, Ling Chu, you three lead a team of males to harass the herd from these three directions. Remember, just harass them, and as long as the bulls come to attack, just spread your legs and run away, so they can stay as far away from the herd as possible.
Try to stay away from the herd.
Hikari, you'll be under my command in a moment. Lead me and the rest to terrorize and drive the cows to escape with their young in this direction. There are traps we've set up on the path they must take. Ruan's well-organized planning fell word for word into the ears of the spirit cat priest, who appreciated it with a strange light in his eyes.
She was, indeed, different from ordinary beastmen. Good. Understood. Nahiko, you protect the female lord. Leisin instructed. Don't worry. Hikari nodded and couldn't help but lean towards Ruan's side. I get to be alone with the female lord again. My males can't leave with you, otherwise who will protect us females? Chapter 66 Stealing Someone's First Wife.
Mira wrapped her arms around her chest and gathered all 10 of her beast husbands around her, clearly not at all convinced by Ruan.
Protect you? Do you think the spirit cat priests let females of the third rank and above come out to give shouts of support to the males?
We're going to drive away the cows and calves, and since you don't want to go, there's no share for your family in any prey caught.
You.
The rest of the females didn't take Myra's side this time, instead they all leaned towards Ruan. They were more than willing to contribute, not for the sake of others, but for themselves. Seeing that the females who had embraced her in the past had already fallen to Ruan's side, Mira couldn't be powerful anymore and could only let her males follow. After all, she also had to feed her stomach. Soon, Bai Ling Chu and also Lei Sin each brought a group of males to the designated spot and began to attack as planned. Roar! Ling Chu violently transformed into his tiger form and took the lead in charging aggressively towards the yak herd. The male spirit cats transformed into their original forms and followed closely behind, only their size was too small, so there was absolutely nothing to speak of in terms of deterrence. The yaks that were still gnawing on the roots of the grass were obviously flustered when they saw this big tiger that suddenly jumped out, but soon, a few of the majestic bulls raised their horns and drove towards Ling Chu. Ling Chu's claws came out, grabbed the snow with a sliding shovel and turned the direction, dodging in the opposite direction, and successfully drew the bulls away. On the other side of the White and Leisin also not willing to show weakness, as the same way each led away a large cluster of bulls. However, the bulls were no small favorites. After chasing them out for a certain distance, they would give up and retreat in the direction of the herd, causing Ruan's group to be unable to find a chance to get close to the herd. Leisin and the others tried a few times but still couldn't, so they could only go around the herd and agonize. On the contrary, the group of bulls used their horns in unison against these uninvited guests, and as long as they dared to get close to them, they would topple them up into the sky. Bai's snow white paws stomped on the snow, his brain whirled rapidly, and his lavender fox eyes suddenly flashed with a flash of aura. There. Bai pretended to charge towards the bulls again and drew a few bulls over, and in the next second made a false move, bouncing around the bulls in front of him and running towards the cows at the back. Seeing that their wives and children were in danger, several bulls rushed to chase Bai, but he saw Bai's body swaying and violently changing into his human form, and one of the bulls saw the right time to crash towards Bai as if he was a bulldozer. Bai! Ruan's heart clenched together. However, Bai's body deftly dodged, his snow-white tail wrapped around the bull's horns, and he was brought to the cows by the bull's strong inertia. The nearest cow was dumbfounded, but when she saw a handsome man falling from the sky, she froze in her tracks. Bai seized the opportunity to swing his fox tail around the calf underneath the cow's belly, flashed back to fox form, and dragged the calf's hind legs to run. Moo! Moo! Seeing her precious calf being stolen, the cow came back to her senses and wowed with urgency, hurrying to chase after her, and several bulls even refused to stop, chasing one after the other towards Bai, straight into the forest next to her head. Lei Sin and Ling Chu watched Bai's flurry of operations in their eyes, and immediately understood, and hurriedly followed Bai's method to steal the calf, and Ling Chu was even more ruthless, directly dragging away an extremely rare white-haired female yak. Moo-ah! Moo-ah!
Seeing that white-haired female yak being dragged away, the largest male yak in the herd's eyes were red, directly leaving behind the rest of the female cows, crashing through the herd towards Ling Chu and chasing after him. The remaining few male cows hurriedly chased after him as well. What's going on here? It feels like Ling Chu has captured the herd's favorite. Ruan Wan was a little confused. That's not an ordinary yak. The snow-colored yak is a rare breed amongst female yaks. Fertility is strong and it's a great beauty in the eyes of the bulls. At a glance it's that yak leader's big baby with a big heart. Your tiger male is really good at catching it. He directly stole someone's first wife. Ling Bao admired. Seeing that the herd of cows had completely lost their protection, Ruan Wan directly got up. Everyone follow me. Yes. Hikari transformed into a wind rock and glided out with an assisted run. Ruan Wan led all the females towards the herd with their bone knives raised and shouting. Although they were all females, the aura was enough to bluff. Mira and Ruahua took advantage of the chaos and hid behind a tree trunk. It was so dangerous that they definitely didn't go. Before they could hide for a while, the spirit cat priestess's cane descended from the sky and directly knocked Mira and Ruahua out. What do you two want to do hiding here? Unproductive things. Follow me. Yes. The cows couldn't believe their eyes when they saw a large group of open-mouthed females running towards them. There were even females out hunting these days? It couldn't be a mutation. Frightened, they ran away with their calves. Hikari hovered in the air, swooping downward at the right time, her sharp claws constantly ticking the yaks, preventing the female cows from being cornered and turning back to hurt Ruan Wan. After all, the wind rock was a giant raptor. Its powerful wings and sharp claws were enough to grab a sub-adult yak. The cows were so scared and panicked that they could only flee towards the route drawn by Ruan Wan, and soon entered the predetermined location. Only to hear rumble. The bamboo on top of the trap was crushed, and the cows fell into the pit as if they were dumplings. Ruan Wan saw the right time, suddenly changed into a cat form, jumped up and nibbled on a cow's buttocks. The skin of the other side was too thick. Ruan Wan didn't gnaw, but it made the other side messed up. The cow rushed across the road, making the herd that didn't know what was happening in front of them to move forward, as if a pair of invisible hands pushed the herd, so that the yaks that had originally stopped were also forced to fall into the pit. Moo! Eyes. The pit was directly filled by the cattle, and the surviving cattle exploded, not caring about the formation at all as they began to run in all directions. Ruan Wan led the females and hurriedly climbed into the trees to hide in case they were mistakenly injured. After a moment of chaos, only the females in the pit were howling with their calves, but they couldn't climb out. It's done! Ruan Wan was the first to jump down from the tree. On the ground was a pit full of yaks. Counting the cow cubs, there were more than 24 heads. Awesome! We really caught yaks. Ruan Wan, you're too good. Amazing! There's food. Ruan Wan, well done. The spirit cat priests also revealed a rare approving-like smile. The spirit cats surrounded Ruan Wan, cheering and leaping, completely buried in joy. Only Mira looked at this scene with a gloomy face, completely unhappy as she felt a strong sense of crisis. Damn it, she must be gotten rid of. Chapter 67. Nothing can go wrong. Not long after, the male beasts who had gone to attract the male yaks also returned in a cloud of dust. Bai was tired and sweaty, hastily wiping a handful of sweat from his head before jumping headfirst into Ruan Wan's arms, his tone a little pouty. Female lord, I'm so tired you don't even know, those males are like crazy. I'm not going to give up until I've dropped off their cubs. The yaks had incredible physical endurance and were particularly persistent, and it took Bai a lot of effort to get away. Alright, you worked hard, the result was good after all. Look, we caught so many cows and cubs, we don't have to worry this winter. Ruan Wan raised her hand and rubbed Bai's ears, smiling from ear to ear. Yes, it's thanks to you, it's many times more powerful than some that only know how to croak with their mouths open. Bai spoke in a sarcastic manner, his eyes glancing at Mira and Ruahua unintentionally. Being seen by Bai's sarcastic eyes, Ruahua clenched her fists in anger but was unable to retort, and Mira on the side could only be dumbfounded when she was punched in the face. Right, where are Lei Xin and Ling Chu? Still not back yet? Ruan Wan glanced towards the forest in the distance. They had agreed earlier that they would find a way to get out of the trap and meet at the trap after luring the yaks, and as time had already passed halfway through the morning, they should have returned. Haven't seen them, I'll go look for them. Bai flicked his tail. Although he wanted to monopolize Ruan Wan, but after spending so much time with Lei Xin and the others, Bai also treated them as brothers, so naturally he wouldn't leave them alone. I'll go too. Hikari stepped forward. Wait Bai, you're too tired after just running for so long, stay and help the clan get these yaks back to the tribe. Hikari can fly, I'll go with Hikari. Ruan Wan raised her hand and tugged on Bai's arm, her eyes looking back with great meaning. Bai had a lot of heart and soul, and would definitely not let his own family suffer, so he left him to press Mira and Ruahua, not letting them get into any whole mess. Well then, you guys be careful. Bai tacitly understood Ruan Wan's intentions, and with a slight hesitation, he responded. Hikari transformed back into a wind rock and flew into the air with Ruan Wan on her back. Seeing Ruan Wan leave, the expression on Myra's face lifted noticeably and she hurriedly stepped forward. That
These yaks are the common gain of everyone, everyone has a share. Please tie the grass ropes you brought to these calves and bring them back to the tribe first. It would be bad if we attracted the other clans to snatch them. Bai didn't even give Mira the chance to open her mouth, and directly began to open her mouth. Lowly fox. What qualifications do you have to speak here? Mira was furious. Bai wasn't used to her at all, lifting his hand to conjure up a ball of searing fox fire, his cold-bladed gaze taking in Mira. Bai is also a 5th-ranked beast, and even has a special ability. Without Ruan's suppression, it can be said to be an invincible existence in the tribe. Mira was scared to death and did not dare to blow up again. Beast C. The spirit cat priest also did not have any objections, as one after another nodded, rushed to take out the bamboo basket inside the grass rope tied into a sleeve, directly on the calf body, will be pulled out of the pit one by one. Mother Yak's courage is generally very small. See, the child was restrained, can only honestly follow behind. A group of people rushed Yak herd vastly back to the tribe. The spirit cat priestess stood still, and after much deliberation, she followed Ruan and Hikari in the direction they had left, the direction she had chosen for Ruan and Hikari. Ruan was her chosen future heir, she couldn't afford to let anything go wrong. At this moment, Layson was being circled in the center by 6 male yaks alone, with no way to retreat. The spirit cats that were originally following him were scattered by the yak stampede, and they all ran off somewhere. Roar! Layson, who had transformed into a golden lion, slapped his sharp claws on the ground and gave a threatening cry towards the several eyeing yaks, but the yaks didn't retreat at all. Instead, they closed in towards Layson, narrowing the encirclement a little bit. Moo! A yak was the first to attack, lifting its horns and slamming them fiercely towards Layson. Layson's long whip-like tail stood up and he hurriedly dodged to the side, slapping a paw on that yak's body in the process. Ka-ching! The yak charged past the mane on Layson's neck, and its thick skin was directly cut open by Layson's sharp claws with several bloody cuts, but it didn't retreat, and the wildness in its eyes was getting more and more aroused as it reversed its direction and attacked towards Layson once again. The surrounding yaks also seemed to be driven by their emotions, and rushed towards Layson in unison. Clang! A golden light flashed, the yaks that rushed over were directly shaken away, and Layson activated his supernatural ability, spreading a layer of hard and incomparable golden armor on his body, solidly blocking this fatal pinch. Moo! The yaks were annoyed, one after another towards Layson. The violent collision sound was deafening. The yaks were getting more and more courageous. Even though they were repeatedly beaten back by Layson, they still did not relent. Soon, the golden armor was hit with layers of cracks. Layson clenched his canine teeth in death, trying to find a breakthrough. But there were huge yaks surrounding him on all sides. He couldn't charge out at all, and he just hated that he didn't have Hikari's wings. Because he usually had less contact with Ruan, he didn't have a lot of spiritual energy stored. With the rapid loss of spiritual energy, the golden armor would become more and more fragile. It was only a matter of time before the other party broke through the defense. At the moment, he could only hold on for a moment. Moo! Moo! Several yaks, as if exchanging signals with each other, all of them backed up a large section, erected huge horns at the same time, hooves stomped on the ground, riveted the whole body's strength towards Layson, once again rushed to. Suffered. Layson condensed his entire body's spiritual energy, not at all, strengthening his golden armor defense. Boom! A violent collision sounded, a sound wave exploded, and Layson's eardrums were shaken to the point of raw pain. But in front of his eyes, the golden armor that was not supported by enough spiritual energy was not able to withstand the impact after all, and directly shattered into pieces, drifting away with a cold wind. Close at hand was the yak that had rushed to his heels, already too late. Just in the nick of time, Layson's waist tightened, and he was directly torn into the air by a force. The yaks did not react, their feet could not stop. The sharp horns of the yaks rubbed over Layson's footpads and crashed into each other. Only to hear a pound sound. The yaks were dazed by their own force, their front hooves fell directly to the ground and fainted. And Ryzen's weight was not to be underestimated. The vines in Ruan's hands were close to their limit. The huge centrifugal force directly ripped her off Hikari's back. Female master! Female master! Hikari and Layson exclaimed at the same time. At a height of nearly dozens of meters, Ruan would surely die if she fell. Hikari swooped down, but her grip was empty, and she watched as Ruan crashed to the ground. Layson was the first to hit the ground, his leg bones shook from the fall, but he didn't care about the pain. He immediately climbed up and rushed towards the direction where Ruan had fallen. Chapter 68, What a Strange Brain Circuit. Ruan backhandedly threw out vines to try to wrap around Hikari's claws, but they still didn't succeed, so she could only close her eyes in resignation. It's over, it's going to be close to the earth. Spirit Treasure's interface flashed red. This was the kind of thing that could not be cured by a spirit spring if it was pulverized. Roar! A lion's roar pierced the sky. Layson used all his strength to leap forward, directly holding Ruan in his arms, resolutely using his most vulnerable spine to heavily smash into the ground. One person and one lion rolled several times on the snow before coming to a stop. Layson forced himself to endure the pain and rushed to look at Ruan in his arms, not even realizing that the corner of his mouth was bleeding. Female lord, are you alright? Ruan opened her eyes and realized that she was lying unharmed on Layson's soft belly. On the contrary, Layson was covered in snow and water, and her lips and teeth were red from the collision.
Lei Sen, you're bleeding. Ruan Wan hurriedly climbed to Lei Sen's chest, holding Lei Sen's big head in his hand to check. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. Huffing. Lei Sen heavily breathing heavily, his beard curled up, his eyes full of stabilization after the robbery. As long as she is fine. Ruan's eyes filled with tears. A hug Lei Sen's neck will bury the whole person in his mane, stifled rant, fool. Lei Sen's heart trembled as he transformed into his human form and sat up holding Ruan. Ruan's slender arms hung on Lei Sen's neck, her snow-white thighs were supported by Lei Sen's sinewy, thick arms, and the picture simply illustrated the daddy's boyfriend to the fullest. Female master. Risen. Hikari couldn't land in time to change back to her human form and stumbled towards the two, only to see that Ruan was hugging Lei Sen tightly, and her steps to follow forward stopped, a moment of darkness in her eyes. I'm really useless, I can't even protect the female master well. But as long as the female master is fine, it's good. It was the first time that Ruan had observed Lei Sen up close like this. Lei Sen's body could be described as very strong, with rough lines in every inch of his muscles radiating hormones. Ruan sweated, no wonder he was able to bounce her off in the first place. Lei Sen's arm holding Ruan was a little stiff, and his eyes looking at her were full of affection. The female's body turns out to be this soft, the bones won't break if you hug her tightly, right? What a strange brain circuit. Quickly let me see where it all hurts. Does it hurt here? Hear it. Ruan got down from Lei Sen's body and checked Lei Sen inside and out. Fortunately, as a fifth-order orc, Lei Sen's body structure is strong enough. The blood in the middle of the lips and teeth is the canine teeth knocked through the gums, the back is just bruised, the spine is not a big problem. Hikari squatted next to him, holding a tree branch in his hand and drawing circles, looking at Ruan so concerned about Lei Sen. He was jealous of his stomach refluxing acidic water. He couldn't help but mutter a sentence, such a big lion, surely it can't be broken by the fall. It's good that it's okay. Ruan breathed a sigh of relief, but before her eyes, she was struck again. By the way, where is Ling Chu? Ling Chu had been chased by a dozen male yaks because he had captured that male yak leader's first wife. Not sure, we ran in opposite directions, but Ling Chu is strong as an inferno tiger. He should have already shaken off those bulls and returned to the tribe. Lei Sen raised his hand and held Ruan's hand. After hugging Ruan, Lei Sen couldn't control his desire to hold hands with her. Maybe, let's go back to the tribe first to see before we say. Mira and Rua are in the tribe. Maybe they will make trouble because of the yak allocation issue. I'm afraid that Bai Yi can't suppress it alone. Ruan sighed. Several people left without noticing the figure that had been watching from the distant canopy. The spirit cat priestess's hand gripping her walking stick trembled a little, and in her eyes was an uncontrollable ecstasy. She was sure she hadn't been wrong. Ruan had psychic abilities, the only female with psychic abilities besides the high priestesses. Great, the future of the spirit cat clan, there is hope. As the sky darkened, the spirit cats surrounded the yaks they had caught in the middle of the tribe. With the spirit cat priestess absent and Ruan not returning, none of them dared to trespass. In my opinion, this yak should be given to the 4th-ranked females 5 of each size for a total of 10, the 3rd-ranked females 4 of each size for a total of 8, and the rest should be given to the lowest-ranked females to share, so that would be the fairest. Rua said, her greedy gaze fixed on the group of yaks, as if she could already smell the flavor of the meat. Ha! You're really shameless, Rua. This yak was caught by Ruan with everyone working together. Even if you want to share more, it's still for Ruan's family to have a few more. Why do you want to use class to say something again? You couldn't hold back a bit anymore and directly disliked Rua angrily. Shut the hell up. Is there a place for you to talk here? Rohana pointed at Ayu's nose and said angrily. Seeing Rua being so rude to you, Yu's 3 males directly stood up, as if they were going to rush up to give Rua some color in the next second. You and I are both 3rd-rank females, why can't I talk? On the contrary, it's you who keeps wanting to share more prey. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. Yu was not afraid at all, and her aura even directly overpowered Rua. You're talking nonsense. It's you who wants to share the prey more, right? Our family also contributed to catching the yak, so what's wrong with getting more? Rua was justified. Contributed? I don't think so. I think I saw that when Ruan led us to drive the cattle, someone hid behind a tree and didn't come out, and as a result, they were beaten out by the spirit cat priests. A female orc spoke up. I saw it too, it was Rua. And there's the clan chief. Another female beastman spatted out directly. Ha? Really, how come? Tisk, tisk. The moment these words came out, the crowd exploded as if a haystack had been thrown with a spark, a murmur. You're talking nonsense. Rua subconsciously leaned towards Alang and Ahat, her arrogant aura obviously shortened by a large margin. You know in your heart whether or not you're talking nonsense. I'm telling you, until Ruan and the spirit cat priests come back, don't even think about touching these yaks. You snorted coldly. Waiting for Ruan to come back? Do you think the clan chief is gone? Clan chief, you come and judge. Where's the clan chief? Rua stretched her neck and looked around. All of Myra's males were there, but only Mira was nowhere to be seen.
The matriarch really isn't there. Bai leaned against the tree trunk and laughed out loud at Rua's comical appearance without avoiding it. Seeing that there was no one to back herself up, Rua sat down on her butt and sulked. Bai stopped laughing, fox eyes sharp swept through the presence of all the people. The heart is a little strange, so that Mira matriarch, where to go? At this time, deep in the dense forest, a black shadow was approaching extremely fast towards the inner perimeter of the Star Moon Forest. Ow! With a ghastly wolf howl sounded. Hee, it's here. The same. Line 8 band plus G to a C. This HD text MG file $equals VC 66 YDV percent 92628 WSB 839 G57 Q89S $3.9 V4 U6 BV6 YW8 XE9 Q7 PJ8 UCFEG5 UC4X BJ1 WSCO FNG5L80.C B G